Good Tuesday morning, everybody. John and Lance along with Del for the next 3 hours here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Glad you can join us. Unfortunately, last night, the Astros, man, Darvish, when we were cheating, we used to kick his ass. And now we can't hit him just because there's no trash cans? We don't have trash cans anymore, so we can't beat Darvish. What would Yuli say about this?
I can't even do the show right now because somebody hit me with something before the show that is ruined. I cannot do this first segment until I finish this. So I'm just letting you know.
Is
you
it
and Del can
Fauda?
talk. No, it's Juggalo Trey on Kill Tony. He got his name called out of the bucket. You know what Kill Tony is, John? The guy that killed everyone on the what roast was it that he slaughtered everyone on?
The Tom Brady roast.
The Tom Brady roast. The white guy who comes up and literally obliterates everyone.
And
he's got a show. It's in Austin. This is like the biggest. It's one of the biggest video casts that you can have like in the world.
There's no way Juggalo Trey
was
at random.
Every Jesus that you have.
They knew because
there's no. They pull him out of a bucket. Like everyone goes up there. You just pull him out of a bucket. Everyone's trying to get on. You only get a minute. Juggalo Trey. Somebody said, "Did you see Juggalo Trey on Kill Tony?" I saw this on my timeline. You're tagged in it too. I'm like, what? There's no way. And they said yes. And I could listen. You have to get up in front of a bunch of people in Austin, do a set, and you're on this one. It's Tom Segura, Tony Hinchcliffe, whoever his other guy is. The whole band there. It's like, oh my god. And Tony, they will embarrass you. Like they will embarrass you up there on that stage. And I said, if you've got a clip, you have to send it to me. The guy sent me the clip, and I'm watching, and he goes, Trey Campbell. Let's see who comes out of the bucket. He goes, Trey Campbell, and it's unmistakably Juggalo Trey.
Curly, they must have just been drooling when they saw him.
Oh, they had to be so excited.
So everybody, for those of you who don't know who Juggalo Trey is, because there are probably a lot of people that don't know.
Cool.
He is the most,
he's one of the most unique people I've ever met.
I mean, he's got just giant red hair and beard. He's heavy set. He's short. His hair
is
crazy.
It's disheveled.
It's crazy. He's always got these old caps on. He when he opens his mouth, it doesn't sound like it sounds like Mike Tyson.
There it is. See, you can play it. It's not dirty. You can play some of Juggalo Trey. And I'm watching, and he's making Tony laugh. Like, Tony is laughing at his jokes. And his jokes aren't terrible. He had to have gotten them. Like, there's just no way. I used to sit in my office and write up my draft prospects. And Trey was still an intern out here, like his fourth year interning. He was, and there would be about 5 other interns out there. And he is, and other people just like Andrew. This is when Andrew was an intern and was getting ready to start working. And it's been so long that Andrew's not even here anymore. Like Andrew was producers for a few shows and is gone. Trey would say things. It was insane. Trey would just consistently talk to everybody. And eventually people would start getting pissed off. Hey, is there any chance that any of you saw the game that DeMar DeRozan had? Yeah, he had 17 points, but he also had 6 assists by the halftime. He almost never has that many assists by halftime. It's like, oh my God. People out there, you could feel their agony. Nicest guy in the world. He also is strangely savantish with anything having to do with NASCAR.
Yeah.
John and I have had him on the show, and we would grill him on,
who won in 1978.
Pocono, 82.
Yeah.
Dale Earnhardt, and second place was Mario Andretti. I know he's an IndyCar driver. Just save it. Race car people. I can't think of other names from back then. But he's on stage. I'm actually watching it right now. It's KT number 683 with Tom Segura. And I'll send you the link if you don't have it, because it is going to be hard. Once you see him on stage and you know the danger he is in, it's hard to not keep watching and to talk about a boring-ass Astros game, a boring-ass Monday Night Football game for the most part.
Well, let's see if we can play it. We got to listen to it.
I'm almost positive we can't. Trey doesn't cut. I don't know that I've ever heard Trey cuss.
Yeah, but are
anybody.
those guys going to cuss when they're cutting them up?
Possibly.
Yeah.
Possibly. Dell
Well,
will have to look up in it.
Kill Tony was with was when they did the Trump and that was the Trump
with Shane
Biden
Gillis
thing.
Yeah,
Right,
Shane Gillis did
Gillis,
Trump,
right.
and right.
Right.
I can't remember his name. Did Biden? Yes, that's
that.
Correct.
Okay. And Trey got up there. Well, he's an aspiring
Trey
comedian.
Campbell. He
Trey
moved to
is
Austin. I did not know he was an aspiring comedian.
Yeah, he's done shows before.
Come on, what?
Yeah, he does open mic nights. Yeah.
Trey Campbell does open mic nights?
Yeah. I mean, listen.
I'm calling him Trey Campbell. He's Juggalo Trey. And in fact, he should frankly go by Juggalo Trey, even though I don't think he is an actual Juggalo. I think AJ just gave him that
He
nickname.
is not. So that's
but
why
it looks like AJ is the most accurate.
He's
nickname.
trying to distance himself because he doesn't want to be a bit when he's doing his thing. So
but being a bit when you're doing your thing is
that's for you, but for him, he may have dreams.
But he needs to figure out his dreams are going to be tied to his appearance.
You're narrow casting him for what some radio host in Houston called him. I don't think he wants that to be his thing going forward.
Part of your comedy is you look like him, and then you like at one point he turns and does the okay sign to Tony, and Tony starts laughing. He disarms you with he's weirdly charming for a juggalo.
Well, he doesn't. Here's what
you say he's not a juggalo.
He doesn't act like one.
Right. He needs. I've seen some of his stuff.
The Gathering.
And he needs to be more self-deprecating.
Yes.
Understand. Right.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah, because that's his appeal and his charm.
Yeah.
Oh, he's getting married. I've listened to some of this, and
if I can get married,
a whippets joke about his wife.
It was pretty good.
Yeah.
It really wasn't bad. Somebody's got to be writing this stuff.
What?
There's no way he can say funny
why
stuff.
Can't he write it?
I sat and listened to him.
That was years ago.
He was never funny.
How long ago was that?
He was accidentally funny sometimes.
How long? Then maybe he cultivated. How long ago? You're talking about
5-6 years ago.
He was in what?
He didn't cultivate.
Why won't
somebody?
He
stole these.
He's not a guy who
he stole his.
He's
jokes.
not a guy who lifts people up. You listen to him. He's like, keep that name. That was an insult to you, but you didn't really know it, but you should know it. And now you could have possibly written anything in the last 5 years.
No,
listen to him.
No,
you're a bad person.
No, I'm not a bad person. I just know that he's stolen his jokes somehow.
Stolen. Well, you know that's the biggest insult to a comedian. And he's a bird. He's starting out. You say he stole his jokes?
Yeah.
He's not George Lopez.
No, Carlos Mencia. Be easy.
Oh, yeah.
George Lopez never stole any jokes. Easy, Carnal. You'll get in some trouble.
And Mencia was already popular when that stuff came out, so he could whatever
Rogan's,
money he had, whatever money he had.
Who goes on stage to confront Carlos Mencia.
That's right. That's the other way. It's Mencia.
Yeah, but Trey is starting. You tell people he stole his jokes at the
start.
In a
he's
good
done
way.
For. I don't mean he's stealing a negative way. I just mean he can't possibly write funny stuff.
Listen to him.
Wait, that's so ugly.
And I like Trey. I just like.
But you're insulting him.
Apparently not. Apparently you don't think much of him.
I just don't. I have doubts about him as a comedian.
Well,
I think the funny stuff has to be, like. So my dad, he'll do a dad carrot top.
He put this man in a box. He won't let him get out of it.
No, he needs to get in a box. Just like
he's not being a comedian for you and you alone.
I'm what happens when Carrot Top gets off the juice. Like you say something like that. Yeah.
No, that's hacky.
No, I know he's got to do that.
He doesn't want to be hacky.
Well, I'm helping him move forward. And
that's not a bad line. It's not a bad line.
That John knows that's not a bad line.
That's not a bad line.
He's got to say that he's like something Carrot Top on. But I tell you what, my actual name is Carrot Top, but man, this you can say something about ketamine, fentanyl. You can make a joke like that.
But the biggest thing,
fentanyl is always funny. Lance.
Fentanyl's
that's great.
It's a great thing to
learn. Lance, please don't write his material.
Yeah, but I believe
there's nothing funny about fentanyl.
It is on Kill Tony.
It is.
Yes.
What?
That would be if you can't deal with the edge of a fentanyl joke for Trey. By the way, I was on fentanyl whenever I had my ablation. They use it medically. Fentanyl, yes, they use it medically.
Yeah,
it's an actual medical
biggest
drug.
killers in America. Nice job, Lance.
Kill Tony.
Kill Tony.
Do y'all not know the show? You can say anything you want
about
anybody.
You're not a comedian, so I guess for John's sake, it came off poorly.
You guys can go on Ed McMahon with his To Kill a Star. What's it called? The Star Search.
That's right. Let's crush Trey's. Let's crush Trey's dream.
You guys,
but your joke's a killer.
My joke is funny. Okay. I said he could have said ketamine too.
Whatever.
Okay.
But
Listen.
I'll figure out what to play from this. But Trey was on for like 20 something minutes on stage. He didn't do 20 minutes of jokes.
He
but
was?
Yeah, he was on for a long
I
time. I'm scrolling through.
Wait.
Well, why would you let him off the stage?
No, you wouldn't. And they've had somebody on stage for 40 minutes before. And I just started watching some of these. And frankly, I've only watched what people have sent me. I haven't even searched them out. Trey, as soon as they get to talk to him, that's where the magic's going to happen. That's why, because when I used to be a radio producer, I know a lot about NASCAR. Like, as soon as they get a hold of him, this is going to really be comedy gold. That's why the Astros losing, I don't care. Just hurry up and get to the playoffs. Let's just do this. The Padres are going to beat you 2 out of 3. Move along, and then let's get to the playoffs, and let's hurry up.
All right. So
Falcons beat the Eagles.
Yeah, and they're calling for Sirianni.
Yep.
And as soon as Saquon Barkley dropped that ball, the game was over.
Yeah.
It was, and I don't know what play call on the show before ours. Was there an egregious play call, or was that the play call where he dropped the ball?
Well, that was the play call because of the clock.
Because of the
play clock.
Instead of running the ball and running time off, they took a chance.
They took a
and
chance
he dropped
on
it.
throwing.
They had timeouts.
So
I mean, it's not like.
Well, the Falcons were out of timeouts.
Yeah.
At the time.
Yeah. No. It's egregious.
So instead of running off 35, 40 seconds, it's incomplete. You got to kick a field goal. They have plenty of time to not rush.
I was watching my Astros. All I saw is Saquon drop the ball, game over. You lose.
No. It was bad. Like
that was
this geniusy stuff. Run the ball and
he
just
was
play
open.
the percentages.
He was open.
Wide.
He's got decent hands.
You're paying him how much to catch the ball.
He does. He does. But sometimes you just don't do genius stuff. You just kill off the time, and every second that ticks down, the odds of them being able to win go way down.
Yeah. Yep. And they did, and they drove down the field.
Kirk Cousins with a clutch drive. We don't say that very often.
No, and and now they're off. So Michael Penix isn't starting this week. Okay. No. But Andy Dalton is. We'll talk about that on the other side right here on ESPN 97.
So no Astros talk.
And
what are we going to do?
I mean, he'd rather talk Juggalo Trey.
Yeah.
How many people? He mentioned Juggalo Trey. Out of our audience, Twitch people on Twitter. How many people knew who we were talking about?
Probably only about 80%.
80%. Like 8% are like, who are they talking about? I know who you're talking about, Vanderford Air.
I am talking about the air conditioning company that, hey, I remember back in the old days a week ago where it said this week was going to be in the 80s. Maybe it was about closer to 9 days ago. I looked at the 10-day forecast, went, hey, it looks good. Now it looks terrible. 95, 96, 94, 97, hot, your grass is burning, catching on fire. You know the routine. I mean, it's September, so we're we're 98, 99 degrees in September. That's how it is. That's why Vanderford Air has to be there for you. You've got to have your air conditioning. You can't sleep on air conditioning here. There are actual states where it's cool enough that they don't even have air conditioners in their home. Can you imagine? Now they have heaters for when it gets cold. Vanderford Air can take care of that for you too. But we're talking about an air conditioning company that can come out and fix whatever's going on, whatever's wrong with your system. You've got to have your system running properly for 2 reasons. Number one, the efficiency of it. If it's running efficiently and you've got a system that's big enough for the space, it's going to make a massive, massive difference in what your air conditioning bill is going to be and how comfortable you are. But number two, if it's not working properly and you can't get cooled down any cooler than 78, 79 degrees with this humidity, you got a major issue on your hands, and it's only going to get worse. And you're paying out of the nose. Vanderford Air can fix the issue, diagnose it. They're going to offer you a fair price, and they can even replace your systems for you same day. So make sure that you give them a call today, 281-557-COOL. That's 281-557-COOL.
So I'm looking right now at a backyard that Hogue Landscape Services did. This is the backyard that you can see from an airplane. Okay. It's the white deck with green lines through it. And it is, I mean, it's just fantastic. I mean, that pool deck looks wonderful. And everything about this. I mean, all of the artificial turf that they put in, you can put putting greens, but you can put longer turf as well. It looks like it's grass. It's perfect though. You don't have to cut it, you don't have to do anything. And yet it stays perfect all the time. And that's the backyard you want, along with a pickleball court, a basketball court, a fire pit, that pool, that kitchen that you're looking for. Hogue Landscape Services just does the best work in the market. They will design it on the computer, make it look perfect. You will have the perfect backyard. If you're building a home, you want Hogue Landscape Services there to make that backyard perfect. Or if you just need to redo yours and you want it the best. It's not even arguable. Hogue is the best. HOGUELS Landscape Services, HogueLS.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
After yesterday, just went home, watched the film, had some conversations with coaches, with Dan Brandt. So had to gather a lot of information through this morning and made that decision after looking at it that this is the best decision for our group, for our team going forward. Yeah, there's a lot of factors. We want to play more football. A lot of factors that go into it, for this decision, and ultimately just kind of lands on my shoulders to be able to make the best decision for our group to give us our best chance to win this week. And we focus on the weeks, we focus on the challenge at hand, and we feel like Andy gives us our best chance to meet the challenge.
So that's Dave Canales talking about replacing Bryce Young with Andy Dalton. It's something that they had to do. Dude, how bad did you feel? I mean, I honestly, hearing the boos, I was watching that game. The boos that he got every time, the halftime boos, there's no way. Is he Jamarcus Russell? Is this the one and done?
I just think that's so unfair. I wouldn't even put that name on him because of what that means. When you say Jamarcus Russell, I mean, all you can think of is a guy who was lazy, who didn't do that's why I hate hearing that name with him. Just because Jamarcus Russell was just such a nothing from a try standpoint. This is just a guy who's been overwhelmed. I don't even Jamarcus. It's not like Jamarcus had nothing around him at the time. This kid was given. He's a tiny little skater looking guy who was given. But we've seen him play at Alabama. Which, by the way, you've got a lot of help surrounding you at Alabama. That's always the tricky part, is when you have a lot around you, what can you do when you have less around you? And this is the ultimate, have stuff around you, going to a place where although Bryce didn't have everything at wide receiver like Tua did. The wide receiving core had really diminished by the time Bryce was, finishing his career. But he had a good offensive line, good defense, good running game. He had a lot going for him. And now he goes to a place where nothing, and this is when you find out if a quarterback is special. To survive and be average on a team like Carolina would mean you've got a chance to be special. They're that bad. He's been given no chance. But at the same time, the tricky part, John, I don't like when you say you've got to do this, but the more I think about it, like right now, it's a battle between win now for a coach who is his only chance to coach and trying to continue to develop a quarterback, which takes way longer than what they've given him. But the more I think about it, is anything going to change with what's around him or with his, like maybe the best thing for him is to just take a timeout and watch behind Andy and try to regain some level of confidence. Now, it didn't happen for Zach Wilson. This is the mode that the Jets try to use with Zach, and it never clicked back. But maybe you do have to get him out of there just for his own mental well-being, because I think they say he's a hard worker. There's great positive football character, all this stuff. But at this point right now, he is walking out there knowing he's going to fail. So what good does that do him, even if you're talking about development? The big problem I'd say, John, is, was this the right head coach to have in this particular situation? You know, if you knew you had to try to develop Bryce Young, what did you have your
that
best
was the
draft?
job. No, everybody knows that was the job.
That was a job. So is that who you hire? A guy who'd never been a head coach before? Do you hire, a guy who's a special teams coach?
A lot of teams are succeeding with first-time head coaches.
I'm not saying that this is a bad situation, though. Yeah. This is a terrible roster. It's a young quarterback you drafted 1-1. He's got no offensive.
Who's going to win there, though? Who? And by the way,
I'm not saying win. I'm saying just develop.
Okay.
Just improve.
Well, I don't know that anything could have. I mean, he's not ready. He's just not ready.
But no, you're right. But this idea that
a lot of guys have to sit. I mean, and watch. Pat Mahomes sat for a year. You started Bryce Young his first game.
No, that's true.
I mean, he's not ready. And maybe he will be someday, but
he's not ready. And more importantly, he's not ready, but the team's not ready for him to start.
No.
I mean, look what they did. They drafted a a wide receiver with the 32nd pick in the draft, Xavier Legette. They need wide receiver help. That was a deep wide receiver draft. Go get it somewhere else. If anything, move up and go get Fuaga. Go get one of those tackles, Faltanu. Go do something where you're helping him with an offensive lineman. Their idea that they're going to play Ekwonu and he's going to be fine, they are so lost right now. My gosh. They get their first 2 draft picks. Here's their first 3 draft picks. A wide receiver with the 32nd pick, when you can find wide receivers all over. A running back who's going to be on the PUP list, and Jonathan Brooks. Tevin Wallace, a specialty linebacker who runs fast. That's it. And then you get a tight end in Jatavion Sanders. Not one offensive lineman was drafted for an offensive line that stinks. I just think they've done a terrible job of understanding the process of building. As soon as you draft him with the first pick of the first round. Now, last year you thought Ekwonu was going to be better. He wasn't. So I understand you thought you may have your tackle of the future. But as soon as you do that, everything in your world's got to be, how do we support Bryce Young so we make him successful? And they have not drafted like that. I mean, really at all. Not in my opinion.
Yeah. This is a good point. Dream Shake sent us Tom Brady talking about learning a program as opposed to learning a playbook.
I watched that yesterday.
Yeah. And it's a really good point. And learn from Andy Dalton, because Andy Dalton can teach him stuff. Although is Andy Dalton teaching him stuff in the quarterback room?
My guess is if Bryce is open to it, he will. Andy's a good pro. Andy's just redhead Case Keenum.
Yeah. No. He is a good pro. We don't know what's going on in that quarterback room though. Is he like Aaron Rodgers? I don't know. Is Andy Dalton?
I doubt it.
Is he sabotaging Bryce Young to get the job?
You honestly think that? No. He's a Jeff Nally client. He's not going to be a saboteur.
Jeff Nally's listening right now, and he's about to punch.
And Dusty Stanfield has him. Dusty has Case. Like, Dusty only deals with those kind of guys.
Good
for the
people.
Most part. Yeah.
Good people.
Good backup quarterbacks who he thinks should be starting.
Yeah.
Which one does he think should be starting more?
Probably Dalton. He's probably right. I mean, Vegas had Dalton as we went through this the other day. There was 3 quarterbacks in the NFL where Vegas actually improves the odds for Carolina if the backup is in.
Yeah.
And he was worth 1.5, either 0.5 or 1.5.
They're a better team with Andy Dalton playing quarterback.
Their power rating is higher with Andy Dalton at quarterback.
Yeah. I mean, he made some throws that are he's just not ready. Just not ready. He's not ready. No, he's not ready.
And he may not be.
Dale, you got to put me back up on the video. Yeah, I had to shut down my computer again. It's a disaster. Poker Stars just will ruin your computer.
Why do you have all these?
That's now a work computer for you, like literally work. You have to have that thing working so this works.
Poker
and you're on
Stars.
Poker Stars.
How do you play Poker Stars? Is it legal there, I guess?
Yeah, you can play.
It's not
Poker
legal
Stars.
here.
Legal wherever I am.
What's this?
You
Look
can
at this
play
man.
Poker Stars.
What's he doing to you right now?
Well, I don't know.
He crushed
snitching.
Trey in the first segment.
I know.
And now this.
No.
Right.
It's not like illegal. It's a matter of will they allow him to play.
Well, so bookies aren't legal either. Yet we do my bookie spot 4 times a day, 4 times a show.
No, I'm worried about if you're geofenced where you can't do it. Is what I was talking about.
He's found a way apparently.
No. It's the motor won't stop running on this computer.
Okay, that's
Does
the
anybody
fan.
know how to take it
It's
off?
not a motor.
It's
It's
not
the
a
fan.
motor. No, there's no motor in that.
Whatever.
Poker Stars did not. My wife has the same. My wife has
Do you
the
have
same.
to put oil in that thing to
Put
get
some
it to work?
oil. If you look, there's a little port on the side where you can pour oil into.
I
it.
do that.
Antifreeze.
You can just put olive oil in there if you want. Is
Okay.
usually is going to grease.
It usually just drips off my hand. I don't need
grease
to.
the schisms. My wife has the same thing. The fan just works nonstop, but instead of just bringing it in, just let it sit there. I can pretty much guarantee you, Poker Stars did not force your fan on.
Well, no, but it's definitely ruining my computer. I have to shut it down, and it takes like 12 times to shut down.
Maybe we get away from Poker Stars.
Yeah.
Well, I know. I'd like to take it off completely. Does somebody know how to do that?
Don't you
please?
have like family rolling in there consistently? Get one of the smarter people in the Granado
Yeah, I know,
family
one
to
of
do
the
that.
young people.
Can't Wendy take it to one of her IT people?
Yeah.
Can't you
no.
just go to an Apple store?
Or that too.
Yeah, that too.
Go to the
That's
Apple
probably
bar
true.
where you've got to set up an appointment. Then you get there and you visit their concierge. Then you're going through an elaborate maze that you have to go through. Then you meet with 3 executives like, well, Apple, just fix my stuff. What is all this where you've got to, here, let me check. I'm your concierge. I'll be walking you through the system today and we'll stop. I don't need to get on Resi or Open Table to book this. And then I visit with my concierge and just give me a guy that knows what he's doing.
Just
and fix it.
tell me how to
Can
do
I
this.
just drop this off? Hey, here's my thing. I think the fan's on. Boom. John Granado, 713-780-3776. Bye. That's how it should work. That's how it works on Fondren. That's how we do things on Fondren.
Well, I ain't on Fondren. I don't know if you heard. I ain't on Fondren no more. Okay.
No,
I'm gonna figure. I'm gonna go. No, right on the corner where we are. There's a laptop guy.
Oh, you have yeah, but you have Fondrens there. You just have to find the Fondrens.
You
They're
gotta find the
they're
Fondren.
probably a little bit of a drive for you.
Right. Harwin is another place you can go. Yeah.
Lance
Harwin.
is extra snarky today.
He is. He really
Like,
kind of is.
Yeah, I don't know
said
what
that's
happened,
not-
but something happened.
No, that's not true.
Hey,
I left my
true.
phone in my car. My coffee's in the other room.
Well, yeah, there it is.
Oh,
I got
there it
sleep.
is.
You know what? I fell asleep, so I
That's
got
why.
some sleep. That helped.
You're agitated.
Also-
For no reason.
Somebody wants to know Poker Stars. Wow, do people still play? I honestly did not know Poker
I
Stars
don't
was
play.
still around.
No, I don't play, and that's why I want it off the computer. I want it off. It just keeps on running and running and running, and I can't stop it from
Why
running.
don't you download?
I hit quit all the time. all the time.
2005 called. They want you to download Party Poker again and give it a shot.
No, I'm not. Hey, this hour is brought to you by. How about Damaris is back with us this football season, and this hour is brought to you by Baby Back Ribs. If you haven't tried the Baby D's at Damaris Barbecue, you haven't lived. Okay,
Baby D's.
that's what it says here.
I don't
The-
love
and
that
I wanted to read that one of all the ones that they gave me, so that Dell could comment on the Baby
I
D's.
don't love Baby D's. D's ribs.
D's. Dell, no comments on the Baby D's.
No, because I'm not 14. No, you're not gonna get me.
You got 14 in you. Yes, you do.
Watch
Yeah,
it.
you
Every
do.
once in a while, you'll be like,
No, but
Yeah,
not,
you
not
will.
about baby.
Yeah.
Not about Baby D's. In
Baby
fact,
D's.
that's the one I hate the
"Oh
most.
no!" Now
Yeah.
our chat is saying they're eating the babies. Now they're eating the babies in Houston, Texas. They're eating Baby D's.
There is proof the cats are being eaten, but okay, never mind. Let's talk about if someone's trying to eat your cat, can you call John Daspit?
Yeah, John. By the way, that video of that lady with the cat thing, she's like full on from America, and I think she's on bath salts. You seen that? I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
The one where the lady and they say she's voodoo witch or whatever, but it turns out if you ever hear her talk, oh no, she's from here. She's 100% from here. There's no doubt. John Daspit is, if you have something happen to one of your llamas or an animal, maybe you can call John Daspit. I don't know, but John Daspit does help with wrecks on the roadways. He helps with explosions. There was a huge plant explosion yesterday in LaPorte out by Dell. And that's one where John Daspit, if there's injuries, John Daspit's the guy that will get a lot of the calls. We've seen explosions, offshore explosions, where John Daspit has had cases where he had 33 different people or 23 different people who he was representing. And it took a while. They had to go through because the injuries and the recovery take a long time for some of these accidents. And so the story's not yet written. And so he makes sure that you get everything that you need in terms of, all the medical treatment, making sure that you have all the tests needed, find out exactly what's going on, your surgeries, your time missed from work, your pain and suffering. Everything is going to be accounted for with John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm. They do a fantastic job of caring for you and making sure that the insurance company takes care of you the way that they are supposed to. John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm, they're an easy phone call to make, and they're going to help you recover for all of the issues that you had due to the negligence of someone else when it comes to your personal injury. 713 call now. That's 713 call now, or go to daspitlaw.com.
All right, time to talk about hoops and my man Keith Tate over at Hoops. You know how long he's been doing this? I mean, it's incredible what he has built here. It is the best place to get your goal. I mean, he's developed it over 25, 30 years now. Keith Tate has the best goal in the market. It's not even arguable. I mean, the tempered glass backboard, everything that goes into it, it is perfect. It is the perfect goal for you and your family. If you're looking for the best way to get that goal for the kids, okay, they want to dunk. They want the goal that's going to raise and lower. You want the goal that's going to look the best outside. It's going to give your house curb appeal as well. Your wife wants the kids in the driveway so they know where they are. You want them outside playing as well, as opposed to just playing Xbox all day. All of these things happen with the hoops goal because the kids will love it. And don't get one of these that they'll never play on a 10-foot goal that you can't raise and lower, and you can raise and lower this one because they love it. You're looking for the best way to get that goal to your family. ProDunk.com. That's ProDunk.com.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. I don't know that Pro Football Focus is accurate, but 4 of their top 5 guys this week for the Texans were on the defensive side. Nico came in third,
That
I
feels
believe.
accurate.
Yeah, it was very accurate. The offensive side of the ball, they couldn't run the ball. They were inconsistent. Nico had himself a great game. Nico has turned into a legitimate one. At this time last year, Lance, we were like, is Nico going to get a contract? What do you do with Nico? Have no idea what you're going to do with Nico. This offseason, he was extended, and truth be told, the Texans got a real team-friendly deal with the way that this guy is playing.
Yeah, he got paid early. That was probably the deal. I mean, the Astros get team-friendly deals all the time by giving guys money early.
Yeah.
That's the way the Astros.
No, they got a team-friendly deal with Jordan. There's no question about it.
Jordan with Bregman, with
Altuve.
Yeah, that's the way they do it. We'll give you money early, but it's going to be a team-friendly deal.
So Daniil Hunter graded out.
I got a funny feeling they're going to redo his deal within a year.
I don't know if it'll take a year, but it might be a couple. And he's a wide receiver, so although he hasn't shown any diva, he has shown zero diva.
But let me tell you, there will be plenty of diva for him if he leads the league in wide receiving this year.
Yeah,
in yards. The shows will be, why is he even playing on this contract? He shouldn't even play. Stephen A. Smith. That's ESPN will do 4 straight shows of why Nico Collins must sit out and must not play in 2025 unless he gets a new deal. Don't worry, they'll do it for him. He doesn't have to.
So Daniil Hunter 90.1, Kamari Lassiter 90.0, Azeez Al-Shaair 87.6, Nico 87.3, and Jalen Petrie 78.1. It sounds pretty accurate. Azeez Al-Shaair had a nice bounce back game. He was playing tough guy though. Is it today or tomorrow that fines are going to be coming down?
It's usually tomorrow. Wednesday, I think, is when they come.
Yeah,
out.
Probably. He's going to get fined.
He'll get it. I don't know. I mean, I'm guessing 50,000. Feels like what the number they throw out there. I don't know. Maybe it will be more. I don't think it'll be less. I don't think it'll be 25. I mean, that was a good shot he put on that guy.
Is there?
And he wouldn't get off the sideline, and then he was yapping at their side later in the game. Like at some point, you gotta. There's a line between having edge and playing with toughness and being a dog and all that stuff, and then just kind of drifting into stupid when you're a team captain in the middle of that defense. Like you gotta, there's just a line that I think Al-Shaair crossed over into could hurt his team.
Yeah. No, he did. And there's no chance, or I'm going to put it at about 5% that he actually gets suspended.
Oh, no, I don't think there's any chance he does.
Yeah, no chance.
Although he would have gotten kicked off the field had they seen that. He would have been kicked out of the game. So, maybe, I don't know, maybe 5%
so do they retroactively say, since you got away with it?
In college, they could suspend him for the first half. Well, they don't do that.
He had a punch and a headbutt.
Maybe 5% is the number.
So maybe it's about 5 because they saw 2 incidents at the same time that he wasn't penalized for either one.
And then there's the Joe Mixon stuff, and Joe Mixon came out on Twitter, and Joe Mixon, and I don't know. I guess they're saying that it wasn't a hip drop. Was that not the definition of a hip drop?
It's a definition.
It's the definition. When I got up and asked the ref, where's the flag? That was a hip tackle. And his reply was, no, it wasn't.
They missed it.
The NFL and NFLPA made it a rule and an emphasis for a reason. Time to put your money where your mouth is. That's what Joe said last night or yesterday. So is there any way they go back? And now listen, what was the call what was the call a couple of years ago that the refs would not do? You remember? That the refs decided, well, we're not calling that. We don't care if you guys made that a rule this year. Was it some kind of instant replay or
pass interference?
Was it
offensive pass interference?
No, just pass interference. Like they were allowed to replay pass interference for a year,
interference,
and they're like, we're never correcting ourselves. So get out of here with that.
Yeah,
it came from the play in the title game with the Rams and the Saints.
Is this something that they're not going to legislate? Is this something that they're not going to be judicious about?
Well, they've because
that was the definition of it.
Yeah, but I read the article. They missed it, but they also said rarely, because in real time it's faster. But I remember reading the article before the season when everyone was up in arms that this is terrible. The hip. Remember, everyone was anti-hip drop being taken out of the league, especially defensive players. And I remember reading the article that said we actually are not going to call it probably as much on the field. It will probably be handled more post game when it comes to fines, penalty,
great
fines.
While we got a broken ankle, that's great. And by the way,
that's what it's going to be.
That should have been another 15 yards on the play.
Hey, if you don't have to like the penalty, but you can not like the penalty is involved in like you were probably not. I wasn't big pro hip drop being out of the game. Were you?
Well, no, but if it's
Dell was because he hurt his running back.
Wait a minute. Listen, there's a reason that horse collar is out of the game because it was hurting people.
Yeah, that's the
hip
reason.
drop is hurting people.
But you weren't for it. I wasn't for it, and yet it probably helps because Dell was for it because he saw Achane get hurt.
No, not just Achane. It happened to Mark Andrews too. And
that's right.
I had him on my fantasy team.
The complaint was, the pushback was, well, how do we make tackles? And I said, well, if you get dragged for 3 yards and it results in a touchdown, so be it. It's better than having Mark Andrews out for the year.
You pull the legs together, you wrap around the legs. Regardless, this is what the rule is now. So call it. Doesn't matter if this is what the rule is. You got to call it. Now the argument is it happens so fast in real time you can't see it. I think you can see that. Like I can always see horse collar in real time. Why can I see horse collar, but this is a
little tougher. This is a little tougher.
But that wasn't the other day, though.
And listen, they still don't get roughing the quarterback, right? They still don't get it right. I mean, it's still. I didn't think that was a rough. Edwards roughed the quarterback the other day. I don't think. Did you think that was a roughing the quarterback? I don't think he hit him at all with his helmet.
They're letter of the law. I think he hit him with his helmet.
I thought he hit him with his helmet, but I think
it wasn't
I think it
forceful.
was a football play because his head was up. It was not the crown of the helmet to me, and he was being blocked. I mean, to me, that's one you don't call. You don't call that one. You call the Petrie one, but you don't call that. You should have called that. At first, I was all pissed off, like, come on, what are we doing? Stop being stupid, guys. And then I saw the replay. I'm like, well, that wasn't really on Mario Edwards.
No.
That wasn't really his fault.
Tank Dell's injury last year was a hip drop. No, it wasn't. It was an Antonio. It was a Pierce running up the back of his legs.
Yeah, that
wasn't a hip drop. And oh, by the way, and that was when he was playing guard, and so we stopped doing that.
Yeah, it's more like a tackle. He was an extra offensive lineman. He was playing tackle.
He was like a big tight
super
end
tackle.
coming in.
Yeah,
super tackle.
Tank Dell was playing super tackle.
Yeah,
that's why you can expect,
which is a good spot for him.
You expect less targets. You don't expect your super tackle to get a lot of targets. So Tank should be just fine with this.
He's not getting any targets
lack
now.
Of catches. I looked it up. He's through 2 games. He has 4 less targets than he had last year. It's just that's all. Just less catches. Obviously, that's the difference.
Yeah, he got a lot of targets in the first game.
Where is now do Stephon Diggs and where his targets are?
Well, I think
6 was fine for him.
The yardage might be his problem.
Yeah.
They're going for 33 yards a game, whatever he's at right now.
Everyone's like, I thought we had a chance.
He had 33 in the first game.
Yeah, I don't.
Did he have 33 again the other night?
I thought we had a chance for 3,000-yard receivers, and now I realize
that's what they were talking about.
It's just going to be Nico mostly.
And you look at the NFL. If you break 215 from a quarterback at this point, you get applauded. I don't know what's going on. I mean, we talked about how maybe it's bad quarterback play, but defenses are shutting passing games down. Pat Mahomes had one of his worst games. Now, the Bengals always give him issues, but I think he threw for 150-something yards, 2 touchdowns, 2 picks. I think we're in a different mode now, unless you're the Saints.
It is. They've basically gone to a lot of cover 4 shells and quarters where they run, they're running 2 deep safeties to take the deep ball away, and then they're running they're just playing off like it's a zone coverage where the corner just drops back. They keep everything inside they try to keep everything inside the numbers, and it forces you to play more patient football. And they have totally taken that away against the Texans. So far, when I was watching the offense yesterday, I stopped watching. That was on every play but one. Every play but one in the first quarter, they ran that defense. They ran just a shell defense. And they're just telling you can't have the long passes.
And
just can't have.
Just think if CJ wasn't breaking the pocket and without that connection to Nico, where would his passing numbers have been on Sunday night?
Yeah, that's true. Because the numbers look better than actually I thought the play was. He was a little bit off in terms of some of his placement. Some of it was really good, but some of his placement was a little bit off. And then it's not going to flow. Like teams are not going to play them man-to-man a whole lot. It's just a bad matchup for them to try to play man-to-man. So you're going to see a lot of zone. A lot of zone means a lot of dinking and dunking and short throws. I don't think it's going to be good for Stephon Diggs' yards per catch. So I hope Stephon doesn't get mad at us.
To answer your question, John, he got to 37 on Sunday night.
Okay, so he's averaging 35 a game.
So it's an uptick in yardage.
Yeah. Hey, it was better. You're better. Okay. You're every week we're increasing you by 4 yards. How's that? You happy now? You happy now? All right, let's break it here on the other side. The Texans' odds of making the playoffs, pretty damn good. As a matter of fact, one of the best in the league. And there's a good reason, because nobody else has a 2-game lead in their division.
3 0-2 teams.
Yeah. Time to talk about Chastain Ford. Nobody's doing it better. My son is coming in today. As a matter of fact, we're coming back and we're going to be going to Chastain Ford. And I've already talked to him over there. Hey, look for a vehicle for me. I need a pickup. He loves the F-150. He had the F-150. I've had F-150s. I still got my F-150 Lightning. The F-150 is just a wonderful car. And we're coming in and we're going to find one, either new or used, whatever the case may be. I know this. If it's a pre-owned vehicle, they're going to do, and they've got great financing on pre-owned vehicles, because in a lot of cases they'll be gold certified. And if they're gold certified, you can get an interest rate that's fantastic. So you don't have to buy new. They've got everything on the lot over at Chastain Ford. And for every car that they sell this month, they're giving $100 to Texas Children's Hospital for cancer research, which is awesome, awesome, awesome. It's the kind of stuff that they do. I mean, they're big, big, big University of Houston supporters, both on the academic and the athletic side. It's just the place to go to get your Ford or your pre-owned vehicle on. It's what we're doing. I mean, I've got my daughter's car there. I got my cars there. I'm getting JT's there. We're a Chastain family. You can be too. ChastainFord.com on 610 at Homestead, not Hempstead, 5 minutes from downtown Chastain Ford.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. So, what do you think you'd have to lay, Lance, to win money if the Chiefs make the playoffs?
At this point, it would probably be like minus 2,500.
3,000.
Okay.
You have to risk $3,000 to win 100.
Mm-hmm.
To win 100. The Texans are the second favorite to make the playoffs. Well, Philadelphia was until last night. Now they're not. So the Texans right now, you have to lay. What do you think you have to lay?
Ooh, man. 2,000.
No, 550
What? To make the playoffs?
to make the playoffs.
Has anyone seen the Colts, Jaguars, and Colts, Jaguars, and Titans?
Anybody seen them? Yeah. You still, despite what they did, the Cowboys making the playoffs, you're still minus 160. In other words, you have to risk $160 to win.
Where are the Ravens right now at 0-2?
See, that might be a good one. They're still minus 140.
So they're not giving you any.
No, they're not giving you good odds.
How about Joey B? Plus the Bengals at plus one.
Bengals are minus 140 as well.
So basically, they're just not letting you take the favorites.
They're not.
And they're not really giving you anything on the other side either.
But those are much better odds than you could have got before the season started. Right?
Yeah, well, Pittsburgh, I guess Pittsburgh is the one that I didn't think Pittsburgh was going to make the playoffs. I thought, okay, Mike Tomlin's winning seasons ends, or no losing season ends here. And here they are, 2-0. Of course,
if you want to bet them, you will make 140 if you bet 100
to make the playoffs.
Yeah, they're plus 140 still.
They still got good pass rush. I mean, so far Justin Fields hadn't done anything wacky. Yeah, I think that's the play actually.
Yeah. Do you have any faith in Minnesota making the playoffs? They're even money.
No,
minus
I don't have any faith. But I know Green Bay got a huge win without Jordan Love. The Lions are going to be there. John, Sam Darnold has played well. Sam Darnold is in a good offensive scheme. He's got Jordan. He never had. Let's remember, we talked about Bryce Young earlier. Sam Darnold stepped into a really bad spot when he was drafted as well. It was a really terrible spot. Didn't have help around him. Didn't have a good offensive line. Basically got run out of football for all intents and purposes. Became a backup quarterback. Well, actually went to where was it? Carolina. Didn't do anything. Became a backup. And now he's in a good system with Jordan Jefferson. And all of a sudden it's like, hey, football's not as hard anymore.
Yeah. And how about that? And he's making some throws. That throw from the end zone was a perfect dime.
Yeah, it was a good throw.
That was a great throw. No, and we'll find out. We'll find him this week. Are you worried at all about the Vikings game?
Yeah, I am because with Jordan Jefferson being a little beat up, it certainly helps. Justin Jefferson. I think I called him that two times. Who is Jordan Jefferson? Oh yeah, quarterback LSU. I do think that with Minnesota, the thing that concerns me a little bit is, they really, like, what concerns me? I don't know, but they just got done whipping, and I mean, it really wasn't even as close as a score. They whipped San Francisco. Why? What are they doing that should scare me? I don't know. Other than Jefferson, why should I be worried about Sam Darnold in this team? They got a really good left tackle who will be fighting against they moved Will Anderson over to the other side they had Danielle Hunter on the left side. They were switching them back and forth. So that'll be interesting to see what the Texans do with Derek Stingley. Are they going to travel him wherever Justin Jefferson goes, or also are they going to flip flop their defensive ends and, rush from same sides or flip them on different sides? I don't know why should Minnesota scare me other than the Texans maybe don't play as well on the road? I don't know why I should be afraid, but Minnesota looks for real.
Jefferson's banged up. Jordan Addison is banged up. They got Jalen Naylor, Tristan Jackson, Trent Sheffield Sr.
Tristan Jackson made that team?
Yeah. Brandon Powell. That's their wide receivers.
That's
Justin Jefferson.
But Jefferson's going to play.
Gosh,
I mean, I hope
why?
not.
Well, no. How about he sits for a week?
Yeah, I hope not. This is a long season. You need to do what's best for Jefferson and sit him out and let him get better.
You on the other side, you got Jonathan Grenard and Blake Cashman. Revenge for those guys. Seeing the Texans in week 3. Jonathan Grenard, how many sacks does he have? I'm going to give under over 1.5.
Oh, I'll say under, but I do think he gets one.
I bet he gets one.
He won't get it on Tunsil, but I bet he gets one.
Ooh, you got Camu Grugier-Hill, shoe.
Oh, look at this. All the former Texans looking for revenge.
Yep. This could be a revenge game right here. This could be a real revenge game.
What are the Texans favored by? About 3.5?
I have not seen a number yet. I can find that out for you, though, my friend. That's easy because I go to mybookie.ag, promo code BET975. And I double my money. Is this a – no. Double my money with my initial deposit. So that we got that, too. Don't forget about that.
Houston is 2.5.
2.5 right now.
So the sucker play is going to be the Texans, and the sucker play might be the best side. But, this team just whipped San Francisco. And so far, the quarterback has played well 2 games in a row. There is such a thing as a 3-game starter. So this is what you look for with the backup quarterbacks, a guy who can step in and play well for 3 games. So history tells us when our boy Sage Rosenfels used to come in, he would play well for a couple of games. Most backups do. Mike White with the Jets came in and played well for a couple of games. And then what happens? Reality strikes.
Right.
This could be a reality strike moment for Minnesota, where they're going against a really rough defensive front, a team that has shown that they can pressure you with blitzing or without blitzing. You've got a really good cornerback 1 to take on Justin Jefferson, who's a little bit dinged up. This could be a really bad, if you look at it from the other side of the coin, Minnesota could be in for a wake-up call with a backup quarterback in Sam Darnold. Even though you could argue that Sam Darnold maybe gives him a better chance than a rookie J.J. McCarthy might have, who's out for the season. I like the Texans here, but this is a no-touch game for me. They're both 2-0. I don't know. I think it's just Sam Darnold. I have a hard time being afraid of Sam Darnold.
Here's the game of the week is the Ravens at the Cowboys. The Ravens at the Cowboys. The Ravens are -1. They're 0-2. Is there any way the Ravens fall to 0-3?
Well, sure.
Cowboys lose, they go to 1-2.
Sure, there's a way.
I don't know. I think the Ravens go in there and they take care of that business. They
might, but if they don't, they're in. San Francisco goes to the Rams. The Rams are damn near out of the. Rams are about to find themselves. They're a 7.5-point underdog. No Cooper Kupp. No, they've got injuries galore. They're going to go to 0-3 against San Francisco. The Rams, one of my playoff teams, they'll be basically out of it by the end of the week once they go 0-3.
Francisco?
Well,
Debo's out. McCaffrey's out.
The guy, Brock, doesn't matter that McCaffrey's out. Jordan Mason is as good as McCaffrey.
Now you've
apparently.
got one.
Jordan Mason might be as good a runner. He's at least as good a runner as McCaffrey. McCaffrey's special because of the total package, but they're not missing anything in the running game with Jordan Mason. You have Brandon Ayuk still playing.
But they didn't score against Minnesota.
Brandon Ayuk has been a shell of himself.
Yeah, he's been playing, but what has he been playing?
He got the bag. Everything's fine.
Okay, the guys who were all the diva-ing this offseason, Jamar Chase has been nothing, has been a big 0 so far. Brandon Ayuk has been a 0 so far.
What about your boy C.D. Lamb?
C.D. Lamb
he's been good.
He made a big play the other day, but that was about it.
Well, he's gone for what, 2? I think he's 2 games over 100.
No, it's 2 games under 100.
Oh, he didn't get to 100 in either one of them?
No, he's 9.
Man, that was a long touchdown he had the other day.
Yeah, and that was it.
Yards. 9 for 50. 9 for 151 and 1 TD over the course.
What are
of
you
2
crying
games.
about Chase? He had 4 catches for 35. Missing all that time didn't hurt him at all. He's had 10 catches for 97 yards so far this year.
Wow.
The offense is doing fine.
The divas are all struggling. They're all struggling. That's why, and look at Nico. Nico just says, whatever you guys want to pay me, I'm cool. That's the kind of guy I am. And look at him.
Yeah, sucker.
He said, "I'm not turning down money."
Yeah.
That was his
Yeah.
quote. And what did he get? Oh, that sucker only gets
That
$25
sucker.
million a year
Yeah,
now.
look how much money he'd be
How much
worth.
do you get now, Dell?
All he had
He's
to-
making so much more
All
than
he
you
had to
now.
do- yeah, I know. Different professions, understood. Just wait. All you had to do was wait until the regular season and look at the numbers you put up. Now you could demand over
You
30
never know when
million a
you
year.
can tear both Achilles
And
and your career's over.
Bet on yourself, Nico.
George
bet on
Jefferson,
yourself.
who is it?
Justin.
Jamar Chase took out. Yeah, I said Jordan. Jamar Chase took out a $50 million policy from Lloyd's of London. I think I saw.
Is
for
Jamar Chase
himself.
protecting himself? That's why we're not seeing the best of Jamar Chase? Because he ain't got
Maybe.
paid yet?
Yeah. Maybe Jamar's just like, what? For who? For what? No.
Wow.
And
And I heard somebody else got really upset about Jamar Chase's contract. Oh, 5-star the other day was talking about they pay him. They're going. You get paid after your 4th year.
Yeah.
They're not setting a precedent of paying wide receivers
my
after
money
3
now.
years. They're
I
not
want it
Yeah.
now.
Well, guess what? Look at now how much is he going to make?
because you're going to make. They're
He's
going to
got
make
10 catches for 97 yards.
But
okay.
wide receivers are going to make $30 million plus a year,
He's
which
a
is
bust.
now taking a
Well,
huge.
now you're 0-2.
I don't know about. Wait, that's LSU. Jamar, he's a bust
And
now.
he's hurting your other LSU guy. Look how Joe
Yeah,
Burrow's
that's why
playing.
he's hurting my guy,
Your baby doll.
Blondie. He's hurting my guy. Okay.
You knew that. You knew this season was going to be a disaster for the Bengals as soon
As soon as you saw the French,
as soon as he was
the
at
fashion show,
that fashion show.
Oh yeah.
you knew it was over.
It was
John's
over.
heart hurt so bad to see
Oh my God.
Burrow dressed like that. It
And
hurts
the
your
blonde
heart.
hair and Joe. Go back to being from Ohio. What are you doing?
Well, that's what
Stop.
Ohio turned him into.
Yeah. Well, we got to break it here. 713-780-3776.
Yeah, he's in Ohio now.
Yeah. Ohio broke him. Oh my God. This is not how we act in Ohio. Okay. We're lunch pail people in Ohio, Joe.
Not
Stop
from
with
there.
the blonde hair and the blown out back.
You can't speak for Ohio. You're not from Ohio.
I'm from the Midwest. That's the same thing.
You got kicked out.
That it kind of did. Time to talk about right now, Aqueduct Plumbing Company, Billy Brown. I'm going to tell you what, if you've got issues, and I've got another issue at my house, I'm sorry, Billy. I'm going to have your guys out there. I apologize.
Can one of those guys just stay there while you're out of town?
Well, maybe they could just, take a room upstairs while I'm not. I don't know how it happened. Probably all the hair that's down the drain. I don't know what happened, Billy. All I know is that I'm going to need your guys. And when I need a plumber, there's only one place, 281-488-6238. Make sure that number is in your phone. You have got to have the Aqueduct Plumbing team. Don't tweet us because people tweet us, hey, what's the name? What's the number for the plumbing guys? Lance, put in your phone, 281-488-6238.
Yeah, and that's you got a plumber now. Now you got a plumber. You always want, I need an air conditioning guy, I need a plumber, I need a car mechanic. Those are the big three. We're giving you plumber right here. We've used the plumber for minor jobs and major jobs. They've discovered major issues that we thought were minor as well. They can install tankless water heaters. They can clean your tankless water heater, which needs to be done once a year, by the way. I found that out. And there's so much more Aqueduct Plumbing Company does. You can go to their website and find out all their services, aqueductplumbingcompany.com.
All right, welcome back on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. John and Lance, along with Dell, 713-780-3776. What do you want to talk about today? You're more than welcome to do that. Julian is here. He wants to talk about, and we're going to talk about the 49ers, Julian. They suck. Can't even go to Detroit and win a football game. They suck.
What you do, bro? No, so Bryce Young getting benched. What if the Miami Dolphins gave them a call for a third rounder? Because hear me out. It's in one of the most quarterback-friendly systems, the Kyle Shanahan system. Not only that, they have a running game behind them, a lot of play action. He has a bigger arm than Tua. I know it might be jumping the gun because Tua wants to come back and play, but Bryce would give them a much better chance than anybody they have on the roster.
Based on what?
Have a good one.
What have we seen from Bryce Young to suggest he would give anyone a better chance to win?
They actually have a better their odds are better of winning with Andy Dalton.
No,
maybe the
Bryce
Dolphins
Young
should
or
trade
Skylar
for Andy
Thompson?
Dalton.
Hold on,
Maybe
John. Who do you think would give Miami a better chance of winning, Bryce Young or Skylar Thompson?
Skylar Thompson.
At least he's
Oh
been.
my God,
He's not good, but at least he's been
this
in the
man
system
has
for a
fallen
couple
to
years.
the depths of hell, Bryce Young.
Well, yeah. What have we seen to suggest he would help anyone win?
He can do a kick flip.
You don't even know that. You just think he can because he's the size of a skater.
He can do some sweet ollies.
You don't know that. I've never seen Bryce Young skate.
I haven't seen him skate either. I don't know
Yeah,
if he's a good skater.
He does. Hey,
I know he's not a very good quarterback right now. I don't
No.
think he can skate, but
no, I'd rather have Skylar Thompson if you want to know the truth.
can he
I'd rather have the
sing?
guy
Like,
they
can he-
signed, Tyler Huntley. They signed him yesterday.
Maybe
Yeah,
he
you
can
could-
join Run Gavin Run as a group.
Yeah. Right.
As
That's
a band,
That's
as a
not the name.
roadie.
That's not the name of the band. That's really a deep cut that very few people know. Maybe just me. So, good job,
Run
by
Gavin Run is not the name of the band.
you. No, it's not. I told you that
Lance
before.
is,
Oh,
Lance
Dance
is just
Gavin
doing the show for
Dance.
3 people.
That's
yeah,
what it
and
is.
this one's just for me.
That was really just for Dell.
Yeah,
All the
one's
way
not
down to
even
just
for,
one.
That's not even for anyone else out there.
Could what else can Bryce do? Could he could probably sell, like, he seems, those people who go door to door trying to get you to sign up for the home security stuff. He could probably do. He seems like one of those people that would go, "Hello, sir. I am trying to sell enough magazines so I can get to I can do my junior year abroad. And if you can just sign this, do a magazine subscription. I've got a little piece of paper here that shows you all the different magazines that we offer." It seems like he's one of those guys. Maybe somebody who does try to sell you on home security, where they'll do the install free. You just pay for the security, the monthly fee for the security. I could see him doing that. I could see him as a waiter. I think Bryce would be a fantastic server. He seems very friendly.
He does seem friendly. I'm kidding.
Not quarterback.
So we just did the Aqueduct plumbing spot, and Ryan says Granado keeps punching toilet clogging grumpies. That I never heard that term before, and it's my sink that's not my toilet that's backed up. I don't toilet clogging grumpies is not something that I'm putting down my sink. Okay,
No,
that's not.
please don't
that's
do
not-
that. We're
No.
getting different things that Bryce Young can do. I guess if you want to offer up 713-780-3776, we have.
Bryce is that kind of guy. As a guy in the mall kiosk, hey boss, what kind of shoes are those?
Oh, he's cleaning. Oh no. Oh, the shoe. Have you ever seen the shoe cleaner guy?
Bryce would be a hell of a barista.
Yeah. But the
Yep.
shoe cleaning guys are the ones in the mall where they say, "Hey, let me take a look at those. Here, I'll clean those for you." And they sell you the Magic kit. It's like, I think it's called Magic, or I've bought some from those guys one time. And he could just shine you. He could get your shoes looking perfect, and then you buy a kit from him. 100% I could see that, actually, now that I think about it.
Yeah. No, I don't poop in the
selling
sink.
electricity door to door when you walk out of an HEB and they're there. Can I ask you what type of electricity you use?
Yeah,
Like, who's your electric company? I could see that.
Yeah, but see, I see Bryce as a kid with a sweatshirt and a backpack. Okay, he needs to be at a skater park.
Well,
doing
he
something.
does that on his time off, but him selling electricity somewhere, 100% could see that. He literally looks like that kind of person who I've seen those people. I've been
No, he doesn't.
accosted.
What are
I
we
have.
kidding? Bryce looks like he works at T-Mobile or Verizon.
Yeah, that's a good one.
What are we
That is
doing?
true.
He does look like
he's
he
like
does.
20. What is he? 23 years old.
Have you
Smaller.
seen the new?
He
I would
looks
wait
like
for the
he's
16. I'm just telling you. I would wait for the
He
16.
looks like he's trying to get you on a new plan.
And
Yeah.
then he skateboards home.
Well, I'm sure he has.
Yeah,
no-
the skating is
Nah,
for sure.
I'm sure he's got a Nissan Sentra or something like that, a starter car. I'm sure he's got that.
Yeah, we're talking about Bryce, who's got $50 million
Yeah,
in the bank
if we're
already.
gonna play this game, we got to play it out. If he's working at T-Mobile or Verizon, there's some 4-door compact that he's driving home.
Yeah, no, for sure. It's
he looks-
Toyota.
I mean, some of the guys who work
You're
there,
making half the audience feel bad about their lives.
some of the guys who work there probably have like a two-door.
No, Bryce is like us.
A 2-door coupe.
Bryce
But-
is like
but
us.
Bryce is responsible, so he's got the 4-door compact.
Good
safe.
insurance.
Yeah, he's just working his way. Still in school.
He has the little drive. He has that DriveWise where he downloaded the app and it measures how you drive and he gets discounts.
Of course.
Sean thinks he could be the new Jake from State Farm. I could see that now. If you needed, if Jake from State Farm had a friend, it would totally be Bryce. Bryce from State Farm, 100%. Jake and Bryce
would
could
give
be
you
out there together.
Great customer service.
Yes.
Oh yeah, he'll be on top of it. He's very polite too. Bryce is very polite.
Well, we got the other end of the spectrum. Do you want to hear from Shannon Sharp?
He's as anti-Bryce as it goes.
I mean, because Shannon Sharp is called in. He wants to talk about the Astros of all teams.
Yes.
All right.
I guess we'll hear from Shannon Sharp on a mobile.
Hey, Shannon.
Oh, what is that? You guess you gonna hear from the saying it's up on a mobile? I was waiting 5 minutes. Come on, Skip. Listen, I'm sorry to interrupt y'all been insightful, Bryce Young working for State Farm conversation, but I digress. You already know who it is. It's Mr. T&B, Mr. Touch and Bust. If she got that scunion, let me get in that onion. And I ain't talking about no yellow bag of Funyuns. You know what I'm saying, Skip? Now, Dale, I know you don't know what I be talking about, so I'm going to spell it out for you real quick. You ever go to Outback Steakhouse and you order that Awesome Blossom? That's exactly what I'm talking about. You just peel it back and dip it in that sauce. You know what I'm saying? And by the way, I kind of like that sauce. It's like a remoulade or something. That sauce be tasting nice. But again, I digress. Now, you already know why I'm calling in. I'm calling in to talk about them world champion Houston Astros because I'm the biggest Astros fan this side of the Mississippi. Man, you know that big ass river I be talking about. Hey, people don't know, but when it comes to the Astros, I'm like the Debbie the Texan for the Astros. And by the way, can I just say, Debbie, if you're listening right now, you need to holler at me, girl, because I see you got that scunion now. Hey, but I digress. I'm getting off track. Let me go back. Our beloved Astros done lost to those pesky Padres last night, and we need to get our boys back on track because we're in that home stretch and every game counts. And I think I got that solution. We need to get this city hyped the right way, still. Like that boy Sampson and half baked, you already know what I want, and I ain't talking about Debbie the Texan scunion, even though I really want that too.
That's it.
I need you to play that.
You can't hear any more about Debbie the Texan scunion, Debbie the Texan. We can't remoulade sauce. You've digressed 7 times, 7 different digressions. Peel the onion back, and he even said like a bag of yellow Funyuns. Did you hear that, Del? Scunion, onion, bag of yellow Funyuns.
I heard him rhyming like he's a rapper from the 1980s. Yeah, I heard him.
I mean, he does know the Sharpisms.
I don't know.
He does
At the
know
start,
the
it
Sharpisms.
was very Shannon Sharp.
He went too long. He
Then
had it real tight. If he kept it tighter,
became something else that I got a little uncomfortable with. I'm
no,
not sure.
it was comfortable.
For you. You've been comfortable all show long.
It was comfortable. This has been a very comfortable show for me.
I don't know. At the end, it was oof. Enough.
I did like the scunion. I did like John. Your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I enjoy Shannon Sharp on a mobile. He did go a little too long though.
Keep it tight. You had a funny set. Just keep
Yep.
it a little tighter, and then boom, he's out.
Yeah. He's no juggalo Trey, but he did keep it. He if he kept it a little tighter, I mean, he could be up there with juggalo Trey.
Yeah.
At any time.
By the way, I'm watching the whole thing. He's killing.
He is killing
He's
it.
absolutely
I'm
killing
seeing it. I watch it too.
And and you can tell
keeps
Tom
looking at
Segura
both
likes
of them.
him. You can tell Tom likes him the same way we do. Like, you
Yeah.
know, you got something different. Like, you just get a sense with Juggalo Trey, there's a sweetness about him, but also
Yeah, but he
just
did a
different.
9/11 joke. I mean,
Yeah, but that's
Yeah.
just
That's
that's that show though.
I know.
I mean,
right?
Tony,
And
I
they
get-
laughed. They thought it was
Oh,
hilarious.
John, you clearly have never seen Kill Tony.
Yeah,
It
no.
is, if you don't like PC comedy, which
Yeah.
you don't,
I know.
that's the show for you because you're going to be faced with jokes that are brutal.
We got a break here. We are way behind. So we have got to talk about my man Kent Jones over at Dream Rate. Look, Dream Rate is the best way to go. Dream Rate, and you're there thinking, I don't know, I'm renting, I can't afford a house. You can do this. You'll probably be paying less for your mortgage than you are for that rent. You'll probably be making yourself money as opposed to that landlord who's making. He's the one that's building wealth with you renting to him. You probably, listen, Kent Jones says he's got so many different ways that the government is incentivizing first-time buyers. I'm telling you, you got a shot at this. Call him and ask him. Get a scenario quote from him, and then he'll send you to other people and say, "Go ask them how much they think it'll cost." Because I'm going to beat him. He just does because he knows how to work this thing. He's been doing it for 30 years. Kent Jones is the best at this stuff. He is going to make sure that you get into that house with thousands and thousands. He has saved. He can give you the number, or I mean, he can tell you about how much he has saved these people. It's ridiculous, people. You have got a way to save thousands and thousands of dollars when you're buying a home. Kent Jones is the way. All you got to do is get to Dream Rate. I'm telling you, you will love Kent Jones and you'll love what he does for you. You're looking for 713-520-LOAN, 713-520-LOAN, or 975loans.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Hey, I just want to give a shout out. My girl Kelly Klein over at Easter Seals. They're doing their first annual Tee It Up at Top Golf. And for years, I did my UCP tournament with them. And we raised over $1.5 million for United Cerebral Palsy over there. They're doing this now. It's an Easter Seals event at Top Golf, Katy, Houston. And it's going to be November 21st from 5 p.m. to 8:30. It's just going to be a fun event. We'll raise a bunch of money. EasterSealsHouston.org. EasterSealsHouston.org. See if you can play. If you're out in Katy, you want to help. If you know somebody with cerebral palsy or you want to help Easter Seals, you're just a good person and you want to do that, EasterSealsHouston.org. November 21st, they're going to play Top Golf. It's going to be fun. So that's a great way to raise money. Having fun. Like our guys over at CCA. I mean, a bunch of great guys. Taylor and all the boys over there. A bunch of great guys. And they're going to be – are you guys going to be out there? Because I'm not going to be back in town October 7th. I think you guys are going to be out at Wildcat for the golf tournament. So that'll be fun. I hope you'll be out there supporting something.
Yet.
How about supporting something for a change, Lance?
We don't know yet.
Okay.
You know, and I support Juggalo Trey, and his set was really good. He did great on Kill Tony, but I'll support whatever needs to be supported, John.
If
you have something for me to support, I'll support it.
You're going to support it if there's something to support.
If there's something to support, I'm not supporting one of your private school fundraisers. We're not doing that. Like Kincaid needs money. No, they don't. Stop lying.
Kincaid does need money.
Please help Kincaid in these difficult times.
Yes.
They need money, a golf course. This golf outing, how much? It's $300, and it also gets you barbecue. What? No, Kincaid doesn't need money.
We need to drop a bag for some kid who wouldn't normally go here to play sports.
May be.
But as far as our grid is concerned in our schedule, nothing scheduled
for us
to be out there.
No. See, John, if you're not here.
No.
I'm just saying, I think you guys should be out there.
No, we don't have a remote schedule on the schedule into November. I mean, there are station events where other shows are going out, but we're not going anywhere.
Do we have any tickets for our big listener event on Friday?
Well, we're giving those away, one per show up until Thursday.
Well, let's go.
Yes, we do.
Let's do it right now, because these people never get a chance.
What do you
mean? 8 o'clock people.
We give stuff away in the 8 o'clock hour.
No.
Yes,
the 8 o'clock
I do
people
it.
are like, screw you guys.
That's not
never
true.
get anything.
You never do it, but I generally do it in the 8 o'clock hour. So what caller would you like, John? What time?
I would at exactly 8:30. I want caller number 4 to be the winner of our listener appreciation party Friday night. All kinds of great food. Dell, who's going to be there?
We've got Lanes. We've got BBs. Who else do we have? I have to look it up. I know
Halal guys.
Halal guys. You have Tejas beer coming out. And there's a vodka company, the name I'm blanking on right now, but there will be vodka out there. And that means 21 plus for everyone who's listening. You can go under the promotions tab on ESPN 97.5. If you have not won tickets from us, you can go get your tickets there as well. And you might be looking at us on YouTube or Twitch or Twitter and see John not here. He will be in town on Friday. So if you want to come out and see John for whatever reason,
he's got a karate. You got a karate challenge on Saturday, don't you? Aren't you doing that karate tournament?
John's in a karate tournament?
Yes.
No, I'm in a golf tournament.
Oh, yeah.
Highland Pines.
I was getting mixed up.
I'm in a golf tournament. Yeah. Actually, it's a club championship I'll be in. So I'm sorry.
You didn't mention that before, the club championship.
Well, I'm going to have to be good and hungover because I don't know how to play if I'm not hungover. So I'll be lighting it up on Friday night at the listener appreciation
That's
party.
the worst, John. The drunken, belligerent John. Congratulations, everybody.
John sounds like somebody who would be on Kill Tony's.
I remember
set.
the last.
Look at you. You look like a Oompa Loompa fell into a pile of dog crap. Thank you. I've been listening for years. I was a big fan.
The last listener appreciation party, I think I said some things I probably.
Yeah, about advertisers.
Yeah, don't do that this time.
Yeah.
About people who work for advertisers.
Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention the 2022 Astros trophy will be in attendance. You guys can take your pictures with that trophy, and you know what it's for, what they did in that year. You can come in and take pictures with the trophy on Friday for the party.
Just like this year. When they win the championship this year, we should be the first ones that have the trophy. Yeah, all right, Gene? We need Gene Diaz. We need to be the first station that has it because we're the only ones that believed in them.
You think we're going to get it before 790 does?
Yeah. We're the only ones. They didn't believe in them.
That seems likely.
I heard them saying what a crappy team they were over there. Yeah. And when the Texans win the Super Bowl, we're the only ones that believed in them.
Well, I don't know. They seem pretty devoted over at 610.
For years, even though they tried to distance themselves. We're not super fans. We call it like it is. Right, Nick? Right, Nick?
Nick?
Right, Nick Casario.
Oh, okay.
Right, Hannah? Right, Nick? Right, Cal? Let's be best friends.
I watched the interactions between some of the personalities pretty much on social media.
They're giddy.
And the ownership, and it's like, oof, tone it down.
No.
Relax a little bit.
It's just, be cool. I know you're meeting your heroes.
I know, relax. I mean, gosh.
I know you're meeting your idols, but cool it down a little bit. Play it cool.
You getting a little funny feeling in your special place? Relax.
Right, guys? Hannah's killing. Like, hey, it's just an owner and an owner's wife.
I know.
Relax.
Things are going well. I mean, they're very personable, the McNairs, but I mean, man, come on. The slathering. Relax.
We got to break
call it. Glazing now, Doe.
I know.
Yeah, I know. You accused me of riding the glizzy or whatever you said. You know.
Riding
I'm one of our.
Not riding the glizzy.
I was doing exercises on it. That's what Sean Mape said about one of our advertisers.
Sean Mape did say that, yeah.
He did.
He said it to me. I relayed the message.
Of course, you relayed the message. Hey, when we come back, a serious. We got phone calls. I guess people are trying to win something, but also, did you see you didn't see it, any of Bill Belichick on the Manning cast? I didn't watch regular broadcast. I only watched Manning cast yesterday when I was watching, and it's Bill Belichick the entire first half. I want to talk about that because there's also a question from a legitimate question that your boy Dream Shake brought up. I mean, that your boy Dustin, his sources brought up about Bill Belichick that I think is worth exploring just a little bit. And Kyle Tucker. I have a little something to say about Kyle Tucker when we come back.
Okay. You got to talk about Underdog right now.
Underdog Fantasy is a chance for you to play along with the games that you're watching. What could be more fun than watching the games, playing along, and then winning money? And I'm talking about winning real money right here in the state of Texas, and it's completely legal. That's what Underdog Fantasy does. Look, I've got so much to tell you. I've only got a certain amount of time, and I have to tell you certain things like Underdog Fantasy allows you to make picks, and it's simple to get started. Go to the mobile app, underdogfantasy.com, sign up with promo code Lance, and they will give you a highly discounted pick to use on your first pick 'em, plus a first-time deposit offer of up to $1,000 in bonus cash. Underdog Fantasy, promo code Lance to claim your new customer offer of a gimme first pick and deposit offer. Now, to the real business. How about the fact that you can go higher or lower on statistics that are out there on games where you think you've got what's going to happen in this game. You know for a fact what's going to happen. You've studied it. You know who's going to have big games, who's going to have small games. Use that knowledge to play higher or lower and have a chance to win 1,000 times your original play. This is a great opportunity for you to show off your stuff, win money, and have fun watching your games and playing along with Underdog Fantasy. You must be 18 or older and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concerned with your play, call 800-GAMBLER. Visit ncpgambling.org.
All right, time to talk about my man, Doc Linville, over at, he's the best. 975hair.com, 975hair.com. I've talked about the process. It's the best process that you can have. Neografting, it's basically painless. He does have a 3-day anesthetic for some reason. I don't know why. I just did the local. I don't know what mine was, but I was fine. I mean, it didn't hurt. It won't hurt you either. It is a great process. It's much better than the cutting and pasting that they used to do. That was an awful process. Left scars. It was just terrible. No scarring here. You're going to get hair on the top of your head where it belongs, not on the side. You need to do it if you're starting to lose your hair. This is the time to attack it. This is the time to get the PRP to stimulate the growth. This is the time to fill in those gaps. Okay, not when it's too late, when it's all fallen out already, and it's too big a job. So here's the deal: you're looking for the best way to prevent this. 975hair.com, 975hair.com.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
I thought last night's lineup was their best lineup. No Jake. It was Dubon in center field.
Mm-hmm.
It was Diaz at first. Caratini behind the plate. Hayward in left. By the way, did you see him throw out the runner?
Mm-hmm.
That's
that defense.
Yeah.
That's that arm.
He threw him out. He's only played like 35 games in his whole career in left field. But with that, he's got a right field arm, and you put him in left field. Jordan DH and Kyle Tucker. Apparently, we lost Ben Gamble now for a while. Didn't even know who he was a month ago, but we've lost him. I thought that was the best lineup, and it didn't produce squat last night against Yu Darvish, when in fact we destroy Yu Darvish. Eric Getty just threw too many pitches. He gave up too many hits. He had a lot of runners. He got out of a lot of situations. But 102 pitches to get through 5 innings.
Yeah, it's a lot.
It was a lot. It was just too much. And Taylor Scott, I'm telling you, he had his most outings before this year was 17 2/3. I mean, that's the most innings he pitched in a season. So for him right now, he's got to be worn down, and it's showing. I mean, and they're putting him in high leverage situations every time out there. This is not the same guy right now that started the season that was really, really good.
This is what happens, though. He's pitched a ton. You know, Montero was supposed to be an actual factor this year, and he wasn't. So then you know, there's a domino effect, and that domino effect is once you lose, the Astros tend to lose middle of the lineup, you know, middle of the bullpen relievers. Those are transitional players anywhere. They tend to be vagabonds anyway. If you stay more than 2 years with a team, it's usually unusual. And so you lost some of those guys. You're already young. You lose pitchers, frankly, that would have been, you know, you end up losing pitchers that would have been in your starting rotation. So you're having to go to the bullpen earlier. So you don't have Montero to take up any innings because he's not.
Well,
you know,
I mean, it's not like they don't have enough guys. I mean, there's a but he's been depending on Taylor Scott like he's Taylor Scott from earlier in the year. In May, 0.9 ERA.
Who do you want though? Who do you want coming in?
In April, 0.9. In May, 1.17. In June, 1.23. In July, 0.87. August, 4.35. This month, 6.35. Well, give him a break. Give him a break.
Right, but my point was not about not having relievers. It was about having to go way more innings than you're comfortable with. Who do you want them to throw? Instead of Scott, who do you want them to throw?
I want Brian Abreu out there. That's what
Abreu's a little later. Who do you want to be that pre-Abreu Presley hater? Who do you want that guy to be? Neris?
Okay.
I mean, because Neris is now here. It wasn't great with Neris the other day, but Neris is now here. Maybe he starts getting those looks.
Well, he should be getting those looks
instead of Scott.
Man,
King,
Caleb,
you want to
Caleb Ferguson?
Get Caleb Ferguson or Dubin throwing those?
No, Dubin's
Well,
gone.
I'm just asking who it is that you want. I know, but you can bring Dubin back. I mean, I don't know if there's someone that you would rather throw those innings.
Yeah, I mean, it's really getting thin.
That's
I
what
guess
I mean.
Neris. I know you're going to have to depend on him, but you had Brian King in there yesterday. He wasn't all that great either. I mean, that's where you're going to now. But here's the thing: is Taylor Scott is worn down.
Mhm.
And you got to figure that out.
How do you figure out worn down? Put him on the.
Well, it's a little late now with 2 weeks left in the season.
No, you try
but
to.
It sure would be nice to have him a little bit rested for the postseason.
Yeah, it would. It would. Do you bring somebody up and let them start eating up some of those minutes? Do you just? I don't know. I mean, I don't know what you do. You try to stick Blanco back in that role and have him eat up some of these innings and keep him out. I don't really know what the answer is. I hear you, but once you have a guy, you knew this was coming. You knew it for the entire year. You only had a certain amount of guys in the bullpen. Once you lost Montero, you lost even more. You knew you were going to have to go to the bullpen a lot. You could see it building up. So when the floodgates were already building up on the innings, there was nothing you could do about it. It was just bound to happen.
And it's not. I mean, you can only have 28 guys now, as opposed to back in the day, you could call up whoever you wanted.
Yeah, exactly.
Now it's just 28.
I like that better when you could have a whole dugout of guys.
I know, right? Minor league guys, you just bring them up. See if you could get out there and get 3 outs, pal. Go. Not anymore. You can't do it anymore. And maybe they need to cut back. I don't know. All I know is I'd like to see Taylor Scott rested for the postseason. In a perfect world, that would be, because he's been great this year. Been great, but he's never pitched like this before. So that's a problem. Del, we got callers. Okay. 713-780-3776 is the number if you want to get in here with us on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Do you guys agree that the power rankings are out this week? And, well, the rankings are out this week. Texas number 1, Georgia number 2. I'm looking at power rankings that has Alabama as number 2. Are we sleeping on Tennessee?
A little bit. Until they do it, though, no one's going to believe it. Like, oh, look, Tennessee's beating up on lesser teams. I mean, they threw a beating on
71-0
South Carolina, but yeah, it's Tennessee Tech. I mean, this is what Heupel does. Heupel, another first half cover, by the way. His percentage is now in the 80% range for his career. So you have Tennessee is just one of those teams that Heupel's done a great job, kind of very quietly put together really strong offenses. And I think until they beat Alabama again or Georgia, people aren't going to really buy into it. Like, yeah, Tennessee's good, but we're not pushing them up past one of the big boys. I was surprised Alabama jumped Georgia, but
Texas.
Oh, they jumped Texas to 2. Wait, who's one in the power rankings?
No.
Oh, in the power. Well,
power rankings. Power rankings are different than the rankings. The
Okay,
rankings is Texas and Georgia.
So who are the power rankings? Who's one?
1 is Texas, 2 is Alabama, 3 is Georgia.
Well, that's what I mean. I'm surprised even in power rankings they would jump Georgia.
Listen.
That's a bad Wisconsin team.
Well, Kentucky's not good.
Kentucky's not good.
Well,
struggle.
So is Kentucky not good, or did they have a bad game against South Carolina?
They're not good when Brock Vandegrift is your quarterback. They're not good. Now they have SEC level athletes.
Well, defensively, they did a really
line.
good job against Georgia.
Yeah, but their quarterback makes them not a soft touch, but someone you don't really have to worry about.
I was watching some of that game with Carson Beck. I mean, I still think he's probably going to be the first pick of the draft. How many good first picks have we seen? Like, how many good first round quarterbacks have been coming out? We've seen a lot of quarterbacks, and I thought it was going to fix the quarterback. I was like, man, hardly any teams are going to need quarterbacks. Let's take a look and tell me. I want you guys to tell me 2 is average, 1 is below average, 2 is a starter, 3 is very good, and a 1 is below average, should not be a starter. I don't know with Caleb. He's off to a bumpy start, but I'm willing to wait, even though others are panicking. Jaden Daniels looks like he's going to be pretty good. Don't know on Drake May. Don't know on Penix. Don't know on McCarthy. Bo Nix, I'm willing to wait for him, although it has not looked great. Okay, Bryce Young. That's a 1.
Yep.
C.J. Stroud is a 3. Anthony Richardson. He's played 5 pro games.
2
but
at best.
2 at best. Will Levis.
2 at best.
2 at best. But you could see both those guys going to 1s, right? Pretty easily. Kenny
Did
Pickett.
you see Callahan's press conference about that? About the play? He said, yeah, I'm sure they caught it on TV, what I said.
Yeah.
What the F are you doing?
That's what he did. Because what the F are you doing? Kenny Pickett, Desmond Ridder, Malik Willis, Matt Corral. What do you think, boys?
Guys.
And those guys look good, fellas?
Backups at best.
They wish they were guys.
Trevor Lawrence is a 2. He is not a 3 for sure. Zach Wilson, 1. Yeah, and you're saying 2 at best.
For Trevher Lawrence at this point.
Zach Wilson, 1. Trey Lance, 1. Justin Fields, 1/2. Same thing you get with I would put him ahead of right now. I'd put him ahead of Richardson and Levis.
Tom had a question. He said, "What about Trey Lance to the Dolphins?"
Well, Mike McDaniel was on the staff when they gave up all those picks to get him. But what's Trey Lance? Trey Lance won't be ready to play.
No, but won't he know the system?
I don't know. It's how many years?
Well, it was the same system.
Well,
it's
not the same system because McDaniel does different things.
He could learn it. I would do that.
But no, why
would you
give anything?
Give up a 2.
Why would you give up anything for Trey Lance?
Give up a 2, Del.
No.
You know the 2020 draft is the only thing saving the NFL right now. Tua, Joe Burrow, Justin Herbert, Jordan Love.
And there's still questions about all of them.
Well, and they all got paid a tremendous amount of money. Right.
Well, 2 of them are injured. Joe Burrow's recovering, but he's the third who's dealing with something.
Look how many quarterbacks are backups that have been drafted even before. Kyle Murray starter. Daniel Jones should be a backup. Dwayne Haskins is not with us. Drew Lock is not a starter. My gosh, the 21 draft. Zach Wilson, Trey Lance, Fields has just been a guy at best. Mac Jones is a backup. 22 draft was an atrocity. 23 right now is extrememe unproven other than CJ Stroud. Like all these quarterbacks getting drafted, this could go down as a funky ass 10-year run for quarterbacks or 5-year run for quarterbacks.
If we go back to 2021, if I gave you the same situation for each, who would you rather have, Fields or Lawrence?
Lawrence.
I don't know, man.
Fields makes
that's a toughie.
Fields makes explosive plays, but
yeah.
What
has Trevor Lawrence done?
Trevor Lawrence is a little more
They did
accurate.
Get to the playoffs.
Yeah, he got to the playoffs and beat them.
And he won a game.
Fields never did that.
And then he blew it last year when they had a chance to win the playoffs.
I mean, it's
all
not,
right. We got.
They're just different wrapping papers. Neither one of them's leading to anything.
Anthony Richardson, strong 3. You're high, Jason. Good Lord.
He's joking.
He's terrible. Time to talk about he can't throw the ball.
I don't know if he's terrible. He's only played 5 games, but I'm not putting him strong 3. He's got a long way to go.
How about some accuracy? He's exactly what he was in college.
That's not his thing.
He's a gigantic running
If you
back.
bet on Josh Allen is the outlier. If you just hope all the if you hope all the traits come together, and you're not more and a player's not accurate or doesn't have a great feel from the pocket or does not have the poise on the move, breaking the pocket, like those things just don't usually come together. They really don't. They don't really. Josh Allen's one of the only guys I've seen who I went, wow, I did not see that coming. Most of these guys are who they were in college as it pertains to the issues they have.
Absolutely. All right, we got to break it. 713-780-3776. You know how I'm going to watch my football this weekend? I'm going to watch it with a cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light. Look, Coors Light is the best. Coors Light is the only way to go about your day. Coors Light, have it in the fridge so when your buddies come over, they got them Blue Mountains staring them right in the face. You know what? They're going to love that, okay? You're outdoor grilling while you're watching football. This is the time for a cold, clean, crisp. I like the brown bottles best. I like the 12-ounce cans as well. I mean, you might like the aluminum, the big aluminum bottles. That's fine. I don't care. I'm not going to hold that against you just because we disagree on that. But we agree on one thing, the Blue Mountains. And it doesn't matter how you're drinking it. You got them Blue Mountains, okay? And it'll tell you that it's cold. Does your beer tell you it's cold before you even open it? No, it doesn't. It doesn't know how to talk. My beer's smarter than your beer. Listen, keep Texas chill. with cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light. It is the world's most refreshing beer. I saw a billboard that said it. It can't lie. All you need is a cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light. Climb on, brother.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
Well, if you're watching YouTube and Twitch or Twitter, you see that John's not available right now. So, Lance, you decided in the first segment to take the show wherever you wanted to. So you get that time again. Where do you want to go with the show?
Well, so I'm watching Chauncey Gardner-Johnson's play where his helmet fell off on a 4th down stop. Like, they lost. The Atlanta Falcons still won the game, but man, he's one of those guys who does the stupidest stuff sometimes. I think he's a really talented player, but I guess behind the scenes, he's been difficult to deal with, which is why he travels from team to team. But I think getting back to football for a second and the NFL, there's some big injuries. Isaiah Pacheco is hurt, so the Chiefs are going to have Kareem Hunt come in for a look today for the Tuesday tryouts. That's one to keep an eye on. We got to see what happens with Justin Jefferson and his injury. We'll see how it looks this week for the Texans. It's a huge advantage for the Texans if he's not 100%, obviously. You have Cooper Kupp, who is hurt now, so Kupp and Puka Nacua are out. And I'll say this, I believe that this isn't an injury. I think Tank Dell is a mortal lock to go higher. If you're playing underdog fantasy, go higher on Tank Dell stuff. I don't see a third game in a row where the Texans don't get Tank Dell involved. I think he will be a big part of the first scripted 15 plays or so. Tank will probably get a reverse. He'll probably get a quick throw or a bubble screen where he can try to get yards after catch.
He got a couple of throws now. He dropped the ball.
He did.
And he had a couple of slants as well. I think it's going to be Diggs.
Well, they're going to get – but Tank has been like a literal non-factor in the first 2 games. Diggs had 2 touchdowns in the first game.
Yeah, but he also has got – how many targets did he have last week? I mean, honestly, he's been really hasn't been a big part of the offense. I think they're going to incorporate him more than they're going to incorporate
Tank has 4 catches for 37 yards this year. He had 1 catch for -3 yards last week.
Big drop.
He did. He had 1.
Yeah.
But, I mean, I think – I'll just put it this way. I think it's a mortal lock that Tank Dell goes goes over whatever the totals are for him. I think they will get him involved very, very quickly. I think Diggs will too, but I think they're going to get Tank involved with quick throws, quick catches. I think they're going to make him a focus in the first 15. When Bobby Slug puts the installs usually happen on Tuesday, which would be today. I'll bet you they get him going because Tank's energy is a really big thing. I don't think. Listen, you're managing personalities now in the locker room too, whether you like it or not. I remember talking to the receiver coach of the Pittsburgh Steelers, and we were at the Super Bowl. Steelers are going to play they're playing the Arizona Cardinals. This is the year my dad went to the Super Bowl as a coach, and I was talking to the wide receiver coach, and he had famously, he had Santonio Holmes and damn it, the other wide receiver. Bald head, blocked real hard. Come on.
Oh, yeah.
Santonio Holmes and Hines Ward. Thank you. It's about time, Dell.
My job is to dig around in your brain.
Yeah, if I can't come up with a name, come up with it quickly.
What about John? What's he doing?
And he just whispered in my ear.
I was looking at the comments here.
He's reading comments.
Saying that Tank dropped the ball so he doesn't get any touches anymore.
That's stupid.
You drop the ball, you get no touches?
Right.
You drop the ball, you're out of football.
No, honestly. He dropped the ball, so
he's out of football.
Drop. That could have been a TD.
So what? You keep it going.
Yeah.
I mean, Tank Dell's a big part of this. Is why they'll never be coaches or GMs. You just, that's it. I quit on them. Dad, I really made a mistake. I wrecked my car. That's it. You're out of the house.
Tank will be fine.
Wrap your stuff up and get to the streets.
I think it's Diggs that they're going to get more involved.
But this is my point though. Is you got to manage egos. It's a big part of it. And the coach from the Steelers said, I said, man, what a great opportunity you have with this receiver room. And he goes, oh my God, it's a nightmare every game. He said, guys will, Hines Ward will be pissed if he doesn't get enough touches and looks. Like, even though the Steelers were winning and they get these veteran players, and I thought it was all roses. The receiver coach told me this is in 2007 or 2008. It was a fight every week to keep his receivers, try to keep his receivers happy. They go after Ben Roethlisberger about not getting enough catches and touches. Like, it was not easy dealing with receivers. And these guys are championship caliber receivers. You're dealing with Tank Dell. Nico's I don't think Nico is Nico, but Tank Dell's got a little personality now. And Stephon Diggs does. You still have to manage a wide receiver room. And those guys, the only way Tank exists is by being an effective receiver. If not, he's not a great blocker. He's not a return man now. So how does he exist? He exists as a wide receiver. The only way that he matters on the field in his own mind is if he's getting catches and getting looks. So at some point you're going to have to, Stephon Diggs is the same thing. There's no question.
I think I agree everything you're saying, and I would replace the word Tank Dell with Stephon Diggs.
But why?
Because he's not been a part. He's had the 2 touchdown catches. That's it. He's got a total of 75 yards this year.
But Tank's got 37.
Getting him more involved. That's the guy that's going to get a chance. He's the energy that you need. You made him a captain. He's the guy. Everything that you said, I agree wholeheartedly. But it's about Stephon Diggs.
But you have to do both of them, John. That's my point. You got to manage the whole room. The problem is, Tank Dell plays outside now, right? He's not likely to get a lot of targets outside.
We talked about this, though. How many footballs are there? And you know what? You don't stop getting Nico his touches. Nico is turned into number one here. So you got to keep on getting him his touches. You got to get Dalton Schultz. You got Cade Stover a little bit involved. You can throw. When are they going to throw out of to Mixon out of the backfield?
Wait, I don't care about that. I care about my receivers. And right now, Stephon Diggs plays in the slot. He's going to get looks. He's going to get catches this year. My point is, you're going to have to manufacture with the 15 play. This is why I'm saying the 15. Look, Stephon Diggs has a much more favorable time going from the slot. If Tank is having to play out wide with his size, it's not favorable. He's going against people who are always bigger than him. He is not. And if they start zoning up against him, he's going to have contested catches with his size. He's not going to get a lot of targets because they're playing a lot of zone. You know who can win in zone beaters? It's going to be Diggs. If they just want to dink and dunk, they can go Diggs. Diggs at any point can go get 10 catches. If CJ just wants to dink and dunk and they want to play him like that, Tank's not going to be able to That's why I'm saying I would use that time to manufacture catches for Tank, because Diggs from the slot, whoever's a slot receiver is going to end up getting targets. I just think now Bobby Slowick has seen 2 straight games where teams are zone heavy with cover 2 shells and they're playing really cover 4. Well, so if that's going to be the case, then he's going to start mixing up they're going to say, okay, you know what? If they're going to do that, we're going to start getting the ball out quicker. We're going to hit them and do more run after catch stuff with Tank and Stephon Diggs. I would let Tank play some in the slot. I'd run some 4 wide and have both those guys lined up in the slot and see how that goes. Roll out Joe Mixon into a wide position and then let Tank and let Tank and Stephon Diggs both work from the slot. But this is the concern, John. We're already in week 3 talking about who's getting targets, and hopefully you'll keep them happy. And look how few. Tank's got 37 yards in 2 games. Even though he had 2 touchdowns in the first week, Diggs was a non-factor. Like, I hope that's just us panicking about this, and I hope that Diggs and Tank are cool with everything, because it would suck if you're 2-0 and one of your guys is killing it, and you got a chance to play in an AFC Championship game, and you've got to worry about target counts every week. And yet, I had a team. My dad was on a team where they went to a Super Bowl, John, and they were worried about their targets.
I get it. And Stephon, and listen,
Stephon's
they're diva wide receivers, and they're going to.
And he's in a contract year.
That's right. Well, absolutely. That's exactly why I said this has got to be this. I think this week's about Stephon Diggs. Watch him have a bunch of big catches. We got to break it here. 713-780-3776 is the number to hang out with us. I am on the MyBookie website. I mean, it is incredible. You want to bet? You got the money bag you can play. College football, Major League Baseball. How about the election? Okay, it's NASCAR, ATP, WTA, SOC. I mean, it's nonstop. Everything you could possibly want. Casino gambling, everything. You're going to get your odds. You're going to get your props. You're going to get live gambling. You got live betting during games. It's incredible. It's so easy to navigate as well. If you've never been on a betting site, it's so simple. I'm telling you, you're looking for the best site. They'll double your money with your deposit. You put in promo code BET975, mybookie.ag, promo code BET975, and they'll double your initial deposit or your deposit now. I could reload right now, put in promo code BET975, and they'll double my money. You're looking for the best way to play, when you can pay. Thursday night free bets, you got that. And then MyBookie Plus, which is a way for the more you play, the more stuff that you get, that they give you. MyBookie.ag, promo code BET975. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere. MyBookie. Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and a couple of sneaky games this week, Del. Tennessee at Oklahoma. Tennessee's favored by about a touchdown. It's been around 7. And then Oklahoma State is hosting Utah. Tennessee, Oklahoma's
just a classic Big 12 matchup. Utah,
Classic SEC matchup first. Oklahoma, and Tennessee.
Oklahoma, Tennessee.
Yep.
Oklahoma's looked bad. Oklahoma's just looked bad so far. They are. Tennessee's going to go in there and roll them. They're just going to go in there and roll them. 7 ain't enough. And then Oklahoma State. I don't know what to think about Oklahoma State, to tell you the truth. I mean, they were lucky to get away from to get that win against Arkansas.
Arkansas outgained them by like 200 and something yards.
Yeah, it was. They were so lucky. And then last week they looked good, but it was Tulsa. That doesn't matter. So Mike Gundy's complaining about the schedule. He's got Utah this week and Kansas State next week.
He's always complaining about something all the time.
Okay, Mike.
There's not a coach I like less than Mike Gundy.
But you don't
Really?
have Texas or Oklahoma to deal. Well, in conference,
he's always pissy.
anymore.
The one time I met him, he was a cranky guy at the table. You told me he's no fun or no good.
We've been hearing that story
I'm done
from
here.
John for years about Mike Gundy.
He was a Gundy
how he's
fan,
not
and then
likable.
Gundy told you to get your scunion out of the way.
Well,
I don't think he talked about John Scunion.
I don't even know what that means.
Yeah, ask
Okay.
Shannon. Shannon called in, still didn't explain it.
No. Mike Gundy is the hero we all deserve. Poor Marine, stop.
I give a rat's ass about Twitter.
He does give you some funny quotes now.
Yeah, accidentally.
Yeah.
So what's the first game? Utah versus who?
Utah and Oklahoma State. And
Is Cam
Oklahoma
Rising going to
Tennessee.
play?
I don't
he's
think
not
he
gonna-
never plays.
If he's not going to play,
No. He's out. He's out for the year again.
Yeah.
No.
Swearing
No,
everything.
yeah,
He's
they're
out
going
for
to
the year.
they're going to give him another year.
They pushed back on that already.
They're
That he's-
looking for it. I thought they were looking for an 8th year.
No, Dion thought he was out for the year, and then
Dion
tweeted. He was tweeting about
Deion
Cam.
Sanders.
Yes, he thought he was out for the year.
Stop putting more bad info out, Dion.
No, he was told. I guess someone put it out there. He thought
Oh,
it was
yeah.
true, but it turns out Cam
Yeah,
Rising.
he's expected to play against Oklahoma.
Yeah, I'm asking you. Oh, Oklahoma or Oklahoma State?
I mean, Oklahoma State, rather.
Oh, then I like
Yeah,
Utah.
why-
Then
Why is it reportedly
that came out, but it turns out it was not true. He was not going to be out for the year.
does Dion put bad info out, or was it Shador?
No, someone else put it out. Dion latched onto it.
And this is a matchup of these two quarterbacks.
The oldest quarterback.
25 and 24. This is the oldest combination in college football history.
49
No, 26 and 25?
I don't think it's at 51 years. I think it's a combination that makes them like 49 years old. The two quarterbacks in question playing against each other. Like they're a matchup. Like in the NFL, we had it on Sunday night. The two quarterbacks are younger. Caleb and CJ are younger than Bowman.
And Chris Winkie was 27 when he played.
Maybe in 28. I think he might. Did he get to 30 by the time he was out of Florida State?
Yeah, but did he face anybody that was older too?
Wasn't Brandon
He
Whedon
faced probably
31?
some 20 year
No, Brandon Whedon was not 31.
He looked 31.
He was 20 something, mid 20s when he got drafted.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, so I like if Cam Rising's healthy, I'm taking Utah. Man, Oklahoma State can get out of my face.
What Dion said, he died.
No,
He
Dion
passed.
thought he was out for the year and put this heartfelt tweet out about how Cam Rising was great, and it turns out Cam Rising isn't out for the year.
Cam Rising's like, Coach, Cam, are you out? Coach, I'm
dead.
here throwing to the receivers right now. I'm
Okay.
at the facility.
Look, we can make fun of Dion, but it's reasonable to assume that Cam Rising would have missed another year.
Yeah, just without even watching a game. Just assume Cam Rising was going for his 8th year of eligibility. That was a better story, though. Not Cam Rising playing.
I would actually
Cam
see
Rising getting his 8th year of eligibility is a much better story.
Cam Rising playing for Utah makes Utah maybe not a title contender, but a real shot to win that conference in their first year in it and make the playoff. I like that story more. I don't want to see Mike Gundy holding up a Big 12 title.
I want to see Mapes.
Yeah, we want to see Mapes as if he turned out to be a college football player and his doppelganger out there running around. Mapes is less injured, though. Mapes shows up to work more than Cam Rising has done. And what's the other one you mentioned? Tennessee. I like Tennessee against Oklahoma. Unless Oklahoma's just been playing possum for the first 3 weeks of the season, they don't look good. Nah, I'm taking Tennessee. Tennessee's offense, although the way they do things, because of how they play, that score could get out of hand because they'll just spread you out. They'll run the ball, but they're going to take shot after shot after shot. If you can't hold up, it could be a long day. And I don't think Oklahoma's going to be able to score enough. The Jackson Arnold thing, he looks like a young quarterback out there. I would take Tennessee in that one.
Yeah, no, Tennessee's going to.
Unless Oklahoma's been holding back for 3 weeks. But if not, then take Tennessee.
Let's get who's on the phone. Is that Jeremy?
Yes.
Let's get Jeremy on the phone here. 713-780-3776. What's up, Jeremy?
Hi, guys. I love the show. My schedule changed. I don't get to listen to you that much anymore. I'm usually asleep by like 6:45 in the morning. I got like 3 questions about 3 different kind of sports. If you have, I wasn't listening. If you have to pick 3 pitchers to go in the first round, what 3 pitchers are you picking? I love the fact that the Texans have a wide receiver problem with so much talent, and Arch Manning looked good. Does Ewers come back?
Yeah, Ewers is coming back, and Ewers will get the start.
Yeah, he will when he comes back. He had an abdomen, it was an abdomen issue. I mean, nothing's going to change. This is Quinn Ewers' year. But doesn't it feel nice if you're Texas now? If you watch the game, there were some of those touchdowns were no big deal. A swing pass and then a guy who got wide open 20 yards behind the defense that had to wait on Arch's throw. It was a good run by Arch. He made another touchdown pass that I thought was pretty good on the move in the back of the end zone. I mean, it's nice. If you're Texas, this is a blessing in disguise. You get the fan base goes crazy. There's no question. But you also want to get some snaps. If you have hopes and dreams of being a national champ, don't you want to make sure you have a second quarterback that can go? That's a big advantage over most teams. And it's not like Quinn Ewers hasn't been hurt in the past. So yeah, I think it's a real silver lining here that you get your other quarterback gets reps and snaps, and he gets confidence, and your team and play calling gets confidence in having him out there on the field. I think that's a really good thing for, but Arch is not going to take over the job from Quinn Ewers unless Quinn's not going to be terrible. I mean,
if you polled the fan base, who would they want?
Arch.
I think so.
Yeah.
And I think, and yet Quinn Ewers gives you best chance to win a national title.
I think he probably does. Yeah. I think there's fewer limitations with Quinn than with Arch right now.
Yeah. Yeah. No. The experience is one. I mean, Arch just did that last week against and then he's got this week, and it's it's non-game. When you start to get into the meat, and you're playing Georgia at home, and you're playing for an SEC championship, it's a different deal, and you need Quinn Ewers, his experience.
Yeah, usually, but you'll remember. I mean, Ohio State has had to do it with Cardell Jones when you had injuries to your quarterback. And so it's not like it doesn't happen. I mean, you have backups who have to get in there and play for you. And maybe that will be a situation for Texas. It's good that you're getting those reps against UTSA. It frankly couldn't have happened any better. You got a UTSA game, and the only person hurt by this is the Heisman Trophy chances for Quinn Ewers. But you got a UTSA game where he was going to get in at some point. Arch was. He got in even earlier and had a lot of success in a non-threatening game at all.
Yeah.
It actually couldn't have gone any better for you than it did.
Yeah. And he's going to be okay. And Quinn Ewers is going to be okay. And you got time for Arch. It'll help you next year. There's nothing wrong with that. But when Quinn Ewers gets back, Quinn Ewers got to be on the field.
Yeah, you don't want a bunch of. I don't think Longhorn fans will make any fuss about that.
I don't think that's the case though at Texas A&M.
Same thing with Connor Wegman. He's got to get on the field.
No.
You see, he's already day-to-day with the shoulder. They're already setting it up that he's not playing this week.
Well, he shouldn't play, and not because of injury, because he's not
You
better
wanna
than
keep- you
Marcel
wanna-
Reed.
Well, I guess we'll see you next year at Ole Miss when you transfer.
Marcel Reed is better.
Go ahead, transfer to Ole Miss.
Okay, maybe not Ole Miss, Virginia.
Who, for Connor Wegman?
Yeah.
Go ahead. Please, get
Okay,
out of here.
Okay, you want me to leave? Because I'll go to Virginia and get a bag.
Okay. We'll be better off. Marcel Reed's like a redshirt freshman or
All right.
something.
Would you
We'll
like
be
me
better
to
off.
go to Northwestern or Illinois? Because I can
don't
go.
care. I just don't want
You want to lose Connor Wegman? I've already special.
I need you out of here just so it makes my decision, which should be an easy one, even easier. I don't want to deal with the Texas high school mob because you're not playing. Beat it. Get out of here.
Okay.
Marcel Reed should play.
Tell it to Mississippi State when Connor Wegman goes there.
Aggies, let's go. Who do you want on the field?
And
let's go.
Jeremy's other question, or one of his other questions, was about who do you want as the Astros' top 3 starters for the playoffs?
Fromber's 1, Hunter Brown is 2, Kikuchi's 3.
It's fine. I don't. Whatever. Lefty, righty, lefty. It doesn't matter to me. You can have them.
That's not it.
Eric Getty.
As far as who's pitched best over the last couple
Who
of months.
gives you the best chance in 2 months? Probably 2 weeks. Probably Kikuchi, because Eric Getty's gone way past his innings pitched number.
Eric Getty and Blanco can go to the pen.
Mm-hmm.
Verlander, I don't even know if Verlander makes a team, if you don't know the truth.
Yeah.
Yep.
I think your 3 is probably the right 3. They probably give you the best chance. I mean, Kikuchi's been good pretty much every start.
Yep.
I know they've won every start, but he's been good pretty much all of his starts. There was one start that was kind of average where he also didn't find his strikeouts. But other than that, I mean, the guy's been rock solid. And I love a lefty that can hop up a good fastball too. You just don't see a ton of those guys. Although Fromber has that sneaky 96-mile-an-hour fastball he can find too, even though it just doesn't look that fast.
All right, time for us to talk right now. I got to talk right now about my man Jim Fiume over at Gulf Coast Windows. I love what Fiume does. I've been loving what Fiume does for years. I spoke for him years ago over at the other station, and it was there's nothing that you could say about Jim Fiume and Gulf Coast Windows other than the best. Okay, the best replacement windows. You got Performer 1 aluminum windows, Performer 2 vinyl windows, Performer 3 hurricane windows, wood-clad windows, new home construction windows. And I urge you, if you're building a home, use these windows. Double pane, double glass. They're fantastic. You will not find a better window on the market, period. And you can go and you can see the selection is unbelievable. Plus, not only windows, though, and if you're building a home, you've got French doors, sliding patio doors, storm doors. And when you're talking about patio doors, that's where you're going to get leaks, right? The air conditioning is going to leak out. The noise is going to come through those. Not with a Gulf Coast window. No, none of that's happening. If you want to replace your sliding patio doors or windows, this is what you need, Gulf Coast Windows. Jim Fiume is going to stand behind all of it with warranties. The installation is absolutely free, and it's second to none. And he will not leave that job site until you're completely happy. 713-849-5454, 713-849-5454, or GulfCoastWindows.com.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776 is the number. I'm seeing so many. Okay, first of all, Bill Belichick on with McAfee talking about the Bears offense. He is not a fan of what your boy did with the offensive line in Chicago. He says, you put your money into the wide receivers and you put your money into the quarterback, and that offensive line is a problem. And he's not right. But you can't build, can't fix Rome in a day, right? Rome wasn't built in a day, so it's going to take him a little while. But he definitely has to work on that. I was talking to a guy who was a Giants fan the other day, and he was like, "I can't. Yeah, we need to get Belichick, DC when we were great in the '80s, and come back and fix this thing." And I'm seeing Bill Belichick to the Carolina Panthers as well. Bill Belichick is a Band-Aid. I don't want Bill Belichick. Do you? Bill Belichick tell me that he is definitely going to have a hand in team construction, in personnel construction. How you're gonna build the roster. He wasn't very good at it at the end in New England, and he left New England in kind of a mess. Although I will say this, I love the way that New England's playing right now.
A lot of those are Belichick guys still, and his coach, his defense coordinator, they were not a bad defensive team last year. What Bill did is his personnel stuff got him killed. He is a Band-Aid, I guess. He is. I could see him coaching another 4 to 5 years, though. But do you really want to do that? Like, Carolina's been in flux so bad. They're just bouncing from coach to coach to coach. Dave Tepper, the owner, is not a great owner. He is just flies off the handle. He's involved too heavily, probably. It's a bad situation. It really goes to show you, Bryce Young. How would Bryce Young's life be different if the Texans had him?
He would be better.
I'll bet you CJ could survive over there in Carolina.
He would be better.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah.
Would he be thriving in Houston?
I don't know that he would be thriving. I don't know that.
I don't either, but it is a very quarterback-friendly offense. I think he would be a solid starter in Houston.
Yeah. I think the Texans would be around 500 team.
But now would I want him? No. Because I do think there's been some damage and some baggage that he's going to have to carry around with him. Mental and...
Well, I don't know. Look at Sam Darnold. He gets into the right situation, and he's
6 years down the road.
Yeah, right.
6 years down the road, and they just drafted a quarterback. So I don't... And what's going to happen to Sam Darnold if he gets PTSD facing the Texans this week? Sam flying around. Chasing him down, blitzing him. Sam's freaking out. Trust me, he's not out of the woods yet. We're coming. The boogeyman's coming. The atomic dogs are after you, son. Don't rest, Sam Darnold. Your 6-year nightmare is still continuing.
You're talking a lot of cash ship.
That's right. Because now the more I think about it, this is Sam Darnold.
Have the Texans
running around skirt.
Have the Texans covered in a game this year?
No, they've missed by half points twice. Or 1.5 points at a point. They should have covered both times, but you're right. They're 0-2 against the number. It's been a disappointing start for the Texans.
Not exactly a dominant look.
They've dominated. They just can't cover.
Oh, how does that work?
Who did they play in week 1? Was that?
The Colts.
Oh, yeah. Another one where they give up late points like a bunch of dookies.
Well, what
are we doing?
Late? They were 1/3 down conversion away from having to stop a final drive.
The same thing happened this last game.
Their point differential is +8, and they're 2-0. That's scary.
Yeah,
it's a little bit scary.
A lot of noise.
But they're dominating, though. They dominated this last game.
No.
Yeah, they didn't dominate against the Bears?
No.
Oh, my God.
They punted 12 straight times.
Hold on. They were going. No, not the Texans didn't.
Combined.
No. in
combined.
the game. It was awful.
The Bears
What are you talking about? They didn't dominate anybody.
Yeah, they did. They were going up 16 in the fourth quarter with 7 minutes to go.
Turnovers happen.
Wait. Y'all are acting like they didn't get all the way down inside the 4-yard line.
Turnovers are a part
they
of the
were
game.
going to be up 16.
But they didn't.
But don't act like it didn't happen, that they didn't dominate. They did. Everton's been up 2-0, and they've lost 3-2 the last 2 matches.
And if Saquon Barkley had caught the ball, the Eagles would have won.
That's right.
Things happen. And
the Texans are still 2-0, but you guys to say they didn't dominate the Bears. You literally had one of the worst performances against the blitz in the history of forward throwing sports.
And yet they had the ball.
They were sacked 7 times. They didn't. Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. That was not indicative of how the game went.
The offense did not play well.
Listen,
they didn't.
Lance, you could say a lot of things. They didn't dominate. They
dominated on defense.
They
had
dominated
no chance of moving the ball. That's dominating. Their offense got down and had opportunities to score 7 times.
The Texans made 3 50-plus yard field goals. That's not a dominant offensive performance.
Right.
But wait a minute. But are you like the week before they gave up a free 3 points? You didn't count that because of a stupid referee timeout thing. You're literally a handoff. That is not a normal play. That is an outlier play where a guy fumbles at the 3. They would have been up 16.
And if you want to play this
game, the Bears were probably not going to score again.
Mitchell was wide open twice, and Anthony Richardson missed them. So if Anthony Richardson made those throws.
No, that guy doesn't make those throws. They don't exist
and Cam Akers fumble sometimes.
Not in real life.
Yes, he's fumbled in a playoff game.
No. Cam Akers is known.
Hold on. That's not dominating when the other team can't even move the ball past half field.
You only had 300 yards of offense.
No, you did, but look how many times.
What are you talking about? You didn't. That's not dominating.
What was the final score?
19-13.
Okay.
Yeah.
You scored 19 points.
Yes.
All right. That was on 5 scores. You scored 5 different times. 4 of them were
kicker had a remarkable day.
4 of them were field goals. 1 of them should have been a score. They end up turning the ball over. They didn't score.
I didn't even know this would be such a big debate.
I didn't either because the Bears, we all know the Texans badly outplayed the Bears and should have covered easily.
And we know the Bears aren't good. And
the Texans badly outplayed the Colts. And then they made it, they're not converting. Well, with the Colts, they gave up these
gave up big plays,
big plays.
And it would have been more big plays if Anthony Richardson didn't suck.
The Colts, they gave up big plays. Against this, they just didn't convert when they were supposed to. They had a good first half. Not a good second half.
So you're not describing a dominant football team right now.
Okay, you guys just keep being haters.
You're telling us all the things they did not do, so you're not describing a dominant football team. That's all. They won the games. Congratulations. But
all right. I know y'all are expecting Sam Darnold. You keep the same energy next Monday when y'all tell me how good Minnesota is when they get their piss kicked off.
Is that even a thing?
It is now. Y'all keep telling me how dominant, how scary the Texans, how the Texans shouldn't win.
They better cover this week. That's all I'm saying.
They shouldn't win.
They better cover.
Y'all keep that same energy.
This simply started with me saying you're talking a lot of cash ship for a team who hasn't covered yet.
You go talk to your boy Skyler. Worry about Skyler. Don't be worrying about C.J. Stroud.
I didn't talk
my point spreads.
No one said I'm worried about.
Be worried about my point spreads. Worry about Skyler.
Did
Thompson.
you not start the week by saying they actually lost the game?
It felt like a loss.
All right, then, so what are you talking about?
It was a 10-point game.
Yeah, what a dominant loss.
It felt like a loss because they didn't cover. Well, it felt like a loss because how in the world do you not cover that? I mean, the other team couldn't even literally CJ. We were talking about that guy with the painted fingernails is tough.
They had 200 yards of offense and you didn't cover.
I know that shows how you did dumb stuff.
Well, if you do dumb stuff, you can't be dominant, can you?
You dominated them. How come C.J. Stroud? People were worried if he was pissing blood. Not C.J. Stroud. Your boy Caleb Williams.
One is questioning.
Like, is he peeing blood? Go check on him. Oh, that wasn't dominant. He's just peeing blood.
Well, there are 3 phases, and you were really good in 2. The offense struggled and then turned the ball over deep in Bears territory.
When they were going up 16.
It hurts your domination if you don't put people away. That's how it goes. It's fine. You won the game.
Y'all just keep backing Minnesota. That's fine.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like.
No, they better cover. That's all I'm saying. Or they're going to catch it. They're going to catch it next week. They don't cover.
Hey, can we get a team who covers?
Yeah.
Good teams win. Great teams cover.
Great teams cover.
I can't argue with that.
Right.
I can't argue with that. I mean, they haven't covered.
You can't argue with Craig DeSurf either. Don't argue with Craig DeSurf.
No, don't argue with him. Well, he used to be a bodybuilder. You ever seen some of those videos with bodybuilders? They flip out sometimes, although Craig DeSurf hasn't been a bodybuilder for years, although he's still friends with Lee Labrada. if you say, man, you know a lot about Craig DeSurf. Yeah, it's because I've spoken for Craig DeSurf for years. I've sat time in his office talking to him. He's got great stories, really great guy. I love the people. I love it. Starts with Craig DeSurf, the owner, not the owner, the general manager, but it works down to everyone who works for him. He keeps people there who are like family, and he rarely has any turnover because people love working for him. He is a really great person who wants to make sure that you have a happy experience. That's it. Like he's not a car salesman in the sense that you're thinking. He's just there. He wants you to have a happy time. He understands getting a new car is fun. It's exciting. You love the new car smell. You love all the new interior features, and he wants you to have an enjoyable time. He wants you to get the best price he can possibly give you in the market. He wants to give you the best trade-in value of anyone else out there on the market. He'll even go that extra mile from a customer service standpoint of making sure that, if a car needs to be delivered into Houston because you can't get out to Angleton, he'll do that for you. He goes the extra mile because you matter to him as a consumer, and he wants your experience to be as good as his and his families have been when they purchased from Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC. Right there in Angleton, it's a few extra miles, but it's a few extra thousands in your pocket when you shop there. It's Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now here's John Granato and Lance Zierlein.
All right, welcome back here. ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. This is our final segment, so if you want to get in here, if you need to get in here, or you need to get in here right away, because this show will end because we are doing News of the Weird in the final segment, so hurry up. 713-780-3776. Pena wants to get in here. Let's hear what he has to say. What do you say, Pena?
Hey, what's going on, guys? Hey, I want to talk about Thursday Night Football and some player over-unders. So for running backs, Ramondre Stevenson and Braylon Allen, anytime touchdowns, what do you got on that? And Jacoby Brisket and Aaron Rodgers, 171 for Brisket and Rodgers, 215 over/under on those two.
Slow down. I don't know what you just said. What now?
He's got props.
What are all the props?
For Ramondre Stevenson and Braylon Allen, you got them going for a touchdown, anytime touchdown. And Jacoby Brisket and Aaron Rodgers for Brisket, 171 passing yards over/under, and Rodgers, 215 over/under on that.
I like the anytime touchdown for Stevenson. Braylon
Steve-
Allen became a factor this week.
He did become a factor. I was like, what the hell?
Yeah.
He's getting touches now.
Are we going to call him Brisket too? Or are you calling
No,
Jacoby
it's Jacoby
Brisket?
Brissett.
I felt
Put some respect on that man.
Yeah, yeah.
I think he
171
did that
passing
because he wanted-
yards.
It's a shot at you and your Brisket.
I don't think that's what that was.
Pretty sure.
Jacoby with 171 yards passing against the Jets. No thanks. I'm not interested in touching that. Aaron Rodgers, not interested. Aaron Rodgers didn't even hit 200 yards last week against the Titans.
When is he going to start throwing it?
This
to
is
Garrett
weird.
Wilson?
You know what? Oh, well, but Garrett Wilson, they just run underneath stuff. Well, I'm telling you, the league has taken away those throws down the field. They've taken it away with the defenses they're playing. They basically said, you know what? F this. We're not having receivers. Y'all can pay your $30 million receiver to catch, 4 catches for 57 yards. How about that? Now, all of a sudden, this is kind of a real thing. What's going to happen when all these receivers' numbers start coming down? And they're like, oh, I want 36 million. And the coaches, the GM's like, what? No, you're getting shelled up now. No, you're not getting 36 million. What are you talking about? We're a running league again. You see how much running's going on? The league has just pivoted to a running league all of a sudden.
We're going to start.
It's crazy.
You see how few touchdown passes there are?
It's crazy how few touchdown passes there are. And honestly, Garrett Wilson, I've watched those games because I spent way too much in the auction on Garrett Wilson. I thought he was going to have a monster year. He's like some kind of dink and dunk wide receiver.
Yeah.
It's terrible.
Yeah. No, absolutely.
I want to quit that dumb league.
Well, you just got.
I have a good team too, and I just don't. Amari Cooper sucks. I just need a do-over on that. He doesn't suck.
No,
Cleveland
someone in that league is number 1 in the power rankings. Who is it?
I have no idea.
Oh, that's right. It's
The
me.
power You always go to the power rankings.
No, well, I'm 2-0. I'm 2-0, and I've scored more points than everybody in the league. Maybe that's the number 1 team. Okay, thank you.
You're not.
And Joshua Bunn thinks I don't know what I'm talking about fantasy wise.
Are you 2-0 right now?
Yeah, I'm 2-0.
Okay, you would have to be because you can't be 1-1 saying you're the best.
And I've scored more points than everybody in the league.
Okay, well, let's keep that same energy of week
I
6
will.
and 8. You got to see how you do.
Okay.
Don't tell me about injuries because we all have injuries.
I don't have any injuries. Thanks. Good night.
Hopefully you get some.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
I'm hoping Alvin Kamara goes down this week.
Oh, is he good or what? And you laughed at me when I took him.
He's good. Laugh at you. I don't laugh at anybody when they pick people.
Yeah.
I didn't laugh at you.
Yeah.
I don't know how much you paid for him, but he was worth it.
He was damn worth it. Are you kidding me? 44 points this week? What? Dell, what did we miss so far?
Is it rewarding to be in a league with John Lance, or do you regret it like minutes after it begins? I would imagine. Who wants to hear from him at any point?
I did win my division last year, Dell, okay. So listen, here's how you'd make the divisions. So get this. So the number 1 team guy in the league was Soli, and he gets to pick who he wants in his division, right? He picked. Who did he pick? I forget. The second guy picked Sean Pendergast. I picked Lance and Chad. That's who I wanted.
Yeah, but
in my
I'm
division.
always, because he just knows me, I'm always going to be in the top 4 or 5 every year. I don't finish last.
That's not why I picked you.
Yeah. Well, why would you pick
soft
me?
Touch?
No, it's because we're even said we're in the show together.
What is it?
Yeah.
What?
I don't care if you pick me.
He picked you because
I'll beat him by the end of the year.
He thinks you're going to suck. That's why he picked you.
I got a good team. I'll be fine.
Why would you want to be?
I'm pretty excited that this has turned into John and Lance's fantasy league and Jacoby Brisket's over under.
Yeah. Why would you want to be in a league with him?
I didn't say it. He came into the league. I couldn't keep him out. He wasn't even in this football league. This fantasy league, he wasn't even there. All of a sudden, he's there. I'm like, how did John get here?
Even the prospect of him doing better than you would make me want to think, nope, I don't want him in my
Lance
ear
is
at any point.
Killed by I'm just sitting there minding my business on Sunday. Here's a tick. Lance is getting killed by.
Who wants that?
And like,
Why
and
would
if
you
John's
want that?
doing terrible, he's a mouse. He's a church mouse.
Like, why would you want any part of him?
Who said I did? I didn't even invite him into the league, and he's all of a sudden there.
Yeah,
best
as soon
segment
as I
ever.
heard, if someone was like, "Hey, John's gonna be in this," I'm like, "Nope, not me."
That's why Daryl Morey got out. He said.
Daryl Morey got out long before I got in.
No one wants to hear anything from John. Like on a Sunday afternoon, you're relaxing. rooting on.
Nope, I did not text him once. I didn't text him once, even though I was destroying him.
Yeah, you
Not
did.
once.
Oh, he's
No,
got
I didn't.
evidence. He said you texted him.
Yes, you texted all of us.
What did I say? What?
I'd say Lance is
Oh
getting
my
killed.
God, John doesn't even remember this.
No. Well, I
Yes,
was
you
probably
did.
drinking. I probably had a few Coors Lights.
Here's
in.
exactly how it went. Look, I'll just tell you. Where is it? Walking with Michelle Betts or whatever that was.
We know what that
Here it is. Raheel says, "Holy bleep, the Saints." John says, Kamara's destroying Lance this week.
Yeah, why
Literally
would you want
Sunday
that?
at 2:10 p.m.
You're already
you
miserable.
texted John.
You already feel like
Yes,
crap. You
you
got John
texted.
piling on,
You texted at 2:16.
and into the group chat, which
Yeah.
we wouldn't even know what you're talking about. But Lance did.
Yeah, this was the group chat that he did.
Yeah, I thought you were like your own fantasy football thing chat, but he did it to us. I was like, what is John talking about? I just ignored it. I kept watching the games. Who would want this
It's just
guy?
good fun for everybody.
It's
That's
not
all.
fun for Lance.
It's so enjoyable to have me in your league.
No, it
Okay.
can't be.
Okay. Well, wait a minute. In my other league,
You
trust
also
me,
said, I wonder what Yuli thinks about you, Darvish, now.
Yeah, I didn't. I saw that too. I was like, no, it's late. I
That's
don't want
such
to get
a-
involved.
That's such a good John joke, though. I wonder what he thinks now when they're getting dominated.
Yuli doesn't play for the Astros anymore.
I know, but he probably still has those thoughts.
Yeah,
Okay.
he does.
When he goes back home, he probably still does that.
Oh, he does the eye move. Yeah,
Oh,
of
yeah,
course he
yeah.
does.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
You
yeah.
don't think
In
he learned a
Cuba,
lesson?
that's a huge move in Cuba.
You don't think Yuli learned a lesson not to do
No.
that?
No.
No, hell no. You know,
No.
it was the first two games of the regular season. Who cares?
Yeah, you can get away with that in the first two games.
Who cares?
Oh, you're talking about first
No.
two games of the regular season.
No,
What?
not the
What, he got
punishment.
suspended. That's where he got suspended the first two games.
Oh,
of the next
yeah,
season.
no
I'm
one
not
cares
talking about
that.
the punishment. I'm talking about, hey, maybe his good buddy you didn't like it, so he won't do it anymore.
Oh.
It's good buddy. You
You
Who talking about?
Darvish.
Well, you
Oh,
think that was
you.
payback for you? You think you Darvish last night was payback
I
for
think
for
maybe Yuli got some sensitivity
Oh,
training. He
Yuli
learned,
wouldn't
that,
do that
no
anymore.
he
chance.
learned that you Darvish
No
didn't
chance.
think it
He's-
was cool and didn't do it anymore.
No chance.
Here's how it would go. He'd go to Cuba
That's
and they'd
you,
be like,
John, no
"That's your
chance.
boy, you. That's your boy, Yuli." In Spanish, they'd say, "That's your boy, Yuli." You see what happened to the Astros? He goes, "I saw. It's not my boy. I get it." Like, do it. I'm not gonna do it again. No, do it, Chinito. Do it. And he's like, "No," and then do it. Okay, and then he'd do it. I guarantee you, they would pound him enough until he did the eye thing again.
Isn't he like 40? That's still going to be a thing.
Oh,
Look at John.
absolutely.
Where he gets
Look at
bullied into
John.
doing it.
John
Oh,
doesn't
yeah.
have to be prodded much to do something he shouldn't do.
Not at all. Not at all. I don't think.
I hold Yuli in higher regard than I do John.
Why?
I hold Trey in higher regard than I do John.
Why do you hold Juggalo
What?
Trey?
Yes.
What are you
Why would
talking
you hold Yuli in higher regard than you hold John?
Because I've met John.
Yeah, but you've not met Yuli.
Yeah, and I just assume everyone's better than John.
I've heard Yuli stories. John's fine.
Yeah.
I'll take.
I've
Trey
heard
over.
Yuli's stories too. You should hold me in higher
I'll
regard.
take, I'll take Trey over you though, definitely.
Oh yeah, Trey's a nicer person.
By the way, that's
Absolutely.
his third time on Kill Tony that he's gone up in front of 350 people.
And you crushed him in the
I
first
can't
segment.
believe it. I may have
You
been
need to
wrong on that.
apologize.
Maybe he did write those jokes.
Yeah, maybe the guy has
Maybe
worked
he
hard
did.
at the craft.
I mean, he's always got there's funny stuff to him. He does have a pretty good comedic sense of timing, but of course, the real beauty for those who don't know, Trey Campbell, Juggalo Trey, who used to be on with AJ and Fred, and then he'd come on this show, and he's the one that knows all the NASCAR crazy trivia. He was on Kill Tony, the Tony Hinchcliffe show that's just going absolutely bonkers. And Trey got up. You put all their names in a bucket and they do a pull. And sometimes you get pulled. Renee, our longtime listener, John, said he put his name in a bucket and he didn't get pulled out.
Okay,
when
so
he was there.
but I have a question for you because I saw him pull it and then he said, "Oh, Trey Campbell." Well, if this is Trey's third time on the show, then he should have known who Trey was.
Well, he may not I mean, he does a lot of these. I'm sure when he saw him, he's like, "Oh,
this guy."
I know." Now, if his name was Juggalo Trey, I guarantee you he would have known him. Trey Campbell may not move the needle. As soon as you see Trey, you have no doubt. Like, oh, it's this guy. But I'm telling you right now, he was funny and he was self-deprecating when he got off when they were talking to him. But the real joy happened whenever they got their turn to talk to Trey. Oh my gosh. I'm proud of young Trey. He did a great job.
Well,
And even if he had bombed, it wouldn't have
I
mattered.
haven't heard an apology though.
Well, whatever.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
You know what? You're right. I'm sorry, Trey. maybe you did write your own
Nah.
material.
See, still,
I just apologized.
I'm sorry. Maybe you did.
That's an apology.
No, it isn't. I apologize for suggesting you can possibly have written your own material.
There's a chance you wrote your own
See,
stuff.
there it is.
I just admitted it.
No, you didn't.
I admitted
No.
there's a chance he wrote his own
You're
stuff. That's an
awful-
apology.
you're an awful
Is there
person.
a chance you could talk about Zadok Jewelers?
I hope so.
I could, and hopefully Trey comes and plays his set over there at Zadok Jewelers this Saturday, because it's Watch Timberfest. We're going to have watches from around the world. Of course, they do every single day. But we're talking about the biggest names in watches are all there for you to check out. They'll have other novelties and timepieces. It's going to be really, really cool. They're making the watch. They're putting the watch at the forefront of Watch Timberfest. But this isn't just a name. They're turning the spot into a beer garden. From 10 a.m. to 6 p.m., you are going to have beer there. You're going to have huge Bavarian pretzels that are as big as your head. So you're going to have beer and pretzels. It's going to be a beer garden at 28,000 square feet of fun and frolic and watches right there at 1801 Post Oak Boulevard. It's right down Post Oak between San Felipe and Westheimer. Just head down Post Oak, stop in, come see all of us. It's going to be from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m., and you're going to see some of the coolest watches. If you love watches, you're going to love it, but they will buy, sell, and trade. So if you have a really cool watch that you are looking to sell or trade, they will do that with you as well. Pretzels, beer, and fun over at Zadok Jewelers for Watch Timberfest this Saturday.
Well, Lance, let me ask you a question. Do you agree with this headline? The Surgeon General says parenting may be hazardous to your health.
Yes. And I don't have the hardest kids to parent. They're just they're challenging in a different way, but not in the way some parents have. But yeah, it ages you. It's bad for your mental health. Absolutely. Absolutely. Yes.
1/3 of parents with children under 18 rate their stress level as 8 or higher on a 10-point scale. Do you feel like
I'm not stressed?
Do you feel like
annoyance.
they gave you heart palpitations?
No. They
You're not
stress
blaming
my
them?
wife. No, they stress my wife more than me. They kind of annoy me with some of the stuff. Like they don't learn anything. It's a lot of the same stuff every single day.
Police have found a man in a hospital was found in a catering oven, dead. But police don't feel like it's suspicious. Do you feel like if you find someone dead in a catering oven, that something might be amiss?
Yeah, because I saw Goodfellas when the kids' report card, when Henry's report card came home, and then whoever it was. Yeah, remember the mailman got his head put in an oven? That happened, but some bad guys did that. So, yeah, I don't think it accidentally happens.
Huh. A new study says eating grasshoppers might improve your sleep, hair, and libido. Do you feel like if you eat grasshoppers, you don't need 975 hair anymore?
If that's what the study says.
Do you feel like if you eat grasshoppers that you're going to make more nachos?
I've had crickets before in Mexico at Quintanilla. You don't really have a taste. Like they don't really taste like anything. Grasshoppers are a little meatier. I don't know about that. Crickets are small. Grasshoppers, you fry a cricket, you fry anything, you should be good. Like it's fine if you fry it. I don't want a sous vide grasshopper, just all soft and mushy in the middle. No, thanks.
No, crunchy. There's a new trend out there. Nails having microchips in their and you get a manicure and they put a microchip and it acts as a QR code.
Wait, what now?
Do you want a QR code in your nail?
Why would you do that?
Well, because let's say, right now they're being used as a favorite song or a website that you can go to, or you could use it as your business website. Somebody says, "Hey, what business are you in?" You hold up your nail to their
men will do this.
You hold up your nail to their phone, and it immediately goes to that website.
If that's what you're doing, I don't want your business. I don't need to do business with you. If that's how serious you take your business, is you're just going to put it on your fingernail?
Yeah, a microchip.
No, I'm not interested.
What are you talking about? You're way progressive.
I'm way progressive. What
if you have a QR chip in your nails,
maybe a 24-year-old would want to do business with you because they think that's super dope. I just think I don't think that you have your business may not. Okay. You know what? If you're a fashion designer or something like that, sure, absolutely. If you are a mortgage banker, no thanks.
Yeah.
If you're an accountant, here, let me show you my QR code on my fingernail that I just had painted.
Yeah.
Or whatever. I don't need to. But like I said, if you are somebody who is, an artist, okay, that's fine.
So do you want to play in the Bonds of Friendship golf tournament?
It sounds like it. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, but so British Shoulder is in trouble because he was in the Bonds of Friendship golf tournament and he knocked a guy out. That doesn't sound like.
Oh, that's not friendship.
That's not friendship. That's not the Bonds of Friendship. Not to me, anyway.
I hate when they call that the bonds of friendship.
An Arizona resident found a Lego stuck in his nose after 30 years. Have you ever had a Lego in your nose for 30 years?
The better question is, were there any other signs in those 30 years where he thought, wait, maybe he's known it's been up there and he just couldn't do anything about it?
Oh, well, maybe no. He's always been like, wow, this hurts right here. I don't know, doc. This hurt. Oh, there's a Lego in your nose.
Well, clearly you never went to a doctor. They would have done an X-ray and immediately found a Lego.
Here's a Lego.
After 30 years, the guy said, "Oh, see, I'm glad I didn't go to the doctor and waste that money. I knew it would eventually come out. Now that I'm in my 30s, now that it's 30 years later, I'm in my 60s."
A Florida teenager was arrested in the in the stabbing death of his mother just 19 months after he fatally shot his father. I feel like
his parents.
I feel like this kid probably had issues with the parenting.
Yeah, the parenting may have been an issue.
Speaking of that,
possibly.
did you see how glamorous the Menendez brothers are getting treated in that new show that that's being
Have
made
you
about?
seen the Menendez brothers? What they look like?
They're apparently in the show.
In the show, have you seen?
Yeah, very handsome individuals in the show.
Well, they were handsome kids,
but they're getting the treatment like this glamorous duo who, I know they murdered their parents, but look how.
If enough time passes, I just saw a historian's like, Hitler wasn't that bad, actually. It was really more of a Churchill problem than anything. Like, whoa, wow, we're now soft peddling Hitler. I guess enough time passes, you really can make anyone look good, huh? Menendez brothers. I knew it. I didn't know it, but I knew it. I should have known it.
Is Scooter McGavin in it? I'm looking. I saw Scooter the other night at the Emmys.
Scooter
or Shooter?
Shooter McGavin.
The actor who played him, is he in the Menendez brothers show?
Yeah, he was there.
Well, he's older.
Yeah. I'm not sure he's the parent, but it looked like a guy who looked like Shooter. We're done. That's it. We got to get to the Dell and Mape show.
Well,
the Mape show.
He doesn't have his name on the show quite yet.
Well, he needs to. Why are you being so oh, look at me, everybody.
Yeah,
I'm the star.
Not we.
My name on? I don't have my name on this show.
Nobody has. Yes, you do.
No,
John, Lance, and Dell.
No, that's what you say, but it's not on the.
Well, I see, but I'm inclusive. You, not so much.
I've been told that.
He's wildly uninclusive.
I am not inclusive. In fact, if you ain't like me, beat it.
Just put it right out there.
That's why you won't hang out with me.
Not many
bars.
people are like you, Dell.
Yeah, that's why.
That's
why I tell people to beat it.
That's a one of one.
I know. That's why I tell a lot of people to beat it.
We're done. We will talk to you again tomorrow, everybody. Hope you have a great day. I'll be in studio tomorrow, so that'll be fun. Back in Houston, where I belong, where my roots are. We'll talk to you tomorrow, everybody.
Welcome to the show. And I was thinking, it just popped in my head about an hour or so ago that considering the circumstances and where the season is, I can't even be mad if Yu Darvish is going to have a good night versus the Astros. I mean, the Astros have done some stuff to Yu Darvish. Let's go back to 2017. The World Series, where certainly Dodger fans will still claim that the only reason they were smacking around their pitchers was because of cheating. But even beyond that, when you are in one of the biggest moments of your life and the story becomes about how a guy pulled at his eyes, I'm like, you know what, you Darvish, if you, I know that guy's not around anymore, but if you're going to shut down the Astros for a night, I can't even be mad at you. I'm gonna let you have that one. The Astros go down rather meekly to the Padres. Really, their only threat was in the 5th inning. Altuve came up, 2 on, 2 out. He weakly grounds out, forced play at second, end of the inning, and that was pretty much it. Arrighetti was fine. That pitch count got high, so he didn't make it through 5. But it was on a Monday where you had a remarkable Monday Night Football game, particularly the ending, for all the reasons we're going to get into. What happened in San Diego? Okay, whatever. Yu Darvish, you have that one because in the long run, the Astros win. The scales haven't been balanced. And so that happened. And the Padres are a good baseball team. I know some people were saying, could this possibly be a World Series preview? Just because two teams face each other that are pretty good, you don't have to say that all the time. It just so happens that this is how the schedule played out, and the Padres win yesterday, late last night. I don't even know how many people stayed up to watch it. Are we still living and dying day to day with this team at this point in the year? I can't believe that's the case for most people. No, you're practically out of the top 2 seed race. You feel pretty comfortable with the Mariners, although you do have a final series against them, so you do want to keep enough distance between you and them. But all right, last night wasn't great, but it is whatever. It's fine.
It's also specifically like the kind of year that the Astros have had, where you were asked to live and die with every game starting in April because they kept losing every game that you're like, they need to turn it around starting at this series. And then they didn't do it for a month before eventually actually turning it around in June or July. And now it's like, yeah, sure. They get shut out by you, or almost get shut out by Yu Darvish
After sweeping the Angels. I mean,
it's like,
okay, you take a loss. So yeah.
And also this game ended at like 12:30.
Yeah. The season beyond last night's game, a little exhausting.
Yeah.
This season in particular.
It's just normally we don't have to dole out our caring about a regular season series the points. We don't really have to use them all before the very end. And this season we had to care in May, and it's just
I don't know.
I got nothing.
I got nothing. I'm drained. I don't know if I can. I don't know if I'm in for the magic number talk. I don't know. It felt like we're acting like you mentioned every game was determining and mathematically it is correct. Every game does determine the magic number, but it always felt like, well, if it doesn't happen today, then what's going on?
Are they going to be sellers at the deadline?
Yeah, that was a conversation.
What were we talking about in June?
And Dana Brown was like, no, we're not. And then they kept losing. And so what do you mean you're not? And then eventually it turns around. So I guess he's right there. And then they made a buy that was panned, excuse me, by most. And then turns out they were dead on with Kikuchi. So they lose, but the Mariners weren't in action. So that you only lose a half a game. And we'll see what happens tonight. And that's where I'm at. I can't work up the energy for a Monday night game in San Diego where I was hanging on for dear life to stay awake. I can't do it. I would have rather have them win, but I'm not that pissed that they lost. And as I said, if Yu Darvish is going to get a win, I'll allow it. I mean,
now when the Padres trot out someone who is making his like third career start and
I
has
need
a
him to
7
get.
ERA.
He needs to get ruined.
Yeah.
Yeah, I need the Astros
Okay.
to ruin that guy. But for you, Darvish, you're coming out on the losing end of anything Astros related. You can have this one. I'm good with that. So it was a very disappointing night at the plate for the guys. And Eric Arrighetti, as I said, I think I talked about it last week, that he's a guy who I'm no longer concerned about whether he's going to throw a lot of pitches in an inning and scuffle through it. I have confidence that he'll find his way to not turn that into a major blow up. And even that's from inning to inning, pitch to pitch, and sometimes start to start, where if he has a bad start, I don't think it carries over. I don't think bad pitches or non-calls or bad calls or even getting hit around a little bit and an inning carries over. He seems like the type that he'll push that aside and keep it moving. So the Astros go down 3-1 in that one. And they'll continue their series with the Padres. It's on True TV. I don't know if that removes the Space City Home Network broadcast, but nationally it'll be on True TV. But we did have something big happen. Spencer Arrighetti had a strikeout of a guy who never strikes out. Luis Ariz, he struck out. What was that? 160 something at bats without a strikeout, and Spencer Arrighetti got him in a big situation.
Like a month, I think, in real life month or something.
So take that. We're leaving with something, and that's what Spencer Arrighetti's leaving with: a strikeout of a guy who rarely strikes out, if at all. And that sigh is pretty much the embodiment of how I felt about that game.
It's something where I was kind of passively paying attention to the game, to the Astros game, but I was watching the Monday night game.
Of course.
And
dramatics in the Monday night game.
And I see like 17 straight tweets from all the Astros beat writers and fans being like, they strike with the same exact phrase. They strike out, the Spencer Arrighetti strikes out Luis Ariz to end his whatever at bat long streak of not striking out.
It's almost like
I was like, this is not credit to Spencer Arrighetti. However, this is not that big of a deal, guys. Like it's an interesting
like
it's like a July baseball thing.
Interesting factoid in a baseball game to know that
Tim Kirkshin is talking to me about baseball in July. I'll nod along like this is interesting. During a Monday night football game, I am like, cool. See a Luis Ariz.
It was 141 consecutive plate appearances without a strikeout to end the second inning. Yeah, it's something where it's a fact of the day.
I think part of it is because I didn't know that streak was going on until I learned that Spencer Arrighetti had broken it, and so I can't get that worked up about it.
Yeah, was the Padres broadcast at bat after a bat? Oh, that's 140. No matter what happened in the broadcast, matter what happened in the bat, he could have popped up.
Yeah.
He could have been hit by a pitch. Well, that's 140 times in a row.
They have a counter at like one of those big giant counters at the stadium where after every time he doesn't strike out, they reach out like it's Barry Bonds breaking the home run record.
There's
it's a giant 148 or whatever.
There's a Ariz section of the ballpark
chasing greatness
dedicated to there's not even what's the actual stat? Like, what's he chasing?
I don't know.
Is it 220 times in a row without striking out? And that's the stat he was chasing. And he comes up like 40% short. I don't know. But that happened. We took something from the Padres last night. And we took that streak away from Luis Ariz. So be it. Still go down 3-1 though.
World Series preview.
Yeah, think of what next time Ariz sees Arrighetti. What's he's gonna be thinking about the guy who broke his streak
when Arrighetti's like probably coming out of the pin in Game 3 of the World Series.
Yeah, if we get there,
if they get there.
Oh, yeah.
The Astros.
Well, the Astros are getting to the ALCS. We know that's happening. That's what they do. The next step. I mean, the Rangers got in the way last year. We'll see who gets, if anyone can get in the way in 2024. But yeah, the Padres, as far as we talk about least likely to get to a World Series amongst the two teams, it's the Padres. They have done it once, I think, in their franchise's history.
Yes, and they're not going to win the West.
No,
so they're
going to do it from the wild card. Well, the Astros will win the West, but they'll still do it from the wild card as well. So they don't exactly have that over the Padres, but they'll start at home. At least the Astros will do that, which in if we're talking about 2023, wouldn't have been a benefit.
No.
This year it's not it's different.
Would be
It's
talking
different.
about tanking down the
Yeah,
end
yeah.
to become a walk.
Is there any way? Yeah, remember? I think last year that was the discussion.
It was like, yeah, do you want
to win the division? And because they had obviously an opportunity if things broke their way with them in Arizona and the Rangers and the Mariners facing each other, and it did break their way. And of course, it worked out where they were able to start at home and win the ALDS. Of course, when it came down to it, they could not take advantage of home games last year in the ALCS, and it cost them a chance at another World Series title. But hey, that's last year. This year, it's not that they're a completely different team, but it's almost like that. When you talk about who's going to be starting for them in the playoffs, the lineup is relatively the same. And you probably had your strongest lineup out there yesterday, and you didn't get it done. But the pitching staff, I'm trying to who it was Javier, Fromber, Verlander last year as your top three.
Yeah.
And the only one who's likely to pitch, Fromber's obviously definitely pitching, but all the other guys, counting on guys who haven't been in those spots before.
It's going to be Brown, Kikuchi,
and
Verlander, Arrighetti.
You think? Oh yeah, where Blanco's going to the bullpen. Although
Or Blanco. I mean,
Blanco,
he's also new.
He's new too. Even bullpen, starting pitching, whatever his role is, it's going to be new to him.
Yeah, Josh Hader new, Taylor Scott new. Brian King
new. Caleb Ferguson, if he makes the roster, new. Yeah, it's going to be entirely pretty. But Neris is back.
Neris is back. Abreu, Stressley.
Imagine that your seventh or eighth guy has that nickname, and we're just going to have to accept it.
And the guy who were like, thank God, some continuity. Ryan Stressley's still around.
Can I get? Yeah, maybe Dude's not so bad. Maybe a lack of continuity from playoff run to playoff run isn't so bad.
Yeah, maybe we replaced him for a reason. I don't know.
Yeah, he did not. I don't know how his attitude was in the clubhouse, but he did not take kindly as far as his pitching performances to being replaced and demoted. And we're dealing with the Ryan Stressley we thought maybe we had done away with. Not the case. Let's hope that once the playoffs come around, he locks in. I have my doubts, but he's got a chance to prove me wrong. And that would be great because that would mean you have another high leverage guy who's locked in. All right, we'll get to what happened last night in Monday Night Football because the Eagles were one of my, if I was actually going to do the thing that we do with the NBA where we have our league pass teams, the Eagles were one of my Sunday ticket teams, and they provided all the drama last night. We have evidence that Kirk Cousins may have recuperative powers. He did do some play action stuff from under center, but the drive he led, I think exclusively out of shotgun, was pretty impressive as the Falcons came back to win that one. We got bad decisions from coaches. We've got bad defensive plans from a coach he hired to save his job. A lot went on last night. Eagles, Falcons. We'll get to that when we come back. But first, let's talk about my bookie. You might have sided with the Eagles last night. So that was rough. What happened? You were one Saquon Barkley catch away from not even having to deal with what happened down the stretch in that game. But hey, my bookie gives you the opportunity to win that back. Use the promo code BET975 if you are a new customer or an existing one. That helps your money go further. They will match your first deposit up to $1,000. So check that out as well. The tag is bet on anything, anywhere, anytime, and with good reason. Whether it be inside a game, you thought that might go the Falcons' ways after betting on the Eagles, so you went with the live betting option. That's there. Or maybe you want to bet on the Astros tonight. You think they're going to bounce back. You can do that too. From college football to the NFL to Major League Baseball, it's all there for you with MyBookie. And MyBookie Plus is their new loyalty tier where the more you bet, the more you win. You can go up the tiers depending on how much you bet, and the rewards keep flowing for you. So MyBookie takes care of you in a lot of ways, from the sports betting, the live betting angle, also the live casino if you simply just want to play some cards, and whether it be poker or blackjack, among other things. So go to mybookie.ag to check them out. Remember that promo code is BET975. Bet on anything, anywhere, anytime with MyBookie.
This is the Del Olaleye Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Del Olaleye.
We'll get to it in a little bit here. We'll go over what happened in the Monday Night Football game and make sweeping judgments on Nick Sirianni's future, because that's what needs to be done hours after a game that drops him to 1-1. We got to talk about, should he be fired or not? Should Vic Fangio be fired too? All the things that I'm sure the extreme part of sports media is discussing. But first, let's get to Trey, who, if I am right in my assumption, was talked about quite a bit this morning, if it's the same Trey. Let's see. Trey, you want to talk about the Astros? What's up, Trey?
Hey, Del, how are you doing?
I'm good, Trey. How are you?
I'm doing okay. How have you been?
I'm great, man. Since the last time we spoke, this is new for me.
Yeah, we're best friends. Remember, Del? You followed me on Twitter that one time, and you said how great of a person I was when you tweeted that. That was really nice of you to say. Remember when you did that?
I don't remember, but I still believe that to be true.
You tweeted you left your Twitter logged in that one time,
and you used it to compliment yourself. Yes, I remember. Did you hear?
Yeah, that's what I did.
Did you hear us talk about you this morning?
Yeah, I heard y'all talk about me,
Did you hear how insulting Lance was about you early in the morning, and then he had to retract it because he found out you were really good on Kill Tony?
I heard he said I stole jokes. That's harsh.
This is what I said. You've been doing it for a little bit, but a young comedian, you can't shake that if people accuse you of stealing jokes. I said, why would you assume that? So I defended you. John did as well. Lance, eventually, after hearing the entire Kill Tony thing, of course, he heard it while doing the show, which is not responsible. But he listened to it and said, you were really, really good.
That warms my heart. I miss you guys. Y'all are my favorite. The bench. I'm really excited.
What happened to the Blitz? I thought they were your favorite.
Well, I loved all of y'all equally.
Oh, there it is.
But
clean it up a little bit.
Yeah,
there
I loved all of y'all equally.
So you moved to Austin?
Yeah, I'm living with my wife. I'm getting married, Del.
Congratulations. When are you getting married?
We're getting married on May 3rd, 2025 in Kyle, Texas. We have a great time. We have my dog Kyler and our cats Millhouse and Gunther, and we're having a great time out here in Austin. It's really nice out here.
Why did you choose Kyle, Texas? Is your wife from Kyle? Are you from Kyle?
No, they just had this venue she really liked. Okay. And we're just paying a lot of money to go get married there.
It is a wedding. Yeah, that sometimes happens. So I saw that you were in Kill Tony. Lance informed me that you've been on there a couple times. How's the transition to stand-up comedian going?
I love comedy really more. I like it a lot, but radio really helped me with all the bits that I had to do with you guys to translate over to comedy. But I've been really lucky, I've just been writing a lot. So every day I have to come up with something. And if I don't, I'll have like a bad day. But I'm trying to write every single day, every moment of the day. It's just jokes consume me. And it's tough, but it's been a lot of fun. I've really got so many messages this morning. But somebody told me, they mentioned it on the bench, so I had to call. I really thought that really warmed my heart,
Yeah, we were unaware that you were making those appearances. So someone sent it to Lance, and he informed us. And from what I could hear while I was doing the show and during the breaks, you were funny and you got a great reaction from the guys. I know Tom Segura was on the show I saw, and obviously Tony was there too. So congratulations, man. At least from the outside looking in, it looks like it's going pretty well.
Thanks, Del. I appreciate it. I'm glad everything's going good on Comcast, and everybody's doing well over there on Comcast, and I'm really excited to watch Comcast with you and Jong and MC.
I'm not on Comcast. I do a segment with Michael Carroll, who is the host of Comcast. So that's maybe what you're thinking about, where he joins us every Friday at 11:30 to talk about what they like to talk about, and I like to talk about as well. It almost felt like Michael Carroll put you up to this from how many times you've mentioned Comcast, but I don't think that's the case.
No, MC would never do that.
I know he
MC
wouldn't.
is a humble king. He would never do that. But I do love the podcast Comcast.
There it is again.
Where you can listen everywhere on Apple Podcasts and Spotify.
You can also listen on Friday nights here on ESPN 97.5 from 9 to 10. So, as you mentioned, the podcast is available right now, but they also put it on ESPN 97.5. So, Trey, I appreciate you. We love Michael, too.
Wait, can I talk about the Astros?
Oh, you did actually want to talk about the Astros. Okay. There was Sean Mapes wasn't exactly sure you were the real Trey. I don't know how he missed it, but Sean wasn't sure.
Yeah, I don't know how he did either.
Yeah, I agree with you, Trey.
I'm bad with the voices.
There it is. But Trey, yes. What do you want to talk about the Astros? What about the Astros did you want to talk about?
I'm really worried about what they're going to do at third base next year. Obviously, Bregman's going to probably leave, but I don't know. That Mariners series, I'm kind of worried they're going to lose this one.
Yeah, I would like to go into that series up by more than 3 games, so a sweep doesn't turn this into a really tough close with the Guardians coming up next. I don't know. Is it going to be Whitcomb? Is that going to be the guy? DeCenzo? Who are they going to put there, Sean? Could you assuage Trey's worries, or do you think Bregman's coming back?
I think there's a chance he comes back, but it probably will be a Dubon, DeCenzo, Whitcomb poo-poo platter.
Mm-hmm.
I imagine is the plan.
So, Trey, we are there with you. Bregman's been a part of this franchise through the best times, so I don't want him to leave, but if he's going to ask for what we think he's going to ask for, the Astros don't play that game with everyday players. So I would say watch as many at-bats from Bregman as you can down the stretch. Hopefully it's a long playoff run, because I think we're at the end. Unless he wants to take a shorter deal.
Yeah, I just don't see him coming back. Honestly, I see him going to the Orioles probably, but I don't know. Maybe we'll see. Maybe they'll cave. And I only think the guy that's worth an 11-year deal on that team is only Tucker. I would say that would be the only guy I'd be willing to give a long-term deal to.
Yeah, and we just know the Astros don't operate that way, so it could be Bregman this offseason, and then Tucker in the following offseason, and you just hope you can take advantage of these guys as far as what they provide for this season and next, because it could be a situation where neither one is around in 2026. Trey, I want to thank you for calling in, but we do have to go to break. You know radio. Sometimes we got to go to break even if we don't want to.
27, yeah.
Yeah. So, Trey, thanks. If you call in anytime you want to talk Astros, anything else, we welcome you here. Good luck as you not hang out. You're working, but you're living in Austin, and we wish you luck. So far, from what we can tell, you're hit right now. So we appreciate you, man. Thank you.
Thank you all so much, Del. Thank you, John and Lance and everybody. I miss you guys, and I'll see you all soon. Y'all have a good day.
You too, Trey. It's just me here. John and Lance aren't here. But yeah, I'll let them know. But I will let them know you called in. Lance might still be in the building. That's Trey. I'm not going to call him Juggalo Trey. It's not the nickname I gave him. Trey is a burgeoning comedian in Austin. You can see him in the latest episode of Kill Tony. It's on YouTube. It's the episode where you probably are going to see Tom Segura's face first. But Trey is probably like 15 minutes into the episode.
Tom Segura is opening up for Trey.
You could put it that way.
That's what I got.
Yeah, you can put it that way if you so choose. And I only saw snippets of it because I was doing my job. But Trey, I know, what the hell. But Trey was good. He made the guys laugh. And if you're going to get real comedians to laugh, that's the first step. You always want to be a comedian's comedian, at least to begin. I don't know how successful those guys are, but at least you want to have the respect of the guys who you're working around. And Trey, at least from what I could tell, had that. Jeff, you want to talk about John Singleton? I imagine we'll talk about the Astros first baseman when we come back. Anyone else want to get in? If you are a young stand-up comedian, maybe this is a show for you. I don't know.
I don't
713.
think we want to start that.
Yeah. Don't we already have one in here? Isn't Paul doing that too?
He has done it.
I've done it in the past. Okay. Yes. Yeah, you're probably right. We probably just don't want to give people, hey, you got a good 5 minutes?
I'll just rock the mic, all right?
I'll just sit back and let you guys go. 713-780-3776. You can call in about a lot. Maybe not a stand-up comedian. Maybe not just now.
If you're a stand-up comedian who used to work here.
Yeah, if we know you personally, go ahead and call in. Barry, I know you're out there. 713-780-3776. We'll be back.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
I blanked on Trey's last name. It's Trey Campbell. You can find him. Just if you type in Trey Campbell and Kill Tony, you'll be able to find his appearances, or just type in Trey Campbell comedian. You'll be able to find him. And just take a listen to what he did in the most recent episode of Kill Tony on YouTube. We were going to talk about Eagles, Falcons, but Trey called in, so that disrupted all plans. And Jeff wants to talk about John Singleton. What's up, Jeff?
Yeah, how you doing? It's good show there, Del. I had a question. How do we keep John Singleton on the field? And what do we move? Do you add to third sometimes? You rotate it? What do we need to do to keep him on the field? I think he needs to be on the field.
Can you imagine that question in July? How do we
No.
how do we make sure John Singleton keeps getting at bats?
No, but
you're
comes through.
you're not wrong. Things have changed, and with the lineup that sometimes you're wondering where you're going to get consistent performances from. John Singleton's been one of those guys. How do you keep him on the field? Well, Bregman, when the elbow isn't bothering him, that's your third baseman, and then Tucker, whoever you want to put in center. That's a tough one, man. Has he done enough to just say, hey, we're just going to make him our everyday first baseman until he decides, until he stops playing at this level? I think that's your easiest choice. Just throw him at first. And
it seems like when he's playing in the lineup, he doesn't do as well as when he comes off the bench in clutch situations. But he's getting better.
Yeah, I mean, it would be tough to just make him, hey, John Singleton, can you just perform in high leverage situations late in the game? But I get what you're saying. I would. He is not going to be consistently your first baseman. He just hasn't proven to be good enough to do that. I think you're not going to get where he is on. You're probably not going to like him as far as the number of at bats he gets in the playoffs. There are going to be days when you look at the line and go, "Where's John Singleton?" Because he's not one of those guys that you're going to count on day after day. He doesn't have that type of status, and baseball's not all about that, but it does play a part. I think he'll get his opportunities though, because he's hit well enough that he deserves them. And as long as we're doing the whole thing where you get more bats or you get more opportunities because you play well, then he should be one of those guys until he doesn't.
Agreed. I see a lot of defensive mistakes with Diaz and whatnot when he's not out in the field. It seems like too. That's kind of cost us, I think.
Yeah. The defense, I'm not that comfortable with for this Astros team. I hadn't thought of it in 2023 and years before, but I don't think you're wrong. I think there's going to be a defensive mistake that's going to cost them at some point in a game. Maybe it doesn't cost them a game, but it's going to be big. I don't think they're as solid defensively as I would like, but well, they're a flawed team. They have overcome some of their issues to lead the division, but we know they're not a vintage Astros team where they would even be considered one of the favorites to make a World Series. We have some belief because that's what they always do. They're always in the ALCS. This one's going to be a bit of a grind, and it looks like it's going to start from the wild card round. So it's going to be tougher from the jump unless they turn it on down the stretch and the Guardians fall apart. But yeah, the John Singleton question will be interesting to see how they handle it, considering how he's performed. John, I appreciate it. Thank you for like I said, I imagine a question about how can we make sure John Singleton stays on the field. And he was ill yesterday, so that's why he wasn't available.
How do we get him to be immune to illness?
I don't know if we have that in us. We know the Astros have issues with injuries and reporting them and being correct on them. I can't blame them for this one, unless I hear about food poisoning, and then it's a whole different ballgame. But until
bad pizza,
yeah, imagine getting food poisoning from pizza.
That's what Michael Jordan wants us to believe.
Well, we know he can't be trusted.
Oh, I didn't know that, but I'm gonna take that personally.
Look, I just did a MyBookie spot, but I don't know if like guys who love to gamble can be trusted. Like at his level, where hey, anything. Let's put some money down, and because of the money he had, like he's got to get. People who obviously it's a thrill. You gamble. It's not all about making money. You want to make some money, but part of it is the thrill of gambling.
Yeah.
He was taking it to a point where it's nuts.
He said it in the documentary. He's not a gambling addict. He's a competition addict.
Well,
he just loved competition.
And are you an addict if you can afford it? When it comes to gambling,
he also brought that up.
I know I can afford it. Who cares? It's not a problem if I can afford it. I get that. Well, people can afford drugs too. Still an addict and still could be a problem. But I guess Michael Jordan would say it's not as destructive because I have the money, and no matter how much I lose, I got a big Nike check coming no matter what.
Exactly.
So he does have a point there. maybe keep your kid off the coke, though.
Oh, he has money too.
Well, he has his dad's money. You're right. He does have money. You're not wrong on that. To speak to Jeff's point about John Singleton, in his last 15 games, hitting 270, a couple home runs, 10 hits, but the fact that John Singleton over any stretch now is hitting 270 would suggest he has outperformed expectations. So I do think they need to consider him, and he'll get his at-bats. I just don't know if he's stamped himself as a guy you're going to see in the lineup every day. Just not what he's seen as on the major league level. But he has performed well enough that he's going to be under consideration. So that's good. But he's ill, so we'll wait to see when he's back healthy and how the Astros treat him. I have this question, Sean. We could think about it before we go to break, and we'll probably answer it on the other side. I've seen the reaction to the Texans 2-0 start, and they're moving up power rankings depending on the publication. I think I saw one spot where they're 3. Have they played like they're the third best team in football? We'll talk about that when we come back, because some of it, I think, is about what we thought and think they are as opposed to what they've shown so far. So we'll talk about that when we come back.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
Before we get to the Texans, wanted to clean this up. Singleton did play yesterday. He was ruled out of the lineup because of illness, but found his way for a pinch hitting role into the game for a pinch hitting role, which is always weird to me in baseball. You're too sick to start, but you want to swing the bat a couple times. You're well enough for that, right?
Yeah, it's like in basketball where every once in a while a guy will come off who normally is a starter will come off the bench. I'm like, that doesn't really help you if you're hurt.
If he's ill, shouldn't he just be back in the hotel?
Or either you can play or you can't.
Or just play. Yeah, but
I guess
he did get
baseball's
that
a little different because once you go in, you can't come out, or else you're out
you don't
for
get a
the-
break. Yeah.
Yeah, so you can't like manage the minutes, but
Yeah.
still.
I just always found it weird. Not healthy enough to start, but could give us a swing or two.
He can stop throwing up for the next 5 minutes
to getting the bat off. So he did enter the game yesterday, and we had someone tweet me, Almighty Dollar, say it's literally that's his name.
No.
That this is Singleton's.
You had the Almighty Dollar tweet you.
That this is Singleton's first season above the Mendoza line. He's not wrong, but it's not as if Singleton was getting long runs. Like his most games played was back in like 2013 when he played like 95. We know he had this big gap between being a major leaguer and not from 15 to 23. So yeah, you're right. But I mean, 19 games, 47 at bats in 15 last year with Milwaukee and Houston combined for 36 games and looks like 91 at bats. So it's not like he was given, and his play didn't warrant it. He wasn't given a long run to see if he can get things going. But with the Astros this year, really out of necessity because of the Abreu situation, he's played quite a bit, and I think you would say he's outperformed what anyone expected. He's still not. He is what he is, I guess I'd say. And I can't fault John Singleton for producing what he's producing. This man was a reclamation project and has found a way to be, at least right now, in the rotation as far as the Astros first base position is concerned. Okay, I got to this right before we went to break, and we'll probably get to Eagles-Falcons in the second hour. So the Texans are fourth in ESPN's power rankings. I saw another place they were third, and I asked this, and Sean set it up during the break for me to put it even more succinctly, I guess. If you did not know anything about the narratives coming into the year, would you rank the Texans in the top 5 by the way they've played? Take all the things into account. The teams they've played, and you want to play the transitive property, how those teams have looked against the other teams in the league. The Texans ran the ball great against the Colts. So do the Packers. The Colts don't stop the run right now. We saw on Sunday night against an obviously flawed Bears team with a young quarterback that the Texans dominated defensively, but their mistakes on offense, whether it be penalties or the fumble by Cam Akers, turned that into a game where the Bears had the ball outside of their own 40, two plays into a potential game-winning drive. Then, of course, all the Bears' flaws came back to haunt them, and the Texans took over with their defensive line and won that game. But have they played like a top 5 team in the NFL? Without the narratives, I would say no. It doesn't matter because they still have 15 more games to go to work out anything they need to work out. But from what we've seen, all these rankings are simply what the initial projections were, and then we're moving them incrementally because of what has happened. Like Sean pointed out, there is no ranking. There's no publication that should be ranking the Lions above the Bucks. The Lions and Bucks played in the playoffs last year. It was not a blowout from what I remember. And then they played on Sunday, and the Bucks went into Detroit and won. And yet, the Lions are still 2 spots ahead of the Bucks. For what evidence should there be other than what you believe the Lions to be? Now, you could turn out to be right in 15 weeks, 16 weeks. But for right now, the Bucks are better than the Lions.
That's why we play. That's why they played on Sunday to figure it out.
And on Sunday, and until proven otherwise, whether it be because of injuries or the Bucks kind of fall apart or the Lions get it together, right now the Bucks are not better than the Lions.
Yes, and this isn't if you beat a team, you should always be ahead of them. But if you're both, if one of you is 2-0 and the other one only has a loss to the other team,
Yeah. And the game
it's not crazy.
And by the way, the game you won was against a Rams team who got progressively more injured throughout.
Yeah.
And you found a way at the very end.
Yeah, an overtime win against the Rams.
Yeah, you weren't all that impressive in week 1. I mean, the Rams, because of more and more injuries, we saw what happened to them against the Cardinals team that no one thinks that much of. So once again, playing the transitive property stuff. So that's where we are. We're very early. All of our preconceived notions about these teams, we need to justify. So that's why the Texans, despite what you would probably call uneven play, are still one of the darlings right now in the top 5 team at the lowest when it comes to rankings.
I mean, the Kansas City Chiefs are always going to be a top 2, top 3 team in all these rankings.
Definitely, yeah.
And you look at the record, they're 2-0, like the Texans. Their point differential on the season is +8.
Mm-hmm. The Texans are what, +8 too?
The exact same point differential.
Yeah.
And both teams are just like, yeah, they're the best, 2 best teams in the AFC. It's like, well, I guess if we're, and I do understand a little bit of like, hey, we don't have to pretend that we think the Chargers are better than the Chiefs.
No,
like
we don't.
We don't have to pretend some of this stuff.
No, but they have not played, and to your point, if they had played and the Chargers had won a game, certainly it would.
Yeah.
The context of how that game went would affect how we believe. But if it was like how the Chargers have been winning, you wouldn't think the Chargers are better. You think, oh, the Chargers got one there. Like I don't think the Raiders are better than the Ravens. The Raiders just happen to run into a team who always does something like this, blowing fourth quarter leads with a double-digit fourth quarter lead, by the way. So
if you're doing power rankings, you have to put the Raiders ahead of the Ravens.
Because
at least for this week,
because the Raven and let's wait till the Ravens win a game before we change that up a little bit. And maybe put the Ravens above the Raiders.
Do you have the power rankings in front of you?
Well, yeah, I have ESPN's here. And
what is the highest ranked 0-2 team?
It's the Ravens, from what I remember. And
are they like 15th?
The Ravens are 13th. They're ahead of the Cowboys with the win, the Packers with the win, the Jets, the Dolphins. The Bengals are 0-2. The Raiders are 1-1 and are 21st. So a team they just went into their building and beat. They've decided the gap between the two should be 8 spots. And understandably, the Ravens were one of the contenders, but can we let them win some games?
Yeah,
and then you can rise. There's nothing that says you can't rise them 9 spots if you want to, if they win a game.
16, like there's 32 teams.
Yes.
They are a better than average team with a home loss to the Raiders.
Yes.
Who the same rankings thinks stinks.
That's how the logic just doesn't start to add up, because
they think the Raiders are the 20-something best team in the league.
And before they beat the Ravens, they thought the Raiders were the 28th best team in the league. So the logic doesn't really work, but that's how rankings go. You have to fiddle and figure out. And I still think the Ravens are good, so I can't drop them too low. But once again, these things are meaningless. So just drop them to 24th. Who cares? And then if they win a game, you can move them up. That's fine. It's fine. No one's going to be that upset.
That's the thing with the especially NFL power rankings, where it's like, yes, all this is meaningless, but we're still doing it. So might
be
as well
logical
try.
about it.
We might as well try. If we're going to do it, we might as well try to make it good.
Yeah, so the top 5 are the Chiefs, as you mentioned, 2-0. Bills are 2-0. At number 2, the 49ers, despite all their injuries and despite losing to Minnesota, they're number 3.
Ahead of Minnesota.
Of course. The Texans are 4. The Lions are 5. And those Minnesota Vikings, where are they? They are 11th, despite being 2-0 and beating what many people consider to be the best team in the NFC. And the Lions and Eagles are 5 and 6.
No Saints?
The Saints are 9 after jumping up from 23. At least they're ahead of the Cowboys. They did get that right, at least.
I mean, I'm just looking at the league by point differential, and it's Saints, Chargers, Vikings, Bills, Cardinals, Bucks, and then Steelers. I think that's where we can draw the line.
Yeah, all right, that's enough.
I mean, that kind of is like where the point differential line is too, because they're plus 15. All the other teams are plus 25 or higher. So,
and as we said, it's early, so you win a game close in one of those weeks and then get blown out, then no matter how good you are, your point differential is going to look bad compared to all the other teams.
Yeah, and there's just been a ton of sloppy games. Like where you asked, like, have the Texans played like a top 5 team? It's like, no, but they've probably played like a top 10 team.
When you compare them to others,
winning these games, like,
yeah,
there's a lot of teams that don't look great, or they look good one week and look terrible the next.
Yeah, I wouldn't knock them out of any nonsensical, hypothetical in my head power ranking just because they won their 2 games. And as you know, it's hard to do in the NFL. It's hard to win games in the NFL. Of course, someone wins a game every week, but it is hard to do. It is very hard.
In the words of Trent Dilfer, you cannot lose games and win. But yeah, I don't know.
And I brought up the power rankings mostly because of a discussion. And Eric, we see you. We'll get to you on the other side when we come back from the first hour being over. But I brought it up because a discussion between John, Lance, and I this morning went a way I didn't expect, only because I thought it was pretty easy to say the Texans haven't been dominant. And then Lance pushed back on, yeah, they beat up on Caleb Williams. He could have been blood in his pee. That's how bad they beat him up. I was like, sure, but you committed double-digit penalties. You fumbled at the goal line, which he wanted them to get credit for because they could have been up 16, I guess, if they hadn't fumbled. Well,
hey,
the fumble did happen.
They got to the goal line.
Yeah, and I could say, well, if Caleb Williams never threw a pick, then things could have been different too. So see how that works? See how stupid that sounds if I say that? And then on the final drive of the game, as I mentioned, the Bears were outside their own 40-yard line with the first down. So how dominant could you be if you haven't even covered it in any of your games? And that's what got him because he's a gambler. I knew what string to pull. Because he started off Monday. Eric's gone. Eric, you can call back, please, if you so choose. He started off Monday by saying the Texans pretty much lost because they didn't cover. You always know what string to pull at the gambler. And then I knew. I had the argument won. Don't say that.
That's how they should do power rankings, just against the spread.
Good teams win. Great teams cover.
Point differential against the spread.
Exactly. That's how we know who's good and who isn't. So the Saints, best team in football in years, the way they're treating the line.
07 Patriots.
yeah. Derek Carr, Tom Brady reincarnated. Prime Tom Brady reincarnated. We'll get into the Monday night game because of it happened. The end of it was a spectacular failure for the Eagles and a surprise win for the Falcons. So we'll talk about what happened in that game. We will get into our misery index for college football. We did not do it yesterday. We'll do it today. We can use players or programs, but I don't really want to call a player miserable. But if you're the Colorado State quarterback, you got to be feeling pretty crappy considering how people have turned on you in the last 8 or 9 days. And also, we'll go around the NFL as well. Pretty much a wrap-up of what happened in week 2. We were Texans heavy yesterday. We'll hear some sound from the Texans because D'Amico Ryans talked about what happened with Azeez Al-Shaair on that sideline and what he thinks of it. So we'll have the coach talk about, I don't want to call it controversial, but one of the bigger moments from the game that had little to do with football. So we got a lot to get to in the second hour. We'll be back. Welcome to hour 2 of the show. So let's get into what happened last night in Monday Night Football. The Falcons, after taking a lead in the I believe it was a third quarter, they allowed the Eagles to put together this long, we're going to beat you up, run the football type of drive. And eventually the Eagles take a lead. And it felt like the Eagles had grabbed control back after the Darnell Mooney touchdown from Kirk Cousins. And then the fourth quarter went on, and eventually the Eagles kick a field goal. And then they're driving down to put the game away, either by running out the clock or maybe scoring a touchdown. So I'll ask you this, Sean. On third down, excuse me, it wasn't third and goal. Falcons out
3rd and 3.
Falcons out of timeout.
Yes.
The Eagles call a pass play. Nick Sirianni obviously has to say, yes, Kellen Moore, you can call this pass play. Now, the pass play, the call worked because Saquon was open.
Yes.
He caught the ball short of the sticks, but he would have caught it and got a first down, tried to fall in bounds in the game. Either way, even if he goes out of bounds, they can just start kneeling and the game's over. So let's start with we can turn off our football player. Hey, run the football. Only one good thing can happen when you throw the ball. Other two are bad. Let's get out of that.
Okay.
Logically, from watching the play call, that's a good play.
The play worked.
The play worked. Your coach said, yes, let's throw the football to win this game.
Yes.
Your play caller had a good call. Your quarterback executed. All your big-time free agent running back had to do was do something he's good at, catch a football out of the backfield and then fall down, which would have been the end of the game as long as he got the first down, obviously. So I am not going to criticize Nick Sirianni or Kellen Moore for the play call.
No.
That play call was a good one.
It was a good play call. The guy, Saquon Barkley was open.
You had, at least on the night or without A.J. Brown, your second best offensive player with the ball in his hands. And it's very simple. Not very difficult. Catch the ball, fall down.
Yeah.
You win. So the only people I'm going to blame in that instance is Saquon Barkley. Only person is Saquon Barkley. And then we can get into Vic Fangio, who is the Eagles defensive coordinator, a guy they hired. And let's keep Vic Fangio off of Monday Night Football, because the last time Vic Fangio was a defensive coordinator on a Monday Night Football game, he allowed Will Levis to drive for 14 points in 3 minutes and lose the game.
Will Levis legacy drive?
Yes, it was a moment people thought, hey, Will Levis has something.
Will Levis is still the Titans quarterback because of that drive.
Yes, if he had not done that, Brian Callahan would have been forced to play Will Levis this year. And in fact, before we keep going with the Eagles talk, I think I have it saved over there. Brian Callahan, who is famous now for asking Will Levis after he threw away a football on a lateral that was recovered when they could have at least kicked a field goal and gone up by 2 scores against the Jets, or at least taken the lead. I forgot exactly where they were in that game. At least taking the lead against the Jets. He ran on the field and said, "What the F are you doing?" to Will Levis. It was caught on camera, and he was asked about it in his Monday presser, and this is what he said.
Yeah, I was upset. It was dumb. It was the same exact thing he did last week, and he cost us points in the red zone. And that is what it is. He's a grown up and he knows better. And so, I was really irritated that he cost us 3 points in a game that we probably needed it.
Yeah, he's dead on. It was dumb, and he cost us points. And he didn't learn. He didn't learn from his mistakes. He wasn't strictly parallel against the Bears when he made that play. He was parallel to the ground against the Jets. You would think that would be the first thing you think of as a quarterback. If I'm parallel to the ground, don't try to make a play with the football. Patrick Mahomes did it one time, and now everyone thinks they can do it. In fact, Patrick Mahomes did it that one time, and they put it in a Madden game because, for whatever reason, that's a normal thing for quarterbacks to do. So, Will Levis, if your stomach is facing the ground, don't try to throw the football anywhere.
Just hold on to it.
Just hold on to it. It was third down. You throwing the ball 4 yards behind the line of scrimmage was going to result in what? The best thing that could happen was, who was it? Was it Ridley? Whoever it was.
Oh, that he was
tossing it to?
It was Pollard, I think.
Okay, the best thing that could have happened to Tony Pollard or Tajay Spears was them getting clobbered by a Jets linebacker, but them holding on to the football. Nothing good was going to happen there. Just fall down, take your field goal, and you're leading the game.
It was even worse than the Reggie Bush one in the national championship game.
Yeah.
Like, it was worse.
It was way worse.
It was a worse decision than the Reggie Bush one.
It is a terrible decision. You can even give Reggie Bush and Grace, you're a running back.
At least it was the open field.
Yeah. You're a running back. You're trying to make a play down the field. You're a quarterback surrounded by 3 guys. You're parallel to the ground. Cut it out. Just fall down. Will Levis, no one's looking for that from you. We expect the worst from you. So anytime you don't provide the worst, you get applauded. Don't give us worse than the worst like you did the last 2 weeks.
I just have one question about this, and then we can go back to Monday Night Football.
Okay.
Where the hell did Will Levis get all this confidence from?
Vic Fangio? That Monday night game?
I get why Pat Mahomes tries stuff like that. What?
There's
Where
no
the hell
evidence.
Are you doing
Will
that?
Levis, there's no evidence of you getting away with this stuff. In fact, even at Kentucky, the only thing you were being praised for is being a big, strong-arm quarterback in the pocket. No one was looking at you and going, man, look at all the off-platform plays he makes.
That's the thing. He wasn't getting away with this in college.
No.
Like, why did you ever think you could do this? Okay.
It's a great question.
Okay. Vic Fangio.
Other than, you're a starting quarterback in the NFL, there's no other reason he would have any confidence to believe, hey, I can try this and it'll work for me. In fact, he should think to himself, I tried it last week. It didn't work. I will never do it again. Instead, he's like, I got one more in me. We'll see. And of course, his coach is being applauded for pretty much saying, hey, dumbass, don't do that anymore. You've done it 2 weeks in a row.
Applauded for not being stupid.
Yeah. And Brian Callahan is a guy who's not attached to Will Levis. He was, unless they said strictly, hey, make Will Levis a star, like the Dolphins pretty much did with Mike McDaniel and Tua. He can probably get away from Will Levis pretty quickly, just like Dave Canales has done with Bryce Young. So Will Levis, I would knock it off. I know they traded Malik Willis away. Now you just think you can do whatever the hell you want. But I would say, considering how your coach treated you, no, you can't.
If y'all are hiding up in the draft.
Yeah, and the way you're playing, you're making it very possible.
Yeah, keep throwing it to the other team.
What you keep playing, and all of a sudden you're gonna be looking at some dude doing the look at my watch celebration as your quarterback, and you wondering where your career's going. You better watch it, or maybe Carson Beck will take your job. Who knows? Let's go back to Monday Night Football. So, like I said, Vic Fangio, the last time he was on Monday Night Football, he gave up a 13-point lead to the aforementioned Will Levis, who we know doesn't handle pressure situations that greatly, but somehow, some way could dice your defense up. So that's not a credit to you. And then he does it to Kirk Cousins last night, a guy who's known for not being clutch, known for being questioned in prime time. And all Kirk Cousins does is, I like Darnell Mooney here. I like him again. And then eventually Drake London cooks Darius Slay on an outside route, and they win the game, of course, because the NFL can't end the game normally. Drake London gets penalized for up in the air. I don't know what his explanation was for what we all know as him firing a gun up in the air. I don't know what he tried to tell the referee that he was doing that shouldn't have been. He should have been thrown a flag. It shouldn't have been a flag thrown on that. But the referee wasn't hearing it.
It's a T-shirt cannon.
Possibly. I know he wasn't directing it at anyone except for all the Eagles fans, I guess, or the sky. I don't know. So I maybe you don't get penalized for that, but the referee did throw the flag. It resulted in an extended extra point that was made, so it didn't cost them. And then eventually Jesse Bates picks off one Jalen Hurts at 10 the game.
The biggest problem with Drake London is that he was doing it literally like elbow to elbow with the referee, like in front of the ref, as in front of the referee as you can get.
The referee's like, "Oh, you just gonna disrespect me, huh?"
Yeah, it's like at least don't do this right in front of me.
Yeah, he caught it
in my personal space.
He caught it in the front of the end zone, so he didn't have the buffer of being in the back of the end zone, then doing it
or in the middle of the field.
Yeah, and the ref not being anywhere near, and the ref was like, "Oh, you don't see me standing here, huh? I'm standing right here. You gonna do this? I gotta throw a flag on you."
It was a power trip by the ref.
The referee's like, "I'm standing right here. You just can't do that in front of me and expect me not to do anything." So he gets a flag thrown on him. Raheem Morris is incredulous over the situation. They make the kick. They win the game. The Falcons win. They're 1-1. Kirk Cousins' Achilles works, apparently. All things are good in Atlanta. Arthur Blank was on the field. You hear him going, woo! I was like, okay, cool. You still got Kirk Cousins. But at least for a night, you got Kirk Cousins.
Yeah, hey,
I got Kirk Cousins.
We got the classic Kirk Cousins.
That move worked. Look at us making smart decisions.
Yeah, just run 2-minute drill the whole game next time.
Or just have
you'll be the Saints.
Or just have Vic Fangio trying to defend a lead late. I don't know if you can get that every game. I'm pretty sure he can't be a traveling defensive coordinator following the Falcons along.
All-time DC.
Yeah, for anyone playing the Falcons. But it's a big win for the Falcons. Don't want to fall to 0-2, particularly when the Saints look like some juggernaut we've never seen before. But for the Eagles, all the things you thought you had corrected, even if it's just one instance, all those questions come back up. You blow a game you should have won. Your DC that was supposed to fix things did not. And then now, not on this show, we think the coach made the right decision. I guess you could ask, was it ever a right decision to throw the football? But I will not blame the play he probably stamped and said, run that play. I'm not going to blame Kellen Moore for calling that play. The only wiggle room is, do we blame him for even suggesting throwing the football?
But then at that point, what you're saying is that you should just take a knee.
Yeah.
Because if you hand the ball off, you could fumble.
This is the other thing that people don't.
If you call any play, a bad thing could happen. Yes.
That's what people don't bring up. That I know he dropped the pass and the time stopped. But if he is handed the ball and he fumbles, then should he have just kneeled? Should the Eagles have stopped trying to get a first down? Sure. The worst thing that could have happened outside of him tipping the ball up and it being returned for a touchdown. He dropped it. You had a chip shot field goal anyway. You make it, and the Falcons have time with no timeouts. But your point remains. Are we asking them not to try to get a first down, but just to do it in an alleged safe way? Because we've never seen anyone fumble before. In fact, the week before, when the Eagles were trying to kill, I think they're trying to do a tush push. They fumbled the center exchange last week in a game they're trying to put away. So there's no guarantees. We know that. Yeah, this show, the haven of nonsense thinks, let's be logical here.
Yeah,
the play was correct.
Have your star running back catch
All
the ball.
you got to do is have Saquon
wide
Barkley
ass open.
catch the ball wide open, and the game is over. Like I said before, on offense, the only one to blame in that scenario is Saquon. And on defense, you might want to throw some shade at some of their DBs, but mostly Vic Fangio.
Darius Slay wasn't fantastic.
No, Quinyon Mitchell, they say on one of the Darnell Mooney catches, he blew the zone. But your DC is the one teaching the young player what to do. You had him out there, and he didn't execute. So Fangio catches some of this, too.
It was so fast.
It was so quick.
The drive, it was what? 1 to Pitts, 2 to Mooney.
One
I think an incomplete pass to McLeod, and then a touchdown.
Yeah, where McLeod thinks he got interfered with. We didn't really see a angle from the back where we could have seen if he was being turned.
I'm fine with them not calling that.
What about the Chiefs-Bengals one?
I'm okay with them calling that one.
That one was pretty obvious.
More egregious.
Yeah, that was nuts. People were fighting that. Of course, it popped up again. The Patrick Mahomes exchanging his jersey with the ref meme again. That one was obvious. How could you not call that? That was an obvious penalty.
It's same thing with the Super Bowl against the Eagles.
Yeah, and it's
like that one's also very obvious.
And the guy admitted to it. And it's so funny. People forget that. Remember that Patrick Mahomes was furious, and no one was complaining about this one, particularly if you are in the mode of thinking that the Chiefs are always helped by the refs. When not Xavier Worthy, he would never, but Kadarius Toney was lined up all sides on the Travis Kelce catch, and no one was going,
they screwed him.
No one said that. No one was, except for Chiefs fans. No one was talking about the refs being on the Chiefs side. Then you're like, yeah, you made the right call. So it goes both ways. There it is. But that happened. A disaster class for my Sunday ticket team, the Eagles, and that's why I picked them, because I had some thoughts about what could happen there. And 1-1, Nick Sirianni being blamed for the loss when simply point to your big acquisition and tell him just catch the damn ball. That's what Barkley said. I let the team down with the drop, and that you did. When we come back, we'll go around college football. That's what kind of the misery index even is. It allows us to go around college football, get to some things we did not talk about. We'll go to Fort Worth. Shout out to TCU. I don't know how you let KJ Jefferson do that to you, but you did. And we will certainly go around the country as well. We'll get into some other things in the NFL before we wrap it up for the day. And we'll also hear from D'Amico Ryans, because he has thoughts on what happened on the sideline with Azeez Al-Shaair. And you won't be surprised by what he said. It was a lot of coach stuff. D'Amico, despite being a treasure here, he's very coach-like when he's answering questions, and probably rightfully so. So we'll get to that when we come back.
The Del Olaleye Show continues.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's your host, Del Olaleye.
From my, perspective, seeing Aziz, he had a big hit on the quarterback, and everyone goes, everyone gets a little antsy when the quarterback gets hit on the sideline, and but if the quarterback stays in, he's gonna get hit. And now I think everybody's a little sensitive when there are big hits in the league. Like, we still play a physical game, and you're gonna get hit hard if you're playing against us. That's just how we operate here. And what happened after that, Aziz is, of course, he's surrounded by a lot of their players and also some staff, and they're surrounding him. They got people pushing Aziz and so we have to, as the game, we have to be better, right? From protecting all players involved, especially when something happens on the opposite sideline. Just have to be better. And we know, from Aziz's perspective, we, can't throw punches or anything like that. But just overall, we just have to be able to protect players, and it goes both ways. When you got guys surrounding one of our players and ununiformed staff that's surrounding and in that little mix up as well, that's a problem, and we have to get it fixed.
There's bad people on both sides. Not surprising that he would come to the defense of his player. I don't think the NFL is going to see it the same way, because while the belief or at least the thought from D'Amico and we heard from Aziz Al-Shaair as well, they believe he was being pushed, and Aziz positioned it where he feared for his safety, I guess, which that's reasonable. There are a lot of dudes yelling at you, and they're surrounding you, but when you throw a punch, not one bear hit you back. Are the bears soft?
Yes.
Sean is very clear on that. Or are the bears disciplined? Because
I think Roshan Johnson's disciplined.
I
think all the other bears
are
soft.
Yeah,
not standing up for their quarterback.
So, that was apparently why Aziz feared for his safety, because they were standing up for their quarterback, just not in the mode of punching him in the face. They were talking to him, bumping him a little bit. So they were standing up for him in a non-penalized sort of way. So it was Aziz, because he wasn't penalized either. But traditionally, not a penalized sort of way. We're going to bump. You're going to talk to you. You're going to have a little struggle getting off the sideline. We're going to let you know that we're here. And then Roshan Johnson, who was probably just standing there,
think about what he's going to get for dinner.
Yeah, Houston, can we get something to eat before we get on the plane, something like that? And then he gets punched in the face.
Whoa!
What am I? I'm sure he might. I won't blame Roshan Johnson. I don't know if he said anything or not, but I just know what he didn't like. He wasn't looked at kindly by Aziz Al-Shaair. Aziz didn't like the cut of his jib, as people might say, and he punched him in the face, and then he headbutted another guy. I don't think Roshan got a headbutt too. I think that was another player.
That was a different.
Maybe it was Darnell Wright, the tackle. I don't remember.
It was. I remember it as being a offensive line.
Bigger person. So we're going to defend ourselves, but the league needs to be better.
Yes.
The league.
It takes all of us. It's what's painted in the end zone.
Choose love, even. Choose love on the sidelines. So if you hit our quarterback really hard and you happen to come into the sideline, we're not going to talk to you. We're not going to bump you. We're going to allow you to peacefully walk back onto the field, because Aziz Al-Shaair couldn't have possibly been the aggressor in any of that.
No.
He was being pushed to that level by the Bears.
I will say Aziz Al-Shaair was kind of on 10 that entire game.
Yes,
which,
he was.
In general,
for a linebacker, cool. We love that.
Yes, that's the energy you want from your middle linebacker. Just sometimes, Sometimes, but when you're on 10 and then you're on the opposing sideline fearing for your safety,
I got
have to punch someone.
I'm gonna have to grab the ox from you, or at least turn you down to 5, so you don't potentially get penalized.
A 7.
Yes. Yeah, I still need you to be revved up so you don't. It doesn't take a long time to build back up to a 10. But 7, you want to curse someone out, you want to talk a little bit. I'm good. Just make your way back onto the field to play. That's all I'm looking for.
In an orderly manner.
It doesn't have to be that orderly. Just don't throw a punch. I don't care. It could be disorderly. You can be as disorderly as you want, except when you get to the punch level.
Keep your hands to yourself.
That's all. Yeah, not even. Shove a guy out of your way. That's fine. Just don't make yourself vulnerable to a penalty. And I'm not quite sure how the refs didn't see it, but they didn't. And the Texans are fortunate because that drive would have been extended, and your on 10 linebacker probably would have been thrown out of the game, because they talked about it during the broadcast that they can't throw a flag from New York on the play. They can't initiate a flag. But if they had thrown a flag, then even if they didn't kick out Aziz Ashier, New York could have popped in and go, actually, you should throw him out of the game. So that could have happened. So they avoided that, and he'll likely get a giant fine. But since that will be the extent of it, I think the Texans should feel fortunate about that. Okay, Eric. I don't know if this is this Eric Wong who wants to talk Longhorns?
I think he called in earlier.
Okay. Eric, you normally want to talk Astros and Abigail Dye, but today you want to start with the Longhorns. What's up, Eric?
Hey, Dale, how you doing? Sorry, I had to hang up. I had to take a call from New York. Yeah, I was talking about Longhorns. Did they make a mistake letting Malik Murphy go? And is there a QB controversy on the 40 acres? Also, why did Texans players so dirty, hitting Caleb Williams way after the fact he was out of bounds?
Oh, I thought you had more.
And Abigail Dye.
Oh, there it is.
Her workouts are really hot, and so are Kim Castro's. I'll hang up and listen. Thank you.
I will continue not to do any research on that. I'm just going to assume he's not telling the truth. I've had no corroboration about their workouts, so who knows? Maybe you're at their gym, which would be weirder than your normal call. But there is no controversy on the 40 acres. If you ask Steve Sarkisian, I imagine the belief is that as soon as Quinn Ewers is healthy, he will play.
And then the first interception. No, I agree. I mean, we can't yo-yo from after the Michigan game, be like
crediting him for what he did in that first half,
and go all the way to he might be the number one pick in the draft
to saying he can't get his job back because Arch was lighting up UTSA. Look, I welcome the nonsense, but we got to have some standards.
Can you do it against? They play UL Monroe.
Yeah, is Arch gonna do it against? Let Arch do it against a Power 4 school before we start.
Mississippi State 2 weeks from now.
They're barely a Power 4 school, but in our circumstances, at least
only play who's on the schedule. Dell.
I was going to say at least they're a Power 4 school in name, despite the circumstances of what's going on their roster. So, sure, light up Mississippi State, cool, but at least be better than the Toledo quarterback. Because if you're not, then maybe Malik Murphy should have stayed. And that was his other question. No, they're not. What did he say?
Regretting.
No, they're not regretting.
Malik Murphy, though, saw a very helpful side-by-side between his stats this year and a former Duke quarterback's stats.
Riley Leonard's stats.
Riley Leonard, who's how many touchdown passes do you think Riley Leonard has this season?
Ooh.
3 games.
3 games. He didn't throw one against Northern Illinois, from what I remember. Who did they play first?
A&M.
A&M. 1?
0.
I should have gone with 0. It felt like the right choice the whole time.
He has not thrown a touchdown.
He has run for several.
He has run for, He ran for, I think, 3 against Purdue.
This is why when they made that.
And Malik Murphy's thrown for 8.
Duke is not great, but Notre Dame would be better off with Malik Murphy, and Duke is better off with him as opposed to Riley Leonard. Notre Dame is being probably held back a little bit. Not that there's a better quarterback on the roster than Riley Leonard, but there are better quarterbacks in the country that were available than Riley Leonard, and they went with him.
When you take someone from the portal, you are at least theoretically opening yourself up to take anyone.
Yeah, and they just now, of course, that's not expressly true. Some guys are earmarked for a program even before they get into the portal.
Yes.
But Notre Dame was interested in a portal quarterback and for some reason decided, Riley Leonard, you're our guy. Or they didn't want to get into the game of actually bidding for one of the more talented guys. I said it before. I don't know why. I guess I can guess Notre Dame holds itself apart from some of those conversations. But Notre Dame, you like your defense. Your offensive line is young, and now you're going to be missing 2 of those guys. They were injured, but why not go all in on a big-time quarterback? And Riley Leonard doesn't fit the profile. All these title contenders, for the most part, whether they're a portal guy or a guy they recruited, are big timers. Quinn Ewers, big timer.
Archman.
Jalen Milroe has proved himself to be a big timer, no matter some of his weaknesses as far as throwing the football. Well, Arch Manning, he's there too. Cam Ward, big timer. Will Howard, question marks aside, he was one of the most coveted guys in the portal as well. Riley Leonard, which one of these things are not like the other? Riley Leonard is not a big time quarterback, and Notre Dame refuses to get into that ball game, and that's why they're always what they are, along with lack of production from the wide receiver position too. So the two glamour spots in college football beyond defensive end and corner, they don't do a great job of either developing or going out and doing what it takes to go get some guys to fill those spots. Imagine what Alabama tried it and was wrong, and then they eventually got back to Milroe last year, and it was worked out for them. You think Ohio State would have been comfortable going, you know what? Obviously, they weren't. Hey, is it Devin Brown that's been on the roster for you?
Number 33.
Yeah, that says all you need to know. He's sticking with the number 33. Get a real quarterback number if you want to play at Ohio State. Come on. Be serious about things.
We used to have CJ Stroud.
They would do that. They would do it on principle, keep him out of the lineup because they don't want a 33 running out there for them playing quarterback. All the programs you think about having a chance at a national title, their quarterback is, as the kids would say, is a problem for the most part. Riley Leonard ain't a problem for anyone but Notre Dame. That's why they're turkey. Dependable, hardy, never going to be anything special. Even if you deep fry that thing, at the end of the day, it's still turkey. That's what Notre Dame is. Should have got yourself a different quarterback, and you'd be better off. But they don't listen to me. Good.
Yeah.
I'm glad you want to be in like the 10 to 15 range your entire life. I'm good with that.
Imagine being a Notre Dame fan listening to this. We won 66-7.
Doesn't matter.
This call was about Texas.
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter.
We've gotten 5 straight minutes on how much we suck.
It's not that you suck. It's that
or how much they are falling short.
You don't want to play the game, Notre Dame, and that's where you are. Why you are where you are. And because of the CFP, the expanded version, you're going to get your opportunities to get your ass kicked in a playoff again. And now you might win a game because the field is larger. But we all know when it comes down to it, all those dreams of a national title, they're just that. Dreams. Fantasies even. Delusions maybe.
Oh, okay.
Now I'm done. It wasn't a misery index for Notre Dame.
No, they won by 59 points.
They bounced back and killed a Big Ten team.
Riley Leonard threw for 0 touchdowns. Only threw for like 100
Well, you
yards.
set me up because you started talking about guys not throwing for touchdowns. And how can you have that as your quarterback if you think you can win a title?
But he ran for 3.
Yeah, if it was 1988 and his name was Tony Rice, cool. But it's a different era now. If he had the rocket out there, Raheem Ismail, cool. You can run for your 3 touchdowns. But it ain't the way the game is played today. We'll get into the misery index that doesn't feature Notre Dame.
Because why would it?
Because they won. But it should. When you lose to Northern Illinois at home, you should always be on it.
You get 2 weeks of it.
Yeah,
I like that.
Yeah, you should still be on it. But we'll get into that when we come back. But first, Sean wants to talk about Prize Picks.
Yes, it's the way to not be miserable. And I was definitely not miserable last night. They have these stat projection combos that you can do. So you can do Kirk Cousins and Jalen Hurts to throw for more or less than 454.5 yards. I took the less on that, and despite Vic Fangio's best efforts, the less hit. And you can maybe do this one, maybe my guilty pleasure for any game, but especially the big games, is the kickers more or less the total field goal yardage combined. It feels like it hits a lot for me, and I took the more on Younghoe Koo and Jake Elliott's more than 112.5. They did 152 of combined field goal yards, and and then Saquon Barkley, Bijan Robinson combo yards went over, and where I fell short was believing in Spencer Arrighetti to throw more than 4.5 strikeouts. I did get Paul Skeens throwing 7 strikeouts. So yes, I hit on 4 of the 5-way in these picks, and I still left with a little bit of money in my pocket because you can do flex plays, which allows you to get one wrong and still get your money. So if you want to maybe put in a 5-legger for today's Astros game or for any of the baseball action today, download Prize Picks right now and use code MAPES, MAPES, and get $50 instantly when you play $5. You don't even need to win to get that $50 if you just use code MAPES. Prize Picks, run your game.
You're back inside the Veritex Community Bank Studios with Del Olaleye. I mean, you're not actually in the studio, but if you watch ESPN Houston's YouTube channel, it's kind of like you are. No, not really? Okay.
You can be in the studio on Friday for the listener appreciation party. We'll do a giveaway here before we close out this segment. Your chance to hang out with us, eat great food, get a chance to take a picture with the specific Astros trophy that may commemorate them being the best team in baseball in 2022. If you're wondering why I'm dancing around the actual title of that trophy, just not allowed to say it. So we'll do that giveaway here shortly before we wrap it up. But I did want to do the misery index in college football. I think Notre Dame belongs on it still because you lose to Northern Illinois. You at least get 2 weeks, but push them aside. I think number one still remains FSU and their fans. They lost to Memphis and another bad offensive performance. The defense played well enough to win. There was kind of a mind-numbing decision made by Mike Norvell to go for 2 because his thought was, we want to win this game 21-20. Well, of course, they don't get the 2. So they would have needed just a 2 to tie the game. And none of that comes. They go down to Memphis. Now they're 0-3. A team who won 10-plus games for the last 2 seasons is now 0-3. He just miscalculated his portal additions. Sometimes you hit on them, sometimes you don't. He hit on Keon Coleman. He hit on Jared Verse, who had been in the program for a couple of years. He hit on Fisk, another defensive lineman. He, along with Verse, are with the Rams right now. He hit, but he also had Jordan Travis. He does not have Jordan Travis, and their offensive line cannot run the football against anyone. So now you got problems. And DJU isn't going to be an elevator of talent. He's barely a bus driver for a team. Or excuse me, a bus rider. He's definitely not a driver. And he may be the brakes on an offense right now. So I think they're at the top. Another poor performance from them. And a good game later in the day was TCU losing to UCF. I got to throw TCU on the list of the misery index. You blow a 21-point lead to KJ Jefferson, who was having issues throwing the football. in his first 2 games against lesser opponents. That should be a win for TCU. You're at home. You got a shot to go to 3-0, and you let KJ Jefferson on 2 straight drives pick you apart. That was a really good game. It ended great, too. It was a game where TCU kept blocking UCF extra points. UCF, I think, did they have 3 kicks blocked in that game?
Yeah, they had 3 different kicks blocked. And so when they scored the touchdown,
It wasn't a foregone conclusion they're going to win that game.
It was 34-34, and they were kicking the extra point. And the announcer was like, "Oh, well,
it's not over yet, guys.
We don't know if they're going to actually make this."
Yeah, but it was made. UCF gets out of there with the win, so they are 3-0. And I think Braden Fowler Nicolosi goes on the misery index, so he's had a rough time of it.
The fact we know his name.
Yeah, well, it started in the offseason when he was touting the fact that he turned down $600K to stay at Colorado State.
Even then, I like barely knew his name. Now, like, people know his name. People know who he is.
And if you don't, he is the quarterback for Colorado State. He did a sit-down interview last week before the game against Colorado, along with his star receiver, Torrey Horton, about why Colorado was fake and they should have beat them last year. In fact, Torrey Horton said we should have murdered those boys last year. And they certainly expected to win the game on Saturday. And it didn't go their way. They're blown out. And he tried to shake hands with, or at least have a conversation with Shedeur Sanders at the end of the game. And Shedeur Sanders did not shake his hand. He just started pointing at him and saying, "You were the one talking all that on social media." So Braden Fowler Nicolosi, said something a little sarcastic as they were separating. And he and his Colorado State Rams are not good. They lose to Colorado, and Dion had words for those two, Horton and Nicolosi, about their actions. Calling out our team when you just got beat by 50, throw them on there too. And finally, I was debating this. Do you think Quinn Ewers is miserable?
I mean,
he was definitely miserable on Saturday afternoon.
It looked
or
like
Saturday, going into Saturday night. The pain. What was worse, the pain of his abdomen, or the pain of the cheers that
being
went
in the
up?
blue tent and just hearing the crowd go nuts every 5 seconds?
And not that he's even jealous of Arch, but the fact that how come they don't love me like they love him?
That's the, especially being in the stands for that. That's the craziest part, is that Arch Man, like the crowd loves Arch Manning. To honestly, it is disrespectful to Quinn Ewers, because when he left the game, he left in the middle of a drive, and then Arch came in. And when they announced Arch coming in, people were excited. I was like, you realize that means the starting quarterback's there.
Does any of it have to do with the fact that he picked Ohio State originally, although we kind of know why that happened?
Yeah, I don't think people. I don't
Do they
think
care
that's what
about that?
is. No,
it's just Arch being Arch.
I think that's what it is.
So he was a quarterback of a team who went into Alabama and won. Alabama turned out to be a good team who made the playoff. Yes. He led you to a Big 12 title, your first since when?
2009.
You make the playoff.
Yes.
And yet, it's still, hey, get your ass out of here. We want to see Arch play.
That's crazy.
Well, you're one of those people. You're saying it's crazy. You may not be as loud about it, but you're right there.
I wasn't cheering.
Though. I know. That's what I'm saying. You may not be as loud about it.
Until he started scoring touchdowns every play.
You weren't cheering immediately after Quinn got hurt. Quinn Ewers got hurt.
God. Because at a certain point, it is like, to win the big games, you kind of do need Quinn.
Yeah, we have not seen Arch do what Quinn has done in big games. For all the questions about Quinn Ewers and his sometimes off and on play.
Yeah, like when Georgia comes to Austin.
Do you want Arch starting that game?
No.
No. Why would you?
I'm okay with Quinn Ewers, like, hey, get healthy for this week. Get healthy against Mississippi State.
Give Arch opportunities. Yeah, but because you're going to need him next year.
Because the upcoming schedule is literally UL Monroe, Mississippi State, both at home, bye week.
Yeah.
Oklahoma.
Yeah.
And then Georgia.
You want
like those two games you're going to need Quinn.
That's a run up. That run up for Arch is a perfect way to find out exactly what issues there may be and what he's great at on the field. And then you have some answers about things maybe you still had questions about him and his performance for the coaching staff, not just the fans. And then you get the bye week. Quinn Ewers comes back for Oklahoma, and who knows what Oklahoma will be. They got Tennessee this week. But I don't think it's awful that this is happening right now. I just don't know why anyone would be in a rush to throw in the inexperienced guy against what was the number one team in the country. Now it's number two because you're number one. All right. I did mention this. Let's do this now. We're late for a break as to be expected. Caller 5 right now, 713-780-3776 wins a pair of tickets to the listener appreciation party. It's this Friday. That is September 20th. We're going to be giving away tickets all throughout the week. This show, every other show, up until Thursday, actually. We'll end it on Thursday. So if you don't win with us, keep listening. You're going to have opportunities today, tomorrow, and Thursday. And of course, if you don't happen to win tickets directly from a giveaway, you can certainly go on ESPN975.com under the promotions tab to secure your tickets now. So what do you get if you come to this party? You get food from Philly Flats and BB's Tex Orleans. You get J Bar M food, lanes, and halal guys. The drinks will be provided by Tejas Beer and Space City Vodka. There also will be a raffle where you can win a great prize from Republic Boot Company. And the big thing for some of you, if you like pictures, you get to take a picture, maybe several, we'll see, with the 2022 Astros trophy. What does that mean? The Astros did something really big for the second time, actually, that year. And they got a trophy for it. You will get to take pictures, at least one, with that trophy if you're at the party. So that's why you should come. I think we have our winner. We'll have more winners throughout the week. We got one more segment to go. But before we do that, I want to talk about MyBookie. MyBookie should be your number one if you're looking to bet on sports or if you like cards. They do have the live casino option at MyBookie. Just go to mybookie.ag to check that out. And of course, they have something new that you can take advantage of. It's their MyBookie Plus program. It's a loyalty program. Simply means if you bet more, you'll win more. And you'll have the chance as you continue to bet and continue to move higher up in their tiers to have access to really great prizes. If you remember that promo code, use it. It's bet975, and they'll match up to $1,000 on your first deposit. And the promo code will work for you if you're an existing customer as well. So you want to bet on the Astros tonight? You think they're going to bounce back? You can do that. You want to bet on international soccer? We've got smaller tournaments in England going on today. You can check out. I think it's called the Carabao Cup if you want to put money down there. Obviously, college football will be back here shortly. Put some money down. If you like Tennessee against OU, place that bet. MyBookie will take it. Go to mybookie.ag, the website. They'll let you know. You can bet on anything, anywhere, anytime with MyBookie.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
So, final segment here before Gallant and George take over. We talked about it pretty much through the prism of power rankings, but if we go around the NFL and what we missed out, we didn't dive really deep into what happened in Dallas with the Saints. It's just we were just talking about how crazy it is that the Saints are this offensive juggernaut through 2 weeks. Clint Kubiak is their OC. Apparently, he had an interview with the Bears, and the Bears like, you know what, we're good. It seems like a mistake, at least through 2 weeks. So yeah, that happened. I'm trying to think of anything else that stood out beyond the Raiders going into Baltimore and winning. Of course, the stat there is the number of the number of blown leads the Ravens have given up in their time, which is, you think, because of what you can do with Lamar Jackson to close out games, that wouldn't be a thing, but it is, and apparently it's not going to get fixed. Okay, we know the AFC South is 0-2. We didn't talk anything about this other than a passing mention. Bryce Young gets benched. I am surprised that it happened, but much like Brian Callahan, Dave Canales has no ties to Bryce Young, just like Callahan has no ties to Will Levis. So I think it makes it easier. He's not my guy. And if he wasn't brought in with the mandate that he had to fix Bryce Young, this is an easy call, I think, for him to make, because it happened in Arizona after 1 year with Josh Rosen, but the Panthers didn't have a number one pick. So they couldn't get away from Bryce Young because they traded away to draft Bryce Young the year before. So there was no let's get away from Bryce Young after a year. But after 2 years, I think they're well on their way to say we don't have to deal with this anymore. We're wrong. And if our coach thinks he can't fix this, why saddle him with Bryce Young? And I would credit whoever made the decision, because it's not an easy one. It's obvious Bryce Young shouldn't be out there for a lot of reasons. But if you're the Panthers, you're like, that's our guy. Well, at least we thought it was. But you're giving your coach the ability to get away from him. It's a tough one, but I credit them. Whoever decided this was what they're going to do, because right now it's a disaster for them. Although the thought is, maybe Bryce Young guarantees you the number one overall pick, so maybe you should not be playing Andy Dalton.
That might be true. B, does Andy Dalton is he gonna win so many games that you're not gonna be the number one pick?
Well, the Patriots are a problem for them because the Patriots seem competent. So that was one of the teams we thought would have the number one overall pick. Now they wouldn't have picked a quarterback, but
yeah, but already one game.
They already have a win They already have a win. Who else was a contender? The Raiders already have a win.
Raiders already have a win.
So we're just talking about teams.
Broncos just drafted a quarterback.
Well,
it is funny to go, Bryce Young just got benched. We're on first pick watch, and then go, well, the Patriots and Broncos just drafted a quarterback, so they can't draft another one.
The Patriots may not have a reason to play Drake May until later, and if they don't play him until later in the year, they can always say, just 5 starts. Yeah. We got to find out more.
Yeah.
The way the Broncos are going and what we've seen from Bo Nix, there could be a real chance there's no evidence on the field that suggests they shouldn't draft the quarterback. Now, they may not do it because they've just drafted him. Yeah. They don't want to pull a Cardinals. But if you're Sean Payton, of course, the Russell Wilson thing, who can blame it on Russell Wilson? That's just Russell Wilson. He's not good. That's easy. That's an easy deflection. But if now you're starting Bo Nix and he's not good, although a lot of people could have told you that despite what you saw at Oregon, and you quote unquote fail him, then we got to start asking some questions about Sean Payton. That's your handpicked guy, and he is not good. What does that say about Sean Payton? It would give some of the Russell Wilson truthers. See, we told you. Okay. We told you about him.
Can we get Russell Wilson on the field before the Russell Wilson truthers do a victory lap? Or
yeah, well, Mike Tomlin.
Play good football for the first time in 2.5 years.
We'll see what they say if Mike Tomlin decides no, we're not playing him. when he's healthy. Then you can't really. You want to go after Sean Payton for that? I guess you can. But if Mike Tomlin is pretty much agreeing with him, then maybe you quiet down there.
So here are the teams that are 0-2 with the Panthers, and they're all various threats to
We want
very
to
levels.
just want to wipe out the Ravens from that equation.
Yeah, I was gonna say that Ravens, Bengals. Okay,
Not drafting quarterback.
So Broncos, aforementioned, the Colts.
Probably not draft. The Colts probably
won't
not.
be bad enough to be in
No.
the wrong pick. York,
The
Carolina
Giants.
Panthers, the Giants, the Jags, the Titans, the Rams.
The Rams would be interesting if they get so bad that they decide Matthew Stafford. Nah, but I don't see it happening. Not with Sean McVay there. Only if Sean McVay decided he was going to pack it up do I see them drafting a quarterback. He loves Matthew. He calls him Matthew all the time. I think the Giants are their biggest competitor.
Yeah.
Because we always have the Broncos maybe thinking they're not going to draft the quarterback. As I said, I don't think there will be any on-field reason for them not to draft one. It'll just be, oh, this looks bad. We missed so badly in Bo Nix. We're starting over again with the alleged quarterback guru. Perhaps Drew Brees was just good. Perhaps. All right, we're done. Gallant George are up next, followed by the Killer Bees. We'll see if the Astros beat the Padres. Maybe something good to talk about there when we come back. Certainly more NFL and college football news to get to throughout the week. Sean, we're done. So what does that mean?
We did it!
We did. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
Hello and welcome aboard Gallant and George. It is Tuesday, September 17th, 2024. The Astros were playing a real team last night, super late on the West Coast. past my bedtime.
Agreed.
I'm in my mid-30s. Not only should I not have to watch an Astros-A's game or Astros-Angels game, or let's be honest, any baseball game in September, I don't want to have to watch an Astros-Padres game when they lose.
Yeah,
That is the important caveat to add to the end, when they lose. If I'm staying up late, win the game. They lost. It's annoying. On to tonight. They're 4 games up in the AL West, Joe George, on the Seattle Mariners.
Can we not just move West Coast games to, I don't know, like the third month of the season when like baseball is really like in its worst time? We feel like we can just skip a couple days. I don't need it during football season. It should be all 7 o'clock only during football season.
It was nice to be able to see the end of the Monday Night Football game and not feel conflicted at all. I could turn my attention away because generally a Monday Night Football game starting at 7:15 is probably going to be ending around the same time as an Astros game that starts at the same time. So it was nice because it was really funny to see the Eagles completely blow that to the Falcons. They lost 22-21. So another unbeaten team dropped from the ranks of the NFL's unbeaten. But the Astros lose. It was not a debacle of a loss, but who's to blame? We do this after Astros losses. Who's the fall guy?
In a season where anything and everything has gone wrong for the Astros, there's always one person to blame.
It has been the case for Henley early on. There is no place to go. There is no place to hide.
Every hero has their own origin story. Every girl that goes on a date with Paul has some level of regret. And every Astros game has a fall guy.
Y'all want to keep rolling like this? Then I need to know who's going to be the fall guy. I'm a loser, baby, so why don't you kill me? Double barrel buckshot.
So who are we blaming after the 3-1 loss last night? Spencer Arrighetti, he goes 5 innings. He allowed 8 hits, just 3 strikeouts. That's a little concerning, less strikeouts. Is it someone specifically in the Astros lineup which managed just 1 run off of Yu Darvish?
I forgot he was in baseball.
I'm
gonna be honest.
I thought the Astros knocked him out of baseball back in 2017. Shout out to him on having nearly
surviving
nearly a decade career longer post the Astros killing him and Yusei Kikuchi being racist. Or excuse me, not Yusei Kikuchi. My goodness.
Yuli Gurriel.
Yuli Gurriel being racist against him. Sorry, I got my U's confused.
That's true. You did. You did there. I'm going to call Alex Bregman the fall guy.
Alex Bregman.
I mean, they get, in the 8th inning, they get the Altuve double. Yordan gets him home. Kyle Tucker, for the second time since he's been back, gets catcher's interference, which is very bizarre. And then, Bregman comes up and he gets just the grounder into field, choice the third. Caratini struck out next. So, Diaz, Caratini, and Bregman, all the blame here. But Bregman's the guy that matters the most in this lineup in terms of, driving guys in. So I'm gonna say Bregman's the fall guy for this one.
Did you see that article in The Athletic?
What a weird...
From Chandler Rome about Alex Bregman.
And playing second base?
Yes. So for those who didn't see it, Chandler Rome had a piece about Alex Bregman in The Athletic. And there's some interesting quotes that seem to be coming straight from Scott Boras about how Alex Bregman going forward might be open to playing second base in addition to third base. And what's interesting about that, it definitely makes you think twice about what's going on with his elbow gremlins if he is moving halfway across the diamond to play defense.
Yeah, I find the timing very strange. And Scott Boras said in this article that teams have been asking about this for 2 years, about if Alex Bregman will play another position besides third base. I mean, I guess we saw what Xander Bogaerts did this. We've seen Manny Machado do this. Alex Rodriguez, obviously, back in the day. You have these high-profile infielders, but typically it's guys moving away from shortstop into another position. So, I mean, as Chandler points out, and I think Ken Rosenthal wrote an article on this as well, that screams like Boston Red Sox. So Devers at third, Bregman at second. I guess is what some people are thinking already.
Let's see if the Red Sox actually are willing
Yeah.
to spend. They're a bunch of cheapos these days who are just concerned with getting enough interest to get all the people to go and visit Fenway Park, which is an absolute dump, and yet people think it's this unbelievable landmark. It's kind of what the Cubs, I imagine, are doing with Wrigley Field.
Yeah.
Oh, look at us. We have an old archaic stadium that actually sucks, but people like it because it's a tourist trap. $300 to go to one of those things.
Does
It's
cement
uncomfortable
fall
seats.
from Fenway?
No, but there's
Wrigley?
poop coming out of the sinks.
Oh, yeah.
Or at least it feels that way. The water, a little browner than you would like. So that was an interesting piece to come up about Alex Bregman. And it does definitely just make you wonder, how out is he right now?
It seems like, there's like a level. It was like, I was like, oh, he's gone. I was like, this is the timing of the article. I thought was, and Scott Boras specifically, because that's what it was. Scott Boras was speaking. That the timing of Scott Boras starting to talk about Alex Bregman playing a different position,
He's so gone.
He's gone.
It's a shame because, you want to think about, hey, everything that he's done for this team over the past decade, all the postseason moments that he's had. You want to think about that, but this is in the back of my mind right now. Oh, yeah, Alex Bregman's probably gone at the end of the year. Hopefully he has a nice close to the season to help the Astros get yet another AL West title and hopefully get onto the ALCS again, which is what we're hoping they ultimately get to. But you take a look at the offense and the fact that they were struggling to score runs. To me, it's the offense. Yu Darvish is not the kind of pitcher that should be completely shutting you down. And it did feel like the Astros had a chance to potentially do something in the 8th inning when their T. Scott was in the game.
Yeah.
And they weren't able to capitalize. They had some opportunities. And then Taylor Scott came in. They're down 2-1, and Taylor Scott just hasn't been the Taylor Scott we saw earlier in the year. It seems like he's coming back to earth. So ultimately, the Astros end up losing because of that.
Yeah, he kind of like under radar came back down to earth. We were focusing on, Blanco and Arrighetti and these different guys in the rotation. But Taylor Scott, he's no longer like that high leverage guy that you thought he was, when Ryan Presley went on the injured list, for example. And it was like, how does this work out? And like, what's the order you're going to use them in? Now it's just kind of like, it's like, yeah, I trust him.
I'm wondering if he gets Ryan Stanek during the playoffs and that he has a really good regular season number, but he's barely used at all in the postseason.
I like the way you used Ryan Stanek there.
Ryan Stanek.
I think that just needs to be a new thing. Who's going to get Ryan Stanek, for the Texans when they're, out there in the playoffs? Who's going to get it for the Rockets this year? Who's out of the rotation?
Who played well but is on the bench?
Yeah,
because no one trusts him that much.
It's the playoff version of getting Wally pipped. It's It's like, oh, this is serious. Like in basketball, it's like, okay, we're only going to play 7 guys now. So, you know what? Sorry to, I don't know, Reggie Bullock or whoever.
You're getting Ryan Stanek.
Yeah.
And we'll just use it across all sports.
Yeah,
like we're not going to have like our own version for
Is
the Rockets.
Jimmy Ward going to have to get Ryan Stanek at some point this year?
Or Eric Murray.
Actually, Eric Murray might just get Wally pipped.
Yeah, that's the difference there. Wally Pipp versus Stanek.
Yeah, I wonder when that happens because Kalen Bullock is definitely a better player. But hey, it'll take some time. He's a rookie, all that jazz. To bring it back to the Astros, any concern at all now that it's 4 games? The Mariners did not play last night, but for what it's worth, the Mariners have won 7 of 10.
I mean, the nerves are there. Like, I mean, you play them in a week here, right?
It's coming up soon.
Yeah, coming up on Monday the 23rd. So on Monday, you play a 3-game series here, thankfully. And it would be nice if you could get that back to like 5 games going into the series. Thankfully, you have a 4-game series with the Angels coming up. But as, like you just said, they've won 7 out of 10. So even though you swept the Angels, it didn't matter. So, yeah, there's a little nerves. Just,
The nerves.
Yeah, little nerves.
Where are you on I'm trying to think who's a good actor to use for a scale of nerves. I know we've done scale of panic before. Sean, we did this before. I forget what actor we did. Almost every single segment I do somehow comes back to Nicolas Cage.
Yeah, we did Nick Cage scale of panic.
Nick Cage scale of panic.
I think we did
okay.
Will Smith scale of anger.
Anger, right.
I don't think we've done nervous or
okay.
Anxiety. I don't think we've done that one yet.
1 to 10, Nick Cage scale of panic. 10 being, the bees! They're in my eyes! Like 10 being that, and a 1 being, he's on drugs in Face Off, just chilling.
I'm
Where
gonna
you at?
say it's like a 4, because right now you would be a wild card team in theory. You have more wins than the Minnesota Twins, so you would be the last wild card team if they happen to catch you. I'm gonna say a 4, and it's like the nerves that Nick Cage probably felt when his dad got kidnapped in one of the National Treasure movies. Where, like, he felt confident he was gonna get him back.
Yeah.
But, like, it's like, hey, it's your dad.
Yeah.
Like, or his hot ex-wife, current wife, whatever she was in those movies. I couldn't remember.
I think she was just a random.
Ex-girlfriend?
No, she was just a random hot
Well,
historian.
they got married. They got married and divorced going to the second movie.
I can't believe you watched the second one. That movie is a terrible movie.
No,
They don't let Nicolas Cage be Nicolas Cage. It is just your prototypical Disney BS where they did not let my man cook. Okay,
it's just one of those movies that I acknowledge it's not a great movie.
See, I'm already changing your opinion. It's a terrible movie. They don't let Nicolas Cage be Nicolas
It's
Cage.
a guilty pleasure movie.
What do you say we cut the chit chat? A-hole.
Yeah, Joe. Cut the chit chat. That movie stinks. National Treasure is a terrible movie. 713-780-3776. Because we all know you'd rather
Where are
talk
you
about
at?
that than the Astros losing. What?
On your 1 to 10 scale.
On the 1 to 10 scale of panic, I'm at a 2 because it's September baseball and I hate it. But, everyone knows this by this point. I'm just
Situation. It's very important to remain calm.
Is that it gone in 60 seconds? I'm assuming so because there's a little bit of cars.
I do love Gone in 60 Seconds.
Let's ride. We're watching.
Excuse me, I have to use the little boy's wee-wee room.
I believe that was the lowest on the scale of panic, where he's definitely on some sort of lewds or something like that. But if you want to talk about the Astros, their loss to the Padres, you can. 713-780-3776 to call to text. You can join us on YouTube at ESPN Houston or on Twitch at ESPN 975. Joe's on Twitter at Joe George Radio. I'm on Twitter at Gallant Says. Sean on Twitter at Sean A. Mapes. Up next, also, man, I really enjoy watching the Eagles blow it. And we bring this topic up a lot, but who holds the current number one power rankings wise as far as people you want to see lose? Because the Eagles have got to be close to the top, especially after all those Philadelphians came to our town a couple of years ago. Gallant George, stay put.
It's Gallant and George,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
It was very satisfying to see the Eagles lose again last night. Half of my family's from Philadelphia, and I've just had to deal with them in my life a variety of different times. And I hear from all of them, many of whom I don't know much about, almost always on Facebook whenever a team I root for or a team I cover plays them. So when the Patriots beat the Eagles in Super Bowl 39, didn't hear from any of them.
Mm-hmm.
Facebook didn't exist at this point in time. But for the last Patriots-Eagles Super Bowl, oh my God, I heard from many.
So they're just like posting on your wall.
Everyone was sliding into the DMs.
Okay. I think it's better because it's private. Because at least it's not just like out there for everyone to see.
Well, some did post on my
Okay.
wall too. I have migrated away from Facebook. It's for no offense, people out there, but it has been taken over by your uncle and his favorite conspiracy theories. But
Yes.
after the Astros played the Phillies in the World Series, same thing happened again. Like I just started hearing from all of these suddenly Phillies fans who had clearly not been watching Phillies all year because they stunk until the end. Like they got hot at the end, they made the playoffs, and they got to the World Series. And I heard the same thing. I remember walking down the street of downtown Houston, random Philadelphians, because I had a shirt that had a very, very subtle orange Astros logo on it. Same thing, chirping to me. There's something about this city that just is so satisfying to watch him lose. So to see them lose last night and to continue to stink the way that they have under Nick Sirianni since that 10-0 start that they had last year was very satisfying. I mean, they had that game in the bag. 3rd and 3, Jalen Hurts throws the ball to Saquon Barkley, bounces right off of Barkley's hands. And there were a couple other moments in this one, too, where it's 4th and 4. The Eagles decide instead of trying to kick a field goal and taking the points, which would have given them a 9-point lead at the very end, they decide to go for it. They don't get it. Jalen Hurts had a horrible interception, coming back to earth a lot. Oh, I just love it. I just love watching Philly suffer. And part of it is because I'm petty and I was annoyed that enough Philadelphians talked trash to me during the 2022 World Series between the Astros and Phillies.
I feel like that's where like sports hate like really like originates. There's either like specific moments that just like devastate you, or it's you end up interacting with people that annoy you.
Yeah.
And like that's where it comes from. Yeah, that was a tough one, man. Jalen Hurts, like it's the fall back to earth is unbelievable. I really, for his sake, I can't wait till they fire Nick Sirianni. Like, because I'm kind of with you. I don't hate Philly as much as you do. They're towards the top of my list though, of satisfying watching them lose.
Yeah, I just like their sports fans being sad.
Yeah.
And I don't know what it says about me, but this is where I'm at in sports enjoyment. I enjoy having all my teams win. I've had enough. I've had enough winning. Now I want to see other teams continue to lose and laugh at it. Like that's maybe that makes me a bad person, but I don't know. I'm just being honest here.
I like you a bad person.
I like watching people suffer.
Yeah, I think it makes it's a little spiteful
because it's not real suffering. It's just being a sports fan and having bad things happen to your team. It's not like something's happening to you in your personal life. I just like watching people get upset about
now
sports.
to the losers in Philly though, it is like they take it very personal. Like they view it as like someone like killed their their cousin when a team loses the game. So like for them it's a little bit different because they're so pathetic.
Like, where's this cousin killing coming from?
No, I'm just saying like Philadelphia fans like they treat their teams like they're family members.
Oh, okay.
Like they literally like they live and die.
It's like I miss my Uncle Charles. Their Uncle Charles is the Eagles.
Mm-hmm.
Who get shot every Sunday. They comes back from the dead.
It's a lot of Sundays he's been shot then because they've been struggling.
It's pretty crazy that they decided to go into this year with Sirianni still the head coach. And I know that they won the season opener in Brazil, but there's a part of me that looks at that game on a neutral site and wonders how much weight we put into it. Because it was a nice win for Philly. It was over a good team in Green Bay who did have Jordan Love for much of that game. But when you finish the way that Philadelphia has, and then you continue with a loss like that to a team that you're better than in the Falcons. I get it. The Falcons, they got a little bit more pizzazz to them this year that now that they brought in Kirk Cousins. But I mean, this
this team had a great record, 10-1, and they go from being 10-1 to 11-7 with all those losses that they had down the stretch, and now another one here.
I mean, it's typical. Like if this was not Philadelphia, let's say this was the Texans, I would not view this loss in the way that I view it for the Eagles. But for the Eagles, it's a continuation of their problems from last year. That you could have made a really solid argument that Sirianni should have been fired. They brought a new offensive coordinator and new defensive coordinator. Like there's the offseason storylines where we get starting to get everything that Sirianni and Hurts are not, getting along, that they can't even be in the same room together, that there's just no respect there. And then you see what's happening in this game, and it's like it's a continuation of the problem.
Yeah,
like it's not new problems, it's the same old problem.
And it's a problem you could have addressed.
Exactly.
But instead, I mean, Nick Sirianni's on an island without his coordinators, which raises an interesting question. I did want to read a couple of comments here because the Twitch seems to generally be agreeing with the fact that they don't like Philadelphia fans grinding on coffee and whiskey. Hearing the boos last night was gratifying and hilarious. Captain Fish 317 says, Eli said last night his wife went to his first game in Philly, then refused to go back until his last game there.
I'm not surprised by that.
Did they win his last game there?
I'm going to guess the answer to that's no.
I forget off the top of my head.
Because I don't think they won very many games this last year.
No, they don't.
So I'm gonna guess the answer to that one's a no.
But I believe his last game of his career, didn't he win and he finished 500 as a starter?
Yeah, he finished exactly at 500.
Hell yeah. Hall of Famer. Let's go, dude.
Yeah, just middle of the road.
Continuing with this, I am very curious as to what happens when DeMeco Ryans loses his coordinators. Because everyone seems to think that's going to happen.
Well, Burke's no big deal, right?
You would think because DeMeco Ryans being a defensive-minded head coach, you assume that whoever's in next is just going to continue to do whatever DeMeco is preaching. And honestly, I don't really know what this defensive coordinator needs to do when you see the performance that they put together last Sunday night where they were so violent.
Yeah, DeMeco's calling the plays. Like
you would think, right?
Yeah.
So offensive side of things, this is where it's curious because what happens? Bobby Slowick might leave. I'm still mixed on Bobby Slowick, but Gerard Johnson, I think the world of as the quarterback coach, and I do wonder. And it's good that they have him for these first 2 seasons of CJ Stroud. I do wonder what happens after that.
Well,
if it turns into a Sirianni kind of situation post Shane Steichen, who's now with the Indianapolis Colts.
You hope not. I mean, you have to. The big thing is like the coaches where I think it gets missed. Like this is where Bill Belichick was so great, where Andy Reid has been so great, where Mike Holmgren was so great. Was they always were developing like the next guy. We saw in Kansas City where Matt Nagy had his last year with Alex Smith. They handed it over to Eric Bieniemy. They went back to Matt Nagy. Like similar thing to DeMeco in the defense, where Andy Reid's obviously the guy calling the shots. So hopefully they've been developing Gerard Johnson just to take over.
Yeah, I would think that would be the natural progression.
Yeah.
It would be interesting, though, we'll say Gerard Johnson gets a very, very highly paid coordinator job elsewhere, or perhaps a head coaching opportunity because he's young. I'm sure he wants to be a head coach. Maybe it's at the college level or something like that. It would be interesting to see if both of them left in one offseason. Because, look, if you can get a job better than coordinator, you're going to take it.
Yeah. What in that situation they have to do, just call up Gary Kubiak and say, "Do you have any other sons?"
Clint,
we see
with the Saints.
We see what Clint Kubiak's done with the Saints.
Unbelievable.
If Bobby Slowick would have left if he would have gotten a head coaching job this offseason, maybe Clint Kubiak's the OC of the Texans. Is there another one? Can we?
There is. It looks like there's 2 more.
There's 2 more.
2 more.
Yeah.
All right.
There we go.
Okay.
Clay Kubiak.
I love it.
Is an American football coach, according to his Wikipedia.
Okay.
Who is an offensive pass game specialist for the San Francisco 49ers.
Okay. So I'm
Clay's the guy.
I'm not worried. Throw the bag at Clay.
What's the other?
Klein?
Are all their names? Do they just have alliteration?
Yeah. I'm guessing Clay and Klein are with K's.
Yes, they have Clint.
Because I know
Clay,
Clint is.
Klein.
Yeah.
Interesting. Really into the alliteration. I wonder how that came up to be. Did you watch the Manning cast? Anyone? A
little bit.
I watched clips of it.
Yeah.
I watched the clips of them watching the final drive and Peyton Manning getting pissed off at Saquon drop.
I'm not gonna lie. That is Manning. It's the most human he's ever been. I feel like everyone thinks he's really funny. I think he's scripted funny, but I like seeing Manning get worked up.
Yes.
I've always enjoyed it.
He's great when he's
It's authentic.
Manning cast is great when he's angry.
Yes.
When he's getting agitated.
Because he is when he is mad, that is authentic.
And he just rips people. Like he rips them in the most Manning way possible.
What about Belichick? Was Belichick too salty last night? One of my friends from Atlanta, he is complaining about Belichick talking about the 3 players that the Falcons illegally signed this offseason. I kind of liked it. I also liked that Belichick told a story about Arthur Blank looking all pretty on the sideline with the Falcons up 28-3 in the Super Bowl.
I think people are really going after Bill right now for everything he says. Like you have the Danny Parkins from Fox Sports going after Bill for saying that he's inaccurate. I heard Todd McShay and Ryan Russillo talking about, Bill Belichick talking about Caleb Williams, and Ryan Russillo just jumps in and goes, "You drafted Mac Jones," and then you have the response to last night. Like people I think because Bill's kind of salty, people are being salty back at him. I enjoy it. Like I think it's kind of refreshing to have like a different perspective. And like you don't typically get like this salty old bitter dude on a broadcast that also knows what he's talking about.
Yeah. I mean, look, this is way better than any Belichick we've ever gotten before. And if it makes some people angry, great. Like my Falcons fan friend Nick. And if it also inspires some people to say, well, actually, he's got a point there. Because those 3 players were illegally signed.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, did he say anything wrong there? I don't think so.
No, and he would know about breaking NFL rules.
I have a hard time watching the Manning cast mainly because it distracts me from the actual game itself. I feel like the sidebars are a little bit too big, showing Belichick, Eli, and Peyton. And I also would like to hear the play-by-play a little bit during the game. Instead, what you have, because it's Joe Buck and it's Troy Aikman. Like this is the best combination in the NFL. If this was Joe Tessitore or Steve Levy and the broadcast that they had before, totally would be on board.
That's I think we were talking about this last week, or maybe it was with Dell. That I think I watched way more Manning cast when it was like the Levy, Greasy, and Lou Riddick.
Yeah, because it's terrible.
Well, it wasn't even terrible. It's just like
Booger and Jason Witten.
It's just the most. It's the most like, oh, this is all right. Like that's what that booth was. And Jason Witten, like probably the worst pound for pound that like national game guy that we had to listen to.
Him and Breeze are top 2. They're
him and
two
who?
Him and Drew Brees. They were the worst.
Oh yeah, I forgot about Breeze.
The Manning cast is always, it's either bad broadcasters or later in the season when the schedule doesn't fall their
just
way.
Like a trash game.
And the games are bad. Now, like they're off till week 5. As of right now, I can't wait for this football game, and I can't believe I'm saying this. Week 5, Saints Chiefs, Monday Night Football.
Two best teams. Super Bowl preview.
Like right now, on paper, I'm like, hey, like, let's just get to week 5 already.
I mean, based entirely off of 2 weeks, you got to wonder: do the Chiefs have enough on offense to keep up with the Saints?
I don't think they do.
No, they don't. I don't think the answer is no.
I don't think any team in the league has enough offense.
Sean behind the glass, Joe to my right, I'm Paul. It's Gallant George, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. You want to chime in, 713-780-3776 to call. To text, you can join on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975, on Twitter at Gallant says, at Joe George Radio, at Sean A. Mapes. Up next, our college football 6-pack. Texas is back. They are number 1. What? Plus everything else that went down in a very busy weekend of college football. Gallant and George, stay put.
Texas is number one for the first time in 16 years after smoking the UTSA Roadrunners 56-7. In this game, Quinn Ewers left with an injury. More on his status in a moment. Arch Manning's first play after the Ewers injury was a touchdown pass. He had a touchdown run of like 60 yards.
Mm-hmm. Longest run since 2005. It was Vince Young.
Yeah, longest run by a quarterback, by a Texas quarterback since Vince Young.
I doubt that in the near future, we're going to be looking very hard at what Arch Manning does, because up next for UT, it's some nobodies again, right?
Yeah, tough schedule they got.
Louisiana Monroe and then Mississippi State and then a bye week.
Okay. So you would think Ewers will be back. Yeah. He can't possibly create a quarterback controversy, a serious one, over these next two games, can he?
No. I mean,
I don't think he can.
I don't know.
No, it's specifically because the games after the bye week is Oklahoma and Georgia back to back, where it's like, kind of, let's go with the veteran here. The guy who last week won in Michigan.
Okay.
Last year won in Tuscaloosa.
I'm gonna say he can't win the job. But like against Oklahoma, if Quinn struggles.
Yeah, if it's like 14-3 at halftime.
Because I'm starting to get this is I feel bad for this comp for Quinn Ewers, right?
Oh no.
This gives me Spencer Rattler, Caleb Williams vibes.
Why?
Because Spencer was this hyped up prospect, and Caleb, like all of a sudden they just put the freshman in, and like he took over, and he was the quarterback at Oklahoma. It happened during the Texas game, right?
Yeah,
like when he became like the guy.
Yeah. They were doing, but the thing is with the Rattler Williams thing, Rattler wasn't playing well that entire year.
I know.
Quinn Ewers was like the Heisman favorite before he got hurt.
You know who's eighth?
Arch Manning.
Arch is the eighth best odds to win the Heisman right now, which is absurd.
I have a story to tell you. So my buddy who drafted Arch Manning in his fantasy football draft, he has another Arch Manning story. I'm talking with my guy. This is Brad. He's one of my best friends. He was in Vegas this past weekend. So they're at the pool, and he sees Arch Manning go in. He and his friend, they went to the nearest book as soon as they could to put odds on Arch Manning for Heisman, which were outrageous at the time.
Yeah.
It was listed on the board at whatever book they were at as those same odds.
Wow.
So he said, hey, can I put 100 on Arch to win the Heisman?
Yeah.
Not thinking he's actually going to get it.
It was like probably like plus like 200,000 or
something like that. The book paused. They had and apparently like he was waiting for it to go through. They came back and they said he no longer could do it. And I guess in Vegas that day, they took that off the board at all casinos.
Yeah.
I think that's outrageous. If it's on the board, it's on the board.
I do agree with that a lot.
I agree. I think they honored that one and then take it off. He got it in before the buzzer.
Right.
I don't know what to tell you.
Right. I mean, the injury happened. What? We're not allowed to have insider information? It's not really. It's the odds of him winning are zero. He's not going to win it.
Win.
Yeah.
You're just taking their money.
Right. It's just because the odds are suddenly they're significantly better if he gets to play at all. But yeah, I'm with you. Like, from the sound of things, this injury, which looks serious in the moment, is not going to keep him out long enough, Joe. It would really be if he gets to play against Oklahoma. That's
like it's just like if Quinn
that's a while from now.
If Quinn struggles, like it's gonna be loud, and Sark's gonna have some tough decisions to make.
Texas is number one because Georgia barely beat Kentucky Saturday, 13-12. Was going back and forth between that game and the Astros-Angels game. I was stunned that more TVs did not have a number one team clinging on to a 1-point lead at that bar. But hey, we're in an Astros town. Georgia does not look like a top 5 team.
No, they've lost so much talent.
And Carson Beck, I can't believe he was the Heisman frontrunner. I get it. Going into the year, he's the quarterback of the best team in the country, but I don't see it.
I don't see it. Like the number one pick hype.
Yeah. Where's that coming from?
I don't get it. I don't get any of all I see right now is no quarterbacks going in the first round. And I know it won't be that way, but that's what I see when I watch college football.
Yeah, it's hard to
on
definitively
Saturdays.
say who will be a first rounder because I think they all could. I mean, like Quinn Ewers, you could all see him be the number one pick or not be a first rounder, or in Quinn Ewers' case, get his job taken.
I think this is why the arch, they had to do that to your buddy, which I think is garbage. There's just not been great quarterback play. The quarterback at Texas is probably winning the Heisman. I don't know if it matters which one it is.
I think it matters. I think it matters how many games
Arch would play.
Arch or Quinn.
Yeah, or Quinn would play.
Yeah, I think it matters how many games they would
Yeah.
play because it just at the end of the day, there's so many voters that are just looking at stats.
But QB play is just poor.
Yeah, there's not a lot of the superstars.
Yeah,
I'm trying to think of who else is up there. Cam Ward,
you
Jackson
got
Dart,
Nico Iamaleava
from Tennessee,
at
quarterback.
Yeah, those are probably the big ones. And then
Cam
Shedeur,
Ward's the favorite right now.
yeah, and then Shedeur, or not to win the Heisman, but for draft stuff.
Gotcha. Okay. The college football six-pack continues. This was the game of the weekend. Number 16 LSU hung on to beat South Carolina. Man, what if Brian Kelly had lost that one?
He should have.
That field goal, when it was kicked, I thought it was in. That is one of the most frustrating misses that you will ever see. And there was a bunch of stoppages before.
Yeah,
too.
or on LSU's second to last possession, I think it was in the fourth quarter.
The pick six?
Yeah,
That
the
was
pick
not the
six
pick six?
got not called back, but the interception happened. But because one of the South Carolina defenders did the classic blindside, the quarterback kind of hit.
That's misleading.
How's
He
it
barely
misleading?
touched the quarterback.
He hit him.
Oh, not hard enough for that penalty.
I agree with that, but he definitely hit him.
He
You
hit
can't say
him, but you
barely
can
touched
block
him.
the quarterback. He's on the play. He's a defender now. He barely touched him. South Carolina got screwed. They got screwed in that game.
You know what? As someone who is petty, going back to our last segment, someone I dated recently who's a South Carolina grad. Oh, you hate to see them lose. You hate to see them lose like that. You hate it. Absolutely hate it.
I think I need a petty power ranking from Paul of the teams he despises and the reasons why.
Just like a flow
Because
chart.
none of them are sports.
USC, because the love of my life transferred from Syracuse
Yep.
to USC back in 2008.
Yeah, none of them are sports related.
Nope.
Which makes them better.
Yeah, I know. They're all, I'm a crazy person that holds on to grudges like nobody else. Yeah, sometimes I can't even remember the grudges I'm supposed to have. Need someone to hey, Paul, remember this one? Oh, thank you. F that guy. That's how I roll.
Yeah.
Speaking of programs that I have grudges against, I no longer have a grudge against Colorado because Colorado State opened their mouths and then got promptly stuffed into a locker by Shedeur Sanders and company. I said this yesterday. I'll say it again. I stand with Shedeur Sanders stiffing that guy, offering a handshake after saying that they're out for vengeance to murder Colorado on Saturday. Loved it.
I'm with it too. You can't talk that much trash and then play like that.
Yeah, I mean,
Can't do it.
He threw one of the most hilarious picks you'll ever see.
Yeah.
The guy's not good. The Colorado State guy is just not a good quarterback, and to be running his mouth the way he was crazy.
Right. I mean, it was close last year.
The wide receiver is pretty good. Who said that they would have murdered them?
Mm-hmm.
That guy's good, but the quarterback going on entitled. They're all entitled. Whatever. It's shut up, dude.
Yeah, I know. Biggest story in that game: Derek White got assaulted. Celtics legend and American hero.
Yeah,
Derek White assaulted.
I was just trying to pull up the video.
Got
I was looking up the interception.
Someone knocked off his hat.
Yeah, I was trying to see the interception, and then the first thing I see is TMZ. NBA star Derek White. He was hit with the head with spinning back fist on Saturday. And if our internet worked, I could watch the video.
Grudge back against Colorado. It was off for a moment, but now that there's a Colorado fan going after one of the greatest basketball players in NBA history, guess how many rings he has? 1. Guess how many rings James Harden has? 0. Derek White better than James Harden? Yes. All you losers who love him here. I am now back onto hating Colorado entirely because of that. It has nothing to do with anything that they're saying this week. For
Understandable.
Wait,
I hate Colorado because someone because Derek White got assaulted at a Colorado State game. It's Colorado's fault.
But wouldn't it be Colorado State's fault?
Nope, Colorado's fault. They were there. That's why Derek White was there. He wouldn't have gone if it was just a regular Colorado State game.
Yeah.
No, he's a Colorado grad.
Oh, he is?
Yeah, he went to Colorado.
I can't tell the color of the guy's T-shirt. It's black or green. I can't tell who assaulted him.
Let's continue to go through the college football six-pack. Number 5, the Fighting Bill O'Briens made it a game against Missouri. Number 6 at the time. Missouri held on to win, though, 27-21. I mean, at first it looked like BC was going to pull it off. BC, I think they were up 14-3 early. And I thought to myself, oh, man, they've actually got a chance. But Missouri, being an SEC school, barely. I don't really recognize them as an SEC school officially. They got more talent.
But good for Bill. Good
He's
for
doing
Bill
well.
O'Brien. Yeah.
He's doing well up there. Are you happy for him, or as we continue to talk about being petty, are most people in Houston rooting against him in BC? I would imagine most people are rooting against him. JJ Watt retired because he was coaching. Essentially,
But think about it this way: without Bill O'Brien, D'Amico Ryans is not the head coach.
I know, but it was a road. It was quite the road to get
without
there.
Bill
from there.
O'Brien. CJ Stroud is not your quarterback.
Without David Carr, CJ Stroud isn't the quarterback.
There's a lot of butterfly effect there.
We're not going that far back.
But I mean, yeah, JJ Watt asked for his release from the Texans because of Bill O'Brien. He didn't get to retire a Texan. It sucks.
That's the cardinal sin. I don't think it's the Hopkins trade. I think it's the JJ Watt. But I'm kind of enjoying the Bill O'Brien resurgence.
I am a little bit too. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah,
I'm not gonna lie. Football in Florida, it is really bad. So at least Miami ranked, and they have the Heisman frontrunner. Texas A&M, the Aggies, they beat Florida 33-20 in Gainesville. Oh my God, what a hard watch that was. I mean, a Gator got ejected for targeting someone's butt.
I finally saw that. That's what was once the way you described it was perfect.
It's rock bottom.
And then I saw it, but I was like, how do they call that targeting? But whatever.
No, I honestly, everything bad that happens to Florida is deserved until Billy Napier's gone. Marcel Reed, didn't look bad for the Aggies.
So after the Notre Dame game, I was like, do you want to try him out? Because he was good in late last year. I think he played the bowl game. Just give him a shot. I think he's good enough to at least try it out. I would like to see it against a Power 5 team that's not the Florida Gators. No offense, but I don't know. Cam Ward's the Heisman favorite. Yeah. A lot of it is because of what he did to Florida. So I definitely think that it's not crazy to think that he's a better fit for the offense.
Yeah, for Colin Klein and company. Yeah, because clearly Wigman's more of a traditional offense, and it sucks for him. Jimbo Fisher's gone.
Colin Klein wants to run the Kansas State Colin Klein offense that he was so good at when he played.
And you know what? I think that'll work.
I think I'm just ready for Marcel Reed versus Arch Manning in November. I think I'm ready for
long way to go.
Long
way to go. Although I did in the middle of the Notre Dame game, I did text my friend. I was like, I think Marcel Reese is going to play Texas, not Wegman.
He should have finished the game against Notre Dame. They would have won.
Maybe.
One last one. Florida State is 0-3. They lost to Memphis 20-12. And as if that wasn't bad enough, here's Mike Norvell attempting to power through a press conference as Florida State becomes a rarity, a top 10 team to start 0-3.
As we continue to work and continue to pour into each other and the opportunity we have.
A fire alarm went off in the middle of his press conference.
I mean, it's fitting for what they're going through this season. So it was, they're bad.
Yeah.
They're very bad.
They're really bad. I mean, that's all I got. At least Florida State is worse than Florida.
Yeah, and Florida can get out of their coach. They can fire Napier.
Yeah, that is such a better place to be in as a fan. Be, yes, fire him. Get him out of here.
And you're probably Napier might be the first coach fired. Yeah, so you might be, on the head start to, bringing back Urban Meyer or whatever they're going to do.
Lane Kiffin.
Tim Tebow. Oh, Tim Tebow. How does that not work?
I think it works.
I mean, he's got that those Christian values.
Yeah.
If Davos Swinney can recruit people to come to Clemson, what?
What do you
St.
think?
Tebow can't do it in Florida?
You know,
I like that Tim Tebow is basically your Deion Sanders.
Yes.
We're like, just let him do
Just
it.
let him do it. What's the worst that's going to happen? I mean, you are currently employing Billy Napier. You had a guy before who looked like he was having sex with a shark in a photo that wasn't him, Jim McElwain.
Yes.
Yeah, Dan Mullen. I mean,
who was fine.
How
Dan
could it
Mullen
be-
probably shouldn't have been
Mullen
fired.
should still be there. I'd rather have Mullen than this guy. Anyway, it is Gallant George, Joe, Sean, myself. Let's power through here. Are you allowed to be super excited about being number one as a sports fan? Because Texas is number one again. And if I were a Texas fan, number one for the first time in 16 years, there's definitely a part of me that would be happy. But you also are number one on September 17th, 2024, after the third week of the college football season. You're allowed to be happy about it. I guess what I'm asking is, how happy are you allowed to be about being number one? Because I'm sure that there was a lot of strutting around today with Texas being announced as number one yesterday afternoon.
I think you get one tweet.
One tweet.
One Facebook post. One.
What about in real life though? Not on social media. What about in real life? Are you can you be strutting around like your Pete Carroll was on that one time on the sideline chewing your gum?
I think it's like you can be excited like for a day, like, and then it's just business as usual because it is a cool thing to see. Like college sports it is different. Like I would never be excited to see a team that I root for be the number one seed in a professional sport. Like it just doesn't matter in that way. But in college sports, because of the implications of what it means, there's something to be excited about. So I think you get like a 24 to 36 hour grace period where you can be kind of annoying and excited. But then when you get to like Thursday and it's almost game week, it's like, okay, it doesn't matter anymore, especially the way they're changing it.
Yeah, and I think a big reason is because, I mean, Texas does play Georgia in a month, basically. And so I think it would have been different if Texas would have beat Georgia. And
yeah, 100%.
If Georgia's won, Texas 2, and Texas beat Georgia, that is a different situation than Georgia didn't even lose to Kentucky. They just came close to losing to Kentucky, and Texas gets bumped up. So
because they beat UTSA. I mean, for what it's worth, Kentucky has been a good program for the last like 5 to 7 years. I wouldn't say great, but they've been consistently good.
Last week they got blown off the field by South Carolina. And so that's why the stock was pretty low on Kentucky going into that game. And then Georgia only beats them by 1. I can see why you bump them down a little bit, although I kind of, what are we doing here? But
it's style points.
Because Georgia did, I mean, talk about style points. Week 1 was their style points. They beat the hell out of Clemson. Like that, I think the Clemson win is kind of getting brushed aside as like either not an impressive win or people are just forgetting it happened because it happened in week 1 and it was the 11 a.m. game in week 1. So it's almost as far, and except for Florida State losing in Ireland, it's about as far back as you can go in this season. But yeah, I mean, I think the Michigan and Clemson wins are kind of washes if you're comparing their resumes, and Texas just hasn't looked bad against any other team or any team. So
yeah,
that it might just be as simple as that.
Yeah, I mean, I like how they're being, the AP poll is being a little more, loose with it right now. Like, I don't think you, just because preseason, before you see a roster and really what these these teams that are so built on the transfer portal, like what they look like, I don't think we should be beholden to that the entire year. So I like the fact that we're seeing a lot of movement in the top of just, hey, this team's winning, more aesthetically pleasing than other teams, and they're moving them up and down, and it's just it seems more legit this way than people just like Notre Dame. If they would have beat Northern Illinois, should have dropped significantly. But I mean, honestly, I don't think they should be in the top 25 now. So I think they still have got a little bit of work to do on the AP top 25. But like, I just think you deserve to be excited, and I like the way that they're handling the top 25 now more this year than in the past.
Yeah, like Tennessee has detonated every team that they've gone up against, and they've gone up in the rankings.
Pager, yeah,
and Oregon has won these games until last week against Oregon State, had won them in ugly ways, and so Oregon went down and Tennessee went up, even though they're both 3-0, and that that in general is a good thing if we're actually going to try to take these polls like somewhat seriously. Dell and I were talking about this morning. There's an ESPN NFL power rankings, and that still has the Lions above the Buccaneers, even though the Buccaneers went into Detroit and won. And
Vibes, man.
Yeah, and the Texans are number 3, and they're like they haven't covered the spread yet in one of these games.
Good point.
It's just so much of the preconceived notions of what these teams are. And I'm glad that the AP poll is moving at least a little bit away.
I'm curious how drastic it will look this week because you got Tennessee at 6. They play Oklahoma.
Yeah.
And everyone else in front of them, like Ole Miss is playing Georgia Southern. Texas is playing UL Monroe.
Tough one.
Alabama and Georgia have a bye week, so they can get ready to play each other next week.
It's the last scrub weekend.
I'm kind of just like, if the way they're moving, I'm like, wait, if Tennessee wins by like 30 points against Oklahoma,
they might be like
are they going to be number 1 next week?
They'll probably be like 3 or 4.
Yeah.
Because it's just hard to just jump up that much when you're beating 15 Oklahoma. Right?
Yeah, they're not top 5.
Yeah.
It is Gallant and George. He's Joe. I'm Paul. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. You can join us on Twitch at ESPN 975, on YouTube at ESPN Houston. How do we feel about Spencer Arrighetti and the Astros rotation in the playoffs after last night? And are the Astros guilty of a little bullying online? First, though, let me tell you about my friends at MyBookie and MyBookie.ag. You've been hearing me talk about this the last couple of weeks. MyBookie.ag is now doubling your initial deposit if you enter promo code BET975. They used to basically match it. Now they are doubling it. Yeah. And you have to play with that right away. Whether it's betting on the NFL, college football, or the presidential election, MyBookie.ag is your one-stop shop for all things gambling. And this football season, they have upgraded. You can play in their Super, Survivor, and Squares contests every single week. On Thursdays, if you bet and you lose, they will refund your money. Insane. And there's also a loyalty program with MyBookie Plus, where the more you play, the more you win. You get to go through tiers of loyalty rewards program to unlock more epic promotions and exclusive giveaways and bigger rewards the more you play. MyBookie Plus is the lock of the century. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere, only with MyBookie.ag, promo code BET975.
Wasn't the best night for Spencer Arrighetti yesterday. We're not talking about one of his disastrous outings that we have seen a couple of times this year, but I'm a little concerned that the strikeout numbers were down. Padres have a good lineup. They get 8 hits. Arrighetti just gets 3 strikeouts. Hey, give him credit. He hangs in there and only allows 2 runs against San Diego over 5. But I'm curious as to where people, Joe, are now looking at Spencer Arrighetti, as I feel the same way I did a couple of weeks ago. I don't want to put him in there for the postseason rotation, but I think Verlander's lack of dominance has opened things up to the potential of him coming back in. And maybe Ronel Blanco, what he was able to do over the weekend too, has made some believe, oh, is he totally out of the running for a theoretical playoff rotation, assuming the Astros hang on to the AL West and get in?
I don't. This though, like, is anyone going to run away with it? Because Arrighetti, like you said, he was fine. Verlander against the Angels was fine.
Comparable outcomes, and it's really about, do you believe that Verlander's experience means he'll be more like the guy we've seen in the past, or do you believe that Spencer Arrighetti has better stuff?
I mean, because I do lean Blanco right now.
And with Blanco, it's
like,
is he out of gas, but he comes back and he starts again and he finally looks pretty good.
And his bullpen performance before that was really good.
Yeah.
So, like, I'm kind of leaning Blanco right now.
Between those 3, you're going back towards Blanco. It is going to be interesting. I want to see another start from Blanco, but I do wonder if it's counterintuitive to continue to put Blanco out there for multiple innings, starter-style innings, because we're not sure what his body's feeling like, his shoulder's feeling like right now. And for all the criticism that the Astros got with their lineup management the last 7 to 8 years, especially of late, I think it helped them out, especially seeing as they continue to play deep into October every single year. So managing a guy like Blanco's innings this time of year might actually help you a month from now.
Yeah, it really feels like we're just headed down to the path where Justin Verlander will get that start and Blanco will be ready to go and come in very quickly. And Arrighetti will be the odd man out.
Okay. But he's still going to be on the major league roster. No one's going to demote him.
Yes. I think he's going to be, we have Stanek. He's going to be Urquidy. Where Urquidy was on the playoff roster, and even though they went into an 18-inning baseball game, he didn't pitch.
If you were listening to the show earlier, I said that I think Taylor Scott has Ryan Stanek himself, and that he has a very good regular season, but I don't think anyone buys into him getting regular work this postseason because of late it has not been very good. Maybe people are finally catching up to him. So Urquidy would be, he pitches well in the regular season, and you know that he's pitched well in the postseason before, but this is break glass in case of emergency.
Yeah, you'll see him when they have a playoff game where they get smoked a little bit. So that's where I view it right now, because I don't see Arrighetti as this elite pitcher or this. And while some of the strikeout numbers have been awesome, because they put Blanco in the bullpen, like, that does mean something to me. That was their first inclination when they went back to a 5-man rotation, that they went, hey, with where Blanco's at this season, the amount of innings he's pitched, the way the way he had looked his previous couple starts, like, they kind of knew the writing was on the wall. So in a perfect world, I'd love to see Blanco continue to, have success the rest of the season and really drive this conversation as you make the playoffs and as you get ready for the end. But I think I saw Chandler today point this out, where if they don't get their act together, it might not matter. You might need, Hunter Brown and Framber Valdez to pitch against the Guardians to make the playoffs. Like, if you don't take care of business at some point this season and put some distance between yourself and the Mariners and secure the AL West by the end of that Mariners series next Wednesday, then you're going to be in a position where you're not going to be able to set up your rotation for a playoff series, because your goal is going to get into the playoffs, and all this conversation is going to end up being completely useless, because they're just going to be forced to throw out there guys who are on normal rest. And like, that's the real, like, conundrum they're kind of putting themselves in right now.
He's Joe and Paul. If you want to weigh in on Astros theoretical playoff rotations, you can, after a night from Arrighetti, which wasn't bad, but wasn't great. This is a
tweet from, I believe, Friday after our show was done and Yusei Kikuchi's last start with the Astros. Chandler Rome, quote, Yusei Kikuchi said he heard a lot of what the fans had to say immediately after his acquisition and has used that to fuel him. He also added that I was shocked myself that this team gave up 3 prospects to acquire him.
That second part made me laugh. Just made me chuckle a little bit.
It was a lot. It was still an overpay, but Kikuchi has been good, and I think a lot better than any of us expected. Joe, your question had to do with just Astros fans.
Are
as a
Astros fans
whole.
bullies?
Yes, 100%.
Because as soon as I saw this quote, I thought back to what, really the first time that I really saw Jeremy Booth become a big debate amongst sports fans when he called out Astros fans about being the reason why certain managers may not want to work here because of the way that, the fans and the media would talk and treat Dusty Baker. And then I saw the Kikuchi quote and I was like, it kind of reminds me of that. I think they might be bullies, but I don't think
they're definitely bullies.
But I don't think they're
Don't
that,
make excuses. They're bullies. It's fine.
But I don't think they're that different than a normal fan base, right?
Well, they're more militant in nature because they're confident. And the attacks, they're something else. But there is definitely a degree of we know better than anyone about baseball. And it does come with being a fan of a successful team. As a Patriots fan, I mean, I relate. I relate to you guys on a level that you probably can't even understand because I've seen this all before. And now that I'm away from it and that I've grown past it, I understand it. But it's definitely a thing. And a lot of Astros fans were acting like they know better. And I mean, look, I didn't want to trade Joey Loperfido. I felt like they still gave up a lot for him. But people were acting like Jake Bloss was good. People were acting like Will Wagner losing him was a big deal. Kikuchi was going to be able to give you more than anyone the rest of the way. It's just a matter of your farm system's not great. But there are a lot of Astros fans who, let's just say, were loud and very angry in response to the trade, acting like it was a crime to move on from a young prospect in the midst of a playoff push where Jim Crane has said they're all in. Mm-hmm. We're staying all in as long as we can here.
Yeah, reacting to it like it's a crime is a very a good way to, because the overreactions were pretty crazy.
It was a lot.
And look, we were all wrong. I really don't know anyone that really was excited about the deal, the prospects, what Kikuchi had been this season in Toronto, all of it was just what was happening. Yeah. And then the only other move you make at the deadline is for Caleb Ferguson. So Kikuchi, I think, caught some crossfire in the fan frustration because they didn't address first base, because they didn't address the outfield. I mean, they've had to bring a guy like Ben Gamble, who's now on the injured list as of yesterday, who's had success. You had to bring in Jason Hayward instead of addressing these things at the deadline. So I think Kikuchi kind of got wrapped into all the anger towards Dana Brown, and it was it was unfair to him for sure.
Yeah, I think the Astros fans, it is.
They're bullies. Just if you're self-aware, you know what? That's the first step. It's the first step. Not saying you even have to stop being bullies. I kind of enjoy it, but
I think the militarization of the Astros Twitter fan base. I mean, it happened with the sign stealing thing, and it's just the Astros Twitter has just been at war for the entire time since then.
This is why the Patriots fans were late.
They have not quit the fight yet. Or not even quit the fight. They haven't take a breather. Let's chill out a little bit. It's all in 2022. It was it was a rebirth of it when they won the World Series again. It's a lot.
You'll be fighting this fight for the rest of your life. And the only way that you can get to a point where you're not mentally unwell through it, and I say this again as a Patriots fan, is just laugh about how you got away with it. Because it doesn't matter whether or not you did. You know the team's good and they brought you a lot of happiness. What does it matter to you that somebody else validates it, They're going to hate you anyway. You've been winning all the time. Yeah. So what you have to do, instead of fighting all the time, is just laugh about how you got away with it, because that'll make them so much angrier, and it's better than going online and finding a random Seattle Mariners fan to come after with tomahawks online.
But to that point, Yes, they got away with it. Yes, they then won another World Series to validate it. And then the next year, they spent the entire year bitching about Dusty Baker's lineups.
Yeah.
Like it's
funny.
There always needs to be someone to attack.
Someone's on the hot seat,
and it has to be the Rangers. It has to be the Mariners.
It has to be Chandler Rome.
Has to be the Yankees.
Yeah.
Has to be Leah Van.
Don't
Leah
forget.
Van.
Hey, don't forget about Jeff Bagwell.
Forgot about Jeff Bagwell's a good one.
Bagwell.
Yeah. I forgot about Leah Van for those
Me
who don't know
too.
who works at the Cron, who was the Rangers fan. Remember the Astros social media person that
She
they
quit.
They doxed her on LinkedIn because she used to be a Dodgers
Like this
fan.
is just regular people getting caught up in this, having their lives affected.
Astros fans are 100% bullies. You should just admit it. Just
They
admit
also
it.
like think about what they've done. They basically they created a like the Astros fans are so unhinged sometimes. I think it's fair to say.
Sometimes.
They created a business. They created John Boy.
Yeah.
John Boy's a nobody. Like I open up my podcast app every day to try to listen to Dan Patrick, and those dum-dums from John Boy are on there because apparently they're on his network now. Without Astros fans, John Boy doesn't exist. At this point, I think it's part of the reason why the Athletics still exists.
I think without the Astros, John Boy doesn't blow up more than it
Yeah,
does. But
he's
John
not a
Boy
big
was
deal.
John Boy was. I didn't know much about him when I first saw him on the scene. John Boy was actually a fairly big on the baseball scene kind of guy back then. To be fair,
But
I'm not a fan, but to be fair.
But he is now like a top 5 MLB
100%.
voice, like
Yeah.
MLB media voice.
And before he was just the guy who was good at lip reading and like
He'd
had
make
like the
funny
breakdown
videos.
videos.
Yeah.
Like that's all it was.
Junior Broncos says, to be fair, the Astros Twitter administrator, her tweets were awful.
I do
That is
agree.
true.
Agreed.
Because he was doing the it's giving MVP, stuff like that. However, do not deny what you did. You bullied her. You bullied her into quitting
a lot of
her low-paying job. I bet she wasn't
Here's
even
the thing,
making $30,000 a year.
They just reposted the job again. I think they might have bullied the second person too.
Sure they did.
So like I think they might be on their third social media coordinator this season.
They're not paying people enough to get somebody that you want, okay? Like maybe they should hire, I don't know, Ben on the top, but he would probably get canceled immediately because he goes a little bit too far
That's
with
the
it.
thing. They can't hire someone from Astros
'cause
Twitter
you-
because
you're psycho bullies.
they're
And
all in a hinge.
look, as somebody who appreciates chaos and thinks everything is in a way is funny and has a very dark sense of humor, I do secretly, although I'm sharing it with you guys now, I do secretly laugh at some of the things that you guys do, but it is 100% unhinged behavior.
Oh yeah.
It is.
I'm
It's
laughing
not
at,
even in a debate.
I'm laughing at the mania of it.
Yeah.
Where it's in June 15th afternoon and like 200 people are upset.
I mean,
Like, it's
can an Astros fan hate on a Taylor Swift fan? No, you can't.
No, it's
You
the same.
can't.
Yeah, it's the same picture, Your Honor.
There's just less of you. Like that's the only difference. There's less.
Like I'll tell you this, like I'm a soft boy. At one point, I was like, "Do I put this Fromber take I had on social media and let it be out there for the world?"
When Joe wanted
to trade Fromber
to
because I said he
trade
was a bad
Fromber a
teammate.
couple of weeks ago.
I said no, a couple weeks ago. Hey man, months.
I tried to slip that in.
Months ago. Nice try, Mapes.
On YouTube,
Bad teammate over there.
Miller comments on YouTube, Astros fans are absolutely deplorable, while Philip Castillo comments in all caps, the Astros are America's team.
They do represent America very well. Bully people into their agenda.
They're not America's team. They're not. I would like them to be, but no, they're America's villain. I mean, they are probably, of all the teams that have been through scandals over the last like 2 decades, Patriots included, like it seems like more people hate them than anybody else.
I think
or there's not as much public defense of them. And it is weird. I've always found it strange that the Astros have been solely singled out for the sign stealing stuff. And that again leads back to why everybody that's an Astros fan and lives online is a militant psychopath.
I think the reason the Astros are like the poster child of the sign stealing thing is because honestly, it's because baseball is just not as big of a deal as football.
100%. Yeah,
and
no one's going to look into the details.
So like so many people that do not care whatsoever about baseball. The only time that it crossed over into like national consciousness was with the Astros sign stealing stuff. Whereas the Patriots, like people watch the Super Bowls that they're in.
Yeah,
They watch the Super Bowls.
Yeah, I think it's just that it felt bigger that way. Like,
yeah, it's because it's like if we get a story about cheating in like track and field, it's
Yeah.
like then that's all we think about track and field every 4 years.
yeah, like the only time you would see Scott Van Pelt if you're watching ESPN at night talk about baseball was the Astros.
Yeah.
Like it's like there could be, no one's talking about whoever won the World Series that year. I can't remember even.
It was the Nationals over the Astros.
That's right.
Game 7.
I couldn't remember which Astros World Series it
AJ
was.
Hinch.
But like no one cared about the Nationals anymore.
Yeah.
The fact that they won a World Series right after Bryce Harper left
I mean,
the team.
think about this going into last year. Right? The Astros were the defending World Series champions, and Mad Dog Russo's top 10 baseball storylines did not involve the Astros trying to defend their World Series. So there's that also kind of lends itself to the bullying and the anger online. 713-780-3776 to call to text. Are Astros fans bullies? Eric the driver. Counterpoint. They all deserved it. See, this is
but I don't disagree
this is why
with
you
Eric.
are the
Like,
way you are.
Some of it's like I don't
all
totally
deserve-
disagree.
They didn't all deserve it.
Yeah, like Leah Van, I thought that was like tough. Like
She was a Rangers fan, though. She was.
Yeah.
And she said some things that, I mean, when she got that job, she should have scrubbed it. She should have.
Yes.
You got to know these things. When I got hired in Seattle, sneaky bastard that I am, I found some tweets that I had about how Mariners fans should just stop watching. There's no point. And I remember a bunch of Mariners fans got really mad about this tweet that I had. I think like the guy who was at our competitor, he had retweeted it and it blew up. And I was basically telling him like, yeah, like don't watch. There's no point. Just give up. It's fine. If you give up, you don't have to
I won't
suffer.
be mad. Yeah.
Right. And so, but when I got hired up there, you know what I did? I went online about every single thing I said about Seattle. Boom,
You
gone.
just did like at
Gone.
Gallant says Mariners.
Yeah.
At Gallant
Delete,
says
delete,
Mariners,
delete.
at Gallant says
It wasn't even
Seahawks.
that many, but like, as somebody who had covered the Astros, I was just constantly walking around with like just plopping Schmetzer on the table, saying like, yeah, you suck. I don't. I'm a winner. You're a loser. F you. I rule. You stink. You're diddly poo. 713-780-3776 to call. To text. Junior Broncos says there are people on Twitter who have notifications on for @Astros, and within seconds of tweets will comment cheaters.
Those people are losers.
It does still happen, but this is what I don't get is why you guys are still mad about it. It's been going on for 7 years.
Exactly.
Like, do you need a punching bag to beat online? Do you need that? Like, why not just get a stress ball or an actual punching bag or speed bag?
Yeah, you don't have to give them what they want, which is you getting upset.
Because they want you to get upset.
Let me tell you a little secret about online trolls, guys. They feed off of you getting upset.
Mm-hmm.
You guys are falling for it,
Mm-hmm.
and you guys are trolls.
So to bring it back, like Chandler Rome had a tweet on Friday, and Yusei Kikuchi said, yeah, been bullied a little bit. From the 281, speaking of bullying, what happened to that Rangers fan that called you last year? Tab. We don't know. We didn't hear from Tab at all this season.
No, not even like opening day.
Yeah.
not ring night for the.
I hope Tab is still kicking. Tab, I believe Tab lives in Beaumont, but Tab is our Rangers fan friend, and we actually liked Tab.
Yeah,
Should we
it was
try to-
civil conversations.
Maybe we should like try to get an address for Tab. Stop by his house.
Stop by, yeah.
on the way to Lake
Yeah.
Charles this weekend.
This Saturday, just see what's up.
Yeah.
The problem is, I don't know what his real name is, so I don't know where to start. I
don't even
doubt
have
his
a
name is
name.
Tab, right?
You don't even have a name.
Right. Well, yeah. I doubt his. I actually thought there's another Houston sports radio listener by the name of Tab, and when he first called in, I was like, wait a second. There's another person that goes by Tab that listens to Houston sports radio.
There's Tab Ramos.
There's another guy. He's not as active. This is somebody who also used to be like an OG Paul Gallant fan and then kind of moved on when others moved on from me. And this Tab pops up out of nowhere. And yeah, I unless Sean, there was an intern answering ever when he called in that maybe got more information from him. I don't know. That's all I know about.
I don't have anything other than Tab lives in Beaumont.
Mm-hmm.
Rangers fan. That's all I got.
It's like one of the reasons I was so excited about doing the show with you guys.
Yeah, internet, do your job.
Was to meet Tab.
Astros fans, look for this man. Don't harass him though.
Donna on our YouTube at ESPN Houston says, and happy birthday, Donna. I think he lives in Lumberton.
Don't even know what
that is. North of Beaumont, I believe. I believe.
Are we sure that's a real place?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. How about that?
Yeah, sure is.
Tab and Derry Ashford. Right. Like this is the funny thing. I think Astros fans can all agree that we liked Tab, who was a Rangers fan. Because he was like, when the Rangers stunk, he would like rant about them. And when the Rangers won, he wasn't the best trash talker in the world.
Yeah,
but,
he was like civil.
But we would sit and take our medicine.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it was like, it was very respectful trash talk. It was always like, man, it was a lot of like passive aggressive stuff.
Yeah.
But then he would rip his own players. I forgot who was the guy that it was like Ezekiel Duran or someone.
I was like, I don't even know who these guys are.
I don't know why he's even in the lineup.
And he had that accent and such. Anyway. It is Gallant and George. He is Joe. I am Paul. 713-780-3776 to call. To text. We are sticking with this Our Astros Fans Bullies conversation. I think you should just embrace it, but I do think you should chill a little bit too. Like there are better things in life than getting mad about a random Mariners fan saying Jose Altuve cheated. There are better things in life to get mad about. You know? Like the economy, war, murder,
college football top 25.
Yeah. Texas #1 in the country. There's a lot of stuff to get mad.
Horns down.
Yeah. I mean, that's kind of random people on Twitter calling the Astros tweeters and calling them cheaters and horns down. It's not that dissimilar.
No. From the 409, I live in Lumberton, but I'm not Tab. Do I need to hunt him down though? The town is not that big.
It sounds easy. Start knocking on some doors.
Hey, hang on though. Hang on. Hunt. For consider we're talking about Astros fans being a bullying fan base.
Good call.
Let's change the word from hunt.
We're not going to incite violence.
Search.
No.
Search even sounds a little tough.
We're not. I do not want Tab doxxed. I just want to know if he's still kicking.
Yes. We just want to find him and buy him a beer.
Should we have someone look for the Lumberton newspaper and look in the obituaries?
No. I don't even want to think about that.
Okay,
but that's what I'm
What if
thinking.
it said like #1 caller to the Paul Gallant show?
We definitely would have noticed.
That should be the first thing on his obituary.
No,
What? Just because I'm making it about me? What's wrong with that?
Loving husband, loving father. Loved Paul Gallant.
Be better than Billy Bean's obituary on ESPN. Like Billy Bean, gay, dead at 60. Like, not kidding.
I mean,
First line.
I know that's what it said. That's why Matt Russo going on that tangent about Billy Bean dying and then realizing halfway through he had the wrong Billy Bean was at all time.
Well, that's why they made the clarification. But I thought it was really funny. The first thing that I brought up about Billy Bean, he passed away, not loving father or baseball architect, like gay.
Billy Bean in parentheses, the gay one, not the Moneyball one.
It's ridiculous. Anyway, it's Gallant George. He's Joe. Sean behind the glass. I'm Paul. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. We go around the NFL next. Stay put.
Looked like the Philadelphia Eagles were about to beat the not the Minnesota Vikings. I keep forgetting. Kirk Cousins no longer with the Vikings. We're about to beat the Atlanta Falcons in Monday Night Football. It's 3rd and 3. Nick Sirianni calls a throw to the flat to Saquon Barkley, and it just bounces off of Barkley's hands. They settle for a field goal. A minute 38, Kirk Cousins leads the Falcons down the field very quickly to a touchdown drive. They get the extra point after Drake London gets flagged for an unsportsmanlike conduct for holding up an air assault rifle to the sky or pointed at Eagles fans and shot it a few times. Was that unsportsmanlike conduct warranted?
I'm going to say yes.
Think about the Philadelphia children. They have children, just like in Ring of Power. The Orcs have children now. And guess what? So do Eagles fans. Come on, guys. Drake, what are you doing?
The real issue is that he was doing it like so close to the referee. Like he was like bumping into the referee as he was doing it. I think that's the issue. I think if he did it, somewhere just not directly in the referee's cone of vision, if you keep the gun celebrations to just try not to point them at anyone.
I am a hater. I thought that the penalty was over the top. I can't believe they flagged that. But I would have laughed so hard if, even though I wanted the Eagles to lose,
they missed
the Falcons by Drake London doing a touchdown dance with a fake automatic rifle, and then Younghoe Koo misses what ended up being a 48-yard extra point. I would have laughed so hard if that happened.
That'd be so on brand for them.
Yeah.
It is funny that it seems like it is the two-handed, like the bigger gun celebrations get flagged more than like a finger guns do. Like finger guns, I feel like you can.
The government wants to take away your assault rifle.
Yeah.
They only want you to have a pistol.
The LSU wide receiver in week 1 did it like directly on the side of the head of the Trojans defender.
Yeah, that one's gonna get you.
That's a bit aggressive. Yeah. And then he did it again on the sideline. That's a bit aggressive. But the finger guns, they let you do finger guns. They let you do that, but they don't like the two-handed ones.
How about a shotgun, which is a two-handed? But I mean, the shotgun I feel like would be considered harmless.
I really wonder if it is just because he was that close to the ref.
I think it's because he was in front of the ref.
I bet.
Yeah, like you can't.
He was standing directly
immediate.
In front of him.
It wasn't like something where somebody upstairs told him. It was very quickly as it happened. It was really funny watching Raheem Morris yell at this referee after the extra point was made. For a while, I understood where Raheem Morris was coming from. Like calling it there, over that,
it's the whole thing. I mean, there's a play. It might have been the play before that where the Falcons receiver is trying to get a PI called in the end zone, where it's a little bit of like, it's so ticky tack. Like, don't call that one at the very end of the game. It's the same thing with the gun celebrations. Like, hey, come on, don't call this one. If he did that in the first quarter, all right.
Also, the very next drive, the Eagles did have time.
They did.
To drive down the field. They only needed a field goal. Jalen Hurts throws an interception to Jesse Bates. Shout out to Jesse Bates bringing back the Dirty Bird. Do you remember the Dirty Bird celebration?
Yeah, and then who else?
From the 1998 Atlanta Falcons before they ultimately got done in by the Denver Broncos.
Yeah, and someone else did it yesterday too. An Eagles player did it, I think.
Yeah, they probably were trying to troll a little bit.
You can't do it if you're gonna lose. Like you can't do the Dirty Bird.
I mean, if Saquon Barkley just catches that ball, they don't lose.
Yeah.
Like I mean, there's a lot of discussion about throwing for it or running for it on that third down that the Eagles had. To me, it's like, no, the play call worked. Saquon Barkley was wide open.
He was wide open.
He was wide open. He was probably going to pick up the first and get it and probably stay in bounds too.
The 4th and 4 is where you second guess Sirianni. Early in the game, they could have kicked a field goal. It's chip shot, and they go for it. 4th and 4 is a lot. I get that the analytic community, they're like, oh, well, actually, you're more likely to get the first down if you go for it. Are you? I don't know.
But just like a penalty in the first quarter costing you the game, like a 4th down decision in the first quarter did not cost the Eagles the game.
I agree. I totally agree.
Plenty of time to win the game.
Or play defense. Either catch the ball or play defense.
Either or.
Either one of would have worked.
That was an easy
Easy
It was the
drive.
best Kirk Cousins looked all night.
Yeah.
He had 0 zip on any of his balls.
It looked like he was barely driving it. Him and Rodgers both, like, they don't look right. Like,
No. He only had one that looked good. The longer one to Mooney, where Mooney gets out of bounds.
Yeah.
That was the only one that looked good.
You older quarterback and you suffer an injury to your lower leg.
Yeah.
Matt Schaub will tell you just after a while, it just doesn't work the same.
You just can't like plant your foot.
Yeah.
Almost. Yeah.
So we'll see what happens going forward for these two teams. Did want to bring something up and was reminded about it. Joe Mixon suffered an ankle injury in Sunday night's Texans-Bears game, and it has created a lot of controversy. Some believe that the hit made on Mixon was a hip drop tackle, and by letter of the law, that should have been a 15-yard penalty. You try to prevent injuries like that from happening. I don't know if they have a targeting policy with the hip drop tackle. What I will say about the hip drop tackle is I think it's just going to be really hard to govern, and this is proof of it, because a referee can see it in action, but if you're trying to bring somebody down in the open field, say you're a defensive back trying to bring down a running back, the running back is generally going to be a larger person than you.
Mm-hmm.
Are we really going to double check every single time a tackle happens and say that, oh yeah, this is a hip drop tackle? Like I think it's just too hard to govern for referees in the moment. And I also feel like the players should be allowed to tackle other players. If that helps you tackle them, that helps you tackle them. It's a violent game, guys.
Yeah,
It's not like it's intentional.
I get you, Joe Mixon. I get you. But here's the problem. This comes from the NFL Players Association in March. The players oppose any attempt by the NFL to implement a rule prohibiting a swivel hip drop tackle. So even your own Players Association is like, hey, we don't want to do this. They also said, it was well reported at the time, that they
still
knew,
made the change, though, but you're right. Yeah.
They knew that when they made the change, it was going to be hard to call on the field.
Yeah.
And that they were going to be mostly implementing fines after. So, like, while, like, yeah, it'd be good for a penalty for Joe Mixon, like, the player is going to get punished, but it's hard to evaluate in that moment because it just doesn't look the same as, like, other
like
things.
a face mask or a horse collar. Like, those are obvious. And they've been penalties now for so long that you kind of know the look of when a guy gets brought down by his face mask, or someone grabs a face mask, or when they get horse collared. This one, it's like so new that I'm not even sure if the refs they know like the key indicators of what to look for to make that call in the moment. It's probably going to be something that just guys get fined during the week.
I think the fine would work. I think if it's big enough, it'll work.
Just like 10 grand a pop or
assuming
something.
word of mouth gets around. The number, I truly do not know. Maybe
hard to
more than
say.
10 grand. Yeah. Like, I'm not sure what kind of, 10 grand's a lot, but for some of these NFL players,
yeah,
I don't know what they consider a lot.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess we'll find out when this fine eventually happens. I don't think there's been any ruling about that.
An NFL can fine first-time offenders $16,883.
Okay.
What a weird, like, specific number.
I'm imagining it's like a percentage of
the minimum game check or
A
something.
second offense would cost the player $22,000.
Want to see an interesting story? This is a guy that some people wanted to potentially bring aboard the Houston Texans. If we go back to last year's draft, Jalen Carter did not start last night's game because he was late to a team event. This guy seems like a real bozo. I mean, not just talking about the incident at Georgia as well.
Yeah, you'd think he'd be early for how fast he's getting places.
Oh, damn, dude. That's a good joke.
But yeah, the Jalen Carter thing. I mean, there hasn't been anything huge, but it does seem like he's still working through some maturity and off the field stuff.
Benched the first 2 possessions for the Falcons.
Yeah, and then really just kind of felt like he's felt like a non-impact player.
Well,
since he became an Eagle.
He just
had an impact against the Packers because he broke Jordan Love's leg.
That's true.
But yeah, he is very, very inconsistent between him and Davis.
Mm-hmm.
The 2 Georgia defensive tackles that they have, you'd think that they are kind of wrecking games. And going back to the game on Monday night, like on that last drive, they got absolutely no pass rush on Kirk Cousins when he's going to pass every single time. That they weren't good enough.
More NFL news from today. Justin Fields is getting a third straight start with the Steelers,
All right.
who are 2-0. Joe, how you feel about this?
Great. I'm hoping he gets 51% of the snaps this year because it means the Bears get a better draft pick. So,
What kind of draft pick difference are we talking about?
I think it's a 5th to a 4th.
Oh,
Okay.
Fourth
So
round
it's-
pick actually matters.
Yeah. So
That's, oh no,
God.
that's still day 3. Never mind.
But it's early day.
It's
three.
early
day 3.
It's early day 3.
I mean, I think he's played a lot better. I think he has an offensive coordinator who knows his weaknesses, and they're putting him in a position so far to not be terrible. And he has an offensive line that can block. That helps.
That does help a little
As
bit.
we saw on Sunday Night Football. Bears offensive line, bad.
It's not great. Yeah, Arthur Smith, good offensive coordinator.
Mm-hmm.
You at least showed that with the Tennessee Titans back in the day. And to wrap it up, since the Eagles lost, there are officially 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 undefeated teams left in the NFL. The Bucks, Chiefs, Steelers, Seahawks, Chargers, Vikings, who the Texans play on Sunday, Saints, Bills, and Houston Texans. Swarm! So there you go. That's around the NFL. The 10-minute drill every single day at 1:30. It's Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Coming up next, what are the biggest surprises, good and bad? 2 games into the Houston Texans season, plus a deep steel blue pill for you. Stick around. First, let me tell you about my friends at MyBookie and MyBookie.ag. You enter promo code BET975, and they're going to double your initial deposit. Yeah, that's a lot. You can bet on all sorts of things in MyBookie.ag. You can bet on the presidential election. I believe odds are still even for Donald Trump and Kamala Harris. You can make bets about who wins the World Series. Feeling the Astros right now? Who wins the Super Bowl? Feeling your beloved Houston Texans? You can bet on so many things at MyBookie.ag. Blackjack with live dealers, poker with live dealers. And MyBookie has awesome promotions during football season with risk-free boosts on Thursday. If you bet and you win big. If you don't, MyBookie will refund your wager. That's a fun one for Thursday Night Football, usually the trickiest game of the week. And there's a loyalty program called MyBookie Plus as well, where the more you play, the more that you win. MyBookie.ag, promo code BET975 to double your first deposit. It's MyBookie.ag, promo code BET975. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere, only with MyBookie.ag.
You are back with Gallant and George
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul and Joe.
Before we dive into our biggest surprises for the Houston Texans through 2 weeks and give you a deep steel blue pill, I got to talk about something, okay? Went to the bathroom in the commercial break. As I go into the bathroom, somebody did not have headphones in and I believe was watching a TikTok with an artificial intelligence voiced narrator talking about different ways that you can pee. First, talking about men cleaning their schmenzer after they're done. Second, I believe this is where this person, whoever was in the stall, heard that I was using the urinal. It was starting to talk about how it's not universal for men to stand while peeing. And it was about to go on a tangent about, I believe, 1, India, and 2, how in Germany they teach boys to pee sitting down. Before this person, I think, noticed that I was using the urinal
and turned it off. I have so many questions.
I do too.
I mean, like to not have the headphones and whatever, like that's fine. Don't have AirPods.
No. You don't need AirPods. You need headphones.
But
if you're gonna be watching stuff on your phone
or
anywhere in public,
or just don't watch.
But
stuff
at this
with
point, like I'm just
audio.
more curious, like why this? Like, was it a timing thing? Like this TikTok?
I'm wondering if he's having some issues peeing.
Yeah.
That was a tutorial.
It sounded like it was a tutorial about
this sounds
peeing.
like something like I'm gonna like hand my son, and as like we're like making major strides in potty training to like get him like over the edge of just like, hey man, just listen to this AI.
But that's for Popo, right? That's not for PP. That's for Popo.
Well, I just can't get him to tell me when he's got to do it.
Gotcha. Okay.
So
baby steps.
Yeah, I mean he'll do it, but he won't tell me. So it's like,
what a rascal.
Yeah, he'll tell me after. As soon as he's done, he'll say, "Dad, I'm done." I'm like, "Done with what?" Still tell me before, not after. But yeah,
You can get Bluetooth headphones on Amazon for less than $20. Less than $20. Bluetooth headphones. They're not the prettiest in the world, but they work. 8 hours of battery life. If you're gonna watch stuff on your phone in public, I'm glad that it wasn't a different kind of audio that I was hearing coming out of that bathroom stall. Very happy about that.
That is a good thing.
But let's be aware of our surroundings.
The worst was always it's definitely in any kind of form of public transportation.
Oh yeah.
When people are listening to stuff without their headphones, especially because it's a loud environment, so they can hear the video, they have to turn the volume all the way up, and it's just obnoxious. That, and then, I mean, normally, airlines are pretty good about stopping it. But have you ever been on an airplane with someone trying to do that, to watch a movie without headphones? The last time I was on a flight, people in front of us were doing it, and I was like, "Hey,
usually the flight
you gotta cut them
attendant
off."
takes care of that.
Normally
they
it's like
did,
5
but-
minutes tops.
Yeah, and they did, but for the couple minutes, I was like, if they don't stop this, I'm gonna have to be a Karen here.
Well, you got to
Stop
be
it.
careful there, though, because I actually saw something not that long ago where these two people started yelling at a teenage girl for having the volume on her phone up when they were about to deplane. And I guess the girl's father showed up at baggage claim and there was an almost fist fight over it. So generally you just want to go passive aggressive with the telling somebody to pump the volume down, because you don't want that's a weird thing to have things escalate over, but it is annoying in public. Donna asks on YouTube, why are you wasting time at work goofing off in the bathroom? I mean, come on.
I mean, you got business to take care of.
As far as goofing off, that's
it's informative.
That's the kind of good goofing off.
It's informative video. An
Yeah.
informative video. Also, I mean, going to the bathroom and looking at your phone, don't most people do that to escape their families? So I mean,
yeah.
I'm not judging somebody doing that to escape work. You know?
Yeah, this is different because we have very timed bathroom breaks. But
Yeah, we only have 2 minutes, 3 minutes.
yeah, but if it was a normal job, or if it was maybe when I worked on a different station where you had longer time to break, yeah, I'd be in there. I'd be in there killing time.
Yeah.
Get to sit down.
Yeah, I've definitely done it where, like, when I was producing, like, there might be, some angry people starting to annoy me. And I would just leave.
Oh.
It's like, hey, I'm going to the bathroom this segment. And I would just take 10 minutes off.
Wow.
And just like, I would pull up the app of the said radio station I was working at, and I would just listen to make sure they didn't accidentally go to break.
Damn.
While I wasn't in
Wow.
Damn, Joe. Middle management Joe.
Yeah. I only did that with recorded shows.
Cutting some corners to get to middle management.
I didn't say I was middle management when that happened. Maybe I was. Maybe I wasn't. You don't know which angry show I'm talking about.
ETX says I've been in the bathroom at work since 8:30. Not surprising.
Well, now his legs are numb.
But
all
we
right?
appreciate the honesty. Yeah, you can't get up after that long.
At some point, you're just stuck. You're just like, I guess I'm staying here for the rest of the day.
But I was surprised to hear somebody watching some sort of video about how to go pee in the bathroom when I was just in there. And speaking of surprises, what's the biggest surprise for the Houston Texans thus far this year? Damn, that is why they pay me the moderate bucks.
Kamari Lassiter.
Kamari Lassiter. Oh boy, those numbers for Pro Football Focus,
they're so good.
I feel good about my bet that I didn't actually place because I'm a coward. About
Dude,
Kamari
I think
Lassiter
you might want to
as
see what it
Defensive
looks like
Rookie of the
right
Year.
now.
I know. I bet they'll take it off the board like they did with Arch Manning.
No.
Although they're probably not thinking about it that hard, but
Probably if you would
he
have
had two
tried it,
picks.
if you tried it in the middle of the game, they would have taken. They would have been like, "We got to crunch the numbers again." But I think like when we like this weekend when we go to Lake Charles, if we do it before the game, he should at least be on the list. somewhere.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's just his Pro Football Focus numbers. They give him a 90.3 coverage grade. He only has allowed 2 catches on 7 targets, 1 interception, a 0.0 pass rating allowed. It's 2 games, but the immediate return of this draft pick, the fact that he's your starter across Stingley, and then he's also just playing this well, is very. He's moved to number 5.
Wow.
He has the 5th odds to win Defensive Rookie of the Year. He's plus 1,600.
Oh man, I screwed up.
It was like wasn't it like 4,500?
It was a lot.
Yeah.
They were long odds.
Yeah, now it's
Damn, I
Quinion
screwed
Mitchell.
up. I'm mad at myself.
Dude, I think he might.
Yeah, it's Latu, Murphy,
win.
Turner, and
Now I'm
Burst.
pissed. Now I'm pissed. I'm pissed at myself.
I mean, those are still really good odds. We'll just go watch a video. It'll help you
No,
learn
but
how
it's
to
not
do
the
it.
same. It's not the same. It's not the same. That's
But like, plus 600 odds, like that's still pretty good. I know it's not the same, but like,
Yeah.
you might get in while you can.
What's been interesting is the Texans had the number 1 rated rookie in the NFL week 1 in Kalen Bullock. And now this week, I'm assuming that Kamari Lassiter's towards the top. So that's a good, biggest surprise to open up the year. Lassiter has been very good. But there were some lapses against the Colts. So I don't know if in totality you can say it. The biggest surprise I'm surprised by how bad Tank Dell's been. He didn't do much in game 1. The last game, a drop, tackle for a loss. He did have the 1 speed sweep that looked very good. It was a great play design by Bobby Slowick, but this has been a bad start to the year for Tank Dell. Specifically, this past game on Sunday, we're in the, oh, wow, is he going to still be getting the same kind of opportunities he got last year now that Stephon Diggs is aboard too? I don't know.
Yeah, they used that speed sweep reverse 2 weeks in a row, basically the exact same play, and it's worked really well both times. So like maybe that's something that just like Slowick's going to unleash.
I don't know,
the
though.
game, but at some point teams will also catch on.
I was gonna say it feels like it's something where it's, hey, let's get Tank Dell the ball. Let's run a speed sweep.
Yeah.
And hey, good. That's an easy way to get him the ball. But you know what else is an easy way to get him the ball? When he's wide open, running a post route in the middle of the field and should have scored a touchdown.
Yeah, throw it to him when he's open. Yeah. My biggest surprise, I think it's the, I guess, reemergence of one Jalen Petrie in his new role as a nickel corner. It's something he did before in Baylor, but I think after last year, kind of a disappointing year, when we in training camp, when we heard that he was making this change, it was okay, let's see what happens. And I think so far after 2 games, like you have to feel good about you're getting just a new version of Jalen Petrie, and it gives this defense a completely different feel.
I think you take it a little bit further. That game that he had against the Giants in the preseason, he was the best player on the field. He was awesome.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. In the preseason.
He was awesome.
Too, yeah.
And I mean, again, it's a preseason game. How much stock do you put into it? But when he's around the box, he is lighting people up. And
he has a condo there.
He has a condo there per Will Anderson. You're right. You're right about that. What a line.
It's
condo in the trenches.
Stolen condo valor, but a condo in the trenches is that equivalent to a condo in the hood? Is that?
Yeah, I think. I mean,
would you want a condo in the trenches?
I
Are we
think
talking
he's-
like dirt cheap Detroit prices?
I think he's saying trenches like the line play, but
No, I totally get what he's saying.
No, I think
it is
it's saying-
evocative of like, hey, I'm really early in the gentrification of this neighborhood in my condo.
I mean, it could just be like a condo, you have like the nicest condo in like the area of like all the blue collar workers. So it's
Yeah,
like you
it's
and a bunch,
gentrification.
no, like you and a bunch of like electricians and plumbers.
They're making a lot of money these days.
They do make a lot of money
Yeah.
these days.
More money, I hear.
Penalties in a bad way.
A lot. There's been a lot. It's been sloppy.
It's surprised how sloppy it's been on both sides of the ball.
It's early in the year, so that's the excuse you make. But
Yeah.
I'm with you.
Yeah. I have the same thoughts where at a certain point it is like, okay, guys, let's tighten it up a little bit here. And I get we can't do anything about the tonsil false starts, but that should only be like two
Yeah,
penalties.
that's two of the 12.
That's two of
There's
them.
still 10 more. I
Yeah.
was about to say the same thing. He's Sean Mapes behind the glass. Joe George to my right. I'm Paul Gallant. It's Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. What's the biggest surprise of the Houston Texans season? 713-780-3776 to call to text. You can join us on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. At Gallant says, at Joe George Radio, at Sean A. Mapes. Up next, we talk more about a dominant victory by the Texans on Sunday and their look ahead with the Minnesota Vikings is coming Sunday. 2-0 Minnesota is with DJ Bien Ame. Stick around on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. DJ Biename with us in studio. He didn't like the last segment that we did. We were talking about the man who did not have his headphones on in the bathroom.
I just want to know, like, how were you so attentive to know all these things while another man's urinating?
I mean,
It's playing through his phone while I was
So
urinating.
it
It's a
was
small bathroom.
I'm not whistling to myself.
it was I had to pee in a toilet.
Yeah, he was watching a video about like the history of peeing in toilets. I'm not kidding. It is funny, right? I mean, if it had been anything else, I'm not sure I would have noticed it, but it's something you're definitely going to notice while you yourself are peeing in the bathroom. I remember there was one thing that was said there. I'm not going to repeat this because this was a little bit gross that was in the video. But I remember there was one thing that was said along the way, and I was like, whoa, what? Because it was talking about something that I was like, is this person looking about whether or not he needs to go see a doctor? Like, I don't. Anyway, you know who else might have needed to go to the doctor on Monday? Caleb Williams, because he got absolutely beat. DJ, I could not have been more impressed by the defensive effort by the Texans on Sunday. The pass rush, the ability to stop the run, the coverage from Derek Stingley, from Kamari Lassiter. Do you think that was the best defensive performance for DeMeco Ryans to this point in his time as Texans head coach?
Nah, I think the Titans game in Nashville, I think they got 7 sacks.
Last year, you're right.
Yeah, they held to like 7 points or something like that. And then
with Case Keenum under center.
Right, and I think because Case threw a pick 6 in that game, and after outside of that, it was just field goals, I believe. But that's up there. The playoff game against the Browns, obviously holding them to 14 points, 2 pick 6s. That's up there. Yeah, so I would say this past one,
One of the
up
best
there
ones.
for sure. Yeah, no, it's up there for sure. I'm trying to think of maybe another one. Yeah, no, but that one's for sure top 3. I think you got between those other two. When you consider the magnitude, what was at stake and things of that nature. Those two are probably top 2, but then the one on Sunday is probably 3.
Any of that, or how much of this translates, do you think, going forward? Or how much of it was just, well, it's a rookie quarterback. DeMeco blitzed 41% of the time. How much of it's sustainable versus maybe this was just really taking advantage of a inexperienced quarterback?
Yeah, I think the latter. They were just taking advantage of an inexperienced quarterback because DeMeco doesn't really blitz that often. He's more of a 4-man pass rush, and then have as many people in coverage as possible. He blitzed a little bit more, mainly because it was clear that the O-line was going to have some issues. Picking up some of the blitzes. Caleb was going to hold the ball. So they're going to really have to be able to get after him, and his coverage on the back end was effective. So I think it's probably the latter. I don't think they could blitz 40% of the time if they're going against, I don't know, Patrick Mahomes or somebody. I think those guys would be able to pick it apart. But a young quarterback like Caleb in his second start, who tends to want to hold the ball and play off script anyway, yeah, that's because that's usually how he plays those guys. He plays those guys, trying to really get after them, sends them heat. He did that against Lamar in the playoff game because some guys like that, once you speed up their clock, that's when like a lot of them, they go into just trying to turn a hero ball. And once they turn Caleb into hero ball, they had them where they wanted them.
It was fun to watch him trying to be elusive, but man, that guy got absolutely beaten up on Sunday. I definitely am a big believer that he's a tough SOB playing quarterback if he's able to make it through that game healthy. Now, continuing to talk about the Houston Texans defense after holding Caleb Williams and the Chicago Bears to 13 points in Sunday Night Football. 2 guys that have really jumped out defensively for the Texans to open up the year. Jalen Petrie, who everyone thought had the hit of the game on that hit on that Bears tight end, where everyone thought at first, oh, wait, that has to be a dirty hit. And then you see the replay. Oh, nope, clean.
Right.
You also got Henry To'oTo'o, who has been racking up tackles these first 2 games. Between those two, who's been the most impressive Texans defender?
Between those two, that's a good one. I'm gonna lean, I'm gonna lean Petrie. I'm a little biased though, but I'm gonna lean Petrie.
Why are you biased about Petrie?
I like Petrie.
You like Petrie? Okay.
Yeah, I like Petrie. Me and his dad, we text quite often.
Oh wow.
Yeah, we text pretty often.
So you're part of the family, basically.
I won't say I'm part of the family, but I'm an associate of the family.
Okay.
But yeah, I would say Petrie. Petrie's been pretty good in coverage. Obviously, he's been a force in the run game. Him and Henry both have had good impact in terms of being able to limit teams running the ball. Because I think the past 2 weeks, I don't think a running back has got over 50.
You're right.
2 weeks, so I
think Swift was 12 for 14.
Yeah. So they've been they've been stout, and Petrie around the box is an impact player. So I would still lean towards Petrie because he's been good in coverage, and because teams haven't picked on him, teams haven't been able to pick on him, and then obviously he helps a lot in the run game.
When you look at Lassiter, with his Pro Football Focus grades, 90 plus at this point, he's only given up one catch on the season, and you got Kalen Bullock who had a good week 1. Are you still surprised to see like the rookies on defense making the level of impact they are this quick?
First and foremost,
you don't like Pro Football Focus?
I don't like Pro Football. I don't like their grades.
Okay.
Yeah. But that's not here or there. I would say, am I surprised that they're continuing making plays? No. Yeah, a little bit. I mean, like, they've kind of hit the ground running. You know what I mean? Like, they've both been able to make plays. Kamara basically had 2 interceptions. Both of them were acrobatic catches. I didn't know he had hands like that. He was able to make plays. Bullock hasn't given up any explosives. I mean, he had the DPI, but he was trying to make a play on the ball, kind of rookie thing. He'll learn how to drive in on, in breaking route of that magnitude down the seam. He'll get better at that. But outside of that, I think I've been wildly impressed with how they perform because that's allowed them to play at the levels they've been able to play at, last game. Obviously, the Colts game was up and down. They had moments, but it was still kind of up and down as defense. But obviously on Sunday, with those two playing as well as they did, that allowed the entire defense to play as on one accord.
We're still offensively seeing a lot of success with CJ Stroud and Nico Collins. Feels like 3 to 4 plays a game where all you can do is just say, wow, that was really impressive. But they're definitely, if we're talking about the part of the Texans that maybe has had the most issues to this point this year, it's probably been the offense because it's held up to such a high standard going into the year, adding Stephon Diggs, Tank Dell being healthy again. What do you think's been the biggest issue for the offense to this point?
I would say, because it's not like I asked D'Amico, what can they do to get those two guys more involved, Dell and Diggs, and then rewatching it, I think they've tried to get Diggs involved. I think it's just been more like defense have taken him away at times, or the coverage for the route that he's running doesn't. You can't throw the ball there. So I would say some of the disguises post snap have kind of given Bobby and CJ some issues in terms of play design and getting the ball where it needs to go. I would say that's probably the biggest issue right now, and that's which is why at least some clunkiness versus where it's CJ. I mean, it's a lot. CJ to Nico, I mean, they've been doing that since last year, so I think it's easier that there's specific plays that they can call that they can rely on to get Nico the ball. I mean, it's clear, right?
It's crazy too, because I thought about this after the game. Nico Collins wasn't with CJ Stroud this offseason. He was with Diggs, he was with Tank Dell, and yet all that time away, it's just like they left off.
Yeah, no, exactly. I mean, where CJ is really accurate at where he wants to get the ball is over the middle of the field, and Nico is able to get into those windows with ease. Consistently, he's able to get into specific windows that's behind the linebackers, in front of the safeties, but away from the cornerbacks, and able to just get in that area like consistently. So again, it's like for them, it's like riding a bike. So I would say when it comes to just finding ways to get Diggs and Tank more involved, it's going to be on Bobby to figure out which ways to make it happen to where it's within the flow of the offense versus when it can feel like it's being forced. Because I remember like there was one drive where CJ threw out route to Dell, and I think it was after it was hurrying up, and he tried to force it to Dell. I mean, and it was it could have been completed, but like just trying to get him to rock, and it necessarily I don't know if that was necessarily within the flow of the offense, and that can kind of create some clunkiness. But I do think they have to figure out how to get them all going to where like they're playing off of each other, not to where it's okay. Well, let's design this play for Diggs. If he gets it, great. If not, blank. If it's good for Nico, if it's there, great. If it's not, blank. Because I think you have these guys so they can feed off of each other versus if it's just designed to get one guy the ball. If it's not there, then try to work to the other guy. But if their routes aren't, I guess benefiting off of each other, if a DB takes away Nico, but the route for Diggs or let's say Tank isn't, kind of benefiting off of that, and they can still take away Tank and Diggs, play's kind of dead. And that's what it felt like at times, where it's just like if the primary guy isn't open, going through the progression doesn't necessarily mean that the other guy is going to be open because the route combinations are effective in that aspect. So it feels like they're still trying to figure that out, and the sooner they figure it out, the better. But I don't necessarily think this will be something that's gonna be fixed this week or next week. I think it'll be a whole season thing. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like the hardest part about watching, the NFL right now and the Texans is that, I saw the stat flying around that 2 years ago there was 110 touchdown passes the first the first 2 weeks of the season across the league. This year it's at 71. It dropped from like 88 last year. So like the offense is just poor across the league right now. So I kind of with you where like it's going to take some time to figure this out. So how much of this is learning and rust, like when you're writing articles and you're viewing this team versus just like, hey, maybe it's just not as good this year?
Yeah, I think it's not good this year, and defenses are running way more too high, and they're disguising so much better now. Because that's another thing too, right? Like CJ, a lot of times when he's dropping back, the coverage that he's expecting might not be it, but it's not even necessarily his fault. Like there's one play where like they motioned across. It might have been it's a play where he got sacked up the middle. It was like second half, but like they motioned across. It looked like single high, and then the cornerback was still in his same spot post snap, but he kind of went to more like of a deep. He basically like replaced the safety. So while he was off ish, he just kind of slid over, and then you had the nickel corner going to the flat. So basically, inverted cover 2. Right, and it was against the Texans trips look, and Nico was open on that backside dig, but like that is if you're motioning to the right side, like your read is over there, trying to get back over to the backside, especially if it looks like it's single high, and then you look back. Obviously, I'm not CJ, but I can only imagine if you see single high and it's not that, and you're getting back over there, and you still now you kind of see 2. But you thought it was 1, and the guy that's deep is the cornerback. So like that and everything is split seconds. So I think it's more like just getting a beat on what these defenses are doing, and then figuring out ways how to consistently attack it. But right now, Gus Bradley did a good job of disguising. So the Eagles did a great job of disguising. Like, and that's why this week is gonna be a tough battle because Brian Flores does a great job of that because like he'll put a bunch of guys at the line of scrimmage. And sometimes you'll see Harrison Smith hovering outside the tackle, right outside the left tackle or right tackle. And then once you say hike, he's at center field or he's at the deep hash, So like it's gonna be an interesting battle this week. And like, sometimes Sarge and Chance are arguing about it. Like Sarge thinks that the Vikings have no chance at winning. And I'm like, I don't know about all that.
They have a very good coaching staff.
Yeah,
and it's not just Brian Flores, who I totally forgot was their defensive coordinator until you just mentioned it right now. I think Flores is a very good defensive coach, but also Kevin O'Connell, he can make it work. And there's a reason that there's so many NFL people that love Sam Darnold. I've never counted myself as one of them, but there is a skill set there that I feel like if the right coach theoretically could get the most out of him. Through 2 weeks, we've seen that. We'll talk a little more about the Vikings in a bit. The Texans' violence defensively, really, I enjoyed it.
Right.
And it wasn't just Petrie and Toa. What did you make of Azeez Al-Shaair on the sideline, essentially in a 1-on-9 scenario, saying, you know what, I'm just going to smack Roshan Johnson in the face?
Man,
he had a great explanation about it afterwards. I stand with Azeez Al-Shaair.
Because you're a homer. But I don't disagree. But
strike first, Cobra Kai, baby.
I think it doesn't just kind of flow back into what we saw throughout training camp, the physicality that they had. Like I'll never forget that June practice, that late July practice, excuse me, where Jimmy Ward tries to knock out Stephon Diggs.
Right.
Derek Stingley basically shoves Dalton Schultz to the ground. Like I remember Jeff Okuda knocking out Robert Woods and then doing a rockabye baby pose after he knocked him down. It's funny because like he was like, oh snap, I knocked him down. Then he just started doing rockabye baby pose. So like this kind of like fits into like the tenacity that this defense wants to have, and it's something that was on display throughout training camp
and in the game too. The hits on Caleb Williams, they were hard hits. I mean, we're not just the sacks. We're talking about those downfield.
I mean, like it was all clean and like they were dominating them. They had no answer. Like
great.
I think that's what really just stood out. Like it just seemed like a different defense than we've ever seen D'Amico run. The stunts, everything, the blitzing, like just to see like that pivot, especially when you look at their schedule and like you have Sam Darnold who has experience, yes, but like you have Trevor Lawrence who's struggling. You have Jacoby Brissett or Drake May coming up. You have maybe Malik Willis coming up. Like, they're going to play a lot of quarterbacks, but like, they're going to be able to take advantage and just like make it miserable for teams this year.
Yeah, nah, for sure. I think Caleb was more of a, you know, they obviously saw something on film that they thought they could exploit, and they kind of waited a little bit to the second half to really tick up the blitzing.
Well, like, they really adjusted because, like, Collinsworth was going through on the broadcast where like Caleb was getting the ball out in 2.5 seconds. The Bears were moving the ball well down the field, and then all of a sudden it just stopped.
Yeah. And I think a lot of that was changing up the looks, some of the pressures, things of that nature. And I think this is more of like a game plan specific approach for this week, because D'Amico would rather have 4 get to the quarterback and let just sit back in coverage. That's what he prefer to do. That's what him and Salo, that's what they love to do. If they're blitzing a lot, that's more game plan specific for that week. And I think Caleb showed that if you can just have bodies around him, you could rattle him. Based off of what I saw against Tennessee, it was a similar thing. Like, if you got bodies around him, he was going to try to turn the hero ball and try to run around like he was playing against Utah. And obviously this ain't the Pac-12, and they were able to take advantage of that.
DJ Bieneme, ESPN Houston, Texas beat reporter with us in studio. Joe Mixon suffers the ankle injury in Sunday Night Football. And we talk about the hip jog tackle if you want in a moment, but I want to focus just on the running game for the Texans without the Colts run defense against them, who looked really bad against the Packers, even though Malik Willis was under center for them this past Sunday. And without Mixon, the Texans running defense or running offense, just not a good day for them at the office. I know the Bears have a good run defense, but say Joe Mixon's out for a while, what are they going to do? Do you expect them to stay where they're at with the running back group? Akers had a couple of nice runs, but that fumble, I would imagine, is definitely not going to help him earn trust.
Yeah, I would say, running back by committee with Dare.
Do you think Dare is first?
No, it'd be Damian first.
Damian first if he's healthy.
Yeah, Dare as your third down back, and then, rotate on clear running situations, Cam and Damian. But yeah, I think it'd be those 3. And I think, Joe's availability this week is going to be a big factor this week, because I think the Niners, they were able to move the ball last week because they were able to run the ball, because there was a lot of times where they were switching up that picture on Brock post snap a lot. And there's a lot of times where he would look right, and then like what he thought was there was no longer there, and he would try to take off. And I think there could be a lot of that this week with CJ if they can't run the ball. You don't want to get 3rd and longs against Brian Flores. He'll have you in absolute hell. So the run game is going to be very, very vital. Like, if they got to run the ball like on first and second down sometimes, just to kind of keep that blitz out the way just a little bit, they're going to have to do that. I think this is they threw the ball 40 times. Well, they dropped back 39 times to 21 rush attempts minus the kneel down. That formula won't work this week against the Vikings, and that secondary along with that coach, that won't work. They're gonna have to be a lot more balanced. And Joe Mixon is very vital to that, because he has vision and power that nobody else on this in that running back room has.
Do you have any vibes of like, or anything you've heard about how long Mixon could be out for?
Yeah, it doesn't seem like it's gonna be too crazy. Like, I could see maybe like him missing like a week, because he came back in the game. You know what I mean? Like, and he had a couple of carries. So I think if he missed, it would just be this week, and then he'll be back. I could potentially see him missing this week, kind of like I remember when Tyreek kind of rolled his ankle on Monday Night Football last year, and he finished the game, but he missed that week against the Jets, and then he came back the following week against the Cowboys. So I think I could see a scenario, because like the fact that Joe came back into the game is a good sign that it's not gonna be long term.
I remember when he came back into the game, and I was surprised. I was like, wait a second, that injury looked horrible. What happened? But he did come back in for a little bit of time. So we're all hoping that he's going to be okay and be back sooner rather than later. Vikings in Minnesota on Sunday. I'll add some more reasons why I agree with you. I don't think this is a lock for the Texans. I thought this past game for the Texans was going to be a lock.
Yeah.
It's a tough place to play. That's one of the louder stadiums in the NFL. People don't really talk about how loud it is there.
That's what I've heard.
You've also got in O'Connell, a guy who just seems to know how to get the most.
What'd you call him?
Kevin O'Connell?
Oh, I think he said Ken O'Connell.
Okay. My bad. Sometimes the words, they slur when I speak a little bit too fast. Oh, when he's drinking. No, don't worry. We don't do that until after the show. But Kevin O'Connell, he's found a way, at least these first couple of weeks, to make it work with Sam Darnold. And the funny thing is, seems like some people expected that to happen. Not a lot of people, but some people expected him to figure out a way to make this thing work. They're 2-0, one of the surprises of the NFL season to this point, especially beating San Francisco to get that second win. What is it, based off of what you've seen, what you've heard about from the Vikings, that has allowed for this start, other than Justin Jefferson? And we'll see what's his status with the quad injury.
Yeah, I mean, I think Sam's playing complimentary football, and obviously he still has a couple of turnovers, but their defense they're playing, like, I think as a team they're playing complimentary football, where like the defense is putting the offense in good positions and vice versa, solid special teams, things of that nature. So that's why I think it's more of that. Obviously Sam has been effective, and Kevin O'Connell is able to get some decent play out of quarterback. We saw what he did with Josh Dobbs last year, where he got him basically off the street and was able to make him play decent football until they put him under the lights and he started to vomit all over himself. But Kevin O'Connell he's a former quarterback, and he's been in the Sean McVay system, so he knows how to put quarterbacks in advantageous situations. It just won't last that long, I think, with Sam Darnold, because it is Sam Darnold. But usually, if you're going to get decent play from a castaway guy, it's usually early on in the season versus late, because there's not that much film. Because like you're trying to mirror when you're game playing, you're trying to mirror what does Sam Darnold do well, along with what Kevin O'Connell calls, and it's too early to really have a great beat on what that is actually going to look like. You're kind of still you're giving like educated guesses, but I would say by week 5, 6, 7 is when Sam will come back down to earth. But the Texans ain't playing them in week 7, 8, 9, 10. They're playing them in week 3. So I can say it's another scenario where he's efficient again. But I think this game's gonna come down to which defense makes just enough plays and who can keep. I think it's the race to 24 points. The first guy at 24 probably wins the game.
Man, might be 20. They didn't get to 20 last week. No Jefferson, no Addison potentially this weekend. Like, both guys are questionable.
I think Jefferson will play.
Yeah. I kind of hope he does.
You got him on fantasy team?
No. I want to see him versus Stingley.
I don't think we should leave him Stingley one-on-one.
No, I don't think so either. Well, it can't be Jimmy Ward back there.
I know, but I'm just saying, as much as I love Stingley, you don't leave. I wouldn't leave the Royal Reavers one-on-one against Justin Jefferson.
Yeah, but it's just because that's always the Stingley hype goes back to that video from his freshman year, going one-on-one versus Chase and Jefferson at LSU. So I think it's a fun matchup this week.
It will be a fun matchup. I would like to see it too, but please give Derek some help, or just put Derek on a number 2 wide receiver, let him erase him, and then double Justin Jefferson with Kamari and the safety up top.
Makes sense.
Yeah. It'll be entertaining, but Justin Jefferson, he went 97 against 2 guys.
Yeah, but the ref was faster.
I know.
That ref was running down the field.
Would you have beat him in a race, Paul?
No.
You don't think you beat him in a race? I'd have beat him in a race.
Yeah, you ran track.
I'd have beat him in a race.
Yeah.
But he was high stepping, though. He was high stepping, though.
Way too early prediction for Sunday. Who's the first to 24? It's Tuesday. It's relax. Just give us a take. Just give me a juicy take.
24.
Who's the first to 24? Well, you said first to 24, probably.
I feel like the Vikings will be the first to 24.
Oh, damn, dog. Damn.
It's all right. We know how DJ's takes.
Who'd you rather have, a homer or that guy right here?
I mean, he picked the Colts to win the division. So
I switched it, though. I switched it. I switched it on
He
these
did switch.
I know.
That's
That's
the
what we're
season that
saying.
started.
Paul said it's early. You've got till Friday when you go on with the Killer Bees to switch your pick.
And I switched it.
You know what? I bet this is because you were telling us you were having the conversation with Big Sarge Sports and Chancellor Johnson, and Sarge is so confident. I feel like you were just naturally being a contrarian because of the confidence I'm assuming Sarge spoke with, the gusto.
Nah. I was thinking that prior to even knowing what Sarge's take was. Yeah, I was thinking maybe
Okay. Damn.
Yeah. So I mean, if the Texans win, I mean that's great for business. So
Vikings 3-0.
I'm never against the Texans winning. I'll say that much. So
he is DJ Bieneme. You can catch his work for ESPN covering the Houston Texans on the internet. DJ, always appreciate you joining us, man.
No problem. No problem.
In case you missed it, everything over the weekend we didn't get to the last 2 days is next. Gallant and George, stay put. Texans 2-0 atop the AFC South. The rest of the AFC South. What a fun weekend. First, you had another Will Levis being Will Levis moment. This time, in the red zone against the Jets, trying to lateral the ball instead of just taking a sack. The ball ends up just rolling out of his hand and gets recovered by the New York Jets. I hope that we get this every single week. New Titans head coach Brian Callahan, who last week was very frustrated with the offense and said that they should have just punted every single possession in the second half, had this to say about Levis's fumble.
I was upset. It was dumb. It was the same exact thing he did last week, and he cost us points in the red zone. And that is what it is. He's a grown up and he knows better. And so, I was really irritated that he cost us 3 points in a game that we probably needed it.
What was his answer to that question?
You'll have to ask him what the answer was. He didn't have an answer in the moment. I think he was just mad, but we tried to come back and rally. I mean, those things happen in football games, good things, bad things. I'll get mad at him. He'll get mad at me, whatever. It's the way it goes. But yeah, this was really kind of an inexcusable mistake.
You hate to see it. Also,
these things happen. No, they don't.
Only with Will Levis. Only with Will Levis.
Like you might. There'll be a moment this season where CJ Stroud and Bobby Slowick have like a little bit of like verbal, back and forth. Not like that.
Mm-hmm.
You don't typically see a player running off the field and a coach yelling, "What the bleep are you doing?" Like that doesn't happen very often.
More from Sunday. The Packers beat the Colts. Anthony Richardson, shaky performance. The Colts' run defense might be one of the league's worst. But the thing that I'm going to remember most from this game is Malik Willis on I believe, third down, gets a snap from the Packers center who had puked on the football. And because the center had puked on the football right before snapping it, Willis did not throw it because I guess it was slippery. I kind of understand that.
Yeah. The video is very funny to watch because it's just the center's just like ready to snap it. It happens. And then they just play on. Like there's like no concern. It's just like Ruben, the guy from U of H, Ruben Ije, our guy, right tackle. And he was walking up to the field, just letting his guts fly out last year. And then he just walked over and they just play football.
This was like perfectly timed up with the snap count though, where it was like snap. Like it was
yeah, he's like he knew to puke on set.
Yeah.
Like it was down.
It's got to be so gross being a quarterback. Like your hand is on a sweaty fat man's ass for half the game, and then he might puke on it from time to time.
Yeah.
Like how often are you washing your hands over the middle of the game? I don't think germaphobes could be quarterbacks.
Yeah, maybe this is why Lamar gets sick all the time. Because like Lamar Jackson is like
he has a poor immune system.
Oh
yeah,
man,
he's just missing practice all the time and being late to games. Like he's just getting sick.
That's an interesting theory. The Jaguars stink. Imagine losing to Deshaun Watson.
I'd rather with the puke ball than play for Jacksonville.
I'd rather play for Jacksonville and deal with the puke ball. Continuing, in case you missed it, Clint Kubiak is the new Saints offensive coordinator. He and his Saints are 2-0 with Derek Carr. They have scored the most points in the NFL. They have the best point differential in the NFL by a significant margin.
It's unbelievable. And they're doing it like a bunch of different ways. Like they're throwing the ball deep down the field. They're running the ball really well. They're still, whatever reason, like wasting time with Taysom Hill in the backfield, trying to make him a thing. I don't quite understand like why it's still a thing, but it is. Like they're just Derek Carr. Who started my fantasy lineups this week. I'm going all in. Going all in with
He
Derek
might be
Carr.
Available in some leagues.
He's available in every league.
I was going to say, I looked last night. He was available in my league.
Because no one believed it after week one.
No,
after week two, you're just like, well, like, I think I got to ride the hot hand.
Might have to cut Caleb and pick up Derek Carr.
I would probably advise that.
He's doing a Jared Goff right now. I mean, sometimes these veteran quarterbacks, you go to the right scheme and it does work out. And we think these guys are washed because first couple of years in the league, it doesn't work out. But look, Carr's had a he's had a pretty terrible situation for a lot of the last decade for what it's worth. Not going to lie, I kind of enjoy him a little bit more after. It's funny how Pardon My Take interviews make people seem normal.
Because I used to think, oh, Derek Carr,
Yeah.
he blocks everybody. Found out he's not the one that's blocking everybody. I guess it's one of his brothers that's doing that. I feel like he's handled the bad situations he has been dealt with over the last couple of years pretty well. And Clint Kubiak, to his credit, through 2 weeks, wow, this Saints offense looks really good. Alvin Kamara looks good again, too, which is a big part of this.
It
as
is.
well.
But, I mean, Clint Kubiak's like, he's going to be number one on everyone's.
Yeah, he's going to be a head coach next year.
He might have moved himself in front of Bobby Slowick already.
Yeah. And like you mentioned, still doing the Taysom Hill thing, huh? That was a little surprise because I didn't watch their game against the Panthers. I watched the game against the Cowboys. I was like, wow, they're still doing this, huh?
Yeah, I still get it.
In case you missed it, twitch.tv/ESPN975. Big Marshall, Clarence, our Saints fans. Oh, when the Saints go marching in. I'm wondering if he was one of those guys playing the tuba. For those who missed this was awesome. After the Saints beat the Cowboys at Jerry World, there was an impromptu parade in the greater Arlington area featuring multiple tubas as Saints fans marched down the street. Hell yeah.
I think it's awesome.
Love it.
I just want to know, like, I really just have so many questions about, like, they're always in their car. They bring them just in case. Were they in the stadium and then left with them?
Mhm.
Like, what's the strategy here? Is there a giant group text?
You
just
know
like,
what?
hey, like, it's go time.
I
Or they
bet-
just know.
I bet there's just a lot of Saints fans in Dallas. I mean, New Orleans, these are the three closest cities. I guess Atlanta's kind of close, but like, these cities are all within like 4 to 8 hours of one another. I like that Houston and New Orleans, we can do the, that meme, right? Like the white bicep of Arnold Schwarzenegger, the black bicep of Carl Weathers coming together in the middle. We can all agree, F the Cowboys.
Yes.
F them.
Always.
Continuing to go around the NFL, Joe George likes to call people washed. Is Sean Payton washed? Sean Payton and the Denver Broncos lost to the Justin Fields quarterbacked Pittsburgh Steelers. And Sean Payton, he could have kicked an onside kick after this game was, within a score. Instead of kicking the onside kick, though, he kicks it off, and he ends up getting the ball back with like 10 seconds left and no timeouts for Bo Nix. Bo Nix is not making anything happen there. Sean Payton forgetting basic game management after talking so much trash about Texans ownership without saying who he was talking about, ownership groups across the NFL, might be washed.
Yeah, he's on a washed watch.
Washed watch. I forgot about that. Yeah.
Oh yeah, we're talking about doing that on Fridays, I think, right? Or
we could do it. We could do it
or at some
tomorrow.
point.
We could do it Thursdays.
Washed watch.
Thursdays are an open day.
It is like
it's a mouthful.
Yeah, washed watch.
I kind of like it.
That's why I kind of want to do it on Wednesdays. So it's wash.
Oh yeah.
Wash Wednesday.
Yeah.
You
I
have to think
Instead
about it every
of
time.
www, what would Jesus do? It's just wash Wednesday.
Yeah, www.
Washed Wednesdays.
Watch Wednesday.
Watched. You got it dyslexic.
Oh yeah, I did it. See, that's the problem.
It's hard, but you just got to say it slowly.
Yes.
The Giants stink. The Panthers stink. Who's worse? I think we're going to do this every single week. Panthers got to be worse. They benched Bryce Young.
Dude, I'm going to go Giants. They scored 3 touchdowns and lost the football game.
Yeah, I might go Giants.
I don't know.
Like, I know they didn't have a kicker, but like that Brian Dable should be fired for this. He knew his kicker was hurt, and he had a kicker on the practice squad. Didn't elevate him. He cost his team a game by just being a total idiot. So I think I'm going to go Todd the Show, worst team, a.k.a. Giants fan, worst team in the NFL.
It's tough losing to the Commanders team that kicks 7 field goals and has a running back playing quarterback. But Bryce Young had 18 completions for 84 yards on Sunday.
The reason the Panthers aren't worse, they benched him. Giants are still playing Daniel Jones. At least they benched that guy.
Yeah, where's Tommy? I saw Tommy on TV.
Tommy DeVito.
Yeah.
Tommy Cutlets.
Or Drew Lock.
Yeah.
Maybe he's hurt. No one talks about
Drew Lock season. Give me some Drew Lock. Then we'll have the conversation who's worse.
It's the age of the comeback story for quarterbacks. You've got Derek Carr, you've got Sam Darnold, you've got Baker Mayfield, you got all these guys coming back, resurging in their careers. It's time for Drew Lock season. Put on your back.
I'm more excited about Andy Dalton's season in Carolina.
I kind of think he'll make them not good, but like a decent bad team, like a respectable bad team. What they've been putting on the field was not respectable.
Dave Canales.
Watch.
Dude, are we on?
Watch.
Are they?
I saw a tweet. I saw a funny tweet from Landry. Like maybe Dave Canales has commitment issues.
Are they?
Oh my God.
Are they on Texans territory? Like, where like they might fire 3
Canales?
coaches in 3 years?
I wouldn't rule it out. They
Dave
just benched the number 1 overall pick after 18 games.
And he did say, he was asked like if ownership had anything to do with it. And he said, no, it was my decision. So they might not love this.
I don't know if I doubt it. I doubt that Dave Canales benches Bryce Young and Dave Tepper is like, wait, what? No, please don't. Like I think that's Canales doing some water carrying for his owner.
Yeah.
Not making it seem like it's a complete clown show, even though it is a complete clown show.
In case you missed it, Gallant and George, every single Tuesday at 11:30, everything you missed over the weekend in sports. Coming up next, garbage time. A huge arrest in the world. Finally, a man who's been on the run for far too long. He going to jail. That and a lot more. We wrap things up next. Stick around.
You're listening to Gallant and George on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
You know, in the last segment, last chance to dance, Gallant and George, we were talking about who's worse, the Giants or the Panthers. And I think that you guys might be right in saying it's the Giants, because there are some Giants fans online who want the Giants to trade for Bryce Young.
That's a tough spot to be in.
I hope they trade him.
Bryce Young?
Mm-hmm.
Why do you hope they trade him?
I want to see him somewhere else. I want to see, like, I don't even know. I don't know if you can bring in a new coach and fix it. Like,
well,
let's just say like the doctor says, "Hey man, Tua, your brain is scrambled." Like, you don't think like he can unlock Mike McDaniel can't unlock some version of Alabama Bryce Young in Miami?
Maybe.
Like, I want to see it. Like, I wish there was a way we could make that happen.
I do think we need to take McDaniel off the pedestal we've put him on, given that they're 1-11 against teams with a plus 500 record or something.
That's true. Yeah.
So just something to keep in mind. But
I just want to see it.
I feel like he needs to be backup reclamation project for a year or so, and get the Malik Willis treatment that Malik Willis is getting right now, where it's just, hey, we'll put you on ice. You'll only play if our starter gets hurt, kind of thing.
I have a different kind of treatment in mind. It's controversial.
The shin lengthening one?
Yes.
That's painful, I've heard.
It is painful, but the man is 5'10" and he's not big enough to play in the league. He's just not. He's not sturdy like Russell Wilson. He doesn't have an ability to stand in the pocket at all. He just can't.
Yeah.
And he's not fast enough to escape it.
Yeah, like he can't do what Caleb was doing Saturday.
And like Kyler is just as small as Bryce. Kyler is just a awesome athlete and has a way better arm.
Kyler is really fast, right?
Yeah.
Kyler moves around like a cat. He's exceptionally quick. Caleb Williams, slippery. Also smaller guy. Bryce Young doesn't have a lot of speed. It's not like he's slow, but he also doesn't have a lot of strength. And I mean, the first thing for a guy like him, he's got to be able to escape pressure. Russell Wilson, sturdy guy, and at first in his career was fast enough to routinely pick up 12, 13, 14 yards.
And like physically had an awesome arm. Like he could throw that long, deep, the long, high, deep pass to Doug Baldwin or whoever. Bryce Young just doesn't have that arm, it feels like.
Yeah, but still, it's like you just watch all of his Alabama tape and he's just throwing the ball down the field. And it's like, where did it go?
I don't know. But the reason we brought that up is Giants fans want the Giants to trade for Bryce Young right now.
You don't want that. You don't want to be the Giants and do it. Like, you want to be the Dolphins.
Yeah, you want to be the Packers, like someone where it's like he is just a dart throw the Rams or someone like like
good
that.
Team.
Yeah, just anyone where it's like, hey, he's not going to play.
And I wouldn't be surprised if he gets traded this offseason. I mean, we've seen quarterbacks, Mac Jones and Fields and everyone from that class was
Trey
traded.
Lance got traded.
But Trey Lance got traded the year before for a 3rd-round pick, right? So like I wouldn't be surprised if like that's where you look at a team, a Miami, the New York Jets, like some team that says, hey, we'll waste a 3rd on a backup quarterback.
He's not worth it.
For like condition, like Justin Fields trade, I think is his.
That's what you want to get if you're the Panthers. But Joe, I don't think people would give up a 6th for him right now.
I mean, I guess Trey Lance, the benefit is that he wasn't on the field.
Yeah,
that's why he had
there was unknown.
He had more value because it was an unknown.
With this, you've seen. I mean, God, some of the throws on Sunday. We can act like this is all the Panthers, but
no, I mean, he was not pressured. He only was pressured on 4 out of 29 dropbacks.
Yeah, he's just.
I mean, that's a huge problem to be where it looked like he was panicking in what you saw, and there was no one really in his face.
There were a couple of clips that he looked like he was crying. I mean, was he? I don't know, but you saw that look on his face. Like the guy's confidence is completely shot, and in addition to that, like that was going to be what made it work for him in the league. He's the smallest quarterback I think I've ever seen in terms of like both height and frame.
Yeah, you could tell just the confidence is just absolutely
Gone.
shot, which like it makes sense. All he's done is get his ass kicked for a year and a half. So it makes sense, but it's also a situation of, well, you need to build back that confidence. I don't think the Panthers are in a spot to play a guy and have him build confidence while playing for the Panthers.
Time for a little garbage time to wrap things up. Pour one out. Rockets legend Boban Marjanovic officially not coming back to the Houston Rockets. He is going to be playing in Turkey this year.
No. I didn't know that.
Who's going to get the ball when it gets stuck above the rim or it's above the backboard?
I mean, who's going to be the charity case? Who's going to be the
You guys
player
are so
that everyone chants for at the end of a game?
You guys are so mean.
I wasn't mean. That's a key role that he plays.
Yeah, but
getting a broom and knocking it.
He's a vibe. He's a vibes guy.
He is a vibes guy. That is 100% correct.
I'm gonna miss him, and he's going to Turkey too. They don't even allow free speech there. Sucks. Continuing through garbage time. This is an interesting question raised by a Dolphins fan. This Dolphins fan, I guess, is looking for any edge that he can possibly get with Tua Tagovailoa hurt. At _whiplashed_, should the Miami Dolphins kill 5 of their players to trigger a disaster draft to improve the roster? Have you ever heard about this rule? I haven't. The NFL disaster draft is a contingency plan to be used when 5 or more players on a team have died or been dismembered. In the draft, the team whose players died will be able to draft the amount of players from other teams equivalent to how many they had lost.
And this fan is suggesting that they do it.
This is from 273 days ago, too.
Yep. I guess it came back up after the Dolphins lost to a Tagovailoa, seemingly, again on Thursday night.
I guess this is like a World War II rule?
I guess.
I truly do not know. Probably not, because the NFL was not like this back then. But maybe it was.
I mean, maybe they saw like the Dark Knight Rises and they saw the stadium blow up and they were like, hey, just in case.
I guess there is some, or like a plane crash or something. Like, something bad. But part of this is with the Dolphins having bad contracts on underperforming players such as Xavier Howard. So I think this is a while ago.
Okay. Maybe this isn't real then.
This might have been this could be from when they're like tanking for Tua or something.
That makes sense.
Or early Tua days.
Diddy arrested. Homeland Security got him on Monday night.
I didn't realize he was still in the country. I thought he fled.
Why did he come back? He was in Manhattan. What are you doing?
Like,
I mean, if you're going to be on the run for Jeffrey Epstein Association, I don't know. Don't come back to the United States ever.
Did you see some of the incriminating evidence against him?
I have not. Is it very incriminating?
One of them, I'll just say one incriminating one that doesn't seem like it should be incriminating on the face.
Does this say 1,000 bottles of baby oil?
That's exactly it. 1,000 bottles of baby oil. I'm sorry. There's no way you have that and you're not up to something. You should be arrested for having 1,000 bottles of baby oil.
Like they seized it because like it's evidence.
It is evidence.
Where do you store that? You have a closet?
It's like
I mean, he's Diddy. He probably has a room in his house.
Yeah, he's got a room for baby oil.
Is it just dedicated to the baby oil? That's a lot.
This list of like
100 bottles is a lot.
Yeah,
like
1,000. That's a whole closet.
Narcotics, 1,000 bottles of baby oil, 3 AR-15s. Like that's what TMZ headline is.
For me,
like, what doesn't belong?
For me, the $1,000 or 1,000 bottles of baby oil, that's the craziest thing.
Yeah,
a lot of people have 3 ARs.
Yeah, if you were like,
a lot of people
hey,
have
we're like
narcotics.
2 truths and a lie. Which one did P Diddy get caught with? Which 2 and which one did he not? He's like, yeah, no way. The baby oil's real. Like,
this does seem
1,000 bottles. He had 900 bottles, and he was like, I need more.
Well, the question really is like, how often are you going through them?
Exactly.
I don't know.
Is this like a weekly shipment?
I feel like you should. What, 10 at a time? Like
it's
that's
just
it. He should only have
it's like
10
a truck
at
of 1,000 baby oil bottles going to show up to his house next week, and he's like, "Oh man, Diddy's not here anymore."
Yeah,
like we gotta return those.
One last one for garbage time. Any of you guys bought a pager recently?
No.
Don't.
Oh, don't. Wasn't planning.
Don't buy pagers.
You ever seen one, Sean?
No. I'm not 100% sure what they are.
Little concern for my sister and my brother-in-law, who are both doctors, because they still use pagers.
They still use pagers.
They still use
How?
pagers.
What?
Why? Just like when like an emergency happens?
Yeah.
But like, okay.
Pagers. Don't buy them. Pagers. Sell.
Don't go to Radio Shack and
Make sure
buy
we
them.
make sure we tell all the old dudes we work with, hey guys, get rid of your pagers.
Get rid of your pagers, everybody. And on that,
I'll tell BMAC.
got him. And on that, that's going to wrap up today's edition of Gallant and George. Subscribe to the podcast if you haven't already
For our texters, Twitchers, YouTubers, and callers, I am merely Paul Gallant for Sean Mapes and for Joe George as well. So long, farewell, have yourselves a wonderful Tuesday. The Killer Bees are up next. Peace!
Ooh, what up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing?
He is blank. I am Branham. It is Brian behind the glass, and it is a Tuesday edition of the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Brian is back. Twitchers missed you yesterday, Brian. They were.
I don't believe you. I don't believe
They
you.
were sad to see that you were gone. I'm
Yeah.
sure they're all very happy that you're here today.
I don't buy any of that.
You don't buy it?
No, I think I'm universally hated on Twitch.
They're happy to see
But
you.
as
that
a
you're
wrestling fan and a heel, I seek the heat. So bring it.
back. Good to have you back. I'm sure the Twitch agrees. Astros lose a ball game yesterday. Astros drop it 3-1, and my main takeaway from that game: Astros offense was atrocious.
It was bad.
So bad.
What, they get 3 hits?
No, they had 6 hits, but two of them were Altuve.
I'm sorry, off of Darvish. They had 3 hits.
That sounds right.
Yeah,
I mean, Darvish mowed them down.
And he just and they were, and the guys we were talking about, is it the hesitation? I mean, there's a lot of people. Johnny Cueto does the hesitation, but like they made him look like he was like back in his Cy Young candidate days, and he had them eating out of his hand all night long, and it was tough to watch.
Yeah, he was. We needed Yuli Gurriel is what we needed. Yuli Gurriel would have done some damage on you, Darvish, I think. But that was a frustrating game to watch. We'll get to Arrighetti here in a little bit, but it kind of felt going into that game that that's the outcome it was going to be. Like sometimes the Astros just have these duds. They have these games where they just show up and like you get the sense early that, okay, like they're not locked in. Maybe that's putting way too much credit to the Astros. Maybe I'm not giving enough credit to you, Darvish, but it just felt early on that it was going to be one of those games where you look up at the end of it and the Astros have 1 or 2 runs on 5, 6, 7 hits, and the starting pitcher goes deep into the game and is just getting weak ground ball, soft fly out, a weak ground ball to the right side. And that's exactly what happened in yesterday's game.
Yeah, it was like a getaway day, only on a get into a new town game. It was, they got into San Diego, and I had the bad feelings right as we were closing out the show when we were talking about, the normal, what's Arrighetti going to do? I just had a bad feeling. I was like, I feel like for some reason Darvish is going to deal, and they just aren't going to be on their game. And I'm watching it the whole time going, I mean, what's going on? You guys have just get something going. Give me some spark that says put a couple guys on base, give them a chance to move some guys around, do what they normally do. Start kind of like constructing some runs. But it just never happened. And I had a bad feeling throughout the entire game that it was just one of those nights. And lo and behold, at the end of the night, the 1 run late did nothing for them. And it turned out to be one of those nights.
It's like when you're stepping into the pool in like the first game of the city, you're like, I wonder how cold this pool is. And like you put your toe in, you're like, oh, it's too cold. I'm not going to jump in. That's kind of how it felt for the Astros offense yesterday.
Yeah.
I'm gonna put my toe into the San Diego pool. Oh no, it's too cold. Too cold. I don't want to play today. I don't want to score runs today. We're not going to do that today. The only rally they really had an opportunity, I hesitate to call it a rally, but the best chance at a rally came in the 8th inning after Yu Darvish was out of the game, after Yu Darvish went 6 shutout innings and only struck out 3. It's not like his stuff was dominant. He's just getting weak contact, swinging early in the count, weak contact, weak pop fly, weak. 8th inning, you're like, Jose Altuve gets a leadoff double. Okay, we're in business. At that point, it was only a 2-0 game. So you get a runner on base. The tying runs coming to the plate. That in that juncture of the game. Yordan Alvarez smashes a ball up the middle, scores Jose Altuve. Okay, it's a 1-run game. Tying run at first base, nobody out. We're in business. You got 3, 4, 5 coming up. Yainer Diaz ground out. Kyle Tucker then reaches on the catcher's interference. Okay, tying runs now at second base with 1 out. First and second, runner at second base, the tying run. Alex Bregman, weak ground ball to third base. Credit to him, he actually legged it out to avoid the double play. It brings up Victor Caratini, who then is rung up on strikes. Allow the home run in the bottom of the 8th, and basically game over. That was all. Like if you just watched the 8th inning yesterday, that's all you needed to watch. That's all you needed to watch.
That was the entire game, and I'm still marveling at the fact too that Jurickson Profar has had such a resurrection of his career. He looked like his career was basically over. I remember him with the Rangers and the A's, and just bouncing around, going, "This guy's going to be." We were talking about him at the start of the year being a possible replacement utility guy.
Yeah,
they couldn't get him out last night. He's having one hell of a season. I believe he was an all-star. And you're looking at him going, man, you could have had him and you would have used him on your bench. You could have sure used him last night because he looked way better than anybody that was coming to the plate for the Astros almost all night long, with the exception of 1 inning. And this is not what you needed to see out of this team, because with the Mariners not playing, you got a chance to do a little bit extra damage. Instead, they got a little closer to you. And now those objects in your rearview mirror are closer than they would appear. And you got to start worrying about Seattle again.
Yeah, not to play the, I told you so game, but to play the I told you so. I've wanted Jurickson Profar for the last 2 off seasons. I wanted a left-handed bat in the offseason. Oh, you're crazy. They don't need a left-handed bat. The Astros have added 2 left-handed outfield bats in the last month and a half because they're desperate for a left-handed bat. Just saying. Profar's the guy that I wanted the last 2 off seasons. Profar's making $1 million this year.
That's unreal. He's going to get
$1 million
overpaid next year, and he's probably going to go back to being more journeyman numbers. But for this year, he is earning every bit of it with the season he's putting together.
And the battle, the offense was poor. I'm not sure, and I hope this isn't a guy that's pouting because he doesn't like the spot that he's hitting in the order, but I have never seen Alex Bregman look worse at the plate than he looked yesterday. He looks so bad. Bad swings, chasing pitches out of the zone, hitting little nubbers back to the mound. I have not, like, Bregman isn't, he's streaky. Bregman got off to the awful start at the start of the year. But Bregman is usually always somebody who has excellent command of the zone. He's not chasing pitches out of the zone. Even whenever he's not going really well, he's not striking out a ton. Bregman swung at a pitch yesterday in the dirt by Yu Darvish, who didn't have a huge strikeout game. Bregman looked atrocious yesterday at the plate. And I'm not saying it's because he's pouting of where he's hitting in the order. He's hitting 5th. I'm sure he doesn't like it. But I am keeping my eye on it. I'm keeping my eye on Alex Bregman because I don't want to say I have a feeling he doesn't like hitting in that 5-hole, but I wonder if he doesn't like hitting in that 5-hole. Because yesterday was not the Alex Bregman. Even whenever Alex Bregman's struggling, he's not chasing like he was chasing yesterday.
He has command of the strike zone.
He looked overmatched by Yu Darvish.
Yeah, that's a problem, and it's a good point. I didn't think about that. And when you think about the fact that I guess conceivably you would flip flop Yiner and Tucker. I mean Yiner and Bregman, so that Yiner would go down to the 5-hole the way they did early in the year. If you're going to do anything, I hope that's not the case because look, they've been very, very lenient with him, trying to get him back from his elbow, giving him enough time off when he needed it, doing what they need to do to kind of persevere through the rest of the season and get the best Alex Bregman. I didn't think about that, but I think he was one of the main culprits of several guys where you thought, hey, throughout the game, you had a chance to possibly get something started, do some damage, and instead, quite the opposite. It looked like guys were mailing it in.
Bregman looked atrocious. Like, go back and watch his 4 at-bats yesterday. That's not Alex Bregman. Just saying. Taylor Scott has lost his cape. And what is his cape? I think it's the number 50. We know that Taylor Scott sold the number 50 to Hector Neris for an undisclosed amount, which what do we think that undisclosed amount was? How much do you think he spent for the number 50?
I would
Veteran
say
pitcher who's making quite a bit of money this year.
I would say 15 to 20 grand.
Okay, I was going to say 10K. So that's same ballpark, 5 figures. Yeah. Because it's only for like a small point of the year,
right.
Like it wasn't the entire year. It's like for the final couple of months. But anyways, Taylor Scott gave number 50, sold number 50 to Hector Neris on August 29th. In 5 appearances since Taylor Scott has not worn the number 50, 6.35 ERA, 7.76 FIP. Opponents are hitting 391 against Taylor Scott. Taylor Scott has lost his cape. He has lost his potion. He has lost what makes him special, which is the number 50.
Yeah, he had a couple of hiccups even before he got to the number switch.
Not as bad,
but
not that bad.
Yeah, nothing like this. This is something that we haven't seen all year. I mean, I go back to the game before previously in Anaheim where he's just, he's walking multiple guys in a row and he looks like he doesn't have command of the zone and his pitches. And that's not the Taylor Scott that was huge for you at the first part of the season. And you know that he's had a lot of wear and tear on his arm. I think thankfully now they got at least a guy in Neris that can give you an extra arm that might be able to do Taylor Scott type things because he's clearly not even close to the guy he was early in the season. I would chalk it up to way over usage for how much they went to him early in the season.
That's not it. It's because he sold his number.
But if you want to vote on that, some people might go your way.
The last Taylor Scott 5 outings since he sold his number. We gave you the numbers. The ERA through the roof, the FIP through the roof, the opponent batting average through the roof. His previous 5 outings before selling the number 50, his cape, he had a 2.84 ERA. In 6 1/3, he had 8 strikeouts. Opponents were hitting 217 against him. Previous 5 outings, August 19th, 21st, 23rd, 24th, 27th, was still pitching pretty dang good. Sold number 50, Hector Neris, a little influential, has ruined Taylor Scott's career.
It's his fault?
Yes. Yes, because big money Neris comes into town, money bags Hector, and he didn't steal. He bought the number 50 from Taylor Scott. Taylor Scott has always been a journeyman pitcher. He has always been a mid pitcher. He's bounced around from team to team to team on the fringe of not being a major league pitcher. He's been a major league pitcher for a good major league pitcher for one time in his big league career, wearing the 5-0 in Houston. He sells it. He's back to being a bum.
Hector Neris did such a disservice to the Astros that he's got you quoting FIP twice.
I did, of course.
Jeremy Branham a man who
By
hates
design.
the stat FIP more than I think anything else in
I do.
baseball.
Eh,
You
that's
might
not true.
hate that more than my
I
pronunciation
do
of
not.
RBI.
That's the thing that triggers me the most.
Oh, is
I
it?
hate
Okay,
RBI in the
okay.
plural sense
All right.
far more than I hate
second
FIP.
most. FIP
Probably
is,
second
FIP
most.
is second most. And Hector Neris has ruined Taylor Scott so much that you quoted FIP twice in the first segment tonight.
The reason that I quote and I cite FIP is for all of the casuals who try to be smart. I use like FIP is the casuals who are trying to be nerdy, the statistic they like to go to.
Yeah, I can see that.
It is like, here's an advanced stat that I'm going to use, but I'm a casual.
Well,
I really
they
don't
also put
understand
it up on the broadcast, so I think that's part of it as well.
He could have said no to
Yeah.
the money. He
Well,
could have kept the number and just made Neris move on.
He sold
why
out.
not?
I don't know.
I mean, it's bad for the
Neris
locker
has
room.
more standing on the team than Taylor Scott does.
It was his first this year.
He succumbed
This
to peer
year.
pressure.
Yeah, and he's done well with it. It was his. If he felt some kind of way about maybe he was superstitious, instead, from what Julia said, it was no big deal, and that he's like, but if it's Neris, tell him it was a big deal because he was trying to get as much money as he could out of the deal. So he did it. Maybe he sold himself out because now he cost himself a bunch of money for next year when people, Astros or anybody else, try to sign him. Hope it was worth it.
This is like, what are some things that like have had great beards or great like capes that make them great, but then they lose it and they're just very, very casual. Like Superman, Clark Kent comes to mind, kind of like he puts on the cape and becomes Superman. Like who else is
Was
like
it Harden once he got the beard because he was just
Maybe so.
He was
Yeah,
just okay at Arizona
he didn't have
State.
the beard.
Got the beard and then boom,
yeah,
blew up.
Feels like, I don't remember the timing on this, but Dominic Davis going to Dominic Williams. He was never the same running back after that.
Yeah.
He was a much better running back with the last name of Davis.
You know, the classic one was when Breggy had the mustache and he was struggling mightily and he
Shaved it
shaved mid-game.
Yeah.
Mid-game, he went down into the clubhouse and shaved it off because he
Yeah.
blamed the mustache.
Yeah. Taylor Scott's not the same guy. He's not. He's
Well, there's
not.
no question
The
he's
numbers
not.
indicate that. And he has not been the same guy since he lost the number 50. You could blame it on Taylor Scott for not, having the fortitude to be able to overcome such a huge loss in his life. You can blame it on Hector Neris for, being an old veteran that's peer pressuring him with some financial, clout to surrender the number to him. He's not the same guy, though. Everyday Tay was someone who was reliable. He was the fourth best reliever. Now it's like, do you want this guy on the playoff roster? And we have a lot of reasons to blame. And I'm very, very sad that we lost Everyday Tay as the number 50 in the city of Houston. Eric feels very sweepy series vibe. The good news is you do have Hunter Brown tonight and Fromber tomorrow.
That's it.
If you get swept and you lose back-to-back games with Hunter Brown and Fromber on the mound, that will stink. That will stink.
This the way you look at both the Mariners series as they start a 3-game series against the Yankees and your series with those two pitchers. This is where I feel like, not that it's make or break, but this is where you could really create the ultimate distance that you need the rest of the way. If you can get these 2 games in San Diego and the Mariners struggle with the Yankees, because the Yankees need every game. I mean, they got a 3-game lead on the Orioles. They're battling with trying to chase down Cleveland for the number 1 seed in the American League as well. So they're not going to lay down for anybody like the Rangers did. So you know that they're playing a tough opponent. But with your 2 best pitchers on the mound the next 2 nights, you got to capitalize on that.
Yeah. So hopefully it's not sweepy. If you get swept with those 2 dudes on the mound, yeah, that would be painful for the Stros. I didn't finish that text that Eric sent in. I got distracted there. Kind of the way the year has gone, bad start snowballs into bad offense. That is true. 4488. That was our best offensive lineup last night with who was available. I would agree. The offense is not looking good at all. But this is the Astros. Like the Astros are bipolar. They're especially offensively. They are bipolar. They'll have games where yesterday they'll sleepwalk to 1 run on 6 hits, and then they'll explode for an 8 spot on 15 hits. They are bipolar. Like you compare them season numbers to the rest of baseball, they stack up pretty favorable. But they're bipolar. They have nights like they did yesterday. Junior Bronco saying that the Astros hate the Dodgers so much they gave the Padres the game. That's a good angle. I like that angle. Let's go with that.
Let's roll with it.
Let's go with that one. All right, Tuesday show. Very, very busy. Cash 'em or trash 'em coming up later in the program. Bunch of Texan stuff. I love D'Amico Ryans. You already knew that, but I love him even more now. And then 2-0 teams to miss the playoffs, 0-2 teams to make the playoffs. We'll dive into that as well. But let's talk about the pitcher from yesterday's game. What did we make of Arrighetti's performance? And do we trust one Spencer Arrighetti? 713-780-3776, HRP listener line, twitch.tv/ESPN 97.5. We're on YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitter, ESPN 975. Blankers at Pac-Man Joel. Brian at Sacked by BMAC. I'm at Jeremy Branham. We are the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're listening to the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
Samson cut his hair, lost his strength. Very similar to Taylor Scott, losing the number 50 and losing his effectiveness. I feel like whenever I cut my summer lettuce, I feel like I lose a little bit of myself each and every year because I do like to grow it out in the summer. What
You
other
just call
things?
it lettuce like your Jim Rome in the 90s?
Yeah, I have really good lettuce in the summer. Thick, Vinny Castilla-like.
Oh, wow. Another 90s reference.
It is very Vinny Castilla-y because it's super, super thick. 713-780-ESPN. Junior Broncos on the Twitch talking about Eric Getty. Spencer's pitch count was high early per usual. Padres will do that to you. They don't strike out. They foul off a ton of pitches. They're good offense. I mean, they are a good offense top to bottom. But he struck out a rise. Houston Chronicle had their headline today on their website. I just tweeted it actually because I guess I was feeling nice this morning. I didn't want to stir it up like I normally do, but I did it now. I eventually got there. But the headline says Spencer Arrighetti strikes out Luis Arraez, which, quote, meant a lot. Is that a soft headline following a 3-1 loss at San Diego?
That's really soft.
Like, Astros lose a game. They're in a pennant race. The lead is down to 4. Headline, Spencer Arrighetti strikes out Luis Arraez, which meant a lot in a game where he pitched okay. 2 runs, 5 innings. picked up the loss in the game. Is that a soft headline?
That's very soft.
I think so.
Very, very needy and soft. Like
soft?
Yeah, that's ridiculous. I mean, the main storyline is you're still in the middle of a pennant race and games you got to win, and you look flat, but yet the headline is regarding ending a guy's lack of strikeout streak. Like, okay, that's weak.
Yeah, like that was the victory.
Good reach.
Yeah, I mean, you might as well hang it on the left. That was a win yesterday because Spencer Arrighetti struck out Luis Arraez and broke up his strikeoutless streak. Astros are going to win it all. Astros are going to win another World Series. Go ahead and hang the banner. Plan the parade. Spencer Arrighetti struck out Luis Arraez last night.
Sad, man.
Struck him out.
Yeah, that's brutal.
Might as well. They should have started the post game press conference right then.
You're saying this is the not connected to the Houston Chronicle?
No, it is. This
is
is Houston Chronicle. This isn't Chron.com. This is HoustonChronicle.com.
Okay.
I don't know who writes the headlines. I mean, we know that headline writers are different than the guys who wrote the stories. So I'm not going to even say who wrote the story because I don't want to associate that with the guy who probably wasn't the guy who wrote the headline. But soft headline. We all agree? Soft headline?
For sure. Yeah, that's weak.
Lose the game. Spencer Arrighetti struck out Luis Arraez. What a job. What a job. It'd be like facing Barry Bonds. He got a strike on Barry Bonds.
Yeah, got him in an 0-2 count, worked him hard. He had a couple of foul balls, but at the end of the day, Barry took you deep.
Yeah, he didn't surrender a home run, but he gave up a double in the gap. Victory for the Astros. Anyways, yeah, I mean, the pitch count was high with Arrighetti. Credit to San Diego there. I actually thought Arrighetti pitched okay. I thought that he was able to like gut through what could have very much been a bad outing. Like he was on the cusp of being chased in the second inning.
Yep.
He was on the cusp of giving up 6-7 runs, and to pitch through that, get through 5 innings, only give up 2 runs. I actually tip my cap to Spencer Arrighetti. I don't think it was this wonderful performance. I don't think we should be quoting the headline. He struck out Luis Arraez. I think that's incredibly soft. But I'll give him some flowers that he got through 5, only gave up 2 against a good offense on a night where he wasn't his best.
I can't trust him. I think you're right. I cannot trust him, but I think you're right to give him – you can at least give him credit for escaping without that being a whole hell of a lot worse. But you really – I think this is all season long where the real Spencer Arrighetti, please stand up, because there are times when he looks absolutely unhittable. He looks like he can mow anybody down. His strikeouts are through the roof, and we saw a streak of those games where he put, I think, 2 and 3 games together where he was up there, with strikeouts per those 2 and 3 game spans, better than a ton of really good pitchers that have pitched in this game. And then he can look again like he's looked in several starts in September. August, he was essentially almost unhittable. September, he looks like he's totally different again. Last night, the frustration for me was, like you said, he set himself up for a lot of trouble. Yes, he was able to escape it. No, it wasn't about the walks as much, but the pitch count was directly associated with pitches that he normally has that can strike guys out, that can get that strikeout number close to double digits, were completely sitting around the zone to where guys were fouling off pitch after fouling off a pitch. He didn't have a strikeout type pitch, and he just, to me, looks like a guy I can't trust, because in those situations, as easily as he got out of him, okay, yeah, he got a rise out of me, because watching him, I was like, I can't trust this guy, because I'm looking at it now, and as much as we were saying Arrighetti versus Verlander, now to me the clear cut of the 3 guys, unless something drastically changes between now and the end of the regular season, to me the guy is Blanco. Blanco is back in the driver's seat. Blanco's the guy that I would put in a 7-game series as the 4th starter. Blanco's the guy that I have more trust in than the other 2 guys right now. I don't care where Verlander is in his spring training regiment. Spring training right now to me looks like he's still got work to do. And Arrighetti to me looks like a guy between the strikeouts not being there, between his strikeout pitches not looking as sharp and doing as much as they used to do, and tiptoeing that fine line between a complete meltdown and escaping with a run or 2, just has me completely not feeling good about Spencer Arrighetti.
Yeah, I get pretty much the same feel. Like, I'm with you. Like, I really don't have much of a counterpoint. I think that both things can be true, where you don't trust him, but you kind of tip your cap of 5 innings, 2 runs, where he was on the brink all night long. Now, like, to get to a 7-game series, though, you got to win 2 series.
Right.
So, like, I'm a bit uncomfortable having who is the 4th guy in the Astros playoff rotation. You have to win a stinking series before you're even talking about that.
But if I need another starter on the roster for the wild card series,
well, you need 3.
Right, but you're probably going to keep 4 because of the fact that you might get in a situation. If anybody gets into trouble, you need a long guy that can go really long. So they're probably going to carry another one. To me, that's going to be Blanco.
Well, you're probably going to carry.
And Blanco's
both
also
Blanco
capable
and
because he's
Arrighetti.
pitched in the pen, right?
I think Arrighetti's making the wild card roster.
He probably will, yes. But I'm saying if you're going to go to one of those two guys, I'm going to go to Blanco well before I'm going to go to Arrighetti. I'm probably going to go to a lot of other guys simply because of the fact that he doesn't look like the other. It's the Jekyll and Hyde thing. You've seen him be really good. Right now, he looks like the opposite of really good. I don't trust him. And when you're in do or die country, I just can't see having a spot having the confidence to go. I feel like Spencer's the guy that's going to go in and mow people down.
No, I'm with you. If I'm like power ranking my confidence in starting pitchers, Fromber's 1, Hunter Brown's 2, Yusei Kikuchi's 3, and Blanco's my 4. And then I'll have Arrighetti 5, Verlander 6. I would have Arrighetti ahead of Verlander, though.
So I think I still do, simply because of the fact that when you look at what we can say the same thing about Verlander. He walked the bases loaded in Cincinnati. He walked two straight to start the game in Anaheim. He's not looking anywhere close to what Verlander used to be, and what he wants to be is not something I can wait and see from when we get to the playoffs. He has a couple opportunities to throw and show me some things to where I might change my opinion slightly, but with each of these passing starts, I'm feeling less and less confident that Justin Verlander is going to figure it out.
Let's say you're in the 5th inning of wild card series.
Okay.
Your 3-man rotation is Fromber, Brown, Kikuchi. So it could be any one of these games. Let's say it's game 2. Hunter Brown pitch count through the roof. A tight game, 5th inning. Series of righties coming up. You only need them for 1 inning. You're asking for a guy to give you 1 inning, 3 outs against three righties. Do you go Spencer Arrighetti or Caleb Ort?
I kind of want to say I'm going Caleb Ort.
I'd go Caleb Ort there too,
because he's going to unload the tank, which means he's going to get close to triple digits, which already is a huge advantage against any hitter. And if he can locate anything other than a fastball or keep it close to the edges, I think he's got a legit chance to get out of that inning without any harm.
Spencer Arrighetti or Taylor Scott?
God, right now, that's a Taylor Scott because of the fact that when the sweeper's right, he's been so effective with it, and his fastball isn't bad, but that's a push for me. That's a really tough call that shouldn't be. I'm going to go body of work and consistency for the first half versus the inconsistencies of good and bad all season long with Arrighetti. But it's really a crapshoot. That's sad to say because Taylor Scott's been so good all year and Arrighetti's had his moments.
Yeah.
But it should be head and shoulders Taylor Scott. I don't feel comfortable saying that.
Yeah, I would go Arrighetti. I would go Arrighetti pretty. I think Arrighetti's got far better stuff. I mean, fastball, his breaking stuff's way better. Arrighetti's breaking stuff's pretty dang good.
When he has it.
Yeah, I mean, he struck out a rise with it. He did. He struck out a rise with it.
Okay, headline news.
Todd the show, we are in peak overreaction mode. Spencer just faced the team with the least amount of strikeouts by a large margin. That is fair to point out. But would you change where we had Arrighetti? Like, I mean, we have Arrighetti 5th in the starting pitching confidence rankings. Like, are you putting Arrighetti ahead of Ronel Blanco? Because, like, kind of saying the same thing in different ways. Like, I don't think that it's overreaction. Like, we're saying that Spencer Arrighetti got through a tough lineup and was able to, like, grind his way through 5 innings, gives up 2. We're tipping our cap to that. But if you're talking about in the playoffs, Ronel Blanco a start, Spencer Arrighetti a start, which do you trust the most? I don't think that that's really overreaction.
But here's the other thing, Todd. Then what's the excuse for when he had the absolute puke throw up all over myself and crap the bed moment in Cincinnati? Because you can say that about what you want about San Diego, but this is a string of starts right now where you're deeply concerned about the fact that he's not even close to the early season and even August. Spencer Arrighetti.
Well, I would push back on the string of starts. I think that he's been really good with the exception of 1 start.
It was a Cincinnati game, right? Though, right?
That's it, though. Like he's been really good other than that.
Okay, but in September that was the 1 start. Now you've seen this start. He hasn't looked like himself to where it's not just San Diego. And to Todd's point, it's the fact that as good as he was in August, now all of a sudden it's kind of flirting with the opposite in September.
I mean, 1 start was really, really bad. Yesterday's start was kind of on the brink, but still was able to get you through 5 innings against a lineup that doesn't strike out much.
But we still see signs, which we've seen with other pitchers, where his stuff is not even, it's not what it used to be. right, this season.
I wouldn't agree with that.
I don't think his stuff was great last night. I don't think he had as much bite on his breaking pitches.
I think he did.
I don't. I just thought that normally he's got a lot more drop on him, a lot more movement across the plate. I thought he struggled a lot to kind of get the middle out breaking pitches or middle to the back foot in on lefties.
I mean, he got Luis Ariza swing and a miss at a ball on the plate.
That's
like
one
a
at bat.
breaking ball on the plate.
Right, that's one at bat.
But I mean, if we're talking about having the bite on his breaking ball, he certainly did there.
Right, that's one at bat. But normally when he has that in his back pocket as part of his arsenal, he's using that on multiple hitters. He's chalking up a lot of strikeouts, and he's also getting a lot of easy, soft contacts because of the fact that it's the change of pace with his fastball. I just don't think his breaking pitches and his off-speed pitches had the kind of bite movement that they normally do.
The Desert Stro says Valdez, Brown, Blanco, Kikuchi. So he has Blanco ahead of Kikuchi. So in a wild card series, you're starting Blanco over Kikuchi, Desert Stro?
I'm not.
Yeah, I'm probably not either. I'm probably looking to piggyback that game. But make the playoffs first. King of Twitches, Padres have the best lineup in the NL. I mean, that's true. Like we do have to consider that the other team's on scholarship too. That outing could have looked a lot worse.
But yes, so the good thing is that he battled against a good lineup. The bad thing is he struggled against Cincinnati, and the other thing is I had this feeling going into the game. I already knew San Diego was on fire. They're a really, really good team. Their offense is fantastic, but that gives me less confidence in a guy like Arrighetti. But if you told me that it's Fromber, it's Brown, or it's Kikuchi, I have confidence those three guys are going to be very effective against no matter what lineup they face because they've proven it.
Yeah, but I don't think that was ever the argument, though. I don't think anybody was ever saying Spencer Arrighetti should get a start over one of those three guys.
No, you're right. But I was in the conversation, and I was the one that was fighting that I'd take Arrighetti over Verlander, and Blanco wasn't even in the conversation. Mm-hmm. Now, to me, Blanco's leapfrogged both of them. And if you want to say right now, do I trust Arrighetti more than Verlander? I do, but it's by more of a slim margin than it should be.
Yeah, I have Arrighetti behind Blanco, and then the gap off way big, like Grand Canyon drop off than Verlander. Junior Broncos says Blanco, Kikuchi, Spencer, all interchangeable. I think Kikuchi's got the edge on.
I think he's above them.
Yeah, I would have Kikuchi above them. I like Blanco too a lot, man. Like, give me 5 innings, 1-run ball. And I think Blanco's very capable of doing that.
Even when he has been, if you're worried about him having a tired arm, or they were concerned about the innings pitched, and they were trying to, kind of give him that he skipped a turn through the rotation, he's still giving you 5 and keeping you in the ball game. He's still keeping it within a run or two, and in a lot of cases, he's not giving up a run. That's what you need.
Yeah, I would. Hopefully, they play a long series. Like, I hate the fact that they're going to be starting in a 3-game series. The Astros season has been inconsistent. This is not a championship team. 0-4-5-2. I think it's fair. I think it's a fair to have. They've been inconsistent. The hope is that they hit their stride once the playoffs start. Super dangerous mindset to have. 60-30, the problem last night, he wouldn't get off the breaking ball and set it up. One of the best breaking ball hitting teams, and he threw breaking balls consistently. See, I think the trouble he had with the breaking ball is he left it in the zone too much.
Yes.
I think he had a tough time putting it in the dirt. And it's like, like the double to Machado, like early in the game. I think Blummer said it was a good pitch. No, it wasn't. Like, it was middle outside half. That was a hanger.
Yeah.
A hanger.
That's what I'm saying. When he's right with his breaking pitches, they look like they're going to be in the zone, and they start looking like they're going to be a strike, and then they're nowhere near it when the guy starts committing to it, and he has a huge advantage. He didn't have that last night.
I would pin that more on command than like bite, though, but that's
fine.
Nitpicky. All right, 713-780-3776. Us, the Killer Bees, are going to allow you to pick one player on the Astros to re-sign. You can pick one guy that's going to expire at the end of the year. Are you picking Yusei Kikuchi or Alex Bregman? 713-780-3776. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Guys, right now, a moment for mybookie.ag. If you haven't been there, you need to go there and check it out, because I think you're going to like it a lot. You're going to find out that's the site you're going to go to when you want to bet on sports, because mybookie.ag has a ton of ways that they support you, that they're there for you, that they're going to try and help you. They give you bonuses. They have where you can sign up for their loyalty rewards program and MyBookie Plus. It's fantastic, and you go through tiers, and the more you bet and the more you're loyal to them, the higher the tiers you go with, the better discounts and the way that they give back to you. It's fantastic. They have their website where you can be in there with other like-minded sports bettors, and you can be discussing bets and in-game bets and props and all the other things that go with all the other sports. They have all the sports pretty much available. If you're watching it on TV, there's a pretty darn good chance you could be betting on mybookie.ag. But what I always tell you to do is remember our promo code, because it unlocks all the ability to get to those bonuses. Our promo code is BET975. Use it wherever they ask for it or whenever you get a chance, and you're going to cash in. Like if you're signing up for the first time, you go to mybookie.ag and use our promo code BET975. Whatever you put in, they're going to use to give you a bonus on top of it that instantly is going to go into your account, and you're going to see it immediately, up to $1,000. The more you put in, the more they're going to put on top of it. The more money you have in your account, the more games you can bet on, and the better chances you have to win. And even when there's no games going on or no sports to bet on, or you feel like just doing some casino games, you don't want to fly to Vegas or drive to Louisiana. No, just get on the website and get going, because live dealers are standing by. Poker, blackjack. You play the casino games with live dealers right there in the comfort of your own home. It's fantastic, but always remember that promo code. Do what I always tell you to do. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere with the only place I tell you to do it. It's mybookie.ag and the promo code, which is BET975.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
I got a tough one for you. You have a couple of players who are going to be free agents, marquee players that are going to be free agents at the end of the year for the Astros. The big one, obviously, Alex Bregman. We've been counting down the days for this. Scott Boras was in Anaheim watching his client, kind of dropped. Oh, yeah, Bregman's willing to play second base. I wonder why he said that. To make him more attractive to teams who might need guys who aren't third basemen. They can play multiple positions. They can play second if there's a hole at second base. And then Yusei Kikuchi. You trade for him, rental. You probably feel different about Kikuchi if you re-sign him. You're like, okay, well, losing him losing all the prospects not as bad because Kikuchi's been really good. Then you extend him, so now you're getting 3-4 years as opposed to just 3 months. You can only pick one, and let's just assume fair market value. Like, whatever we assume fair market value is. You go on Yusei Kikuchi or Alex Bregman. You only get one. You can only re-sign one. Yusei Kikuchi, Alex Bregman, 713-780-3776.
I'm going with Alex Bregman, and I'm going with Alex Bregman because of the fact that I believe that as much as I had serious doubts that this was the year that he was going to still have a slow start and figure it out, he has seemingly figured it out. Now, the elbow factors in now as a concern to me, but other than that, I believe he can still hit. And I was starting to worry about how much he had fallen off. We know he can play third base. We know he plays every day. I think from the standpoint of as good as Kikuchi has been and how happy I have been in his performance, no matter how much I wasn't happy with what they gave up to get him, I believe that Kikuchi's a guy that you can replace because of the fact that you have so many pitchers coming back and you don't know if you get one of them, multiples, but you've had a surplus of starting pitching. You've had guys that have gotten injured. You have guys coming back, and you're going to have opportunities to find another pitcher for a year or two if you have more issues with your starting pitching or with the guys coming back. I believe that it's more difficult for a team like the Astros to find a guy that's going to fill the void left by Alex Bregman at third base, no matter where you think he is in his career, as opposed to a starting pitcher where whether you feel like it's a definite need or it's kind of an insurance policy, we need one more guy, but I would go like Alex Bregman.
I mean, Kikuchi's like a definite top 3 starter for you right now.
Right now.
Like that, those are easy to find?
No, but I think that you got Garcia coming back. I think that you've got guys that are going to eat up innings for the long haul, for the rotation with a Blanco. And Blanco, who knows? Blanco could end up, now going through this, Blanco could end up being that same guy that could replace Kikuchi and next year be right there.
Okay. 7560 says Bregman, Kikuchi's arm could mess up. Bregman's arm's currently messed up.
That's right.
So, that's not a great argument. I'd go Kikuchi. I give me the starting pitcher over the above average offensive third baseman. And yes, Bregman's defense makes him, very, very helpful there. I also think Bregman's kind of breaking down. And yes, he's younger than Yusei Kikuchi, but Yusei Kikuchi still throws gas. The breaking stuff still plays. He's not a dude who's just getting these hitters out based on being a veteran. His stuff is really, really good. There's that stat stuff plus that, measures a pitcher's stuff. He's up there. He's really, really high. Whereas Bregman, you look at his numbers just in his last 3 years, 2022, 820 OPS. Last year, 804 OPS. This year, 751 OPS. We are seeing the natural regression of an offensive player that is entering his 30s and is going to be, going into his early 30s with this contract. So I would go with the arm. I would go with Yusei Kikuchi. You bring back Yusei Kikuchi. You're looking at a rotation of Fromber, Hunter Brown, Yusei as your top 3. You throw in Blanco to the mix, Arrighetti in the mix, the returning pitchers to the mix. I think you have the best rotation in the American League, dare I say. So I would take Yusei Kikuchi if I had to pick between the two.
I'm going to go with Joel in this one and re-sign Alex Bregman because I just fundamentally have an issue with paying multiple years on a starting pitcher who's already in his mid-30s. He's 33. He'll turn 34 next summer during the first year of that contract. So it's already kind of a no for me there to begin with. But even beyond that, look, we're all riding high on the way Yusei Kikuchi has pitched since he came to the Astros. But right now we're talking about, a 9-game sample size? And you look before he came here, and obviously we weren't even happy with this trade because the overall numbers this year were terrible. He had a 9-game stretch in this season and previous seasons where he's been really good. 9-game sample sizes to me, while I'm very encouraged with what he's done, is not something I'm willing to then go out and pay 3 to 4 years off of. Now, he obviously could add to that rest of September into October, hopefully, knock on wood. But I don't like paying pitchers in their mid-30s multiple years. And to me, this sample size isn't huge enough, so I'll take the guy that's 3 years younger and is playing in the field every day.
Now, wouldn't you say that the sample size on Bregman's regression is high enough to at least enter this conversation?
I'm not saying it's not a factor. It's certainly in the back of my mind, and I don't feel good about paying Alex Bregman. If you go with his Spotrac market value, it's 4 years, 120.
What is Kikuchi's?
Well, I don't think it's updated because it's only 1 year, 13. So I think they have to update that.
Agreed.
I would have brought it up, but it's that number can't be right.
Yeah, we can throw that out.
Yeah, we get more than 20.
Yeah, so
I would agree.
Yeah. You think he gets?
I do.
Even if
I think he gets 20 for 3.
Yeah, he's getting them. He's getting at least 20.
3 years, 60. Is that what? Okay.
Yeah, and for multiple years. I don't know if someone's willing to go 3, sure, but maybe you get it down to at 20. I thought the last time I saw, I think it was ESPN or someone that did their top 50 free agents, They had Kikuchi at closer to 27, which I don't know that he's ever going to get that high.
Maybe 27 for 2, like 54 for 2.
But the way he's pitching right now, they think teams are going to be really enamored with the fact they could get that same result for a short period of time.
That's kind of an Astros deal right there. 54 for 2 for Kikuchi.
I think that's
Isn't that what they passed on with Snell?
No, I
No,
think
he
Snell
wanted
was like
32.
30.
Oh, 32. Okay.
Yeah.
But they love Kikuchi, and they've had Kikuchi in house, so they know who he is, they know how he
And he likes it here.
responds to the clubhouse. Yeah, so maybe he would give you a sweetheart deal. That's not part of the conversation.
No,
though.
because sorry, go ahead.
No, you're good.
No, I was going to say, to Brian's point, there's obviously negatives on both sides because Kikuchi has had a really bad season until he got to Houston. Kikuchi's a guy that has struggled, though he's had some success, as you mentioned, in different windows. And so you wonder, and at his age, with the amount of pitchers that are now going down with arm injuries, you do have to kind of question making that kind of financial commitment with all those factors in. With Bregman, it's the elbow first and foremost. And as you mentioned, Jeremy, the fact that the slow start was way longer period of time than normally the slow starts go. So you don't know what's left in his tank either, and you don't know how much you're rolling the dice in either side. It's not a cut and dried. It's not a fantastic situation on either side because you do have big question marks. I just like a guy that's, I think the over, as it gets closer to if you need one overriding factor too, the fact that he's been here and been such an integral part of this team, he knows everything about this team, how they do their business. You don't have to worry about getting someone from the outside that's going to fit in. But I believe that there's still on a short enough term deal, enough left in the tank with Bregman that everyday third baseman, offensively, defensively, that's where I lean.
You don't feel like that with Kikuchi though, on a 2 to 3 year deal?
I don't. I would have concerns that he could keep this up.
I feel like
keep this up.
I feel like Bregman's breaking down. Like he is super slow. He's not athletic. His offensive numbers have went down each of the last 3 years. He's got gremlins in his elbow, which is a reoccurring injury that he had in the past. Like
Yeah,
I
but
really need
starting-
more
what
intel
breaks
on the
down
elbow.
What breaks down in sports more than starting pitcher? I mean, I get that Alex Bregman is showing signs of decline. No argument about that. But we're talking about betting on a multi-year deal for a pitcher who'll be turning 34 next year. And
Kikuchi's
pitchers
deal,
are-
we assume, would be shorter than Bregman's.
Sure, but even let's just say it's 3 years. I mean, you're talking about a guy that would be 37 by the end of the deal.
Mm-hmm.
I'm fundamentally against betting on
I
multi-year
think it'd be
deals.
it'd be his 36 year.
I'm only going 2 years with if I'm thinking about.
So what do we? So let's put the parameters on it because the texter's asking us 713-780-3776 5882. I need the contracts. Give me an imaginary contract for both, and I can answer better. So you said that the SPO track on Bregman was
4 years, 120.
So okay, so 4 years, 120. That's $30 million a year. And then you said let's the one they have at Kikuchi's not accurate.
Yeah, on
Want to go
SPO track,
246?
I think 3's probably fair.
360. Is that what we came up with? I think
Let's go like
I think
60.
Joel said that was on ESPN or something.
I feel like that might be low with the amount of money.
27 is what I saw per year, and I thought that was too high.
Let's go 65 for 3. Any argument there?
That's fine.
That's fine.
Any argument there? Because it's a little under 22 per year. So all right. So
I was going to go 2 for 46. So that if you're going to go 3, that's fine. 65.
So Bregman 4 years, 120 million total, 30 million a year. You say Kikuchi 3 for 65 total, which is a little under $22 million per year. 713-780 ESPN HRP listener line. We'll get your reaction on the other side. It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You found the Killer Bees, live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
713-780-ESPN. You can only sign one. Alex Bregman, 4 years, $120 million. Yusei Kikuchi, 3 years, $65 million. 713-780-3776. 0002, I thought Breggy was looking for a Matt Chapman type of deal, and he's younger but more wear and tear. Chapman took extra years for a little bit less AAV, so he signed 6 years, $151 million, which is roughly $25 million a year. I don't think anybody's signing Bregman to a 6-year deal. Like, I think that would be, I think it's too much, but I think he gets more AAV. I think 124 is in the wheelhouse, and I'd rather sign Bregman to 120 for 4 and pay him more money in those 4 years than a 151 for 6.
This elbow's going to really throw a monkey wrench into everything based on you got to do some serious intel to figure out. Because the last thing you want to do is go start thinking about and then make a commitment to a guy that right after you signing him is going to need some kind of a long-term recovery program for this elbow.
Yeah, 3474. At least we got Bregman an extra 2 years into his free agency. That's true, because when you signed him earlier, you bought out 2 free agent years, which I hope the Astros continue to do that. I would do it with Yainer Diaz. I would consider doing it with Jeremy Pena. I would do it with Hunter Brown. So yeah, I hope that's a practice they continue to do. 3417, after seeing how bad the defense was when he was hurt, give me Bregman, but I'd hate the contract if that big. I prefer 3 for 75. Can't rewrite the rules. The defense did struggle when Bregman took a seat. Like, whenever Bregman has been out, the defense has severely struggled at third. Dubon can hold his own there. But whenever Whitcomb was there, when DeZinzo played a couple of innings there, you could see the drop-off defensively.
No question about it. And look, we know that this defense has not been good over the last several weeks. It's not just because of the fact that Alex Bregman's been in or out, but the fact is, if Bregman walks, you have to replace him one way or the other. Right now, you don't have anything, I don't believe, internally that makes you feel good about who's going to replace him on an everyday basis. And I think that we all know, and I don't think he gets enough credit for the fact that he has played I don't want to say elite, but a really, really good third base for his entire career here. And that's something you got to factor in.
I like saying borderline elite. His arm is kind of weak this year. Maybe it has something to do with the elbow. Texter says that he's going to need Tommy John this offseason. I have a hard time believing that. Like, I think it's hard to play third base if you have a torn UCL. So I don't think it's Tommy John. I won't completely rule it out. 8431, he's breaking down and his production is slipping. Bregman's not worth 4 years and $130 million a year. I would agree with that. That's why I went Kikuchi. Kikuchi in that scenario, I think that's the Bregman needs Tommy John. Someone's going to give Kikuchi a stupid amount of money. Breggs all the way. I don't know how much Kikuchi would get over 65. Like, maybe he could get up to 75 million for 3 years.
Or maybe more years.
Maybe if somebody pays him 25 million a year. I have a hard time seeing Kikuchi getting more than 3 years, though.
I just think that I think teams are stupid if they give him more than 3 years, for one. And for two, if they're thinking that this is like all of a sudden an epiphany moment, and now the way he's pitching for the Astros is what you're going to get for the next 3 years, I think shame on you. I think that's a hell of a stretch to think that way, just because of the fact, like Brian said, in a short sample size, that suddenly it's all figured out, and now from this point forward, he's just going to be dominant. I just don't feel that way.
Yeah, I don't know if anybody expects him to be dominant.
For that money, you better be pretty damn good.
I think for that money, you want him to solidify your number 3 spot in the rotation.
Okay. But I think that once you solidify the number 3 spot in the rotation, the expectation is that the strikeouts are going to be to not maybe 10 strikeouts a game, but they're going to be up. You know, the fact that he's not going to be giving up as many long balls, the ERA is going to be down, that he is going to be really, really solid. And he's fluctuated too much for me to believe that.
His strikeouts really haven't. Like, his strikeouts, like, yes, he's on a heater now, but his strikeouts have always been high. Like, his stuff has been his stuff. And we haven't seen the stuff, like, slip at all. Now, do we expect him to be a 3.19 ERA guy for 3 years? No, I think that's unrealistic. I think he'd be closer to 3.50, maybe somewhere in the range of 3.50 to a 4 ERA. A couple of tweets on this. A better question: healthy Bregman or bad elbow Bregman? Probably taking Kikuchi and finding a third baseman with that extra 55 to 60 million. Someone mentioned Suarez. Give me Kikuchi and then Suarez. The thing is, if I do sign Kikuchi, I do want to go external for a third baseman. I am not comfortable with what you have in-house to take over for that position. Like Shea Whitcomb to me is not the opening day third baseman next year.
Nope.
Zach DeZenzo is not the opening day third baseman next year. Mauricio Dubon should not be penciled in to be the starter on opening day anywhere next year. He should be a utility guy. The only one that intrigues me that is in the organization would be Bryce Matthews.
I knew you were going to say that. Yeah, I mean, look, and he hasn't given you any reason to doubt it. He's made just this astronomical jump through the minor leagues. He's now in AAA. He's having success wherever he goes. He looks like a guy that has the it factor that you might be able to say is going to be a long-term piece of this puzzle. You just got to see more. And committing, yes, it worked out when you committed to Pena when Correa left, but not every situation like that is going to work out with like this instantaneously, hey, advantage Astros type feel to it. I don't want to put all my eggs in that basket. I want to give him every opportunity to make the team and prove that he can compete for the third base job, whether it is right away or in the near future. I don't know that I feel comfortable saying, next year it's his job.
No. Yeah. I would, if you are going to do that, I would like a battle. Like, find me a veteran third baseman who, if they lose the job to Matthews, would really help out your bench. I would probably go that route. Like, give me a little competition. But yeah, Kikuchi's my answer. Bregman is y'all's answers. Let's see what happens in the offseason. It'll be interesting. I think there's a really good chance that both are gone, quite frankly. All right, 713-780-3776. You already know that I love D'Amico Ryans, but I love him even more now. I'll tell you why next. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're locked in with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN at 92.5. If you love getting great deals, who doesn't? Even eating at even better restaurants, who doesn't? We have great news for you. Houston Restaurant Week has been extended through September 30th. ESPN 97.5, proud partner for Houston Restaurant Weeks in 2024. And it's time to raise some money for the Houston Food Bank. For you, it's simple. Dine out, do good. Choose from over 400 restaurants to visit for lunch or dinner. Select from their prefixed menus, and a portion of the proceeds goes to the Houston Food Bank. Plus, you're supporting local restaurants. Go to HoustonRestaurantWeeks.com to find all the participating restaurants. You know that I love D'Amico Ryans. I love him a lot. My admiration for him has grown since his press conference yesterday. Before we dive into that, though, remember the challenge that he had on Sunday, where the Stephon Diggs, bad spot, diving for the first down, and then they changed the spot, but he lost the timeout because you can only challenge line to gain in the NFL. You can't challenge the spot. I was unfamiliar with that rule. I did the deep dive, and that is the rule. That is the rule. The question that I now have, though, do you think D'Amico Ryans knew the rule?
I don't think so.
Do you think that he knew the rule?
I mean,
I don't coach in the NFL, so I'm not really responsible to know that.
Look, I think that here's the thing, too, because we've talked about this with the ineptitude of David Culley, and we know that depending on who the coach has been, that I think that on their list of priorities, and we've seen coaches bring in guys just specifically on the headset to be like the guidance counselor for challenges and time management type things. I think that D'Amico probably has so much other things to worry about. There's a chance he didn't know.
Yeah. The other part of I don't think that he did either. I don't think that he did either. There's two clues to me. In 713-780-3776. He wasn't asked about this after the game. He was not asked about it yesterday either. One thing, if you're challenging it real time, yes, they got the spot wrong, basically turned it from a 4th and 2 to a 4th and 1. He kicked a field goal. He kicked the field goal after he gained the yard. So it's okay, that's kind of curious there. And then the second thing, let's not forget they screwed up the first half in the Indy game. So they have shown that they're not necessarily 100% knowledgeable when it comes to the refereeing aspect of the game. Should you be? Probably. If these are the things that are coming up, you probably need to be. And I don't know if he knew or not, but I did wonder. I did have the question.
Sure, it's legit.
I'm on the fence. I kind of lean no. Because I don't think you watch that play and you think that you're getting the first down there.
No, you think that you're not going to lose the challenge, but legitimately it's going to make a tougher decision for you to make or give you a better chance to get the first down if you should you choose to go for it because of the fact that the ball should have been closer to the line. But instead, I think we all kind of found out real time that that's not the rule. That's not the case. And even if you're right, you're wrong.
Because watching it, and I have the luxury of watching it on TV. D'Amico doesn't. I didn't think that it was good. I thought it was a bad spot. I didn't think they were going to be given the first down. So I don't think that D'Amico knew the rule.
Yeah, because if you were under the impression that you're challenging spot of the ball, because of what was probably being told to him in his ear from people who are getting to watch it on TV, they're probably telling him, okay, this is an easy win.
Yeah.
We know at the very least we're going to get, 6 inches, a foot, something to where we don't lose our timeout. This is an easy win, so you might as well go for it. I think if he knows he has to be able to get the first down, then that goes right out the window. It's not even 50-50 to me at that point because you can't tell exactly when the ball crossed out of bounds as Diggs is stretching towards the pylon. So I think there is a pretty decent chance he didn't understand what he was challenging.
And I think that the field goal element of it is what sways me to he didn't know. Because if you go for it, okay, well they're trying to cut the distance to gain by, in half. They're trying to make it 2 yards to 1 yard. Go for it. I totally understand why you would be fighting for that yard. But to kick the field goal after winning that yard, don't think he knew. I don't think he knew. But that's beside the point. Just something that I was kicking around with a buddy yesterday. Now, here's the reason that I love D'Amico Ryan even more. You know that I am a big advocate for violence when it comes to football. You know that I felt great about the things that Azeez Al-Shire was doing on the football field on Sunday. I love that he hit Caleb Williams into the sideline. He was still in the field of play. Don't be soft. Go hit the dude. He was in enemy territory. They were being very mean to Aziz Al-Shire, and he took matters into his own right hook. So I like that from Aziz Al-Shire. Also didn't cost his team because he avoided the 15-yard penalty. He did it. He was able to cover it up on top of that.
Inconspicuously, but I don't know how he did that.
Cover it up on top of that. So D'Amico Ryans was asked about this yesterday, and now I got even more love for D'Amico Ryans.
From my, perspective, seeing Aziz, he had a big hit on the quarterback, and everyone goes, everyone gets a little antsy when the quarterback gets hit on the sideline, and but if the quarterback stays in, he's gonna get hit. And now I think everybody's a little sensitive when there are big hits in the league. Like, we still play a physical game, and you're gonna get hit hard if you're playing against us. That's just how we operate here.
Oh, I feel like Terrell Owens when he was crying about, that's my quarterback with Tony. Like, I feel like that right now with D'Amico Ryans. D'Amico Ryans has taken the words out of my mouth. We are not going to be soft. We are going to hit you. We are going to hit you hard. The league has become sensitive to hitting the quarterback. This is music to my ears. Thank you for saying this, D'Amico Ryans. I have never loved an NFL head coach more than I love D'Amico Ryans after hearing that sweet, sweet words come out of his mouth.
Look, I think that we talk about the culture. We talk about kind of setting a tone for your season. And I think that in the past, and we know under which coaches, and we know what the deals were, that this was the last thing anybody considered from the Houston Texans. The fact that he has set the tone and he has supported one of his players. And I think that you can't help if you're another player in that locker room or anybody that follows this team closely or roots for this team. You can't be anything other than jacked up and excited that, hey, we're not backing down to anybody. And we're gonna be the one that delivers the blow. We're not going to be the one that's taking it anymore. And I think it's fantastic. I do, as I said yesterday, I have very much concern about the fact that I don't want to be without Al-Shire in any type of situation where the game's still very close and there's plenty of game to be played. So I need him to be smart with that. But I loved the hit because he was clearly on the green. He hadn't gotten to the white of the sideline. So I don't think it was a dirty play. I think that it was a really good hard shot.
You want to be the team that's punching, or you want to be the team that's taking the punches?
Yeah, there's no doubt you want to be the puncher.
No, to be fair, D'Amico would later in that, bite, he would say that, we don't want our players throwing punches. Got to be smarter there. So in the interest of fairness, he did say that the punch was a little bit too extreme. But give me a physical brand. Give me a team that's going to swarm around the football field. Give me the team like Jalen Petrie. I was watching. I didn't get a chance to finish the all 22 today. I watched about the first quarter, and then a half of the second quarter. Jalen Petrie flying all over the field, delivering huge hits. As bad as Aziz Al-Shire was in week 1, was as good as he was in week 2, delivering some huge, huge hits. The pressure, the defensive line, like they made Caleb Williams fill them. And like Caleb Williams, I thought looked pretty good in the first 20 minutes of that game. Like they had the opening drive where they went down and got a field goal, looked pretty good on their second drive, like is making good, tough throws. And then what happens? He starts to get hit repeatedly. And he starts to lose his accuracy. What a thought. A quarterback who's not confident in his offensive line, who's getting hit every single time he drops back to throw, loses accuracy. Be the violent, physical team. I love that attitude and that philosophy from D'Amico Ryans.
Right, it's contagious. And I think that what you said about when you look at Petrie, he had very, very noticeable hits on multiple occasions. But the fact that when you interviewed, Will Anderson after the game, and they're talking to him at his locker, and he says the thing that stands out to him the most of all the players on the defense making plays and making hits, it was Petrie, because of the fact that he likes to get down in the box and he likes to do things. That means that other players are seeing that. That means it's contagious. If D'Amico is leading the charge on this, and you know that you got a different kind of dog, and it's more than just swarm, it's about like absolutely delivering blows, being physical, adding some pop to the swarm. That other guys are going to want to get in on that too. Other guys are going to want to be that aggressive as well. And that's a different mentality, quite honestly, than I think we've seen maybe ever with the Houston Texans, no matter who they've had on their defense.
They got that dog. They got that attitude.
Can I request quickly for Joel to say dog one more time?
I liked it. I liked it. Yeah, I like it. Yeah, you went too far.
Took a step back.
It was
I
really.
did the Paulie add-on.
You ruined it. You ruined it. 8341. I love D'Amico for his presence on the sidelines. He's just like one of the players. He's over there laughing, grinning, having a great time, and still whatever. He's got to put that head coach attitude on. He can do it. Yeah, I love D'Amico. Like D'Amico, I think is a really, really good head coach. I think he's one of the better defensive minds in the NFL. I think he's a top 2, top 3 leader already in the NFL. Look at the culture change. I mean, the culture in the Houston Texans locker room was the worst in the NFL.
Yep.
The worst in the NFL. It's arguably the best in the NFL now. Overnight.
Yeah.
Because of D'Amico Ryans. And like that's the one attribute I think we underrate from head coaches is leadership. We're always like, oh, this guy's a great offensive play caller. This guy had the number 2 defense. What about leadership? What about the guy that's the captain of the ship that's changing the entire aura of the organization? That to me matters more than the other stuff.
And there's so many layers to the leadership. So whether you say it's its own separate characteristic or it's just under the category of leadership, motivation matters too, because you can set up the X's and O's. You can be a great game planner, but it's another thing to, after that's done, to be able to take your players to a level of wanting to run through a brick wall and bring their level of not just enthusiasm, but just their overall effort to another level. And I think that that's where the synergy of having all of that with one guy means so much, because we see a lot of guys that have some of the characteristics, but the ones where they lack are then reflective on the way their team acts.
I think one area that we lose sight of what D'Amico's really good at too is bringing the best out of his players, whether it's putting them in really good spots to succeed or developing those players. But Christian Harris wasn't on the football field a whole lot last year, early in the year. By the end of the year, we're like, dang, do the Texans have all of a sudden a top 20 linebacker in Christian Harris? And it's unfortunate we haven't seen him this year. Derek Stingley, like, oh no, this might have been a bust. It should have taken Sauce Gardner. And yes, the injuries were a big factor as to why. By the end of last season, it's like, is Stingley better than Sauce? Look at Jalen Petrie through 2 games this year. Like Jalen Petrie last year, it's kind of like, I don't know if Jalen Petrie's like a starting safety in the NFL. Okay, well, I see where he can be successful. I think it's in the box. I think it's playing nickel corner. And it's like first 2 games. Okay, I see the vision. I see the vision.
Yeah, it's the ability to motivate and then also kind of direct the players. He's done it with Fred Warner. He's done it with multiple players when he was in San Francisco. He's doing it again now. He's getting the best out of every player on his roster. I don't think it's just defensively either. I think so far to this point, when you look at a Kenyon Green, we basically were writing him off. We were basically saying he was done. We heard all these things about the number change, the body change, the attitude change, all these other things, but you really weren't sure you could ever believe it. And now looking at him, you go, he looks like a totally different player. Now you understand that this is the reason why he was drafted where he was, because this is the guy they thought they were probably getting.
Yeah.
But now the reason why you're getting it is because the entire coaching staff, the entire organization is taking players to another level. It doesn't matter where you're drafted. I mean, Nico Collins was basically, I would say, struggling, but we were wondering who he could be. And he was a 3rd round pick, and we were like, well, now look at, he's the clear cut wide receiver 1 on this team. He's dominant. He's got everybody talking about him, and he's elevated it to another level. You can go on and on about the fact that some people say, the players still have to play, but it means something when you get a coach that can take you from one level to a completely another level just by doing his job the right way.
Yeah, I think he has flaws. Like
Sure.
I thought his game management last year was pretty average. I think we've seen at least 1, maybe 2 game management issues already 2 games into the season. But there might not be another coach in the NFL that I'm taking over D'Amico Ryans. I legit love the guy. Legit.
I love him too. I think that as much as they got it wrong with the first 2 swings and misses, they got it absolutely right. They had to get it right, and they did. And I totally believe in D'Amico Ryans. But I think that we knew last year, the first year, any player, any coach, you're going to have hiccups. You're going to have mistakes. It's going to be a learning curve, and you're going to have to roll with it. And even this year, the end of the first half, that was a debacle that could have hurt you, but you survived it. And now you move forward from it. And if you've learned from it, then there's more value to it as you go forward. And D'Amico right away owned it. The minute that the first half interview started and they asked him about it, that's on us.
Yeah,
and we got to do better.
I like that.
It's better than trying to say, we don't know, the officials this, blow it on, blame it on that. He owned it.
Yeah, I don't expect them to be perfect. Like, I don't expect anybody to be perfect. Like, we're going to criticize their mistakes, but whenever I admire the ownership in it. Ryan, I like it when the coaches for my favorite team actually know how to coach. See, that's the funny thing is I get frustrated whenever you have terrible coaching. I can live being out talented. I can live with the other team having more talent on their roster. I get frustrated whenever my teams get out coached.
No doubt.
And with what you have right now, like in the city, I don't think baseball is this huge like game management sport. Like it's certainly not football and basketball. I love what you have in D'Amico. Love what you have in Ime Udoka. Love what U of H has going, quite frankly. So I love where the profession of coaching is at currently in the city.
Look,
it's a lot of fun.
You got to give Espada the credit because from where he started and where this team was, the fact that no one lost faith and hope in him to now be a part of turning this team to where they are currently, I do think that he should get credit for that. And I think that, again, we knew he was going to make mistakes. This is his first time at the helm. But as it relates to D'Amico, and you look at the things that he's done already, as opposed to when we knew that Bill O'Brien didn't even know when to throw the challenge flag, and he always struggled with time management and play calling, and Shane Leckler had to tell him one time, run down the sidelines to throw the freaking red flag, to the fact that David Culley knew nothing. He didn't know how to manage the clock. He didn't know how to manage his timeouts.
I know analytics has the
and analytics is something that I won't take away from him. He knows analytics. But he didn't know challenges. He didn't know anything that he had never done before, and it never changed. With D'Amico, even when he makes a mistake, he's learning from it, he's owning it, and that's something that's a rare quality, again, for a coach.
Blaine says those mistakes by Miko he'll get better at. He's still learning some of that stuff. I agree. I think they're easily correctable, and I think they're mistakes you learn you do once. Like, don't make the same mistake twice. I don't think D'Amico will. Keith Branham, if you love D'Amico so much, why don't you marry him? We're both happily married men. But that's the only reason, Keith. That's the only reason I wouldn't marry him. All right, 713-780-37. I would run through a wall for him, though. All right, 2-0 teams in the NFL that you think will miss the playoffs, and 0-2 teams to make the playoffs. 713-780-3776. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're locked in with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
All right, there's a bunch of teams in the NFL that are 2-0. There's a bunch of teams in the NFL that are 0-2. By my count, there's 9 2-0 teams, but there's always user error whenever I'm doing things. And then the 0-2 teams, you have 9. 9 0-2 teams. So give me your top 3 2-0 teams to miss the playoffs.
2-0 teams to miss the playoffs. 3 of them. I will go Steelers, Seahawks, and now it gets challenging. I will, So it's Bills, Bucks, Chargers, Chiefs, Saints, Seahawks, Steelers, Texans, and Vikings at 2-0. I say the Steelers, I say the Seahawks, and I will say the Bucks.
Okay. Say those again.
Steelers, Seahawks, Bucks.
Okay. So you have probably the Saints to win the NFC South
Yes,
now.
now I do.
Okay.
So it seems like I said, I was looking at this. It said, since the NFL went to the 17-game schedule, 22 teams have started 2-0. 17 have made the playoffs at a clip of 77.3%.
Cool.
I'm just saying. I mean, if you want numbers to go with that, but I just look. I don't believe in the Steelers to be able to keep this going, and their quarterback play is awful. I don't believe in Geno Smith. The third one's difficult because Baker's looked really good, and the Saints have looked really good.
I don't have the Saints or the Bucks in my top 3 to miss the playoffs after 2-0 start.
Same.
My top 3 are the Vikings. Sorry. Love the story that's going on. Skull. Love the story. Love what's happening there.
Troll.
No, I really do. Like, I kind of
You know
find
what?
myself pulling for Sam Darnold. I love Justin Jefferson. I'm a huge Justin Jefferson fan. And I kind of
What a limb
like
to walk out on.
What's that?
What a limb to walk out on. I'm a big fan of the best wide receiver in the league.
Well, I mean, I don't like Jamar Chase. Like,
He's not the best wide receiver in the
honestly,
league.
yeah, but he's become a little self-centered. Have you not noticed how self-centered
I
he is?
I saw the game on Sunday. Yeah.
I usually dislike the best players in the NFL, quite frankly, any sport. Usually, LeBron James can't stand him. Aaron Judge, do not like him. So that's not like a big thing with me. Just because a guy's good means I like them. Usually not for me. I usually like a guy because of who they are. Or they're like an underdog story. Now, if they're a Houstonian, a little different, play for a Houston team. And I've always kind of had an admiration for the Vikings because they took a chase on Case, to be honest. But I don't think the Vikings are going to make the playoffs. So Vikings, see you later. It's going to start on Sunday. You're going to get your first L and put an extra L on that skull after Sunday. The Steelers, sorry, I love you, Mike Tomlin. And maybe Mike Tomlin's going to have another season where he doesn't have a losing record after starting 2-0. But I think they've had a soft schedule so far. I don't think they're going to be a playoff team. Plus, the AFC is loaded. That division is loaded. And then the third one for me is the Chargers.
Yes,
I like a lot of people think higher of the Chargers than I do. I'll admit that they're playing a little better in the first 2 weeks. Another soft schedule so far. I don't have the Chargers making the playoffs. So Vikings, Steelers, Chargers for me.
Yeah, we share some similarities there, and that would be expected. The one we're unanimous on is the Steelers. I just don't see it with their quarterback play. Spoiler alert, I think the Bengals and Ravens are going to bounce back to form a little bit, and that's going to cost the Steelers a playoff spot. The other two I have, Vikings, I agree with you, Jeremy. I don't see it working for Sam Darnold over a full season. I do like their defense. They've got some interesting options at running back. I do really like their backup, who I think is eventually going to take over in Ty Chandler, but I just don't see it working with Sam Darnold over a full season. The last one, I disagree with you guys. I actually have it as the Seahawks. They won a close game against Denver at home. Not a very good team. Bo Nix has been terrible. They go on the road to New England. A team was projected to be the worst team in the league. They have to win in overtime. I know they're 2-0, but you barely beat the Broncos. You barely beat the Patriots. You're in a division with the 49ers and I think a resurgent Cardinals team. I don't know. I don't see it for the Seahawks.
All right. Let's flip it around. 0-2 teams that will make the playoffs.
Want the numbers?
Sure.
Okay. 9.5% of 0-2 teams making the playoffs with a 17-game schedule. So even that with being said, Vegas still has the Bengals and the Ravens.
Okay.
I believe the Bengals and the Ravens will both make the playoffs.
Those to me are the easy two. Like you're talking Ravens, Bengals, and then the other teams are your Jags, Broncos, Colts, Panthers, Giants, Titans, Rams.
I don't see a third, honestly.
So the easy two is Ravens, Bengals. I'm assuming your top two, Ravens, Bengals.
Ravens, Bengals, I didn't even list a third because I don't think there is one.
I did list a third. I do have a third listed. I because we're picking the top three, I had to list a third, so it's kind of gun to my head. You have to pick a third, Branham. I went with Jacksonville. And this is different than I would have said before the season. I probably would have went the Colts before the start of the season because I had the Colts making the playoffs. I had the Colts as the final wild card team in the AFC. The Colts have not impressed me. Their running defense has looked atrocious. I thought, oh, look at the Texans offense. This is great. Texans offensive rushing attack. It's a juggernaut. It's a powerhouse. It's a powder keg. And then Malik Willis ran all over it.
So did Josh
They lost
Jacobs.
to Malik Willis. So I'm out on the Colts. Sorry. Prisoner of the moment? Maybe. Am I putting way too much value in one game? Maybe. But I can't overlook that. So I'm going to go Jacksonville based on what their schedule has been and how close those games have been. They lost by 3 at Miami. Very winnable game. Probably should have won it. And then they lost by 5 against Cleveland. Those were two teams that were playoff teams a year ago. And if I'm trying to pick the best of these awful, awful options, Jacksonville, Denver, Indy, Carolina, Giants, Titans, Rams, I'll go with the Jags because they lost some close games to some solid competition.
I'm going to go to the Rams. And the only thing that worries me about the Rams is because I believe Stafford's still a really good quarterback.
Team's hurt?
The injuries really bother me. The fact that Puka's out and now Cup is out and their line's been dinged up. I still think the NFC is the conference to choose because there's just really not legitimate playoff teams after the really kind of cream of the crop that I see. And I think the opportunity will be greater for a team like that to kind of make up some ground and get back in it. So even with the injuries, I'm going to say the Rams because I believe Stafford's still really good. I love McVay, and I think that he's a great coach. And I think they'll find a way to squeak in.
The NFC angle is a good one. The McVay angle is a good one. The injuries do stink.
That's the big negative.
But if anybody can make receivers, Sean McVay.
Yeah.
Like Cooper Kupp, yes, Cooper Kupp was a second rounder, but Puka was what, a sixth rounder?
He was,
he was an unbelievable rookie season. So Jordan Whittington's got some juice. DeMarcus Robinson's solid. Look, they still have Kyron Williams. They have Blake Corum,
who was
rookie
awful
who they
on
like.
Sunday.
They have Colby Parkinson.
Awful on Sunday.
I mean, I didn't pick the Rams, but I did consider them.
Yeah, I think that the fact that all the things that you said are in play, and the fact that, I mean, you look at a couple of years ago when they had injuries, and the guy that was really playing well, Carter, the wide receiver for the Bears, when the Rams got him, they were in desperate situation. No one really was giving that guy a job, and he had a really good year for the Rams in that system. I think that they're going to find a way to squeak into the last playoff spot if I had to pick, simply because of all that and the fact that the NFC's weak.
Gun to your head, Brian. You got to pick a third.
Man, it's tough because there's only two options, and it's the two options you guys presented. Because you look at the other 0-2 teams, it's the Panthers, there's no way in hell. It's the Giants, there's no way in hell. I mean, after that, we all agree on Bengals and Ravens. And then you look at the Titans with Will Levis, the way the Colts have played, the Broncos with Bo Nix. I hate all of them. So gun to my head between the Jaguars or Rams, I guess I'll take the healthier team, so I'll go Jaguars. I wouldn't pick either. But if gun to my head, I would take the team that actually has players to put on the field.
Now, the AFC, the final couple of wild card spots have probably taken a hit over the last couple of weeks because I think it's going to be a little easier to make it now because I think Miami's toast. The Jets aren't nearly as a lock to make the playoffs as we thought. Baltimore and Cincy are 0-2. Cleveland, they're 1-1. Do they ever get it going? Every team in the AFC South besides the Texans have not won a game. And then, is there going to be the runaway team in the AFC West with Kansas City? So perhaps that seventh spot in the AFC isn't going to take 10 wins like we thought. Maybe it takes 9. So it's a little bit more attainable than we thought.
The Dolphins falling apart certainly makes things
that
way
does
more
make
open.
A case, but on the flip side, the problem is two teams that you expected to be either competing for or winning a division and really having a solid playoff spot now would be reversal on the fact that they might be fighting and scratching to get into the playoffs.
Who's that?
Cincinnati and Baltimore.
Yeah, it could be. Although, we kind of expected that division to already have 2 playoff teams, though.
Because one of those 2 teams in almost everybody's picks at the start of the year was going to win the division.
Yeah, but if we all think the Steelers are missing.
Yes.
So now that division's still getting 2 playoff teams. So it really doesn't change the math.
And I don't believe in Cleveland. So.
Right. So it doesn't really change the math for, let's say, in this scenario where for the Jaguars.
You're right. One conceivably can still win that division. It's just the fact that the other one might be scratching and clawing as opposed to looking like they're gonna solidify one pretty quick.
Ocho, am I the only one excited to see Tyler Huntley, Pro Bowler Tyler Huntley, in that Dolphins offense? Ocho, yes, you're the only one there, Ocho. 4-3-2-1, Pittsburgh, Seattle, Minnesota as the teams that will, the 2-0 teams that will miss. Okay. 5798, I'll say Seattle, Pittsburgh miss the playoffs, Baltimore and Cincinnati make it. 1-2, Space City Kev, 0-2 teams will make the playoffs. The Bengals, the Ravens, 2-0 teams that will miss the playoffs, Steelers, Vikings. So everybody's kind of similar on this. And then 0002, 0-2 Bengals make the playoffs. The 2-0 Steelers not make the playoffs. And then he says, you guys suck too. All right. 713-780-3776. Cash them or trash them? What are you cashing? What are you trashing? That's next with the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Hey, before we go to the break, a word from a good friend, Doc Linville. Doc Linville, best in the business at the NeoGraft procedure and PRP treatments. You've heard of PRP treatments before. Athletes use them all the time when it comes to rejuvenating their joints and their shoulders and their knees and their elbows. Now you can do it with hair too. And basically, it's like fertilizer to your lawn. You still have some hair on your head, but the hair isn't as thick and strong as it used to be. You do the PRP treatments. Suddenly, that hair gets thicker, stronger, longer, and you see better results, and you are a happier camper. They also do the NeoGraft procedure with Doc Linville, and he's right here in the medical center. The NeoGraft is a game changer. As he explained it to me when I had a consultation with him, it's taking hair from places on your head where you're never going to lose it. And genetically, I found out, you never lose the hair on the sides and the back of your head, no matter how bald you go in other areas. So therefore, he repurposes some of it, like replanting sod, putting it where you needed it most, and suddenly you see results. And the same thing, you're taking it from a place that's never leaving. So now you're putting it in a place where you need it most, and it's going to be needed to stay, and it will. It's with you for the long haul, and you get excited and happy about your hair again. You get that same free consultation as I got if you go to 975hair.com right now. Go to 975hair.com, sign up for a free consultation. You get to get all the information I got. You get it free like I did, simply because you listen to us. Everybody off the street trying to sign up for this pays $150. You do not, and you don't pay anything out of pocket, sign on the dotted line, or make any kind of commitments. You just ask questions, get answers, figure it out to see if you want to go forward with the NeoGraft, PRP, or both. I did both. Could not be happier with all the results that I got. You could be next in line. Check them out today and tell them I sent you by. Go to 975hair.com.
Cash them or trash them with the bees. 713-780-3776. What are you cashing? What are you trashing? Blankers, do the honor, please.
Man, I got a couple I'm fighting with, and I'm sure you guys are going to
go a couple rounds then.
Both of them suck.
Oh, okay.
Daniel Jones is the next quarterback benched in the NFL.
Daniel Jones?
Yep. Because I would have said Jacoby Brissett at the start of the year, and Jacoby Brissett has actually gotten a win and looked better than I thought.
I'm going to trash this. They're going to bench him for Tommy DeVito?
It'd be
no. What's his name?
I know, but I just like saying Tommy DeVito.
Yeah. Who'd you say, Brian?
Drew Lock.
Yeah,
Maybe Drew Lock, yeah.
I think Drew Lock's going to be the next quarterback of the Giants in the next 2 weeks.
I don't. I'll trash this. Daniel Jones was okay in the game against the Commanders.
I mean, he's facing Washington, though. I think everyone knew. You've seen Washington's defense. We knew that was coming.
You're not going to bench him after an okay performance.
No, yeah, I don't think he's going to be benched this week. I agree with you
Daniel
there.
Jones put up some fantasy numbers this week, too, by the way. Daniel Jones was the top quarterback on some of my baseball teams this week. I don't think I'll trash it. I don't think Daniel Jones is going to get benched anytime soon.
I'm going to trash it just because I don't know. I think they're good. They got $140 million invested in them. They're going to go, I think, till mid to kind of week 10-ish.
I think they go the whole year.
Well, I disagree there. I think they could go somewhere between week 6 to week 10. So I don't think it's going to be him. Honestly, I think it could end up being. I mean, this might be kind of a cheat answer, but I think it could be in Pittsburgh with Russell Wilson coming back to play.
They're 2-0 though.
Now I don't know if they replace Justin Fields when they're 2-0, but I do think Russell Wilson sees the Fields before Daniel Jones leaves it.
I think that would be. I think he could be forced back in, and I think that'd be a mistake. I can't see Tomlin if they got wins and they keep winning. I can't see Tomlin taking Fields out.
Yeah, I don't think so either. I think maybe after like back-to-back losses, I think we could see it, but maybe that's next. Maybe that's the next one.
Hot take, I think Bo Nix could get benched.
Peyton loves him.
He loves him, but he also knows that there's so much pressure on him because since he's been there and supposed to be the savior, he hasn't done what he said he's going to do, that maybe he's a little more panicked about wins right now.
I don't think he's panicked about wins. I think his job security's fine. I don't think that you can start a rookie at the beginning of the year and they're like, okay, we're benching you in week 5.
Yeah, pick 12. Yeah, I don't know. I couldn't see him getting benched.
I'm going to go with Andy Dalton.
I did, that thought crossed my mind, yeah. I don't know how quickly they go back to Bryce. I think it's not in the next 4 weeks.
I was kidding. I like the answer with Fields. You know, they lose back-to-back games. Russell Wilson's 100%. Yeah. Go with him. I think
who do they have coming up? I mean, if they hit, like you said, they hit like a 2-game losing streak. The momentum for Fields to keep that job could quickly be erased.
I still think Brissett's probably the answer, though. I mean, he could lose 2 more games, not look good. Drake May's ready. Here you go. Because I think they're more concerned about playing their young guys and building that team than they are, hey, we think we have an outside playoff shot. I think they're realistic there.
Steelers, Chargers at home, Colts on the road the next 2 games.
All right, my cash them or trash them. The Sonic breakfast burrito. Sonic breakfast burrito is better than the Whataburger taquito.
Oh.
I know that is a hot take, but it's an accurate take.
I don't do the fast food breakfast, so I'm probably not the right guy to answer.
All right, I'll go ahead and jump in then and trash this.
Six Flex.
It was a little bit.
Reflux.
I don't
eat
breakfast. I don't eat fast food.
Wait,
no, it's not that. I eat fast food. I can't eat it in the morning because I have reflux.
Huh. Okay. So you don't eat breakfast?
No.
Okay.
I usually don't either.
All right. Sonic, is there anything at Sonic other than like the drinks and maybe some of the like snack stuff that is just not incredibly mid? Like everything
the breakfast burrito.
No, it's not that good.
The breakfast burrito's good.
I can't believe you, of all people, who have called people gringos on this show for their takes on what would be considered maybe Tex-Mex fare.
Well, I didn't say those Tex-Mex. Chill out.
But it's a burrito.
I didn't say those.
Don't go too far, Brian.
I know that's why I criticize it, because they call it a burrito and it has absolutely no flavor.
It is the better. It is the superior fast food.
Tortilla.
It is the better. It is the superior fast food burrito.
Now, if you want to say the Whataburger taquito is overrated, I'm with you. But what Sonic puts out is not any better.
What's in the Sonic?
Worse.
It's the same stuff.
Yeah, sausage, egg, cheese.
Or sausage if you prefer that.
Or bacon, yeah.
But you could also go with like the ultimate burrito and do like the little bit of cheesy sauce and then all the meats and then some of the tots.
Because their tots are pretty popular, are they not?
Oh, their tots are great.
Yeah, the tots are great.
Their mozzarella sticks go hard.
Yeah, again, snack stuff and drinks. That's what Sonic's good at.
Definitely. I do think that all of their stuff is super mid. But
I wouldn't go to Sonic for any
breakfast
of their
burrito over the
That's my
Whataburger
point.
taquito. No doubt about it.
I'm
No doubt
agreeing with
about
you. I definitely would not. There's sandwiches at other places that are just like, I would never go to Sonic for a sandwich.
Their drinks are elite.
Yeah,
What's your go-to?
For drinks? Well, I'm incredibly basic there. It's usually just a Coke Zero. I'm very, very basic.
Their drinks are elite. I get a Coke Zero.
The cherry lemonade.
I go
you
limeade.
You know I'm basic.
Oh, cherry
Yeah,
limeade.
you show that you're a Sonic casual by
I
saying
am.
lemonade.
Believe me, I
So
can't tell you the
limeade,
last time I went to a
Lakers.
Sonic.
I like the cherry limeade when it's a really hot day outside and I'm looking for a drink that makes me feel good. All right, what's your cash or trash from
That
Brian?
was a weird way to phrase that. My cash and trash it is I'm obviously I was already high on the Texans coming into the season. I had them at 11 wins, which I think was tied for the most of what we all picked here at the station. I moved that up. I think they're winning 12 games right now, and I'll go beyond that. Not only are they winning 12 games, but I think they win this division so easily that it's over before it gets to December. I think they win this division by 6 games.
6 games?
6 games. I think they win 12. No one else in the division gets past 6.
Wow.
I'm trashing that.
I don't believe in these other teams. They all started off 0-2.
Trash.
I don't think they get
I think I'm
wins.
trashing that for that simple statement right there. I think one of the other teams in the division is going to win. If we're saying Jacksonville might make the playoffs, I think Jacksonville's going to win more than 6
getting
games.
to 7?
They have to play each other.
I know.
So they're
not going to be able to
default.
beat each other to 7 wins, though.
I think Jacksonville's going to win at least 7 games.
Who?
You're only
I
one
would-
game off than me. Then so
I would
you said you were
say-
instantly out, but you're talking about one game
because
difference.
I don't think that they're going to win it by 6 games. I think that they're going to. I think they're going to win the division. I think it's easy to say that when all 3 other teams are 0-2, but to win it by 6 games, I think that's too much.
That's a good one. Write that down. Let's see
Okay,
how that
I'll write it down.
tracks out. I'll trash it. I think there's by default there's going to be a team that gets to 7 or 8 wins. I still don't see the Texans getting to 12 either. I think I have them at
I don't
11
either.
now. So
Plus the grind of that,
aspect
the
of it,
finish
too.
of that schedule with the limited amount of days between the games and everything like that. I just think it's going to catch up to them. But I love where your head's at, and I hope it happens. I just don't see it.
You want to go your second one, or you want to get to the Texers?
Go ahead, get to the Texers.
Casher, we'll do rapid fire here. Kansas City will have a better rush attack now than before. Oh, with their new
Trash.
Pacheco's hurt.
Pacheco's great.
Trash it. What are you going to tell me that the rebirth and the reuniting of they just signed Kareem Hunt
to the practice squad?
Yeah, to the practice squad.
Yeah, it looks like it'll be Samaje Perine taking over.
Yeah, no,
and well,
trash
then
that.
And Carson the Animal
Carson,
Steele.
yeah, Carson
The
Steele.
blonde-headed
fan
fullback from UCLA. I think he's
I
from
don't know.
UCLA.
I don't know where he's
don't
from.
I think he was at like a lower level college and then transferred to UCLA for a year. Cash or trash, after NRG's roof is fixed, they will seal it shut, never have an open roof game again.
Catch that.
I'll trash it. Ever?
Trash.
Yeah, well,
Ever?
even with Bill O'Brien gone, they still believe that it's so much louder and better with the roof closed, unless it's just like some crisp December afternoon or something or evening. I think that they're frugal about it. It's terrible.
Frugal about it.
I'll trash it just because we're going to have more hurricanes that force them to.
Oh, that's a good point. No, I think the new like marketing team and like Hannah and the PR and all those people, they listen to the fans. They listen to fans.
But they do, but they're also going to listen to the football team and what we'll do with the football team.
I don't think D'Amico cares if the roof is open or closed. I think they will have it
And
open
honestly,
again.
I think what happened the other night was what I always wanted. If you practice in these conditions and you force teams from up north and up the East Coast to come into your backyard and it's hot, I think it's a massive advantage for your team that they should use more. But
I mean,
don't
the
think they will.
reaction online to the roof being open Sunday night was extremely positive. To Jeremy's point, I think Hannah and Cal see that.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying it's going to be open for every home game
just
or even
home
half,
game.
but like once or twice a year.
So the chances that it being one is probably more that would be more of a cash.
Yeah, night
but
games.
It's not going to be very frequent.
I think it's night games. That's what,
Yeah,
that's what we're
definitely
looking
not
at.
frequent. Definitely not frequent. Eric, the driver, Dalton will win his first start, and the Panthers' offense will actually be watchable.
Trash that.
Yeah, trash.
Their entire team is terrible.
Ocho, I'm cashing the reemergence of legendary Mr. Andrew Gregory Dalton. He'll lead the Panthers to the playoffs because he's a product of Texas high school football, and that's what we do.
You trash that.
Trash. Honey Glazed Branham, cash or trash. Bill O'Brien will be fired in his second year at Boston College after reports come about him roughing up his players.
Trash that. Bill O'Brien's actually doing a really good job at Boston College.
I was
right
thinking
now.
the other day, if he wins at Boston College, do you think he stays there forever?
Nope.
Or do you think?
Well,
Or do you?
he's got that X factor, Brian, but with his kid in the medical attention
That's
and
what I was
in that in
He
the
was
Boston
willing to move here, though. He
Loves
was willing to move to
Boston.
because he
Alabama.
went from our medical center to now another elite medical center in Boston.
Yeah, sure, but I think
Well, he
there's
went
more
to
than
Tuscaloosa first.
There's more than two
Family
elite.
state, I believe.
I think that might be true.
Yeah.
There's more than 2 elite medical centers in America, though. I mean, I think he could go to
How
LA.
many of those cities have have top 25 football teams.
He's going to go to USC, UCLA, Chargers, Rams.
Sure.
UCLA is a possibility.
I don't know.
UCLA is just
think
throwing away that
I
football.
kind of get the sense
agree
that Bill
with you.
O'Brien's just going to stay there for like 15 years.
I think
kind of get the sense.
He likes the area. He was there with the Patriots. He knows everything. I think he's going to get comfortable and stay.
I don't think he's going to get an NFL job again, and I don't think he's going to get a powerhouse college football job.
He might get an offer. I don't know about powerhouse. He might get an SEC school or someone to come knocking, or a Big Ten school, but I don't think he takes it.
There should be no divisional games week 1. Cash or trash?
Trash that. Why?
Trash. I don't know.
It's on every team. If you know you got a divisional game in week 1 that means more to you, then practice harder. Play your players more.
I don't think that's what he means. I think he just likes the difference of not seeing the same matchups over and over again. I'll cash that. That's fine. Cash or trash, Bryce Young succeeding for another team.
Cash it. Succeeding is a difficult word, though. I think he's going to start for another team at some point, and he's going to have a better opportunity to succeed.
I'll trash it. Cash or trash, Nico will have more receiving yards and touchdowns than Justin Jefferson by the end of the year.
Trash that.
I'm going to cash it.
Trash.
Ocho says you can't trust people who don't eat breakfast. Cash or trash, Michael Jackson is still the bigger Mike over Jordan or Tyson.
I don't know that he ever was. Trash that.
I'm going to cash it. I think Michael Jackson's a bigger global star than Michael Jordan.
I disagree.
And Michael Tyson.
I disagree.
Michael Tyson. That's weird. I mean, music's huge. Like over the entire globe.
Michael Jordan's still a global icon because of the
Over
Jordan
Michael
brand.
Jackson?
Because of the Jordan brand.
I think you're underrating music.
I would definitely put Jackson over Mike Tyson.
Yeah,
globally.
I think both of them over
Jordan,
Mike
I think, is a
Tyson.
debate, but
I would agree with that. Yeah.
But not Jordan. I think Jordan right now is still on everybody is topical because everybody's all over the brand Jordan and
All
the
right.
Air Jordans.
Let's get Pena in real quick. 713-780-3776. What is your cash or trash, Pena?
Hey guys, what's up? So UFC was very overwhelming the last 2 championships, but the Sphere is probably one of the best sporting venues. Cash it or trash it.
Hey, Payne, you doing all right? You okay today? Oh, he hung up.
Hung up on you.
He didn't have the juice that he normally had.
No, he's also late.
He didn't have the juice.
to be fair, he actually called in earlier, but I was about to give my take, so I couldn't do.
He's mad at Brian.
I couldn't multitask.
Brian, big time.
That's what it is.
You're here, but I'm here. Goodbye.
I knew something was up. I
He did
sniffed it
sound
out.
a little off, didn't
He
he?
sounded a little off.
Yeah.
I was so taken aback by his tone and his demeanor that I don't even know what he
Yeah,
said.
usually we have an
We
intern to
apologize,
screen the
Pena.
calls,
We
but
get that side of
not
Brian
today.
sometimes too.
Yeah,
We're sorry.
He big leagued him. He gave him the cold shoulder.
Yeah.
What did he say? I was so caught
That
up with the fact that he
Sphere
was
is
off.
going to uplift the UFC championships when it goes to Vegas.
Oh, that was pretty cool.
Sphere is a very cool venue.
That was pretty cool. But Dana White was talking about how it's like a one-off thing.
Oh, I don't follow UFC enough to have it.
He said that they have a deal with MGM and it's a one-off thing. And
Sphere's an MGM thing?
no,
Oh, I get
No.
it. So they can't keep going to the Sphere.
yeah, he says they have a deal with MGM. They let him out of his contract for one night. I think it had something to do with the Canelo fight being that night too, and that he feels like it's a one-off. But he said never say never. He said never, and he also said MGM screws him. So
Never quit.
see, this is the mantra for leaders, great CEOs. Dana White saying never say never. Cal
Never,
McNair. Yeah.
never quit.
We should get some sort of like just play that over and over. Just go to bed at night. Condition
Never,
yourself to be great.
never quit.
Let's
Talk
go out.
about bad dreams. You go to sleep hearing that over and over again.
This sounds like
Yikes.
a great dream. Sounds like a great time. Who was on hold, Brian?
Troy.
All right, let's go back out to the HRP listener line. Troy, what's your cash 'em or trash 'em?
Cornhuskers make it to the playoffs the next 2 years.
Okay,
I
next 2
uplift.
years.
I said this the other day that it's not going to be this year, but it's going to be soon. I could see them getting into it next year. So I'll trash it because I don't see it this year.
He said within the next 2.
I thought he said in the next 2 years.
Yeah.
Not within the next 2 years. I thought
What's
he
the
said
difference?
In the
it
next
means
2
he's going
years,
to do it.
it's the same.
It means they're going to do it this year and next
No,
year.
it
No,
doesn't.
this year or next year.
Inside the next 2 years.
Oh, well, then I'll cash it.
He said Nebraska, right? Sorry.
He
He
did.
did. He did.
Yeah, I would cash that
They're
as well.
currently 22nd in the country. What does the rest of their schedule look like this year?
Next year, there's going to be recruits in the offseason that want to play with him.
They have
with
to
Raiola.
go. They have to go to Ohio State and USC this year.
Yeah, I don't see it this year, but I see it next year.
Can they get in though? If they lose if they go 1-1 in those 2 games and run the rest of their schedule, can they get in with that? I think they could get in
I
this
think you
year.
could get in
I
with
think
2
you get in on
losses in
top
the
of
12 team.
USC.
I don't think they can get in with 2.
If they win the head-to-head
Depends
with
on who
USC,
the losses are too.
I don't think so. Like, if they lose at Ohio State and at USC, I don't think they're getting in.
I agree.
Not this year.
I think they could beat USC, but I don't see it happening. If they did, I think they could be the second Big Ten team.
I think it's in play. I would say it's probably like 30% chance this year.
I think it's big
I like
next-
Matt
bigger
Rule
next
as a
year.
college coach. I'm going to cash this one.
Yeah.
I'm going to cash this one for Troy.
Next year, I think there's going to be recruits and transfers that want to play with Raiola.
Who wouldn't want to play with Pat Mahomes in
Exactly.
college?
Great value, Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah.
With no salary cap.
Nick Sirianni will get fired before the end of the season.
Trash that.
Yeah, I'm going to trash
Trash.
that too. After the season,
Trash.
those in play, if they have another
no
disappointing
question
year,
at the end of the year.
if they go 9-8 and are ousted in the wild card round, I think he's fired.
I think they either have a long run that they don't have to win the Super Bowl, but they have to get deep into the playoffs or they're done.
Do you think Bill Belichick could be the next coach there?
Yes, I do.
That'd be so much fun.
I really do.
I
And
want him in the NFL again.
Although I think he's kind of having fun doing what he's doing.
I don't
He's just
care
not
about
making
his
the
fun. I
same
care
amount
about
of
my
money. I
fun.
know. No, look, but I like to see a different side of Belichick where he's actually entertaining.
That's debatable.
I think he brings a lot to the table because it's a combination of what he knows and how he explains it, but then also the fact you see he has some personality.
Mike McCarthy will get fired before the end of the season.
I'll cash that.
Really?
Yeah, I think the Cowboys. I've never been a fan of his, and I think the Cowboys are going to have more hiccups than they are success.
How many losses get him fired though?
I mean, Jerry said this is basically do or die for him anyway. And if they're teetering on making the playoffs or they're underachieving, I think at the end of the year he might just say, "Screw it," for wait until off season he's gone.
Yeah, I don't think it'll be in season.
Yeah, the question though was in season though, because if they're teetering, they're.
I said with a couple games like towards the end of the
team next year. Like the one that's the least likely is the Commanders.
Yeah,
Like,
it won't be the Commanders coach next
Like
year.
that's weird though.
Yeah, they
like of
just
all the 4 NFC East teams, the one that has the less odds to employ Bill Belichick as their head coach next year is Washington. The Giants could be in play. The Eagles could be in play. The Cowboys could be in play.
Yeah, I think the two best teams are going to be the ones that really. I think Dable survives, and they're going to let him have a chance with somebody else because he's a really good offensive mind. But I think that the two best teams with talent could be the two teams talking about Bill Belichick.
All right, last one here. Arch Manning takes over as a starting quarterback at Texas this year.
No, I can't say it this year.
No,
not this year.
Yours, I haven't seen the odds this year or this week for the Heisman, but he was the betting favorite to win the Heisman last week.
Exactly. Well, he's off the board now because of injury, and Arch Manning's all the way up, I think, at 8.
Is he really?
Yeah, he's way up there. I believe it's number 8, and Quinn's off the board. I just hate the conversation, though, because you're 1 week removed from winning at the Big House where Quinn is the favorite to win the Heisman, and you get hurt, and now you go from a favorite to win the Heisman to losing your job.
Yeah.
I get that the name says Manning on the back of his jersey, but man, that's so overreaction.
Not yet. Not
Nope.
yet. Not yet. All right. How many teams were better than the Texans last week? How many are better teams right now? 713-780-3776. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Hey, before we go to the break, look, we know it's hot. It's baking outside. It's an oven out there. We know those 100-degree temperatures, as much as we wish the fall season would be here weather-wise, they're not going anywhere anytime soon. That means you need somebody that's going to have your back if something goes wrong with your AC. And if it's not going wrong with your AC, but you're worried about the fact that in these dog days you don't want anything to go down or break down on your AC, you need to call Vanderford Air. Vanderford Air is the solution to all your problems when it comes to air conditioning, when it comes to, again, putting anything with your heater, your air conditioning, your hot water, your HVAC. You could put a complete dehumidifier system into your entire house that goes with your air conditioning, and it's simple and it's done by the best because VanderfordAir.com gives you all their services. Where I'm really going to stress this right now is with your air conditioning because of the dog days are still here with the temperatures. They give you all the guarantees that you always want and need when you're dealing with a service company. They guarantee all their work. They have a 100% satisfaction guarantee or your money back on everything that they do. When they do come to your house, the first things first, you call them. They're going to get you within 24 hours guaranteed, not waiting for a couple of days, not waiting until their call list thins out. No, you call them and they come to you within 24 hours of the call. Then when they're there, they're going to figure out what's going on with your system. In the case of something going wrong, they're going to tell you how much it costs to replace the part, and they're going to tell you how much it costs to replace the system. Both of these estimates are going to be done in writing. You're going to have the opportunity to select, and when you do, you have it all right there in front of you if you ever need it, for your satisfaction to be guaranteed. And with everything that they do, the people that are going to do the work and the work that they do is guaranteed. The parts, the entire systems, the temperature controls, the fact that everything's going to do exactly what they say it's going to do, it's guaranteed. That's what you want when you deal with a company that provides services. That's why I recommend Vanderford Air. Lock their number in your phone right now. Save it till you need it, or call them now and get your unit looked at before it gets too late. 281-557-COOL. That's the number. 281-557-COOL. Easy to remember, but definitely when you need it most, they're going to be at your door.
Live in the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees. Now back to Joel and Jeremy.
It's the Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. How many teams were better than the Texans last week? 713-780-3776. Who you got, Blankers?
I honestly think that the only team, Kansas City, for sure. You start with Kansas City.
You talking overall or this past week?
I'm saying this past week, Kansas City was, I think, still the best team until someone knocks them off. So I'm going to say Kansas City is still there. I think teams that were there a week ago are now gone. I think that when you look at the AFC and then you look at the overall NFL, there's not a whole lot of teams that I believe in are better than the Houston Texans. And I think that the one that's interesting, I think Buffalo really looks like they're a contender. And I didn't think they were going to be. And I was wrong about that. And I think Buffalo has climbed up, but I think that Baltimore obviously has fallen back. I think Cincinnati's a team that as much talent that they have to climb back from 0-2. So I think that from the standpoint of the Eagles lost, so many teams lost that to me, I have the Texans at number 2. I have the Texans right below the Kansas City Chiefs as the second best team in the NFL after everything that happened through last week. I know that we started with power rankings. We see everybody's power rankings from week to week. I know that in a lot of power rankings, they have now moved up into the top 5. I think the Texans are the second best team after 2 weeks of the season and what happened last week, right behind the Kansas City Chiefs.
Okay, so it sounds like more who are your top teams after 2 weeks of the NFL season?
Yeah.
Because if you were just going based on week 2, I think the Bills were better. I think the Saints were better. I think Tampa Bay was better. Like they went into Detroit, beat the Lions. I think the Vikings were better. Like they beat San Francisco.
I just think overall,
Arizona was better.
The totality of 2 weeks of the season and the fact that I think that on both sides of the football, I would take the Texans against the Saints. I would take the Texans against the Vikings. I would take the Texans. Look, I think the Bills, there's an honest discussion there because of how much better they were than I thought they were. But I think that, to me, maybe it's a little homerish, but I'll say right behind the Kansas City Chiefs, the Houston Texans should be number 2.
I think the debates probably are they second or they third. Because if you're going to eliminate all the teams that have lost a game, well, it's a 9-team conversation. It's the Bills, it's the Saints, it's the Vikings, it's the Texans, Chargers, Seahawks, Steelers, Chiefs, and Buccaneers. So if you're eliminating teams that have lost, you're operating with those two. Kansas City's the defending, reigning champion of the world. Then you would have them at the top. And then it's now, you going Bills, you going Texans. How much are you going to put the Saints in that conversation? Probably not a whole lot, even though they destroyed Dallas on the road no less. So I do think you have to consider them. They have looked great. I mean, their margin of victory is 62 points in the first 2 weeks of the season. No one's even close to that. But I wouldn't have them ahead of the Bills. I wouldn't have them ahead of the Texans. So Chiefs, and then the conversation is who's second, Bills or the Texans? If you look at, the Texans played at Indy, who is 0-2. They beat Chicago at home, who has a rookie quarterback. Buffalo beat Arizona, who looked really good in week 2 by 6. And they blew out Miami by 21. And, Tua got hurt. Well, they were up 21 when Tua got hurt. So, they were up 21 before Tua even got concussed when he ran into DeMar Hamlin. So I would have Buffalo second ahead of the Texans. I would be tempted to have the Saints higher than the Texans based on 2 weeks of results. But the way that you put it, if they're playing in a football game in Dallas tomorrow, maybe I shouldn't put it in Dallas because that was kind of the Saints' home turf on Sunday. If they go play at the Alamo Dome, I would pick the Texans to beat the Saints on a neutral field today. But if you're going based on resume after 2 weeks, I'd have the Saints ahead of them.
Yeah, I think that I don't know. Everybody looks at it differently. I think that there are teams that have lost a game that I still think are going to be legit Super Bowl contenders, just because of the fact, from the standpoint of, we were talking about this with the 0-2 teams. I think as good as the Chiefs are, I think Cincinnati looked like that they might have been the better team. They just lost the game. I think Cincinnati's got a boatload of talent. I don't think Jamar Chase was right that they're the team to beat, but I think at the end of the year, Cincinnati's still going to be heard from to where I think they're a really good football team.
This is why I hate power rankings, though. They mean nothing. Go play. This is the beauty of the NFL. There are qualifiers to make the playoffs, and then you have a playoff where you have to play. Who cares that I think the Texans could be potentially 4th behind Buffalo and the Saints? They're going to have an opportunity to prove that they are the best team in the NFL.
So then right after that's why I said, so instead of doing power rankings through week 2 or after week 2 or just because of week 2, how many teams are better than the Houston Texans? I think it's just one.
I think that's power rankings.
That is a power ranking.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, that's a fine conversation to have because I think that is okay. Are you taking the Bills? You taking the Saints? You taking the Texans? Where do you have the 1-1 teams? Like if you're going strictly resume, it's hard for me to include the 1-1 teams up there.
Yeah, I mean, you think about it, from as good as the Niners looked in week 1, then they go and they crap the bed against Minnesota.
Yeah, I would have them off.
And get it that McCaffrey didn't play, but nonetheless, you still had enough weapons, and you're still supposed to be such a hyper talented team. You're not supposed to lose that game and lose it by they were losing the whole game. So and Philadelphia is a team that basically had the game in their back pocket. They found a way to lose. I think that from a good team perspective, good teams find a way to win that game. They don't lose that game, and I think that that's a knock against them to where I would put the Texans above them right now.
Yeah. Twitch is lighting you up. Big C says Blankers love you, but you're crazy.
That's because he's a Saints fan.
I know that's true. Todd the Show barely beating the Bears isn't a great sign. Cap neither is barely beating the Colts. 75 barely beating a team with a quarterback who paints his nails as bad. That's a straight.
Okay, but you say barely beating the Bears, but we already said that if Tank catches the ball up the seam and they don't fumble inside the 4-yard line with Cam Akers, that's not a barely beating the Bears team. They looked like they were in total control of that game all night long.
That's some ifs and buts, though.
But they did that, though. I mean, we could say if Tank catches it and they don't fumble, but Cam did fumble it and Tank did drop it. I mean, that's part of it. Like the teams that blow other teams out were catching those passes and not fumbling like the Saints did.
Okay, but at the same time, they won the game. The margin of victory we talk about all the time, whether it's 2 or 12 or 20, they won the game. And they look like they were in complete control of the game as opposed to teams that didn't and or lost the game, like Philadelphia.
Well, this is all a beauty contest because there's 9 undefeated teams, so they'd all have the 2-0 record, and now you're comparing basically beauty. Who did it more impressively? In the Texans' combined margin of 8 points isn't. If you're strictly looking at resume, an 8-point margin over 2 games isn't going to look as impressive to some of these other teams.
Like, because I'm going to the head-to-head card too, so I'm looking at roster as well as did you win. If you want to include by what margin did you win, fine. I'm more concerned with did you win and how much do I believe that you can continue to do that against whoever you play. Mm-hmm. And I believe their roster's better than the Saints. I believe that they're
I agree with that part.
Okay. Where do you have them?
I have them second. I had them second last week. I don't see a reason to move off of it. I mean, the 49ers with the injuries to Debo and to Christian McCaffrey, obviously the loss on the road to the Vikings didn't inspire much confidence. The Bills is the tough one. I think that is the debate at 2, Bills or Texans. I had Texans better, so I'm going to keep them better until they play on the field and prove it. Otherwise, I do trust CJ more than Josh Allen. And I do trust the defense in Houston, even though they've had some problems. I trust D'Amico more than what they do in Buffalo. So I'll stick with the Texans at 2.
It sounds like we're the college football playoff committee.
A little bit.
Which resumes better?
Straight the schedule.
0426 says New Orleans 8341. The Saints beat the Panthers and the Cowboys. Big whoopee. I mean, the Cowboys are better than any opponent the Texans have beaten.
Yeah, don't dismiss the Cowboys. They've won. We had Brad Kellner pointed this out when we had him on Friday. They've won 12 games in a row, or they've won 12 games in a season 3 years in a row. The Cowboys are a good team. They didn't look like it on Sunday, but you can't dismiss that as some cupcake win like the Texans have had.
No, they're a playoff team. They're a playoff team, and they got rolled at. I mean, the Saints rolled them in their building. 4-3-2-1. Are you kidding me? The Texans are not number 2 right now. I would put the Bills, the Saints, maybe even the Packers healthy. Possibly even Minnesota.
The Packers aren't healthy. We
and
can't live in this world
get
of
me
ifs.
involved in that discussion.
3066. Be careful. Vikings are going to get that butt on Sunday. Skull. 4515. What game was Joel watching? Texans did not look good this weekend. Wish they did, but the Saints demolished 2 teams in a row just to start with who looked better. I mean, they won by 6. They scored 19 points. The offense was anemic in the second half.
Okay, but
they had 12
you're
penalties.
Saying they didn't look good. They looked good in the first half offensively. I think they looked good all game defensively. Mm-hmm. And I think that there's plenty to see there to say that they are a damn good football team.
I think that they have shown in each of the 2 games that they have the potential to be really stinking good. I don't think that they've played great football yet.
That's fair. Great football.
And I think the Saints have. I think the Saints have played great.
But at the end, but to flip that, to say, can the Saints sustain that? Do you feel like the Saints are a team that's going to compete when the playoffs come around, as opposed to the Texans? I would say the answer to New Orleans is no.
This is more of an argument of how you compile your rankings. Quite frankly, it's like you're looking at, okay, these teams are good. They've had the wins. They've beaten these teams. And then this is what I predict of them to go forward. Whereas I'm looking at just give me a 2-week resume, which again, I hate this conversation. I think it's stupid. Like in any sport that has a playoff, these conversations are moot. The only time that these conversations ever matter is clickbait and the college football playoff committee before they expanded the playoffs to now 12 teams. And that might matter a little bit whenever you're looking at the teams on the bubble. Same thing with like NCAA tournament. 713-780-3776. Out to the HRP listener line. Keith, you're in the hive of the bees. What's up?
Hey guys, power rankings. Big game this weekend. Obviously, Vikings, Texans, a couple of 2-0 teams. At the end of that Niners-Vikings game, Brock Purdy went up and Brian Flores had a quick exchange. He said something like, "This, your scheme is crazy." The Vikings have 11 sacks in 2 games. How are Texans fans feeling about this game? Is this going to be a tough game?
We'll talk to you about it on Friday. It's too early to do Viking preview radio. Sorry, Keith. Keith
is pseudo program director. At
yeah, well, we'll do that stuff more later in the week. 4-3-2-1. The Bears also fumbled on the goal line, so there's that. They didn't. The Texans did.
Yeah, the Bears didn't.
The Bears didn't fumble on the goal. Like
They
I'm not
didn't
missing
fumble
that,
on the
right?
goal-
No,
no,
the
they didn't
Texans
fumble
did
on the
that.
goal line.
Give the Saints time; they'll start to blow it soon. I do agree with that, and that's where like blank, like the subjectiveness of rankings is kind of what's in play here. Where like Blankers doesn't believe in the Saints going forward, which I agree with him. It's just if we're looking at it based on 2 weeks, I think the Saints have been the most impressive team behind the maybe the
I
most
think a
impressive
lot of it
team.
too comes down to between the teams themselves and the players on them. You get so many people that want to just attack them like they look like absolute dog snot. When you realize, hey, there's something to getting the W. There's something to the fact that there was a whole lot that you can see there.
But 8
that's
other teams have done
substance.
that too, though,
But then it begins,
and more impressively.
but that's the thing. It gets down to, a lot of times you can put lipstick on a pig. I mean, you got the win now, but do I believe that that's a team that's going to win when it's important? No. Do I believe that when you have teams that are supposed to win when it's important that have already lost multiple games or a game and look bad? And I think that the Texans have they're building in the right direction, and they have a great roster and a lot of talent.
Yeah, you're looking more if they played on a neutral field tomorrow, who's
Yes,
winning.
yes.
But what if they're playing a neutral field against the Ravens?
Right now, I think I take the Texans over the Ravens.
Okay. 3066. Blankers ain't giving the Vikings credit. Vikings legitimately beat the 49ers. It's a good win. It's a good win. 8341. Oh, no. Now we're looking at the back of the baseball card at the Cowboys. Like, isn't that how you do power rankings, though? Like, looking at the back of the baseball card on what has been, unburdened by what will be. The Texans have potential to be great. Potential is something that hasn't happened yet. Let's go back out to the HRP listener line. Chris from Cyprus. You're in the hive with the bees. What is up, Chris?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking the call. I just want to point out a couple of things about some of these wins that the Vikings and the Saints got. Now, same thing with the Texans. New head coach, new offensive coordinator, new quarterback. You kind of get they got surprised by their schemes. They didn't have much tape. Same thing with the Vikings. The Saints got a new offensive coordinator. So now those surprise wins can be contributed to, we coming in, we supposed to beat on these guys, but hey, they brought out these tricks. They brought out something we don't have on tape, and they kind of got these surprise wins. Whereas the Texans, you have a year worth of tape on D'Amico. You have a year worth of tape on CJ and some of their schemes. So that's all I got to say. I want to put it out there. So I think those wins can be contributed to that early.
Those are good points, Chris. Appreciate the call. The one thing on the flip side on the Texans, however, is the fact that they did add a whole lot of pieces that you didn't know how D'Amico was going to use because he didn't have them last year.
Yeah, but you have, scheme and stuff. Like, you kind of get a pretty good feel. Now, you can go back and watch, San Francisco stuff whenever you're looking at Clint Kubiak and get an idea. I think Chris's point has some validity. I give it a lot of validity, but there ain't nothing that's a surprise about a 44-19 whooping. That's not a surprise. It was 35-16 at the half. Like, that's not a surprise.
And in week one, though, they were talking about how great the Dallas defense looked and the talent on the defense and how Zimmer's just that long-term defensive-minded, like really smart defensive coordinator. That was embarrassing.
Yeah. 713-780-ESPN. Let's get to some overreactions around the NFL. What are your overreactions around the NFL after the second week
Texans are
of
the number
the
2 team in the
year?
league.
It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
8835, dang, y'all. Stiff arm Keith's call. Wow, Viking scheme is crazy. 11 sacks, 2 big wins. Love Keith. I think the Vikings are way better than people give them credit for. Blake Cashman's playing like a wild man. John Grenard hopefully doesn't have a grade 1 ankle sprain. Sam Darnold's better than advertised. Preview radio sucks, especially on a Tuesday.
Has Grenard had any sacks yet?
Well, yeah, I think he had one this past weekend. Yeah, we'll do that Friday. It's Tuesday. I'm not talking Vikings on Tuesday. Preview radio's awful. And I love Keith. Keith gives me his lunches and stuff and tells me to grade them. And they're usually terrible. Usually he eats awful.
Nice. I love Keith, but his taste sucks.
Yeah, he has. I do question his palate. All right, what are your NFL overreactions after week 2? 713-780-3776. What is your biggest overreaction after 2 weeks into the year?
Well, there's been a lot. I really believe that as much as everybody's thinking that the end is near for the Ravens and for the Bengals, I saw so much to be encouraged about, especially with the Bengals and the Ravens. I always find a way to figure it out. For me, it's more about the Bengals. As much as there was concerns in week 1 about Joe Burrow and he can't pick up a water bottle and Jamar Chase and that Jamar Chase doesn't play. And then he already makes the statement that everybody's gunning for him because they're the team to beat. They didn't give you a whole lot of reason to not believe that if they played again, that they would have a legit chance to beat Kansas City. I think that the demise of the Bengals has been grossly overrated and that the Bengals are going to be heard from loudly at the end of the year.
Yeah. My biggest, I have 2, and mine are division related. I believe I overrated the AFC South. I think the AFC South is the worst division in the NFL. I think they have one beauty queen in the Houston Texans, and the rest of the division is awful. I think the AFC South is not good. I would go as far to say the worst division in the NFL, and I severely overrated the division as a whole. On top of that, I severely underrated the NFC South. The NFC South is pretty stinking good, at least through 2 weeks. The Saints are 2-0. They blasted Dallas on the road. The Falcons 1-1, but what did they do last night? They beat Philadelphia in Philly. Tampa Bay's 2-0. They won at Detroit. Like, the NFC South has built up a resume after 2 weeks that looks pretty nice.
No, there's no doubt about it. I severely underrated Baker Mayfield and the Buccaneers. I severely underrated the Saints and Derek Carr, of all people, and Kamara, who I thought didn't have much left in the tank. The Saints have been extremely impressive. They have a legit offense now, and they look really good on both sides of the football. And I think even from a Patriots perspective, I didn't know what Gerard Mayo was going to be. I didn't think their quarterback situation looked great no matter which direction they turned, whether you believe that Drake May was going to get the start, but he wasn't there yet, or Brissett's there again and you don't believe in him. I grossly underrated all 3 of those teams.
Yeah. Your biggest overreaction, 713-780-3776, 7308. Biggest overreaction, how on the aggregate, the Texans' offense has looked pedestrian. I don't know if he's saying that they are or he thinks that's an overreaction to the fact that they haven't been. I think the Texans' offense has been overall good. I feel like they haven't been the most efficient in terms of scoring points, but they had 6 of their 10 drives in week 1 ended in points. 2 of those drives were effective. Into the first half should have ended in points. Final drive didn't score points in that game, but 4-minute offense didn't allow the Colts to get the football back. So against Indy, I thought 8 of their 10 drives were efficient. That's pretty good production. First half against Chicago, they scored on 4 of their first 5 drives in the first half. Second half, that's where the issue is. But I think the Texans' offense has been generally good 2 games into the year.
Yeah, I think there's room to improve, but I think that's what you want at this point in the season. And you look at how many numbers and how much inconsistency there's been offensively across the league. But to know that they have still been very effective, CJ's had better numbers than the majority of the quarterbacks. But with all the weapons that you have, and I think Dalton Schultz, you could say, was underutilized, but he hasn't really been a factor. The fact that Mixon got hurt means when he comes back that we not continue to see it, but it looks like that offense from a running game perspective can be really, really good. The line looks really good, and now you lose Juice Scruggs. So I think that they can get better, but I just think that they already shown enough to know that they have an offense to be reckoned with.
Yeah, I don't think they've played close to their best. They have shown the potential to be a really good football team. I don't think through 2 weeks they've played like championship contender good because that you don't have to be there in the first 2 weeks. You got to put yourself in a position to be there late in the year. I think they have a really good chance to do that. 8835 Chiefs should be 0-2. Mahomes is not a good fantasy quarterback without Pacheco. This team will fade. Mahomes is not a good fantasy quarterback. I agree with that. I faded him a lot. Should they be 0-2? That's tough to say. Pacheco's only going to – this isn't a season-ending deal with Pacheco. I think that they're going to be fine. I think they're still going to win games. I think they'll get Pacheco back. I still think they're going to be very dangerous once the playoffs happen.
Yeah, no, look, I think that there's no doubt about it. We can leave it there. I just feel like the how many times have we been through this where you look at the Chiefs and people are saying, even last year, they're done. They don't look the same. They're not going to win it. And all of a sudden, and Kelsey's washed, and they don't have the receivers. And at the end of the day, when all is said and done, they're hoisting the trophy for the second time in a row. And you realize Andy Reid is a genius. Patrick Mahomes is damn good, whether it's fantasy points or not. And they make the best of the players that they have. And, oh, by the way, their defense that everybody still sleeps on, their defense is still a massive reason why they're back-to-back Super Bowl champs.
Yeah, overreaction. Will Levis will be benched for Mason Rudolph? That is an overreaction. I don't think he's going to be benched.
Think they're going to. Look, I think that Callahan did what he did to basically make the point of you have to be better, but the ability is still enough, and it's there that they're going to keep rolling with him.
Yeah, I don't think Callahan thinks he's in desperation to win this year.
No, he's just got to get a wake-up call and a kind of a swift kick in his ass that says, stop doing that.
Yeah, I mean, Levis has potential. He really does.
Mm-hmm.
Now, he makes really stupid plays, and he's trying to beat that out of him. 8755, overreaction. I'm the guy that texted in last week saying Tank looked rusty. I'm still saying he looks rusty, but another thing to think about, he may be a slow starter. Took a while for him last year. Is Tank Dell the Texans' version of Alex Bregman?
No. I think as his career goes on, he's not going to do this every year, and sometimes it happens to the best of them. I don't have that kind of feeling with Tank Dell.
7584, biggest overreaction has to be people talking about the Saints as a legitimate Super Bowl contender. See, I will not go to those extremes. I can say that the Saints 2 weeks into the year have the second best resume in the NFL, maybe the top resume in the NFL, but I do not think they're a legitimate Super Bowl contender.
No, I don't either.
I think they can win the division.
I think two things can be said. They're surprising. They're talented. They're way better than I thought they were going to be. But do I think that they're a Super Bowl contender? No. And even that's saying even in the NFC, when you basically have a very top-heavy conference, I don't think that they're one of the top heavies.
Ocho, my overreaction is Fairbairn's a better kicker now than Justin Tucker ever was. Ocho's got some hot takes.
That is
He's got some heaters. I love it. Andy Dalton, that's a Cashmere Tresham. No Cashmere Treshams there. Here's a couple of the other NFL overreactions from ESPN. The Saints are the best team in the NFL.
That's
or the
huge,
NFC, my bad.
Huge,
NFC.
Either way, huge overreaction. I just said that in a top-heavy NFC,
Who's
they're not one of the
better,
top
though?
heavies. San Francisco
They
at the end of
lost.
the year is
San Francisco lost
San
at
Francisco's
Minnesota.
better. That's for the end of the year, right?
Yeah, it's just like who you have the most confidence in.
I have the most confidence in the San Francisco 49ers. I have the second most confidence, believe it or not, still in the Philadelphia Eagles.
Who lost at home against Atlanta.
But at the end of the year, I think everything will be fine.
Uh-huh.
And I think it was the right play call. And I think Saquon's going to make that play. And if he stays healthy, he's a huge upgrade in their running game. And I think the Lions are better.
Who lost at home against Tampa
And I
Bay.
still think that based on where they've been and what they've done, they will be heard from again.
No, I think it's an overreaction, too. The Panthers will draft a quarterback at number 1 overall for the second time in 3 years.
If they have the worst record, yes. I think regardless, I think they're drafting a quarterback as long as it's a high first-round pick.
I don't think so. I don't think it's a good quarterback draft. I think they're going to go a different direction. I still think that they're going to try to get Bryce Young going. Sam Darnold will lead the Vikings to the playoffs.
Oh, God, overreaction. No way.
NFC's kind of soft.
I should have said that. I should have picked them as one of the 3 2-0 teams, and that's on me, but I'll stick with what I said. But I still think as good as Sam Darnold has been early on, and I think they're going to be decent all year, and they've got weapons, I don't think that they're going to be a playoff team.
All right, 713-780-ESPN HRNP listener line. Let's get to our Will of Bits. You never know what you're going to get. You just know it's going to be really stinking good. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Hey, sports bettors. That's you. Brian, I'm here to tell you about my favorite sportsbook and casino. That's BetUS.com. Football is back, so it's time to get in on the action. I endorse one sportsbook and casino, and that's BetUS. If you want a game plan to win this season, then check out BetUS. BetUS went large for you this season with a huge offer. a 125% sign-up bonus on your first 3 deposits. That's right, a 125% bonus on your first 3 deposits. BetUS offers value other sportsbooks simply do not. Gambler's insurance, crypto bonuses, casino bonuses, plus they have all the products you need. Competitive odds, parlays, live betting, odds boost, prop betting. When you're ready to lay down your bet, give your bet an edge. Why not combine your sign-up bonus with knowledge? Get that knowledge with expert analysis, picks, and predictions on all major sports on their very own BetUS TV. Get started today at BetUS.com or give them a call at 1-800-MY-BETUS. BetUS, where the game begins.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
It's that time of year again. We want to thank all our loyal listeners at our 2024 Listener Appreciation Party. Join the team from ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 for an evening of food from Philly Flats, BB's Tex Orleans, J Bar M, Lanes, and Halal Guys. Drinks will be provided from Tejas Beer and Space City Vodka. There will also be a raffle where you can win a great prize from the Republic Boot Company, but that's not it. The 2022 Astros trophy will also be at the listener party, and you'll be able to take a picture with the trophy. Caller number 3 right now to 713-780-3776 wins a pair of tickets to our ESPN listener party for behind-the-scenes look at where and how your favorite shows and videos are made. We're only giving away a certain amount of tickets. You'll need one to come to the party. So if you don't win now, you can still head to ESPN975.com under the promotions tab to secure your tickets today. Ocho says, shout out to the $5 value meal at McDonald's because these $8 to $12 combo meals are criminal. I have seen inflation at fast food places. It is expensive now to get a little cheap burger.
He ain't wrong about the deals at McDonald's though. My kids, because they love the nuggets and those bundles and the deals that they got going. They're solid.
Yeah, they aren't the worst thing in the world. Texans worked out Irv Smith Jr. today, tight end. Maybe it's just to get eyes on him in case they need a tight end in the future.
Alabama, right? Back in the day.
I don't know.
I think he's a Bama guy that was drafted high, but just never lived up to expectations.
Not sure. And then UH Football Stadium is a new name, Space City Financial Stadium. It sounds so good. Doesn't that sound good?
It's easier to roll off the tongue than the
TDECU Stadium. Doesn't Space City Financial Stadium sound way better than TDECU Stadium?
Tell me it was like brought to you by the network.
No, there's no relation.
Yeah, I mean, I had never heard of it, but it does.
It's new. It was a merger.
Okay, cool. I like it.
Yeah, it was a merger. It's a way better name. Honey Glaze Branham on the text line asking us, are you going to give Juggalo Trey his flowers for going on Kill Tony? I didn't see the actual bit. I saw people tweeting about it. I saw his picture on it, but I didn't see it.
What is Kill Tony?
It's like a comedian that like roast you.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, he's big time.
He is. Look, I'm extremely proud.
No,
of Trey.
Kill Tony is.
Oh,
big
but I'm proud of Trey because Trey had issues with like being in stage fright and being in front of people and even talking on a microphone. To him, doing stand-up comedy is one thing, but the fact that he's getting gigs, that's pretty solid.
Yeah, that was I did not expect to see that on my timeline today. I'll have to go back and watch it. If somebody has it, actually tweet it at me. I don't know exactly where to find it, or I don't want to
watch that.
Yeah, send it to us. Tweet it at us. At Pac-Man Joel, at Jeremy Branham. I do want to watch that bit. All right, let's get to our Will of Bits.
The Killer Bees are back, and I honestly have no idea what's happening next. Could it be the next great big food debate? The biggest Joel rant of all time? Jeremy trolling someone to the point of crying? Or just some actual bees making some honey? Well, let's find out. It's time for the Wheel of Bits.
Oh my goodness, would you look at this? What an enormous spin.
Let's give out great life advice.
Great life advice. Someone's offering you a bet on the text line. Blankers, I'm willing to bet a bottle of whiskey my Titans beat your Packers. Care to take the bet?
I'm not betting on that quarterback.
He goes,
kidding me?
I'll pay up if I lose.
Do you believe him?
I made a whiskey bet with Joe George. He hasn't paid me. He hadn't paid up for that one.
He hasn't paid me my hat either.
Yeah. So, all right. So, great life advice.
Yeah, so I need some life advice on how to handle a situation. Maybe this is something we could do on a semi-regular basis. Some of this would fit into Mailbag Monday, obviously, but if anyone needs life advice, I think there's no three better guys to ask.
No question.
So, definitely hit us up.
Definitely one.
Yeah, we're not going to tell you which one, but you should only listen to one of us.
Someone will.
But anyway, so it was my birthday recently, and my sister sent me a gift. She doesn't live in Houston, so there's no chance that she's listening. She lives in San Antonio, and so I get this gift in the mail today. I open it up, and there's a book in there that's fine. It wasn't a book I'd heard of, but it's fine. And then the other item is what you guys have now seen in your text. It's like this license plate thing to hang up in your room and somewhere in your house. I do have a man cave, but it doesn't seem like she looked fully at this thing because it says Little Man Cave, which is clearly, and you see the graphics on it, It's clearly designed for a 12-year-old. I'm 41. I don't know how, I think I just have to lie to my sister, right? And just say, hey, great, I love it. That's very thoughtful of you, but I don't know how to respond to her because she's like, I got it today, so she's expecting a text or a call at some point to thank her for this gift, I'm sure. But she sends me this, and it's so clearly with the graphics and the words Little Man Cave designed for a 12-year-old. So, do I thank her for it? What do I say? Do I hang this up in my room in my man cave when she's over to visit my child? Like, how do I handle this?
Maybe she's not saying you're like a little man. Maybe she's saying your man cave's little, and she's shaming your man cave.
But she's not spelling it L-I-L.
I don't think she has to.
Or
spell
maybe
it
you think she's not aware of the fact that she bought you a child's gift?
I don't think she is. That's
where I would go, ha ha, you got me. I see what you did there. You poked fun of me with the kid sign, but the book I loved.
No.
Yeah, but if she doesn't know that she sent me a kid's gift, is she then mad or upset at herself or mad at me for calling her out on it? Like, I could see this going in a way where she takes it poorly. And is it worth?
See, I don't value the relationship with my sister that much, so I would be brutally honest. But I don't give that advice to you because I don't know if everybody's like that.
We found out some truths today on the show.
Big time.
Here's what I would do. And I'm usually pretty blunt. I would thank her for the gift. Hey, thanks for the gift. Appreciate it. Means a lot. Love you. And then I would re-gift this. That's what I would do.
You guys' birthday's in June, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
I don't have a man cave though, so
I don't either anymore.
Yeah.
Okay. Damn.
I think
I'll
that's what you have
find
to. I
someone
think
else.
you're just gonna have to regift it.
Branham's got kids though, so he can
Oh,
make
that's
it for
true.
their room. That could be the little man
Brandon
cave.
baby needs something like
if
this.
you give this to me, it's gonna end up in the trash. So I mean, that's your prerogative. If you want to give it to me, fine.
Well, it's going to
But
end up in
it's going
someone's
to end up
trash.
in the
So
trash.
We know you're not giving up the Jason Statham autobiography she got you.
no,
so we
of
just
course
have to
not.
deal with
no,
the
it's-
sign.
no,
Why don't you just hang it up?
Because it's for a child.
What if she comes over and she's expecting
It
to
says
see
little
it?
man cave. It's so obvious.
How big is your man cave?
It's a normal room. I haven't measured it. It's a normal bedroom size.
What if she comes over? How frequently does she come to Houston?
Like 4 times a year.
So
what if it's not us?
Well, that's the thing. She's usually only here, to be honest, she's mostly here to visit my daughter. So she's not going to really be in the man cave. So I don't think she'll
That
necessarily
doesn't necessarily mean she doesn't kind of look at the house, walk around, see what you've done.
But she's going to be in the living room like 99% of the time.
I think
that
she's
other
shamming.
1% could be a killer.
I think she's shamming your man cave. Quite frankly,
man.
I don't think
that would be a bold move.
I don't think she was. I think she's having a little fun. What's her personality like?
Not someone that would do that.
She doesn't like fun.
I don't think that's her sense of humor now.
Are y'all twins?
No, she's 2 years younger.
What do you have hung up in your man cave?
I mean, there's like an Oilers fat head. There's some Longhorns memorabilia. There's not a lot. There's like that famous Muhammad Ali Sonny Liston poster. Some boxing gloves signed by Raul Marquez. Not a whole lot.
I think you should hang it up just outside the door, and then you should
On
touch
the
it
doorway.
every time you walk
Like
in.
the Notre Dame sign.
Yeah,
Play
that's
like a
that.
winner.
I think is an idea. You should consider that. Sleep on it.
Feel like a little man today when you walk into
Oh
the cave.
my God.
Cap says put the sign behind something else, and if she happens to notice, tell her it fell. That's a great idea.
That's really well
Like,
played.
do you have drawers in there, or like
Yeah,
cabinets, or a TV stand?
Yeah.
Just put it behind
She
it.
legit may be looking for.
Oh,
it.
that's good.
That's a really good
right
idea.
behind the it was on the wall, but
Twitch
it fell down
and
behind
Catfish
the TV
is
stand.
saving the day.
Oh my God.
Yeah, because I mean, if you're going to give it away, throw it away. It's
That's
the
the
same
winner.
thing as hiding it behind something.
Yeah.
That's the
And then
winner.
it fell off the wall.
It fell off-
Sorry.
Yeah. All you have to do is put
Here
up
it
little
is.
pins. Oh, there it was. But look, one of the pins is down.
Keep a couple of thumbtacks nearby.
Yeah.
Say, you know what? Must have fallen down.
Or you could just actually hang it up when she's there, and then hide it
Yeah.
behind the TV stand when she's not.
Ugh, I don't want it up, man.
But then hide it. Hide
Yeah,
it behind something
think
where it
that's
falls.
I think that's the winner. I think you hide it. I hide it behind like a shelf, and
Yeah.
she asks like, "Oh, it was right there, but it must have fallen off
Yep.
the wall."
Faux a fall.
Because you
is what
can't,
you gotta
you
do
can't
here.
regift it. She may go looking for it.
Personally, I wouldn't care, but I'm kind of
So
ruthless.
would you toss it if it was if this was your sibling giving it to you?
There's a chance I might regift it, but it doesn't. I mean, probably not a great regift.
No, it's not.
So
It's not.
I'd
It's a
probably
bad gift.
I mean, I would either throw it away or hide it like in the annals of my closet.
I would definitely, if I wasn't concerned about feelings, there's no doubt I would give it away.
Do you have a little
Just
man
like, who
cave
do you-
though?
like, who do you
No,
even
I would give
to
it to
though?
Joe's son.
Oh yeah, that's a good call.
Yeah, the little man cave for his room.
Yeah, because I mean, it's probably maybe a little designed for kids a little bit older than Joe's kid, but this is not designed for anyone older.
Obviously,
than 12.
Jeremy's already said he's not going to put it up for baby Brandon baby. So
No.
you give it to Joe's kid. Joe would definitely put it up
Okay.
You think? Why do you think he definitely would?
because I just feel like those are the kind of
You
things
know,
that he'd
I
be all
wanna-
right. He'd be cool with.
Maybe he just says yes to your bad gifts and he hides them behind TV
Is there-
stands.
if
First of all,
Joe's
who's
not
to say they're
listening, should
bad gifts?
Him.
Well, his wife didn't, because she unsolicited told me that he's wearing the sweatsuit I got him.
Brian, are you gonna tell your sister it was a bad gift?
No, not a chance.
Do you think Brian thinks it's a bad gift?
I 100% think it's a bad gift.
So I don't know if that's the 100% authority there, Blankers.
I do want to test maybe trying to give this to Joe though, see if he puts it up.
He definitely would put it up for JJ.
And if he doesn't, I'll go with the backup plan of saying it fell down.
That's a good call.
And just tell me I might need that back 4 times a year when my sister comes to town. Don't throw it away.
5, 6, 6, 7. Are you the little brother?
No, I'm 2 years older.
Oh, okay. Well, then, yeah, the little is not great there. Joe's basically a replacement Trey Campbell. Gift it to her child.
She doesn't have one.
Okay, that makes it tough. Can't
Yeah.
do that.
No.
Hang it behind the open door.
Hmm.
That one says, I swear the Bears fumbled. No, you're wrong. Brian, hang up the gifts. Say thank you to your sister and carry on. No.
No, that's
No.
a bad look.
That's the mature approach, but
Yeah, but for 365, I don't want that hanging
I
in the
don't
man
want
cave.
you guys have seen the picture. Would you want that hanging up
No,
in your man cave?
not at all.
9953 to your family's not listen daily. Want the sister hear this? My family doesn't listen to me whenever I'm in the room.
My wife, I don't think has ever listened to the show. My sister lives in another city. She's not listening to
my
the show.
sister's in Wisconsin, and even if we were in the same room, she wouldn't listen to me.
Uncle Barney, Uncle Jack will listen. My wife will listen sometimes when she's in the car. Sometimes in the car. BMAC is 41. Holy cow. Was it a goofy type gift? Brian said she didn't really have that personality.
No.
I'll be honest, when you showed it to me for the first time, and then when you came on the air and said it's more of a license plate size, I was thankful because I was scared to death. If that was big and like a sign, a poster size, that ain't going up.
Yeah, no, if you thought it was like a street sign size, no, thankfully it's not.
Anything like that would have been too large for even if it was a joke.
Peter says I'd rather get advice from Twitch than you guys. Well, Peter, you're dumb.
That's really stupid.
She did that because she's making fun of you.
I don't think that's her personality.
Yeah, or she's like very subtle and she's like playing mind games.
This is one of the things you have to know the person, but I would be shocked if this was a joke.
All right. Well, best of luck with whatever you decide to do.
Hope the book was.
Let
I
us
think
know.
I'm going to give it to Joe.
Was the book spot on?
It's fine.
He just got it.
It's a sports book.
But
It's
I mean,
fine.
was it apropos for him, or did that gift suck too?
How's he going to know it's good already?
He might have gotten him a freaking Barney book or something instead of a book that he'd actually read.
It was a sports book. I'll check it out.
What was the book?
It's something about like best sports quotes. I don't know. It seemed very generic, but whatever.
So
It's
something you read on the toilet.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine.
God.
No,
It is.
Jeremy's right. It is. It's what we would have read on the toilet before we had cell phones in our hands.
Yeah.
Who reads a book on the crapper?
Before we
Everybody.
had cell phones in our hand.
I'm in and I'm out. I'm not wasting time. I'm not going to sit there just reading a book.
You didn't have the magazine
You
rack
have
before
a
cell
wife.
phones?
You have a wife and 2 kids. That's a place you go for solace.
No.
100%.
713.
I go to the couch. It'll be fine.
713-780-3776. Where do you take the book? All right, let's get to our car wreck of the day. What is your car wreck of the day? 713-780-3776. It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Hey, before we go to the break, a word for Stella Rosa wines. Look, I've been telling you about them. They're fantastic. They can go with just about anything you're serving for your viewing party or your game watch program. It's phenomenal. Multiple flavors. We had the pineapple last week. The week before that, we had one of the reds. Absolutely refreshing, served chilled. You can drink it all day long. You're not going to feel too much of the effect, but it's going to be exactly what goes with whatever you're eating and serving to your company, and they're going to love it. And on top of that, Stella Rosa Wines is also giving you an opportunity to go to the biggest college football game of the season. That's right. All you got to do is drink Stella Rosa Wines, but more importantly than that, just go check out the ESPN LA DreamTicket.com site, and you can register to get your chance to go to the biggest college football game of the season. Drink and pair Stella Rosa wines with all your snacks and game day treats, but get in on that contest with a chance to win because they want you to see that big game. ESPN LA DreamTicket.com gets you in the sweepstakes for your chance to win. Stella Rosa found at your local retailer. Just remember, enjoy it chilled and always celebrate responsibly.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Texans signed Scott Quisenberry to their practice squad. Probably not a great sign for Juice Scruggs. The groin injury.
Good point.
Although Aaron Wilson says he's on track to return this week. Although, we know Aaron. I saw Aaron this weekend. Talked to him for 20 minutes, actually.
20 minutes?
Yeah.
Wow.
Talked to Aaron for 20 minutes this week. He might have given me a piece of his mind. This is Hunter Brown's music. He's on the mound today. Astros have not released a lineup yet. But Hunter Brown, 11-8, 3.59 ERA, going up against Michael King, 12-9, 3.06 ERA. What are you expecting from Hunter
I'm
Brown?
going to go 6 1/3, 2 runs.
I'll take it.
Yeah, I believe in that tonight.
Is that enough to win the game?
It is. Yes,
I'll take
because of who's pitching on the other side, too. I believe that the Astros are going to get a win tonight.
Astros have also announced that Ben Gamble's been placed on the 10-day IL with a left fibula fracture.
Oh, my.
Do you remember what the diagnosis was?
Cal Tucker-ish?
Did he sleep on it wrong?
He left the game with a knee contusion. He left. They were calling this a knee contusion for Ben Gamble.
And now he's got a leg fracture?
And now it's a left fibula fracture. Who is diagnosing the injuries for the Houston Astros? Who's diagnosing them?
Diagnosing is the wrong word. They're just
They're guessing.
Yeah, they're just making it up and lying to us.
I listened to a podcast once about Dr. Death, which is a guy who like faked his way through medical school and was like doing these surgeries and basically guessing.
Yep.
He was guessing.
That's safe.
I think Dr. Death is diagnosing the Houston Astros.
I think you're probably right.
From a knee contusion to a left fibula fracture.
I mean, that's on par. I mean, we remember Javier. Neck bone turns into the UCL.
Just add it to the list, Brian. It's a laundry list at this point.
So weird.
It definitely is a laundry list.
So weird. All right. Soccer Matters coming up after us. Keep it here. Listen to Glenn Davis, legendary soccer commentator Jorge Ramos, Dynamo defender Eric Svitchenko. And then we'll talk Champions League as well. That's coming up at the top of the hour. Let's get to our car wreck of the day. All right, Blankers, what are you nominating?
You just said it. I was going to say the Astros offense last night, but the Astros medical staff / PR department / diagnosis team, wherever the hell you should just go back to the word discomfort because you can't do wrong right at this point.
I mean, the fibula is like, it's not even close.
Isn't that what Pacheco just hurt?
It is, yeah. He broke the fibula. Tank broke his fibula. Charlie Morton, with that line drive in the World Series, broke his fibula. Branham, playing pickup ball at the YMCA in college, broke his fibula.
What was Tucker's?
Drove myself to the X-ray machine. They didn't see it. That was the one they didn't see.
Was Tucker's that was fractured?
They said that was actually like the back of the tibia.
Okay.
Yeah, the fibula's on the side.
Yeah.
That's so whatever. Yeah, it's a good nominee. I was going to nominate that one too, so I'm glad that you did. Nick Sirianni, I'll give him the car wreck of the day. Like, oh, Saquon Barkley dropped that ball. No, it's Nick Sirianni. Nick Sirianni's a jabroni. I'll take a shot at Nick Sirianni every chance I get. All right, what are you nominating?
I'll quickly nominate this clip from Mad Dog trying to name a Seattle Seahawks wide receiver.
The Seahawks blocked a 48-yard field goal with 4 minutes left, which would have put the Pats up 6. That was a big play in this game. Smith played well, and his receivers, Metcalf caught 10, Jackson Smith, Nagujuba, the kid from Ohio State, he caught 12 more.
He was erring on the side of caution, which sometimes you have to do with that word.
Well done, Mad Dog. Never changed.
Juba.
You gotta take the side. You gotta err on caution.
Honestly, it could have gone worse.
Oh yes, it could
have gone way
worse.
worse.
Him too. Yes.
Car wreck of the day, the last segment. Car wreck of the day, the Eagles for out falconing the Falcons. Josh Seabrook, and then okay, that was probably Keith telling us about this that old guy. All right, what's winning?
Easily the Astros.
Medical staff.
Medical staff.
From a knee contusion to a broken fibula. Yeah,
he might be out till next year.
Oh, he's done for the year. That's a 6 to 8 week injury.
That's brutal.
Yeah, he's done for the year.
Well, if it's the Astros, he might wake up tomorrow and be fine.
No, they never.
Watch him be on the playoff roster.
They never over exceed expectations. How did they wait 3 days to get him on the IL? He has a broken bone in his fibula. Probably because they didn't look. So weird.
bad.
All
Not
right.
weird, bad.
They win. That does it for us. He's Brian. He's Blank. I'm Brian. I'm talking to you tomorrow, Houston. Glenn Davis, Soccer Matters right now on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome in everybody on the heels of the Killer Bees and Joel and Jeremy. It is time for Soccer Matters here, the hardest hitting hour of soccer talk coming your way. Self-proclaimed, by the way, self-proclaimed. Austin is behind the glass here tonight as usual. Great show in store for you tonight. We've got Eric Sviatchenko, the Houston Dynamo defender. He comes on the show live in segment 2. And then we've got the legendary announcer, Jorge Ramos, great friend as well. Super respectful man. Have really enjoyed his career. And the way he built it up actually started a lot of his hard work here in Houston with Radio Unica. And then he went on to Jorge Ramos and Su Banda. But, man, talk about an Uruguayan man that is passionate about the game. Jorge Ramos tonight. And Eric Sviatchenko. I think the best interview for the Houston Dynamo. Guy comes from a different experience in Europe. We'll talk to Eric tonight ahead of the Dynamo Vancouver tomorrow. Now, something special tomorrow. We will be live from Shell Energy Stadium tomorrow night. So I'm looking to work on getting Pat Onstad to be live ahead of that game. So we'll go 6 to 7, and then I'll flip it around at around 7:30 and do the Apple local call for those of you who want to know. All right. Big shout out to Mr. Lee and the Fort Bend Christian Academy. I'm going to call them a communications class. Ken Schlein and I came out there or went out there. In fact, Ken invited me to come with him, but we talked to this class about on-air commentary. And of course, Ken with the production side of things. Great time. Very uplifting. Great questions from a great group of young men. So we really appreciate that very much. Tomorrow night will be Kick Childhood Cancer Night at Shell Energy Stadium. So there you go. We have Eric Sviatchenko coming up again. So we're looking forward to that. And a young man named Lennon tomorrow night will be the kid captain for the night. So there'll be a lot of great action going on down there. But a very, very important game for the Houston Dynamo. So let's get to a couple of things today. Pat Onstad. Well, let me first just knock off some results here because today was a big Champions League game day. Juventus of Italy, 3-1 over PSV of the Netherlands. Weston McKennie getting one there. So that's good news. Boy, you know, if you ever want to just look at Weston McKennie's career, simply what has happened at Juventus, he has gone in and out of favor. This guy has come back for more every time. He's gotten another contract, different managers. I'm looking forward to him to steadying himself and becoming, again, a focal point of the U.S. men's national team. Milan outplayed by Liverpool in a big way, 3-1. Christian Pulisic, the good news, gets the goal for Milan against Liverpool. Konate and Van Dijk, some of the goal scorers for Liverpool in that one. Sporting of Portugal, 2-0 over Lille of France. And Bayern Munich puts 9 on Dinamo Zagreb. Harry Kane hitting for 4. 2 of those were penalties. Tomorrow we got Man City Inter, PSG Girona, and Celtic and Bratislava on the docket for tomorrow. We are hearing potentials of a player strike in Europe. And Rodri of Manchester City was speaking a little bit about that. But the issue here is just the volume of games these guys are playing in. And Jorge and I will talk about that a little bit in our interview. But expansion is the name of the game. And I don't mean just expansion in size of leagues, but tournaments, games, more content means more money. And it's a huge burden to bear on the players. Now, what can happen with all these domestic cups, league play, international tournaments, international friendlies, representing your country internationally, it's obvious player injury, quality of the games can go down, and they have. Meaningless friendlies. But honestly, we have to be very upfront here. Quality is not prioritized over quantity. And nowadays, when you lose a game, you don't even have time as a fan to suffer. I thought suffering was a part of being a fan. You don't have time to suffer. And whoever's running the Instagram or Twitter account has it out already. We'll get them next time. Or, a great effort just fell short. Back to the grind. How about we'll get them next time? Hashtag on to the next one. Hashtag just fell short. Hashtag back to work. Man, those who run the Twitter account, give us a break to at least suffer. At least give us 12 hours. So anyway, is that a little strong there? I'm hangry. Al Nassr, that is Cristiano Ronaldo's team where he's been out of sight, out of mind. He's trying to do as much as he can on the internet now because he's got 1 billion followers to stay relevant. But we knew he was not going to be relevant going there. Coach Luis Castro has been fired. So there'll be a new manager for CR7. Something tells me he played a part in that decision. All right. Just a little more on Caitlin Clark because I find it an unbelievable thing in the WNBA. What's wrong with the edge of a competitor and a winner? Yeah, she's chirping a little bit, but I think it's a defense mechanism based on some of the cheap shots this kid has endured. 1-9 start. They're the worst team. They're in the playoffs. Most assists all-time record for a season. Most assists. No player's ever done that. Broke the rookie scoring record. the WNBA rookie record for most threes, single game assists record all time, 19, and making Cheryl Swoops and Gino Auriemma look like idiots. And I hate to say that because I was such a fan of Auriemma. I guess that's just protecting his UConn girls and Taurasi, who also, it's going to be really tough. And it is tough for her. And that's why she's as great as she is. She's a top 5 player in the league already. She's the clear rookie of the year. That was never even close. That was conjured up by the media. Cheryl Reeves, the Olympic coach, the hashtag more than one woman. No, Cheryl, actually, you get attention because of one woman. Enough with that. Her effect on the league, 200% TV viewership upgrade, 300% increase to Indiana Fever attendance. The 10 top watched games in the WNBA all had Clark, and now you're all flying charter. Remember how long it took for Major League Soccer to get charter? It took a worldwide pandemic to get Coach flying. Okay? This was one girl who dropped on the scene. She's only 22 years old. 1,200% increase in jersey sales. 1,200%. The Fever has the most engagement, views, followers increase, and there's even watch parties in Iceland. So the jealousy of these former players and envy of coaches, I think a lot of them, honestly, I really think a lot of them wish Caitlin Clark never arrived and they still had their little mom and pop league subsidized by the NBA where they could be the big fish in the pond. I really believe that. There are some people who just don't want the sport to grow when, for selfish reasons, it fits them better. And some of these people, I'm telling you, players and coaches, they are not ready for prime time in the WNBA. It's the worst support of a star attraction I've ever seen handled by a league. The worst. God forbid she had gotten injured on one of these plays. That bubble would have burst in a New York minute, and you could all went back to playing in obscurity. All right, let's get to Hector Herrera. So Hector Herrera, setting up Griffin Dorsey in the good Dynamo win over Real Salt Lake, pulls his hamstring. Did something to his hamstring. It's a week-by-week deal. I think Pat Onstad said 2 to 3 weeks. Ben Olsen came out, well, week to week. Whatever it is, it's a hamstring. But it begs a bigger question about Hector Herrera because he's in his option year. Dynamo fan, do you bring Hector back? Or do you bring him back? You know, he can be brought back at a lower price. I don't think you can keep paying him $5 million. Can you bring him back at a lower price, open up a DP spot? He's 34 years old. This year he hasn't had the goal contributions. He's still important, yet he's not dominant, but he still is the central point of that team. 713-780-3776. You bring Hector back. It's not something I think the Dynamo want to talk about right now, obviously, because they're making their playoff push. But if you're thinking ahead, you have to be thinking of this. Now, this is his team. I don't think there's any question. Will he still be the leader of this team from a tempo standpoint? It's going to be interesting now because he's going to be out. My gut is that Ben Olsen will drop Coco Carrasquilla into the Hector role, and Coco will probably play a little bit deeper and jump into the attack. But this is where Coco will thrive. This is where he plays with Panama. He is a player then at Panama who's a very different player at the Dynamo, and he's got a very different job description for both teams. For some reason in the final third, he just can't really come up with the execution. But when he's deeper, like you saw when Hector went out, wow, it's something special. Does he inherit that role if Hector doesn't come back? Hector is very happy in Houston. He loves the free roll. He loves the family life. He loves Houston. 713-780-3776. Do you bring Hector back? And I say examine this from a tactical fit in the future based on age, salary, leadership. He's a great leader. 2 years ago, I mean, that season he had 2 years ago, I still, that was unbelievable. And if we weren't in Houston where we don't get any coverage, I mean, that That was just an incredible season. Very similar to the one Driussi had in 2022. But Pat Onstad has to be thinking of this. If he believes Hector is moving on, he's got to be looking for what the replacement's going to be. Do you keep Hector Herrera? What is the future of Hector? He isn't an option there. Let's take a few phone calls here. All right, Austin? Can we go to the phone lines? All right, let's go to Justin. Justin, what do you got?
Hey, Glenn.
Hey. Fire away.
Hello, Glenn.
Yeah. Hi, Justin.
Hey, Glenn. Yeah, hey, about Hector Herrera, I don't think we should bring him back for two reasons. One, he hasn't moved the needle on attendance. The stadium, it's got the attendance is, I think it's 15% up year over year, but unfortunately, we'd like to see a full sold out stadium. And again, I think he's played quite well, but it just hasn't moved the needle on that. Second point I wanted to bring up, and then I'll hang up, is I just think that, I appreciate what he did. I'm so happy that he won the U.S. Open Cup again, another trophy to Houston. But I just think it's time to move on. We didn't get close to winning an MLS Cup, and I think that's what the fans want to see. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Justin. Well, you got to a Western Conference final. That's pretty close. It's a lot closer than most of the entire league, right? You were down to the last four teams in the league last year. But I think the bar had to be, okay, now we got to get to the MLS Cup this year. That's how it works. That was interesting because Justin weaved in the fact about attendance. I don't know if that's fair to put it all on Hector Herrera. I don't know who was foolish enough to think that you just bring him here and you're going to sell out the stadium. Everybody and their mother knows that's not going to happen. Has to be supported. I don't see him out as much as I think I would like. Yeah, the cream of the crop stuff, throwing a pitch out at the baseball, that's great. But no, I don't think it's enough. So I'm not sure. I don't pin that on Hector. And by the way, Hector loves it here. Ben Olsen even said that in the press conference. To Diary AS, he said to William Gittins, I would be delighted to be able to finish here with Houston, Herrera said. Very happy with the city, the team, the people, the way they treat me here, and I think it is the most important thing, no? I personally am very happy with the decision I made to come here. It is a very competitive league, seems easier than it is from the outside. I like that any team can win. That attracts me a lot. It's very physical with a lot of quality as well. Like that. All right, let's go to the phone lines, and I think it's S-Pool. S-Pool.
How you doing?
Good, sir. How are you?
I'm great. Living life, loving life, and, supporting the team.
All right, what's your take?
So, as far as Herrera goes, if you've seen from last year to this year, you have seen a drop in his dynamic and how fast he is. We see that the team got really comfortable with him being, slow, and now we are a very slow team when it comes to that. As opposed to last year, we would play a lot more from the wings, and as soon as we lost the striker, I felt like Hector hasn't been as consistent and as effective as he was last year. If anything, I think after Blessing came in the last game against RSL, the team moved a lot quicker. And I think sometimes that can shake up some teams because they all expect us to just, they expect us on the back and they try to hit us with the counters all the time. Personally, I wouldn't bring him back for the $5 million. If he wants to come back, definitely cut his salary because we could definitely use that money with a more versatile player or at least a more impactful player because I think Hector left everything he could already, and I don't think there's anything left in the tank for him.
He was never going to have the same season. I think we all knew that, and I think you're bringing up a very good point, and that's tempo in a game. And I do think it has gotten a little bit methodical lately. I think it's gotten a little predictable. I know I'm saying this after a 4-1 win over RSL, but I'm going to temper that with RSL's a mess, and you're going to see them continue to downward spiral. So now with
Hector
have you
out, personally noticed him getting
I think it's
aggressive with players when they take shots or when they don't give him the ball? I feel like sometimes the players are afraid to make a move because of him.
It's possible.
And when he's not around, the team is more loose.
It's possible, and that is the effect a superstar player has on a team. And I was about to say, okay, let's see what happens with Coco. And yes, the tempo did increase, I think, when Hector went out. But if Hector's the fulcrum of the team, you're going to play at his pace. and through his direction and orchestration. I think a little bit of this happened also with Brad Davis at the end of his career, where, everything had to go through Brad and you had to play at his tempo. And that team really, almost was as though at the end that team was playing for corner kicks. I mean, had nothing in transition.
We were stuck.
Yeah, they never looked to go in transition. So I think it's an interesting dilemma. And I think also that, look, and I'm not taking anything away from Hector. He's been exceptional, but this is going to be a really tough decision because some of this is going to be based on the future of the tactics of the team. Now, if Hector agrees to certain things, well, we may only play it for a certain amount of time, or it could come off. And of course, he's going to have to take less of a salary. But I don't see him coming back as a DP again. No chance. No chance.
Yeah, and honestly, you see against Vancouver how the team is going to look different, especially because Vancouver loves to attack.
Yep.
So it's going to be really interesting to see how. You say Seba is going to start.
Spool, I gotta hit a hard break here. I hate to cut you off like this, but I gotta hit a hard break. I got Eric Sviatchenko coming up. Please continue the conversation tomorrow night. We'll be live from the stadium. We'll take a break now. And we remind you that coming up is Dynamo defender Eric Sviatchenko. LamontBrands.com for your Soccer Matters t-shirts and hats. Hugh O'Connor's Pub. Get out to I-10 and the Marquee Entertainment Center. They've also got a new location in the Rice Village. And also want to remind you, October 13th, Lone Star Sports and Entertainment. You got Club America Chivas. Club America Chivas tickets at lsse.net. That is El Clasico. And right now, I got a pair of tickets to Dynamo not Real Salt Lake, to the Dynamo taking on tomorrow night the Vancouver Whitecaps. They're high flying right now. They haven't given up a goal in 4 games. Dynamo Vancouver tickets, caller number 3. You get a pair right now at 713-780-3776.
And it's 'cause you're mine.
You're listening to Soccer Matters on ESPN 97.5.
And on ESPN 92.5.
Brought to you by the Daspit Law Firm. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Glenn Davis.
Well, shout out to Cactus Music, because if you were at this concert with Alice Cooper, let this play a little bit. Man, what a show. That's theater. I love watching veterans in music. They own it. They own it. They're like our next guest. They own it. Anybody who was at the Alice Cooper show, you might not know who he is if you're under 30, but what a show. And musicians top to bottom, he only picks the best. All right, welcome back to Soccer Matters on ESPN 97.5. We roll on here tonight. Big one for the Houston Dynamo tomorrow night against Vancouver. Listen, it's a precarious playoff situation right now. There's nothing guaranteed here. Dynamo in 7th. They don't want to end up 8th or 9th, and they're also within striking distance of getting home field advantage. So a lot at stake. No better guy to bring on the show than Dynamo defender Eric Sviatchenko, who comes on now. Eric, thank you for taking the time to come on the show tonight.
Of course, Glenn. Always a pleasure.
Yeah. So did you like my little intro for you? Because I see you as one of the wise men of the Dynamo, one of the great readers of the game. And I was talking about Alice Cooper, who you may not even know, one of the great rock stars of all time, and just how the guy owns the stage.
Thank you for the comparison. I actually know Alice Cooper, but it's always important for us to have a kind of a very experienced squad, especially going into this crucial period. As you also mentioned, it's hit or miss in that aspect right now, which also makes it even more fun to play football. This is why we play football, when it's on the edge, and it's going to be so fun.
Playoff structure in Major League Soccer. You and I have talked about it before, Eric, and the differences of it. You know, you got to go through it last year. Just a year from last year, tell us how you're feeling about it and where you think the team is at this moment here, because what I outlined was pretty interesting. I mean, you don't want to end up 8th or 9th in a single elimination game. And on the other hand, you guys are right there in striking distance for home field advantage.
No, I think getting into the league last season and getting to know the playoff kind of system, it's actually growing on me. It's kind of, I sense the urgency. I sense the intensity right now with the teams kind of competing for the same spots. But within that, there's also the possibility of achieving within that kind of playoff spots. It's not just kind of being top 7. It's kind of now we're in the reach, because we have Vancouver at home in a crucial game, 1 point above us. We have Seattle coming up. We have Austin underneath us. So it's kind of, we can decide it in our own hands, and that just means that we have this kind of possibility to really hit the gas pedal right now, and we are in a good shape. I think the best informed teams right now in the West is Vancouver and Houston Dynamo, so that's why it's going to be very, very interesting tomorrow.
Eric, do you get the sense now? I mean, are people closing you down, you know, an extra half a yard now? Do you feel like the competition for singular plays are kind of reflecting the urgency now from teams? Can you feel that?
I don't know if it reflects kind of into the small margins on the field, but I certainly can see it in the kind of thinking. Like, we're looking at the table and knowing that these games are crucial. We see that Vancouver, especially meeting them tomorrow, like they're one of the best teams away. Funny enough, the other team is Houston Dynamo away, and at home, that's where we haven't picked up the points. But now, kind of, we're feeling it coming after RSL at home. We feel like we're in a very, very kind of hot run with 4 goals, maybe 4 too many. Not that we didn't could score like 1 or 2, but in this game particularly, we just kind of we're efficient, and that's something that we need to be as well tomorrow. And those kind of momentum is very important to go into the last stretch here before the playoff kind of begins.
He's Dynamo defender Eric Sviatchenko, has played in the Champions League, FC Midtjylland. He has represented Denmark. He's played at Celtic in Scotland with that legendary club as well. And he's been an exceptional defender since his signing here for the Houston Dynamo. Do you get the sense that maybe the home record has hit some of those blemishes in the past because of teams coming in and defending deeper, and that maybe you get a little bit more open play on the road?
It could be a factor for sure. I think that we have had some really, really good games, and a lot of the interviews after the games has been, we did all the right things, we dominated, but we just couldn't score. So of course that's kind of a Toronto game was much like that in that sense, that where they then get one chance. I think it was a set piece and then they score. So that could be one of the factors that we have been kind of more efficient on the road. But then on the other hand, we also kind of know that we're getting, like last season, we get into kind of a hot streak. And as I understand right now in the MLS, it's very important to get that kind of running of form right now. And I think that we are there. And of course, it's very unfortunate with Hector's injury right now, but hopefully it's not a too big of an injury. And then hopefully we can step up with some players that need to rotate a little bit.
Yeah. What changes without Hector now? Because he is such a fulcrum for this team, had that wonderful assist to Griffin Dorsey. What changes now without him?
No, of course, it changes some of the aspects of a lot of football, and a lot of plays goes through Hector and Artie in the midfield. But on the other hand, we luckily just got Coco back, and he showed a really good performance last game, and I think he could step up and maybe play that role. So in that aspect, it gets maybe some even more dynamic in the midfield. So yeah, I think that we played without Hector in the first beginning of the season, where we needed him and came back. He had an impact immediately. But now knowing that this is a very, very important stretch, I know that players will step up and help. We have, Barsi taking care of the set pieces. He knows what to do there too. So we're going to miss him, but it's hopefully for a short period.
Without Hector, it seemed the last game the tempo just went up a little bit once he went off. I don't know if that's fair to say, but do you see the tempo change a little bit? Because Hector's such an orchestrator. It's like he's painting a picture out there. And maybe sometimes it can get a little bit methodical. Do you sense the tempo goes up without him there?
It's a pretty fair kind of point that sometimes with Hector sitting on the ball, it also drags a lot of attention, which is positive in the sense of the way that we play, because you can also pinpoint the passes that no one else sees when the tempo is low, and then suddenly kind of explode in tempo. So I think the balance is very key for us. I don't sense that that's the main issue, that when he's out, that the tempo then raises. I think it's something that we need to be able to do even with Hector on the field. But sometimes the different kind of player clientele can change that, and maybe we need that. But again, we just know with Vancouver, they just kind of go. So sometimes in that game, it will be very important to kind of tire them down too with the ball, and sometimes go a bit more methodical from left to right to left. Sometimes we have been too eager to go when we just get it up to one side, and then we haven't really shifted the opponent enough. But it's a fair point, Glenn. Sometimes that can be the case.
Eric Sviatchenko joining us. I tell you, I marvel at, I know you're doing a lot of work with Mikael. I know you're helping to polish him as a player. I know Aurelian Collin as an ex-center back is doing it too. I really see you as a guy that is not only an exceptional defender, but also a team guy. And have you worked a lot with Mikael? You guys have formed a great partnership. Maybe take us into some of the details of how that might happen in practice, because I find it very interesting, because I was the recipient of a veteran defender working with me when I was young, and I could not believe how it accelerated my game.
No, I believe that I have a really positive effect on Mikael. It's kind of throughout my career, I've had a lot of partnerships, and to be honest, every partnership has been a flourishing one and has been successful, and that's what I see with Mikael and me. I think he has all the attributes that you'd have to have as a centre back, a modern centre back. And then some of the key things that he just needs to learn is how to defend properly and when to take the decisions, when to cover space. And I work a lot about those with my analysts, and some of the things that I share with him helps him too. Aurelian is on him, Ben is on him, Juan is on him, but especially he had a kind of a form dip maybe 5-6 games ago. But I would say the last 5 games has been really, really outstanding from him, and we've been playing really, really well. So I'm just happy to see that a young defender is doing well beside me, and I try to guide him as much as possible. It's just the balance that he needs to find of kind of letting the help into him, because he is also a player that wants to do everything. He wants to set the tone. He wants to make the killer passes, but it's not always on. And that's where we kind of need to find the balance, and that comes with games. But I saw kind of a statistic. I think we've played over 50 games together now, me and Mikael. And when you have those numbers, it also really strikes kind of that next level partnership. And I think that overall in the league, we underappreciated, me and Mikael, in our defense in general, being the second best in the West maybe and third best in the MLS. I think it's something that is less talked about, but it's sometimes nice to be under the radar and then come from behind and set the tone there and show that we are the best defenders in this league.
Eric, great job tonight. Thank you for coming on live. You made the show. I will tell you that. So go out and beat Vancouver tomorrow night. Look forward to watching you play. Continued success. Thank you so much for coming on tonight live.
Always a pleasure. Thank you, Glenn.
All right. That's the one and only Eric Sviatchenko. Dynamo take on Vancouver tomorrow. Tickets at HoustonDynamo.com or caller number 5 right now at 713-780-3776. Wins a pair of tickets, and caller number 3 will give you a pair to the Houston-Seattle. We take a break. Jorge Ramos, legendary Spanish commentator, ESPN, next.
You're listening to Soccer Matters on ESPN 97.5.
And on ESPN 92.5.
Brought to you by the Daspit Law Firm. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Glenn Davis.
All right, welcome back to Soccer Matters on ESPN 97.5. Tonight it is the final segment, and we're going big, big, big. Before we get to it, though, quick word here for the best in Argentine food. It's Little Patagonia Empanadas and Cafe. Our great friend Sebastian Abraham, the best in empanadas, and also the traditional Argentine soccer sandwich, the choripan. So get into the location on Westheimer. That's Little Patagonia's Empanada and Cafe. Big guest here to finish it tonight, colleague in the business.